After enduring countless hardships, Zhao finally reached the moment of tribulation, only to be struck down by heavenly lightning, becoming the object of disdain within the interstellar Gu family. The young master, showered with affection by his parents and elder brothers, finds himself subjected to scorn at home. Zhao, with an elixir in my left hand and a mobile device in my right, I care little for your disdain as long as you are pleased. His combat teammates deliberately isolate him, while the Zerg relentlessly pursue him. Zhao, my sword energy stretches 30,000 miles. A single strike casts a cold light across 19 states. The crowd mocks him, deeming his entire family as AO, suggesting that this pitiful beta would be better off dead. Zhao, thank you for your concern. I find myself on a desolate star, transformed into an omega, and I must admit, I am somewhat anxious. Chapter 1. For the greater good, consider me deceased. Zhao, open the door. Zhao silently opened his eyes. The lingering echoes of the lightning strike had yet to fade. He had died, and yet he lived again. Upon awakening, he discovered not only his name, but also that the world and species had transformed. He was now Zhao, the third son of the esteemed Gu family in the Solar Star system, a male beta. Indeed, in this abstract world, there existed 6 distinct genders. The rare Omega, possessing immense healing abilities and the capacity for reproduction regardless of gender. The formidable Alpha, whose physical and mental prowess allowed for reproduction irrespective of gender. And then there was he, the diligent and unremarkable Beta, whose existence seemed merely ordinary. Disciples of the loose cultivation path are respected, yet the loose cultivators remain perplexed. The persistent knocking at the door sent shivers through Zhao's frail and feverish body, causing him to feel dizzy, as if he might ascend once more at any moment. Yet, the commotion outside showed no signs of relenting. Zhao, do not hide inside and remain silent. You can rant on the forum, yet lack the courage to. The door was abruptly yanked open, and the one knocking stumbled inside. However, as an alpha, he quickly regained his balance and retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao paused, casting an appreciative glance at the alpha. Indeed, the alpha? Not only the alpha, but the students gathered behind him were also taken aback. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing Gu Jingtao, Zhao's elder brother, dressed in black and gold uniform, looking down at Zhao with an air of superiority. Zhao, do not think that your antics will allow you to join the team. And you had best suppress your misguided affections for Kalen. Lingxing is his betrothed. Memories flipped open like the pages of a book, and Zhao's formidable consciousness rapidly absorbed the original owner's recollections. Ah, a pitiful soul who had been mistakenly swapped at birth, who, through astonishing effort and talent, gained admission to the Central Military Academy, only to discover his biological parents in a melodramatic twist. Not only did his parents and brothers favor the false young master Gu Lingxing, but the latter also used his identity and resources to become engaged to the Alpha Kalen, who had harbored feelings for him after finally achieving midterm examinations. But he was presented with an opportunity to team up with his elder brother and his crush, and the original owner eagerly approached, only to be dismissed without a second thought. Thus, the original owner's world crumbled. He resorted to medication and took to the forum to express his desire to end his life. And so, Zhao found himself struck by lightning. Speak, Zhao. Did you not wish to perish? I have informed our father and mother. They are exceedingly disappointed in you, you know? Gu Jingtao regarded Zhao with disdain. Unexpectedly, Zhao pondered for a moment before seriously stating, "Understood. For the sake of a brighter future for all, you may as well consider me dead." Gu Jingtao, the crowd, what a preposterous notion of a beautiful future. Gu Jingtao frowned. Did he not recognize the character before him? Clinging desperately to power. Ever since he learned of his identity as a member of the Gu family, he had incessantly referred to Gu Jingtao as his elder brother in public, striving to associate himself with their family. Thus, Gu Jingtao sneered, his gaze filled with contempt. Do you really believe I would take you seriously? Each time he had previously confronted Zhao, the latter would hastily justify himself, even pleading with a tone of subservience. Yet now, Zhao merely tilted his head in confusion. I am merely stating facts. Does it truly matter whether or not you believe me? Gu Jingtao. As Gu Jingtao found himself momentarily at a loss for words due to Ji Zhao's retort, a delicate, fair hand finally pulled him aside, the voice sweet and gentle. Elder brother, please do not blame third brother. He merely yearns to team up with you and Kalen. It is all my fault. The newcomer was stunningly beautiful, a tear mole beneath his eye resembling a brilliant ruby, evoking affection in all who beheld him.
Gu Lingxing, the former third son of the Gu family, now the fourth, a top-tier Omega, cherished by the family's parents and brothers alike.
His mere presence captivated the attention of everyone present. Only Ji Zhao, with utmost seriousness, interjected. Oh, is that so? What exactly is wrong with you? Gu Lingxing. Chapter 2. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? The corridor of the dormitory fell into silence due to Ji Zhao's words, and Gu Lingxing gazed at Ji Zhao, his transparent eyes filled with astonishment. Witnessing his beloved younger brother being confronted, Gu Jingtao immediately stepped forward. Lingxing, how could you continue to speak up for him? Just look at how he treats you. With that, Gu Jingtao cast a disdainful glance at Ji Zhao. Have you forgotten how he once pushed you down the stairs? If he joins our team, who knows what he might do to you? At Gu Jingtao's words, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. It is well known that Omegas constitute a mere 5% of the total population in the galaxy, possessing extraordinarily rare healing abilities and regarded as the most dazzling jewels of the Empire. Yet, here was Ji Zhao, an ordinary beta, audacious enough to lay hands on Omega. As the crowd's gaze towards Ji Zhao began to shift, Gu Lingxing finally shot an anxious glare at Gu Jingtao. Second brother, if you do not allow third brother to join the team, then I shall not be part of your team either. Gu Jingtao's expression turned complex, a mix of heartache and helplessness, while his look at Ji Zhao resembled someone who had just tasted something foul. Since Lingxing has spoken, you might as well log into the exam system and apply for team placement once more. As long as you behave, I will persuade Kalen to approve your application. The two reluctantly settled on Ji Zhao's direction, only for Ji Zhao to express confusion. I pushed him down the stairs. Did he not deliberately fall? Ji Zhao quietly regarded Gu Lingxing, genuinely perplexed, not attempting to provoke. You. Gu Jingtao bit down on the soft flesh of his mouth, with the irritable alpha feeling an impulse to strike Ji Zhao. However, Ji Zhao remained even more bewildered. Regarding your agreement for me to join the team, did we not just agree that you could consider me dead? Once again, the air fell into silence, and Gu Jingtao grew increasingly agitated. Even Gu Lingxing widened his transparent eyes in disbelief. Today, Ji Zhao seemed quite strange. Third brother, I know you have not liked me for a long time, but our parents and brothers hope we can get along well. Gu Lingxing continued to probe, yet the heated atmosphere made Ji Zhao, who felt slightly faint, lose his patience. You know I despise you, yet you keep coming close to me. Shouldn't you reflect on your own behavior? Gu Lingxing, Ji Zhao, do not go too far. The inherent brutality of an alpha made Gu Jingtao restless, yet Gu Lingxing once again restrained him. Third brother, our military academy's midterm practical assessment is not as simple as you think. Are you sure you do not wish to team up with us? He Sao, no. Yi Zhou, you better remember what you said today. Ji Zhao, oh. Not only did Ji Zhao refuse, but he also slammed the door shut with a loud bang in the face of Gu Jingtao's warning gaze. Gu Jingtao, Gu Lingxing, the crowd. It was not until the crowd gradually dispersed that Gu Jingtao and the other alphas began to console Gu Lingxing. Ji Zhao simply does not know what is good for him. Lingxing, you should stop indulging him. With a mocking smile, Gu Jingtao remarked, not joining is just as well. An F-class mecha engineer, let's see who would want him. Gu Lingxing smiled sweetly and, reassured by Gu Jingtao and others, made her way outside. However, she couldn't help but glance back, her gaze lingering deeply on the door of Ji Zhao's room. Upon returning to his chamber, Ji Zhao collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. It wasn't until the dimming light of day that he groggily awoke amidst a chorus of complaints. Sleep, sleep, and still sleeping. Do you realize that due to your failure to join the midterm combat team, the mainframe has randomly assigned you to Michael's squad? Ji Zhao, who am I? Where am I? What assignment? Chapter 3. Do you think yourself humorous? Michael's squad? Ji Zhao pushed aside the strands of black hair falling over his forehead. his amber feline eyes reflecting a dazed state of awakening. His roommate, Zhao Jun, immediately expressed his exasperation. Have you forgotten about Michael's squad? It's the team that everyone in our department voted against joining during this practical assessment. Zhao suddenly understood. Currently, he was a first-year student in the mecha manufacturing department at the Central Military Academy of the Capital Star. The Saint Solaris system was perpetually embroiled in war, leading the Empire to place great emphasis on its military. From the moment they enrolled, military academy students were required to participate in various real-world combat scenarios, venturing to barren planets or wartime zones to eradicate the insectoid threats. Their midterm practical assessment involved a 5-member team led by 2 third-year students from the Mecha Combat Department, who would journey to the planet Zealous for the exercise. Before the assessment commenced, the third-year leaders posted team formation information on the Academy's network, allowing all first-year students to apply freely. Naturally, an application did not guarantee acceptance. Even if approved, one could still be removed from the team. You really think you can join? Kyron Rockefeller is the top of the third-year class, and your older brother Gu Jingtao is also in the team, along with the elite Omega Gulingxing. Do you believe someone from our class, like you, can gain entry? Zhao Jun, the chubby roommate, chattered incessantly. Having advised Ji Zhao on this matter multiple times before, he expected Ji Zhao to shoot him a dark look, urging him to mind his own business. To his surprise, Ji Zhao nodded in agreement. You are right, Xiu Yun. After tucking away the question marks forming in his mind, Zhao Jun continued. We are set to board the ship early tomorrow morning. What are your thoughts? A certain free spirit, who had yet to even warm the ground before heading to the battlefield, mused, I wish to die. Xiu Yun. The following morning, the exclusive starport of the Central Military Academy bustled with activity, with Ji Zhao among the throng. My team is right ahead. I shall take my leave first. He called to Zhao Jun, who was shouldering the specialized toolkit of the mecha manufacturing department, yawning incessantly. Unlike Zhao Jun's ordinary team, Michael's squad was a core team anchored by an Omega. It is noteworthy that among the 180 first-year Omegas, only 62 participated in this assessment, meaning that out of nearly 3,000 teams, only 62 were core teams. Such teams were undoubtedly formidable, for they would not dare to include the rare Omegas without possessing considerable strength. Thus, when Ji Zhao located his team, he found himself at the forefront of the entire assembly. Are you the Ji Zhao who has been causing a stir on the forum? The tall Alpha, Klo, looked at Ji Zhao with a mocking gaze. He was the other third-year vice captain in the team, aside from the captain, Metromite. Ji Zhao lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, Indeed. Klo raised an eyebrow and reached out to place a hand on Ji Zhao's shoulder, but Ji Zhao sidestepped, evading the gesture. With the failed attempt at camaraderie, the smile on Klo's face faded somewhat. I am Klo, a third year in the Mecha Combat Department. This is Celia, a first year in the Recon Department. And that is Talia, a first year in the Healing Department. The young man and woman introduced by Klo bore a striking resemblance. Alpha Celia, unlike the rugged Klo, was tall and lean yet strong. Talia, on the other hand, embodied the quintessential Omega, while the others in the team donned black combat uniforms. She stood out in a delicate white lace dress. She appeared more suited for a spring outing than an actual combat training session. As fraternal twins, their expressions towards Ji Zhao mirrored each other's disdain. Shall we at least exchange greetings? After all, this is the notorious figure from our academy forum, or rather a celebrity. Klo jested, only to be taken aback by Ji Zhao's retort. If you find me displeasing, you may convey that directly. Beating around the bush, do you consider yourself amusing? Klo's laughter was halted, and Celia and Talia gazed at Ji Zhao with surprise. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the only beta in their team, a failing student from a mecha manufacturing department, would dare to challenge them. However, before they could respond, a somewhat unfriendly voice echoed from a distance. TSK, Kalen, look. ISNT, this your second fiancé, who is so desperate for your attention. Chapter 4. There is no need for further conversation. Ji Zhao looked up to see a red-haired alpha with sharp features and piercing eyes, who wore a mocking smile as he observed him. The original owner's memories quickly informed Zhao that this was Metromite, the captain of his current practical assessment, an S-Class Alpha. Beside Metromite stood a figure he recognized more intimately, with meticulously styled light gold hair that highlighted the sharp angles of his face. Kalen Rockefeller had eyes as deep and cold as glacial waters, emanating an innate sense of aloofness. As Zhao recalled this name, Kalen's gaze shifted to him, and his typically indifferent brow slowly furrowed. I have no relation to him, nor do I wish to, Zhao thought. Most would recognize that it was prudent to remain silent at such a moment. Yet Metromite, renowned as one of the most disliked captains among the students of various departments, had no intention of backing down. What an exceptional junior from the mecha manufacturing department, and so enamored with you, Kalen. TSK, Zhao, what do you think? He looked at Zhao, eager for him to approach as he had in the past, clamoring for a spot on Kalen Rockefeller's team, ideally embarrassing the latter in front of everyone. After all, wasn't he a certain madman who had just done something similar on the forum? Then they heard Zhao's chaotic response. Don't ask. If you do, it's love. No one is spared. Neither he nor my mother will save me. The house is under my name. It's all gone. Metromite. Everyone. Kalen Rockefeller. What on earth is this? As Mesha remained undeterred, the Alpha, clearly the leader of the team beside Kyran, tactfully intervened, saying, That's enough. Surely, you aren't still sulking over the distribution of deployment points? If you wish to earn military merit in the most densely populated areas of the Zerg, you ought to consider your own capabilities, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Mesher's expression darkened, evidently struck at a sensitive point. Indeed, even if he could manage, his team still included a beta from Class F. It would be wise not to overburden himself. Another Alpha teasingly patted Mesher on the shoulder, both mocking his lofty ambitions and subtly alluding to Zhao from his team. Clearly, in the eyes of these Alphas who supported Kyran, Zhao's earlier remarks were undoubtedly offensive. But who was Zhao? A desperate, rogue cultivator on the brink of ascension, yet thwarted by a thunderstorm that cast him into this dismal realm where even the very essence of his being had shifted. Coupled with the mess left behind by the original owner, he felt his grievances weighed heavier than that of a ghost. Thus, he replied expressionlessly, What's wrong with the beta from Class F? Has the beta consumed your family's rice? Worn your family's clothes? Spent your family's money? Suddenly confronted, the Alpha was taken aback, and the group of Alphas turned their gaze towards Kyran, silently questioning if he had indeed switched tracks. Unlike their astonishment, Kyran merely narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. Zhao, do you have nothing to say to me? About yesterday's forum incident, and what you said to Xingxing. In Kyran Rockefeller's memory, he had merely lent Zhao a hand during the practical training upon enrollment, and from that moment on, Zhao had become attached to him. Yet, in the span of just a month, the once marginal beta had transformed into the true heir of the Gu family. Since then, Zhao not only sought him out at the training grounds, but also leveraged his family's influence to demand entry into Kyran's team, frequently bullying Xingxing, whom they had cared for since childhood, alongside Gu Jingtao. All of this filled Kyran with disdain. What do you mean? Zhao impatiently raised his gaze. Are you implying that I should act as though I were dead, or that if you find me annoying, you should simply keep your distance? The onlookers internally marveled at his audacity. Yizhug. Kyran's brow furrowed even tighter. Do you still not realize your mistake? Zhao raised an eyebrow. Oh, I am fully aware. My only error lies in engaging in conversation with you. Kyran Rockefeller. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Chapter 5. Identity Verification Passed. North Star awaits your company warning. The deployment coordinates for all teams have been confirmed. The starship's hatch is about to open. All candidates are to return to their teams and await boarding. Zhao's words rendered the scene silent, until the cold voice of the Academy's mainframe, Murphy, echoed throughout the starport. Thus, Kyran Rockefeller could only take a deep breath, swallowing the reprimands he had intended for Zhao, leaving behind a cold remark. You had best. Zhao retorted, Why should I care? Soon, nearly 1,000 teams had gathered, and the colossal starship, North Star, began to illuminate. The sleek, shuttle-like design, adorned in deep gray armor, features a prominent metallic spine that traverses the ship's back, flanked on both sides by an array of weapons and sensors. Resembling the formidable spine of a dragon. Authentication has been successfully completed. Beichen eagerly anticipates your company. As Zhao ascended the boarding ladder alongside Michael and others. He retrieved his student ID and passed through in an orderly fashion. The sight of interstellar beings boarding the vessel, a commonplace occurrence for many, filled Zhao with a sense of novelty. How does it feel? This is your first time participating in such a grand assessment? ISNT it? Stick with me. I don't mind taking you along. Once again, sidling up to Zhao, Alpha's voice carried a teasing tone akin to that of a playful pet owner. Clock suddenly perceived that Zhao was rather appealing. His dark hair contrasted with fair skin, his features exquisitely defined, particularly those amber eyes, clear and luminous, reminiscent of the translucent glass from ancient legends. It is worth noting that omegas are rare. Most of the powerful alphas have had numerous beta lovers before uniting with a highly compatible omega. I do mind, Zhao stepped aside, his attractive brows furrowing involuntarily. He faintly caught a whiff of a pungent peppery scent that his already fatigued body instinctively rejected. Annoyed, he bit down on the soft flesh of his cheek. And before Clock could react, Michael spoke up first. Have you taken a good look at yourself? They fancy Kyran Rockefeller. What do you think you are? Though Michael appeared to be defending Zhao, he knew the intent was to provoke. Clock's gaze turned icy, harboring a hint of malice. However, Zhao remained unfazed. As the four massive main thrusters at the ship's rear ignited, brilliant beams of light erupted, propelling all examination candidates of Beichun into the vastness of space. Once they entered the starship's lounge, Zhao finally had the opportunity to activate his holographic computer and examine their destination. Zealous, a planet rich in rare minerals, is covered in factories, refineries, and orbital elevators, and was once one of the Empire's industrial hearts. Recently, however, it had become embroiled in conflict due to an incursion by the Zerg, rendering it one of the contested celestial bodies until it was reclaimed just prior to their mission. Due to personnel shortages at the military, these planets, having undergone only minimal clearance by the military, became the testing grounds for students from various military academies. After a brief overview of everything, Zhao entered the sleep pod and succumbed to slumber. When he opened his eyes again, a massive, ochre-hued planet loomed outside. Shortly thereafter, he experienced the disorienting sensation of weightlessness, accompanied by the familiar mechanical voice of the ship's AI, Murphy. Zealous landing sequence initiated. All candidates are to proceed immediately to the flight deck. After boarding and conducting system diagnostics, take off towards your respective mission coordinates. Grabbing his toolbox, Zhao quickly boarded their designated small aircraft along with the group. A total of 3,000 teams were participating in the assessment, with 62 core teams designated as leaders, to be deployed across 62 regional centers on Zealous. The remaining teams would disperse around these 62 units to provide mutual support in times of peril. Under Michael's adept piloting, the aircraft took off smoothly, allowing Zhao to gaze out the window and once again behold a brand new world. This planet, much like the ochre hue it exhibits, is shrouded beneath a thick layer of grimy industrial rust and chemical dust. The colossal remnants of factories stand as deep brown scars, while the desiccated transport networks resemble cracked skin, slowly decaying in a state of desolation. As Zhao pondered this, he suddenly felt the aircraft beneath him begin to tremble violently, and then it plummeted directly towards the ground without any chance for evasion. Chapter 6. Is this not endearing? Severe malfunction alert. The anti-gravity system has completely failed, and the backup power connection is compromised. The aircraft descended at an alarming speed, with a piercing tinnitus and disorientation overwhelming Zhao in an instant. Alarm. Uncontrolled vertical descent trajectory detected. All trainees, please immediately assume the emergency brace position. Repeat, assume brace position immediately. Damn it. Mike ear slammed the control panel several times, yet he could not alter the aircraft's descent. There's no choice. Prepare to eject. With that, he pressed the eject button on the console and rushed towards Talia, who was screaming beside him. Ji Zhao had heard from Xiao Jun the previous day that Talia and Mike were in a romantic relationship. As a beta, he was supposed to receive assistance from an alpha, but it was evident that Chloe and Celia had no intention of aiding him. Unlike Celia's indifference, Chloe watched Ji Zhao with a mocking expression, seemingly waiting for the beta to scream for help. But who was Ji Zhao? Once a top-tier rogue cultivator who traversed the skies, shattering the barriers of the continent on his own. Wasn't it merely a matter of being ejected? Subsequently, he was enveloped by the safety airbag, soaring upwards before descending again, only to crash to the ground in a disoriented heap, utterly dazed and deprived of light. Ji Zhao had initially intended to free himself from the airbag, using his agility to land. Yet the airbag was so secure that he found himself unable to move at all. Fortunately, once it landed, the airbag automatically released, exposing him once more to the open air. Meanwhile, aboard the Beichun, 3 accompanying instructors gazed solemnly at the large screen. One alpha scoffed. Over 2/3 of the 1,000 aircraft have crashed, with several being among the 62 core units. With such a level of incompetence, these youngsters still aspire to enter the battlefield? Indeed, there had been a brief but notable disturbance in the planet's gravitational field, yet the duration was too short. They were simply too careless. The beta female instructor adjusted her glasses, clearly displeased with the candidate's performance. Only the Omega instructor smiled and remarked, "But are we not here to teach the children a lesson?" This time, the Mechs are not allowed to be equipped with weaponry, which should undoubtedly impose significant pressure on them. However, the 3 were oblivious to the fact that although the planetary gravity monitoring system no longer flashed red, the ripples had repeatedly lingered near the crimson line. It did not seem like mere coincidence, but rather as if it were being deliberately controlled. "You said there was no danger. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have come." In a corner of the vast industrial city, Ji Zhao, still reeling from the initial shock, was suddenly jolted by a second fright. As I turned my gaze toward the source of the commotion, I beheld the sole Omega in the group breaking free from Mesher's embrace, vociferously confronting 3 alphas. Not all healing-type Omegas are required to participate in practical assessments, as their inherently delicate and frail nature allows the Academy to offer them the option of gentler psychic healing examinations. The choice to engage in combat, therefore, often stems from a desire for prestige or a personal yearning for advancement. Yet, it was evident that Talia did not belong to the latter category. "Talia, please remain calm. That was merely an accident. Look, you are well now, aren't you?" Mesher, shedding his previous harshness towards Ji Zhao, offered gentle consolation to Talia. He was not alone. Both Chloe and Celia joined in, striving to lend their support. As for the distant beta, Ji Zhao, who was he? Fortunately, as a self-reliant individual, Ji Zhao merely stood by, observing the unfolding drama, content to fish for his own leisure while the others engaged in their tumult. In a serendipitous moment, he lifted his gaze and locked eyes with a grotesque cockroach, the size of a transport vehicle, skittering ominously in the shadows of the towering building above. Ji Zhao was soon met with Talia's even sharper, more piercing scream. Chapter 7. The Heartless Squad. Not even a dog would come. With Talia's shrill cry. The massive cockroach opened its maw to emit a terrifying roar, its myriad of mandibles writhing grotesquely, accompanied by a pungent stench. It's nothing more than a C-class insectoid. As Mesher continued to soothe Talia, Chloe had already begun to advance, twisting his wrist. Ji Zhao observed a flash of light beside him, as a brown bear materialized, rapidly expanding in size before his eyes. "Go, crush the little creature that dared to frighten Our Lady Talia." At the command, the brown bear roared mightily and, with surprising agility, lunged toward the colossal insect. Its enormous claws descended upon the creature's head, and in an instant, dark green blood erupted forth. In a mere encounter, the giant insect met its end. Is this the manifestation of a psychic entity? Ji Zhao regarded the scene with a complex expression. From the memories of the original host, he had learned that the beta were often deemed ordinary individuals because, while they possess psychic abilities, these are generally not very potent. The psychic entity represents a more advanced manifestation of such powers. Not just the C-class, I see numerous insects approaching us. Celia's psychic entity, a hawk, soared into the sky, its keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Celia, protect your sister. Chloe, let's advance together. Understood. The assessment had commenced, and every insect they hunted would contribute to their accrued military merit. Raising his hand to retrieve a high-energy laser gun, Zhao had yet to aim at the nearest giant insect when a massive figure enveloped in flames burst into his view. It was a fiery hound, which pounced and slammed the giant insect into the mud. An S-class psychic entity. Zhao inhaled deeply, raising his laser gun as a slender beam expanded dramatically upon leaving the barrel, accelerating toward another insectoid's right eye. The struck giant insect let out a deafening roar, dark green blood gushing from its wounded eye, before being dispatched by the bear's powerful paw. The term Zerg is derived from their vast and inexhaustible numbers, and their penchant for collective combat. At the rear of the formation, several B-class Zerg were detected, indicating the emergence of a micro-Zerg tide. Standing beside Talia, Syria spoke with a grave demeanor. As the core team of the region, their landing site was among the most densely populated areas of Zerg, making the formation of a micro-Zerg tide merely a matter of time. Just a few B-class? In a communicator, Michael sneered, annihilate them. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao witnessed two Zerg-sized mechs soaring into the sky, instantly enveloping Michael and Chloe. In this world, they're not called puppets. They should be referred to as mechs. With the addition of these two mechs, the team's efficiency in hunting C-class Zerg doubled, allowing Zhao to quickly confront the B-class Zerg that Syria had mentioned. On a planet bathed in the hues of a setting sun, the massive, deep green insects with delicate wings were strikingly conspicuous. As several hovered in the air simultaneously, Zhao envisioned them soaring over earthly farmlands, accomplishing nothing and leaving devastation in their wake. Were they not akin to locusts? Yet, despite their resemblance to locusts, B-class Zerg possessed combat capabilities that surpassed C-class by a significant margin. When a colossal bear struck, the giant insect evaded with a flap of its wings, while another dove head first into the bear's skull. Damn! Close bat, then launched a punch with his brown mech, redirecting the massive insect's trajectory. In contrast to Chloe's struggles, Michael, being an S-class, appeared to handle the situation with far greater ease. The fiery giant hound roared, exhaling flames that soon brought down the afflicted Zerg, which writhed on the ground, emitting its characteristic high-pitched wails. Is that all? Michael raised an eyebrow, seemingly mocking Chloe's performance. Brother, must I truly remain here? My dress is all dirty. In the rear of the battlefield, Talia clutched a corner of her lace dress, discontent with the barely noticeable stains. Don't worry, someone will clean it for you shortly. As Syria reassured Talia, Michael and Chloe had already concluded their battle and commenced sorting their spoils. Just as humans found Zerg delectable, the cores, shells, and mandibles of Zerg were also vital resources for the Empire's energy and weapon manufacturing. Of course, unlike Talia and her brother, who could differentiate even while standing still, Zhao existed as a semi-transparent entity within the team. When it came to sorting materials, he was invisible. When engaged in work, he was distinctly present. Considering you are merely a freshman in Class F, there is no need for you to assist us with the maintenance of the mechs. Why not help Talia with her dress instead? After the previous battle, Michael had firmly established his leadership within the team and spoke with increasing assertiveness. To this, Zhao replied lazily, I won't. Michael's brows furrowed deeply. Having just asserted his authority, he was now provoked by an insignificant presence, causing his inner malice to swell. Are you defying my orders as captain? Zhao, unafraid of death, nodded. If you do not regard me as a team member, why should I consider you my captain? Michael gritted his teeth, finding himself both infuriated and amused by Zhao's audacity. However, he was constrained in his response. They were undergoing an assessment, and everything they experienced was being recorded by the evaluation devices. While they could withhold rewards from Zhao and provoke him, they were prohibited from physically assaulting him. Michael MIT remarked sarcastically, not washing at all? Zhao retorted, even dogs wouldn't wash. Michael nodded, You have guts. Meanwhile, both Celia and Talia were incensed by Ji Zhao's actions, but just as they were about to confront him, a series of urgent alarm signals interrupted them. Warning, warning. Team B523 is in danger and requesting assistance. Coordinates are Miker sneered, TSK, the betas are utterly useless. A mere group of B-class insectoids has forced you to call for help. With a powerful kick, Miker MIT's Crimson Mech pierced through one of the B-class insectoids. On the other side, although Clo's performance was not as striking as Miker's, the A-class Psychic Bear was still capable of navigating through the B-class insectoids with ease. In contrast, the B523 team they were attempting to rescue displayed noticeably sluggish movements, and without the aid of psychic entities, they were frequently ambushed and compromised by the insectoids. In the same battle communication channel, Ji Zhao realized that the members of Team B523 had undoubtedly heard Miker's derogatory remarks, yet they remained silent, too intimidated to retort. After all, among the 3,000 teams participating in the assessment, 62 core teams were coded as S, led by alphas, while nearly 1,000 teams coded as they were also under alpha leadership. All teams beginning with B were led by betas. Special entities often looked down upon the ordinary, much like how the extraordinary disdain the mundane. However, the lack of decorum displayed by individuals like Miker was indeed a rarity. Warning, warning. Team B637 is requesting assistance. Coordinates are, as fate would have it, just as this call for help was about to conclude, Miker's light brain chimed once more. Aboard the Beichin, 3 leading instructors were still monitoring the conditions of each team. Zero's had once been a battleground, although it had been purged by the military, leaving primarily C and B-class units along with a smattering of A-class. It was still sufficient to challenge these young recruits. Instructor Alpha, arms crossed, relished the unfolding scene. Growth necessitates combat. How can one grow without fighting? Just look at Chiran Rockefeller's team. His compatibility with Gu Lingxing is commendable, and their joint efforts are somewhat unfair to those insectoids. Instructor Omega, with a smile gracing her features, expressed satisfaction with her most outstanding student. Only the beta female instructor wore a furrowed brow, sensing that the frequency of distress signals from the beta teams was alarmingly excessive. Within a dilapidated mech factory, after Ji Zhao successfully shot 2 C-class insectoids in the eyes, he deftly rolled into cover, only to be embraced by the chubby Xiao Jun. You're incredible, Ji Zhao. You survived against Miker, who wouldn't even wash his dog. You're amazing. Disao pushed Xiu Yun aside, unexpectedly realizing that the B1589 team he had sought assistance from was indeed the one Xiao Jun had joined. In stark contrast to his neat attire, this squad composed entirely of betas appeared disheveled, with the captain and vice-captain sustaining significant injuries from the Zerg's assault on their mechs. Damn that A-rank Zerg, an A-rank. No less. We barely had a chance to see its form, Xiao Jun exclaimed animatedly, while Ji Zhao retrieved a healing device to commence treatment. At that moment, Talia, under the protection of Celia, gracefully entered the shelter, casting not a glance towards Ji Zhao or Xiao Jun. After 3 days of rigorous training, the young lady had grown accustomed to the sight of Zergs without shrieking. However, the environment on Zealous still irked her, leading her to maintain a perpetually stern expression. Yet, the awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, as the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. What is happening? Talia inquired of Celia, while Ji Zhao instinctively turned his gaze outside the shelter. The Xiao Jun team had mentioned encountering an A-rank Zerg while calling for aid. Thus, Michael and Clo, arriving for rescue, had not sought refuge within the shelter, but were instead patrolling outside in their mechs. The A-rank Zerg, being the highest tier in this assessment, was undoubtedly a primary target for the core team. If they could slay one, Michael was confident that his team could secure a spot in the top 10. At this moment, it appeared that their wish was about to be fulfilled. Ji Zhao narrowed his eyes as he observed the earth outside, convulsing violently. A colossal shadow, several times larger than a B-rank Zerg and adorned with a shell and barbed tail, emerged from the ground. With a deafening roar, it brandished its massive pincers, lunging directly towards Clo's ochre mech. Clo, be careful. It's an A-rank Tahi Scorpion. Michael shouted over the comms. The Zerg's physique and strength generally exceeded that of humans of the same rank, making Chloe, also an A rank, potentially outmatched by the creature before him. "Damn it, you pest!" Chloe bellowed, and his mech, alongside his psychic bear, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Tahi scorpion. As the dust settled, Chloe successfully withstood the scorpion's assault, and Michael's fiery hound and mech arrived simultaneously, igniting an intense struggle. "Ha ha ha! An A-rank Zerg is nothing to be afraid of." Chloe's boisterous laughter echoed through the team channel, allowing Talia to exhale in relief. However, Zhao's expression remained tense, for despite being confined within this frail body, his soul was immensely powerful, far surpassing the perception of all present. "Don't celebrate too soon. In no more than 10 minutes, a miniature Zerg tide will form here." "Such nonsense." Talia glared at Zhao, for in her eyes, he had always been a mere freeloader in the team. Yet Cilia cast a surprised glance at Zhao and immediately communicated via the team channel. "The Sparrowhawk has detected numerous cockroaches and locusts approaching. You all better finish off that Tahi scorpion swiftly." "Understood." At this critical juncture, Michael wasted no time, commanding the fiery hound to leap towards the Tahi scorpion, unleashing flames upon its back. Chloe and the brown bear were tasked with controlling the tail hook of the Tahi scorpion, while even the Sparrowhawk descended from the heavens, its sharp talons pressing down upon the scorpion's head. Now, Michael piloted the mech, drawing forth a long blade and striking fiercely at the scorpion's neck. However, at that very moment, for the first time, Zhao's voice resonated through the squad's channel. "Chloe, be wary of what's behind you." Chloe was tempted to mock Zhao, thinking, what does a beta know? Yet the sudden chill creeping up his spine instinctively caused him to shift the mech's position. The icy tail hook pierced through the yellow mech's shoulder, followed swiftly by the pincers wrenching at the mech's arm with violent force. Just as Michael's sword had yet to descend, Chloe's mech had already been torn apart, losing an arm, and the cockpit sustained damage, rendering the entire mech uncontrollable. Damn it! Reluctantly, Michael had to abandon the attempt to slay the pinned Tahi scorpion and instead focus on the new scorpion's tail hook aimed at penetrating Chloe's cockpit. "Two A-ranks? How could this be?" Zhao Jun gasped, believing the situation had already reached its nadir. Little did he know, Zhao's gaze shifted to a quieter area, his amber eyes narrowing slightly. Then, everyone heard him once again on the squad's communication, not 2 but 3. Simultaneously, a small wormhole quietly materialized on Zealous, from which emerged the silver-white Wolf King, struggling to exit, bearing an elongated figure on its back. Life unknown. Chapter 9. Zhao, we are too powerful. 3. Michael wanted to question Zhao, yet it was Zhao who had been the first to spot the second Tahi scorpion. In response to his inquiry, Zhao adopted a nonchalant attitude, as if to say, believe it or not, it's prudent for us to be cautious. Meanwhile, Chloe had swiftly retracted his damaged mech, while Michael distracted the second scorpion, and was securely caught by his spiritual entity, the brown bear. However, without the assistance of Chloe and the brown bear, the fiery giant dog and the sparrow hawk were evidently insufficient to subdue the first scorpion. Thus, Michael soon found himself assailed from all sides, and recalling Zhao's warning about the presence of a third Tahi scorpion, he felt pressure for the first time on Zealous. "Syria, bring Talia over." "Understood." Syria whistled, and the sparrow hawk immediately returned. "Talia, listen closely. We must assist Michael and Chloe. Otherwise, we may not be able to protect you." While Syria spoke to Talia, the sparrow hawk had landed at their feet. Syria swiftly pulled the visibly distressed Talia onto the hawk's back, and together they soared toward Michael's mech, seemingly sensing the presence of an Omega. The two Tahi scorpions became instantly invigorated. Zhao tilted his head, recalling from the original owner's memories that Omegas were the favorite prey of the insectoid species. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt the hidden Tahi scorpion stir, its trajectory aimed directly at the brightly colored red mech of the sparrow hawk. "Syria, be cautious of the ground. The third scorpion is coming for you." Almost instantaneously, as Zhao spoke, a Tahi scorpion leaped forth, its sharp tail hook plunging fiercely towards the sparrow hawk. Zhao's reminder allowed K-ing to evade a fatal blow, yet its tail was unfortunately ensnared by a barb, leaving it no choice but to sever its own tail in a desperate bid for survival. The spiritual entity was a manifestation of its master's mental fortitude. Thus, any injury to the entity would likewise afflict the master. Witnessing Celia in anguish, clutching her head, Talia promptly rebuked Zhao. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" Zhao merely thought it beneath him to chastise Talia for her irrationality. Fortunately, Talia had no time to continue her grievances. She immediately cradled Celia's face, her gentle, healing energy penetrating, swiftly calming the turmoil within Celia's mental realm. Meanwhile, Michael deftly dodged the first scorpion, hastening to assist the siblings. "Chloe, cover me," Michael commanded coldly. Omegas were already considered a delicacy by the insectoid race, and this particular Omega had audaciously utilized healing energy before their very eyes. If he was not mistaken, the eyes of the three scorpions had turned crimson. Very well. Chloe hesitated for a moment. As merely an A-class alpha, his mech was damaged, and it was no small feat for his spirit bear to restrain the second scorpion. How could he possibly contend with the first? Yet, should he fail to shield Michael, Talia and Celia would be unable to join him, and they risked being overwhelmed by the three enraged A-class scorpions. The ensuing swarm of miniature beasts would surely leave them in tatters. Thus, the bear managed to forcefully push aside the second scorpion with a paw, carelessly charging towards the first scorpion with claw in tow. If the C and B tiers of the insectoid race were driven solely by instinct to feed, the A tier possessed, to some degree, the intellect of a typical animal. Consequently, as the bear held the first scorpion at bay, the second scorpion unhesitatingly extended its pincers towards the top of the bear's head, the very spot where Chloe stood. Damn! In that fleeting moment, Chloe felt the blood in his veins turn to ice. Was he about to perish? What were you waiting for? The energy cannon's light suddenly flared, soaring above Chloe's head like a rising sun, colliding with the massive pincer that was aimed at him. Run! Zhao's voice acted as a catalyst, and Chloe instinctively drew forth his protective device, leaping down from atop the bear. Damn it, Zhao, we are incredible. Xiu Yun Qi beside Qisao. The high-energy cannon having been a gift from his father. Accuracy was not his forte, but his roommate's precision compensated for that. Without uttering a word, Zhao immediately adjusted the misaligned cannon, reactivating the energy storage mechanism. Although the energy cannon was formidable, it lacked the power to breach the A-class Scorpion's defenses. However, the inability to penetrate its armor did not equate to a lack of pain. Thus, the second Scorpion let out a furious roar, swinging its massive barb towards Chloe, who had just landed and started to sprint. As the hook neared its target, another blast from the energy cannon struck, propelling the hook away at the last possible moment. Don't run toward the cover. If you come over here, we will all perish. Hearing Zhao's warning, Chloe could only turn and dash chaotically, reassured that while an alpha could not engage the insectoids in hand-to-hand combat like a spiritual entity, his stamina in running was indeed exceptional. With Chloe and Zhao joining forces to hold off the two scorpions, the flame giant hound managed to successfully intercept the final one, allowing Michael to reunite with Talia. The cabin door of the cockpit slowly closed, and everyone witnessed the hound emanating a brilliant light, delicate daughter vines gradually entwining around its neck, ultimately blooming resplendently amidst the roaring flames. This was evidently no ordinary daughter, but rather Talia's spiritual entity. Unlike the Alpha's entirely animalistic spiritual entities, the Omegas are exclusively plant-based. When these two exceptional races collaborate in combat, their fighting prowess escalates to unprecedented heights. At last, the connection was established. Chloe gasped for breath in the team channel, just as the striking Crimson Mech made its appearance. With the support of the Omega's healing spiritual power, Michael's movements in piloting the mech became significantly more fluid. With a swift swing of his blade, he aimed for the head of Scorpion number 2. In response, Scorpion number 2 emitted a piercing shriek, abandoning its pursuit of Chloe, and instead caught Michael's blade with its formidable pincers. In contrast to Michael, the hound's spiritual entity received an even greater enhancement. with a thunderous roar. The giant hound knocked Scorpion number 3 aside with a single paw and then turned to unleash flames upon Scorpion number 1. Unlike the previous torrent of flames, this fire was sharply compressed, transforming into a searing line of fire. Scorpion number 1 immediately shrieked, instinctively sensing the impending danger. Yet the brown bear behind it held it tightly, forcing it to confront the oncoming flames. Kill the beast. At last, the fire line swept fiercely across Scorpion No. 2's back, its agonizing shriek echoing loudly. Had it been severed in two? Impressive. As Zhao Jun gasped in astonishment, Scorpion number 1 had completely collapsed. Observing this, Scorpions No. 2 and number 3 began to retreat, but the giant hound and the brown bear immediately engaged number 2. Although the high-temperature fire line could not be unleashed again in such a short span, the two spiritual entities could still overpower the vile scorpion through sheer strength. Just as the situation appeared overwhelmingly in favor of the humans, a more sinister shriek suddenly reverberated throughout the planet Zealous. Chapter 10. Words of caution fall on deaf ears. Alert! Alarms blared as multiple S-class insectoid fluctuations were detected, causing the planet's gravitational field to spiral into chaos, and the ground's magnetic field to behave abnormally. All signals from the examinees were being lost. On the North Star, several screens in the command room abruptly flickered to life with red alerts, and the 3 instructors immediately rose to their feet. S-class insectoids? How is that possible? Exclaimed the Omega instructor in shock. Zealous had been cleared by the 7th Legion. How could there be so many S-class insectoids? Now is not the time for speculation. Our students are being hunted by these creatures, and we cannot remain idle. The beta female instructor was the first to board a small starship, heading towards the land of Zealous. The alpha instructor exchanged a glance with the Omega instructor, and after sending a distress signal to the nearest 7th Legion, promptly boarded a mech to rush to the rescue. What does that sound? Talia, seated within the mech, furrowed her brow, feeling a chilling sensation coursing through her body. Regardless of the sound, eliminate that creature at once. Michael's intent to slay the second scorpion was unmistakable. If he could successfully dispatch 2 A-class beasts, he would undoubtedly secure a position in the top 3 of this assessment. Should he manage to vanquish the third scorpion as well, the title of chief in this evaluation would rightfully belong to him. Following the command, the giant hound and the brown bear sprang into action, and Michael himself raised his hefty blade once more. Are we truly on the verge of victory? Xiu Yun exclaimed, covering one ear in excitement as he turned to Ji Zhao. However, Ji Zhao merely gazed at the yellowish sky above, then shifted his attention to the parched, cracked earth below. He sensed something approaching, yet its speed was so swift that it was challenging for his currently muddled mind to grasp. Hurry! Take your team captain and members and leave. What? Leave? Zhao Jun was momentarily taken aback by Ji Zhao's shout, yet instinctively dashed back to the shelter, urging his captain and teammates. Get up. Stop lying around. Ji Zhao is telling us to leave. If he says we should go, we must go. A first-year team member protested, but he soon witnessed their third-year beta captain standing up first. He had no intention of endangering them. Remaining here would serve no purpose, so they should heed his words and depart. With their captain leading the way, Zhao Jun's squad quickly assembled, and under the guidance of the beta captain piloting a dilapidated mech, they began to retreat from the area. Simultaneously, Ji Zhao's warning echoed through the team channel. Retreat immediately. I sense something larger approaching. Something larger? Larger than A-class? Are you implying an S-class? Michael scoffed, believing Ji Zhao had become addicted to giving orders. Did he forget who the actual captain was? Talia, who had already envisioned victory, instinctively retorted, Zealous has long been cleared by the 7th Legion. There is no way an S-class creature could exist on this planet. Spare us your alarmist rhetoric. Hearing Michael and Talia's remarks, the previously wavering Chloe felt reassured once more. Then, they heard Ji Zhao's cold voice in the channel. It is futile to reason with a fool. With that, Ji Zhao promptly stepped onto the energy skateboard left by Zhao Jun and sped toward the battered mech ahead. TCH, coward. As Michael severed yet another head from a Tahi scorpion, Talia's scorn for Ji Zhao grew increasingly harsh. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground trembled again, yet unlike before with dust swirling, they noticed the earth beneath them cracking inch by inch, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Well, what is that? Chloe stared in horror as a massive golden tail hook emerged from the soil, glistening ominously with a deep green hue. As the dust settled, they finally beheld the true form of this insectoid creature. It bore a striking resemblance to the Tahi scorpion in both appearance and size. Yet this one shimmered in dark gold, with a deep green tail hook, and even the gaze directed at them possessed a spark of awareness absent in the Tahi scorpion. The Tahi golden scorpion, seated atop a falcon, Syria's lips quivered as he finally uttered those words S-class. How could this be? Retreat. With a sudden realization, Mitchell shouted and promptly maneuvered the mech to turn around. The human forces were already at a disadvantage against the insectoid species. In the presence of an A-class Tahi scorpion nearby, along with a swarm of miniature insects less than 100 meters away, only exacerbated their peril. It is essential to understand that the S-class insectoids possess a hive mind, a terrifying entity capable of commanding vast legions of their kind. Within the confines of the mech, Mitchell and Talia were accompanied by Celia, who was bearing the weight of the situation, and they retreated from the battlefield with remarkable speed. In contrast, Chloe, having lost his mech, could only scramble back onto the spirit bear, drowning in regret for not heeding Zhao's earlier advice. Fortunately, Mitchell's blazing hound was trailing behind, seemingly prepared to cover their escape. You really are impressive, Zhao. I never realized your capabilities before. In the damaged cockpit of the mech, Xiao Jun clutched Zhao's hand in excitement. Zhao observed that the height of their mech allowed them to witness the current plight of Mitchell and the others. With an S-class spirit providing cover, we should be able to endure until rescue arrives. Captain Beta wiped the blood from his lips while firmly gripping the controls of the mech. Indeed, he affirmed, as other team members nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. The S-class Tahi scorpion appeared poised to catch up with the blazing hound, its tail hook swiftly launching towards the creature, piercing through it. To their astonishment, the once solid form of the hound began to dissipate, vanishing into thin air within mere moments. How could this be? Xiao Jun and the two first-year students were incredulous. Even if the hound was no match for the Tahi scorpion, it should not have disintegrated so swiftly. Yet, their beta female vice captain spoke up. Are you not aware of who Mitchell is? He never intended to use his spirit for cover. He forcibly shattered it instead. Zhao remained silent, yet internally concurred with the vice captain's assertion. The shattering of a spirit is an excruciating ordeal, not merely damaging the spiritual sea, but potentially rendering one incapable of forming a spirit for an extended period. In severe cases, individuals may never again encounter their spiritual forms in their lifetime. While Xiao Jun and the others were still grappling with the implications of Mitchell's actions, a panicked plea echoed through Zhao's team channel. Help! Mitchell, save me! Celia, Talia, help me! Help me! Chloe's spirit bear was brutally shattered by the golden pincers, causing him to plummet from the heights, soon falling silent. However, the Tahi scorpion did not rush to devour him. Instead, its blood-red gaze fixated on the brilliant crimson mech, accelerating its pursuit. Damn it! Mitchell found himself wishing to release his spirit to defend against the Tahi scorpion, yet the spirit had just been forcibly dispersed, requiring a brief moment to reconstitute. Mitchell, be careful. The golden tail hook suddenly extended, piercing through the right side of the cockpit of the brilliant red mech. Mitchell swiftly grabbed the pale-faced Talia, accelerating the mech while pursuing the damaged machine ahead, turning to Celia with a cold voice. There's no other choice, Celia. Upon hearing these words, Saria's countenance darkened as she urged her falcon to soar at full speed, hurling a transparent test tube toward Zhao, who was ensconced within the dilapidated mech. Instinctively, Zhao sensed something amiss with the vial, yet just as he was about to catch and secure it, a stone was forcefully struck against the test tube by Saria. Aren't you adept at sensing the Zerg? Talia is far too frail. If it were you, you would undoubtedly survive, wouldn't you, Zhao? Chapter 11. Do not pursue. I am not in urgent need of cough syrup. In an instant, as the test tube shattered, The falcon's wings beat fiercely, conjuring a tempest that carried the unknown liquid directly toward Zhao, drenching him without fail. Good luck to you all, Saria smiled, deftly guiding the falcon back to her bright red mech. Her actions so practiced they belied this being her first endeavor. What on earth is this? Xiao Jun exclaimed in alarm and fury, while Zhao furrowed his brow. For in a daze, he caught a whiff of an intoxicating floral aroma. If I am not mistaken, this must be a high concentration of omega pheromones. Captain Beta inhaled deeply, his hands trembling slightly on the controls. A blend of fear and an ineffable rage surging within him. Many were aware that Micromite was not favored by betas, who would rather join a significantly weaker beta team than choose Mycherm. The reason was simple. Mycherm regarded betas as lesser beings. Vivem aos exalte o deeming beta, zazinherently inferior. Of course, what difference did it make for alphas? Had not Chloe just been abandoned? What do we do? It seems to be truly coming our way. Another first-year student gasped, eyes wide, tears trickling unbidden down their cheeks. Are we going to die? Yi Zhou. What are you doing? The words of fear were interrupted by Xiao Jun, who attempted to seize Zhao's hand, only to see the youth standing on the edge of the shattered cockpit, leaning back without hesitation, prepared to plunge beneath the mech. You all go ahead. Rather than dying in a pitiful manner together, allow me to take my chances alone. Are you insane? Xiao Jun was nearly in tears. Yet he could not restrain Zhao, nor did he possess the authority to convince the others to halt. Thus, he could only watch as the Titan Scorpion drew ever nearer to Zhao. Before such a colossal entity, the youth's slender figure seemed diminutive, as if it could vanish at any moment. At this moment, not only Xiao Jun observed Zhao, but also the others atop the damaged mech, along with the trio led by Mycherm, who had orchestrated this chaos. A mere beta flesh and blood, devoid of a spiritual entity or mech. One might suspect he would soon become the Titan Scorpion's next meal. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, in the face of the massive pincers raised by the Golden Scorpion, Zhao executed a sudden twist in midair, drawing forth a laser gun and firing 3 shots in quick succession, leveraging the recoil to evade the attack. Good heavens! Is he truly a beta? The female beta vice captain stared in disbelief, but the most astonishing moment had yet to come. Rather than descending to the ground after dodging the Scorpion's assault, Zhao defied all expectations by landing directly upon the Titan Scorpion itself. Titan Scorpion. As a colossal creature, it regarded Zhao much like humans observe a pearl bird. If the little bird were in the air or on the ground, it would be manageable. However, what could be done about the creature's presence? The Golden Scorpion attempted to seize Zhao with its pincers, but alas, they were too short to reach him. Its tail hook, though sufficiently long, failed to connect as Zhao adeptly evaded with rolls and jumps. On 2 occasions, the tail hook even grazed itself, causing the Scorpion to emit sharp cries of pain, visibly agitated. While Mei Chei and the others rejoiced at Zhao's ability to hold off the Golden Scorpion, anticipating rescue, the Scorpion abruptly lifted its head, its copper bell-like eyes fixed on the crimson mech. In an instant, Zhao was nearly swept away by a fierce gust, as the Scorpion rapidly closed the distance to the bright red machine. Damn it, you worthless fool, why don't you draw it away? Talia cried in terror over the team channel, but Zhao merely scoffed before calmly releasing his grip on the Scorpion's shell, allowing himself to be carried off by the wind. Brother, as the Scorpion approached, its deep green tail hook sweeping perilously close to Talia, she urgently tugged at Mei Chei's sleeve, pleading, "Hurry, save my brother." Yet before Talia could finish her desperate plea, her beautiful eyes widened in horror. Talia, Saria, managing to stabilize his flight, was stunned, for neither he nor Mei Chei anticipated that the Scorpion's previous attack was merely a feint. Mei Chei, help me. Tears streamed down Talia's cheeks as blood gushed from her mouth. She clutched Mei Chei's sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with a desperate yearning for life. However, upon witnessing the deep green tail hook pierce through Talia's abdomen, Mei Chei acted without hesitation and pushed her away. In the next moment, the tail hook retracted violently, taking the despairing Talia towards the gaping maw of the Titan golden scorpion. How could this be? As he watched his sister being devoured by the scorpion, Surya froze. And in that fleeting moment of distraction, a familiar massive shadow surged up from below, once again ensnaring the tail of the sparrow hawk. The sparrow hawk let out a mournful cry, losing its balance in the air and plummeting into the jaws of scorpion number 3 along with Surya. All of this transpired within the span of mere breaths. Just as Zhao Jun and the others believed their fate was sealed, they observed the Titan golden scorpion and scorpion number 3 cease their pursuit and instead turn back. What do we do? It seems to be pursuing Ji Zhao now, Zhao Jun uttered in despair. Meanwhile, Ji Zhao, gliding away on an energy skateboard, was fleeing in the opposite direction from the main group. Yet soon, he realized that the golden scorpion, which had previously been chasing after Mei Chair and the others, had ceased its pursuit, and the brotherly energy signature that belonged to Talia had vanished entirely. A chill ran through Ji Zhao's heart. Before he could voice his concerns, he sensed the golden scorpion and the Titan scorpion approaching him with a fervor even more intense than that directed at Talia. "Can't you see clearly? I am an Omega, and yet you pursue me," he exclaimed. A wolf? In a factory somewhere, the Wolf King, lying beside a slender figure, twitched its nostrils as its silver ears perked up, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12. This home will fall apart without me. As Ji Zhao's bewilderment lingered, his acute senses detected an exceedingly faint cry for help. "Help! Save me!" Raising his eyes, he beheld the familiar figure of Crow, lying on the ground in a gruesome state. Alphas possess a formidable vitality, according to current medical technology, as long as one is not dead on the spot. Even the loss of the lower half can be regenerated. "Well, since I'm here," Ji Zhao thought for merely a second before he unceremoniously tossed Crow into a nearby sewer, accompanied by a small vial of hemostatic gel. "This is all I can do for you. Your survival now hinges on your luck." Crow replied, "Great, just what I needed, a lottery." However, he lacked the strength to speak further, and Ji Zhao had no time for conversation. The youth, riding his energy skateboard, executed a drift and surged into the vast ruins of the factory without a backward glance. The ground trembled once more, and Ji Zhao could distinctly sense the approach of 2 advanced insectoids. As the precursor of the golden scorpion, the Ta-He scorpion swung its massive pincers, demolishing buildings with ease. The golden scorpion followed behind, advancing slowly, its aura intensifying with each step. In that moment, Ji Zhao finally realized the Omega's significant value to the insectoids. Yet, why should this concern a mere beta like me? Urgently maneuvering his skateboard into a narrow alley, Ji Zhao narrowly evaded the Ta-He scorpion's tail hook. Indeed, while the Ta-He scorpion moved slowly, its sheer size and long strides made it formidable. Before Ji Zhao could catch his breath, the previously missed tail hook came swinging back again. Had he not leaped at the last moment, running a few steps along the hook before landing back on his board, he would have surely been ensnared. The repeated misses seemed to infuriate the Ta-He scorpion, which emitted a series of piercing shrieks. "Oh, so you can't catch me, and now you're calling for help." Ji Zhao felt utterly unlucky. As with the Ta-He scorpion's wails, the locust promptly zoomed toward him. Previously, the presence of advanced insectoids had deterred the lower-tier ones, but now, with the leader's command, they had no reason to hold back. Drawing his laser gun from his waist, Ji Zhao aimed for the locust's eyes with 2 shots. With his mental prowess enhancing his aim, targeting their weaknesses became effortless. The lower-tier insectoids indeed lacked intelligence, as several of them plummeted after his shots exploded their eyes. Just as he dodged the falling locust, he was confronted by a roaring cockroach. Without hesitation, Ji Zhao lay flat on his skateboard, seamlessly sliding beneath the cockroach's belly. The foul saliva nearly dripped onto his face, provoking a wave of nausea in his already uneasy stomach. Ugh! Ever since his arrival in this world, his body had been in a mildly feverish state. For the past 2 days, he had felt muscle fatigue and overwhelming drowsiness. Yet curiously, the medical device indicated that aside from general weakness, everything else was normal. He speculated that either his spirit had yet to completely align with his corporeal form, or the original host had previously suffered some depletion of vitality, hence he did not pay it much heed. It wasn't until the test tube thrown by Zilia shattered, and the intoxicating floral fragrance enveloped him, that he felt an overwhelming urge to collapse. Curse be it, just as he was retching, the terrifying scorpion ruthlessly crushed two of its own kin and approached him once more. Zhao raised his gun to shoot at the eyes of the terrifying scorpion. Yet the creature instantaneously closed its eyes just as he was about to hit, and the laser gun's lethality could not breach its defenses. Witnessing the terrifying scorpion arrogantly lift its pincers, Zhao once again brandished his gun. This time, the scorpion remained with its eyes shut, yet Zhao fired twice. The second shot struck precisely where it had evaded the first, landing perfectly in its eye as it opened them. The terrifying scorpion emitted a piercing shriek from the injury inflicted upon one of its eyes. It was the fury of the strong provoked by the weak. Its pincers and massive tail began to thrash wildly, forcing Zhao to dodge desperately. In a moment of weakness, he was struck by the scorpion's tail, shattering his skateboard. What filled Zhao with despair was the increasing heat in his breath, and his mind felt as though it were ensnared in glue, sluggish and unresponsive. He managed to run a few more steps, and he could almost distinctly sense the trajectory of the tail hook approaching from behind. Yet this accursed body felt so heavy that he could not evade. The terrifying scorpion let out a joyful shriek, a madness that heralded its impending feast. However, just as the drool began to flow from its gaping maw, it was pierced through by a golden tail hook. Zhao witnessed the terrifying golden scorpion, following closely behind and digesting an omega, tighten its tail hook, lifting the similarly sized, terrifying scorpion before it began to devour it voraciously. As if it weren't enough to feast upon its kin, its enormous beady eyes glinted with a sinister light directed at him. Yi Zhong blinket, and the terrifying golden scorpion blinked back. Zhao, do you think yourself amusing? In truth, the terrifying golden scorpion was anything but humorous. The grotesque sounds of it chewing its kin, along with the agonized shrieks of the terrifying scorpion being devoured alive, were enough to induce nightmares in any normal individual. Zhao even caught sight of half a familiar face belonging to Zilia, frozen in a visage of despair as the terrifying golden scorpion tore open the abdomen of the terrifying scorpion. That half of a face gazed at him as if to say, "Come, Zhao, join me and Talia as another victim devoured by these repulsive insects. To hell with the lightning tribulation. I curse your ancestors." With no power to flee, Zhao could only watch as the golden scorpion, having finished its meal, drew ever closer, smiling at him. He reclined back onto the ground, not out of surrender, but rather preparing to unleash his spiritual consciousness against this wretched creature. Then, he locked eyes with a pair of cold, emerald wolf eyes. This radiant silver wolf even tilted its head slowly, excitedly howling at him. Zhao, do we know each other? Chapter 13. Why didn't you mention your strength earlier? Beneath the golden expanse of the sky, a young boy with raven hair lay amidst the vast ruins of a factory, his amber cat-like eyes clouded with confusion and daze. At this moment, he even began to ponder whether his mind had been compromised, for how else could he suddenly perceive a silver wolf before him? He had certainly not sensed any nearby fluctuations of energy. "Let us go, or you'll be caught in the explosion too," he murmured. His voice unexpectedly softened as he reached out to stroke the coarse fur of the silver wolf. The wolf, with a sidelong glance, licked his palm. Then, in a single leap, it vaulted over him to meet the gaze of the slowly approaching golden scorpion. Sensing a threat to its prey, the scorpion emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, exacerbating the dizziness already plaguing the boy. Zhao had thought that the silver wolf would recognize the impending danger. Yet he watched in astonishment as the creature not only remained, but also gradually lowered its body into a clear stance of attack. The once ordinary wolf, akin in size to a king of its kind, began to grow before his very eyes until it matched the imposing stature of the threatening golden scorpion. Yi Zhou, the golden scorpion. The scorpion shrieked once more, this time not as a mere display of dominance, but as a precursor to an assault. However, before its formidable pincers could rise, The colossal silver wolf struck with a swift paw, landing a blow against the scorpion's face. The glimmering tips of its claws flashed momentarily, and the scorpion's golden carapace was abruptly breached, black-green blood raining down like droplets from the sky. Before the scorpion could react, the giant wolf raised its paw again, this time blinding one of the scorpion's eyes, then pinning it beneath its claw while expertly piercing its abdomen. Zhao, you're so powerful. Why didn't you say so earlier? The silver wolf remained silent, immediately shrinking in size and darting towards the gaping wound of the scorpion's belly, evidently seeking the creature's core. The spiritual entity was a pure form of energy, untainted by filth. Thus, when the wolf approached Zhao, holding a core that was perfectly round, entirely golden, with a faintly crimson center, both the core and the wolf appeared immaculate. Is this for me? Zhao asked, bewildered. As he opened his palm, the silver wolf obediently placed the core into his hand. The core felt cool to the touch, and Zhao's weary body suddenly experienced a wave of comfort. Yet, this comfort was fleeting. Soon, he felt as if engulfed by searing flames, his consciousness beginning to blur. Meanwhile, the silver wolf adeptly hoisted the boy onto its back, undeterred by the myriad of faint cracks adorning its form, howling excitedly as it raced back along the path they had come. Damn it! How did the 7th Legion clear out Zeroth and leave behind so many S-class insectoids? Under the same sky, Gu Jingtao maneuvered his mech to block an attack from a golden scorpion, swiftly countering with a punch to its abdomen before it could react. The scorpion, in pain, soon found itself pinned down by a gigantic spiritual alligator, both sides locked in fierce combat. We are fine, but the other students may be in peril. Gu Lingxing, encased in his Kalen Rockefeller mech, thought gravely, his heart ignited with determination. Due to Kieran's undeniable prowess, their team not only remains intact, but also responds to their mentor's call for assistance with remarkable coordination. Once this matter is resolved, their squad is destined to achieve great renown within the Central Military Academy and throughout the entire military establishment. At that time, the position of the Omega Chief for their grade will undoubtedly belong to Gu Lingxing. Lingxing, do not lose focus, Kieran gently reminded, his azure eyes fixed on Gu Lingxing. Apologetically, Gu Lingxing immediately concentrated, stabilizing his mental energy as the golden rose entwined around the ice-blue great eagle burst into full bloom. With a piercing cry from the great eagle, a golden scorpion plummeted from the sky, only to be pierced through its abdomen by a flurry of ice feathers. Throughout this execution, Kieran Rockefeller remained remarkably composed. ISNT that the mech of Michelle met? How could the cockpit be destroyed? Gu Jingtai's puzzled voice echoed through the team's channel. Both Kieran and Gu Lingxing turned to see a battered mech not far from the bright red one. To their astonishment, the damaged mech suddenly accelerated upon spotting them, and their squad channel received a distress signal from Team B-1589. Something has happened to Zhao. Brother, Kieran, let us hurry to his aid. Gu Lingxing exclaimed anxiously after glancing at the distress message. However, another team member scoffed. Didn't he just provoke our captain? And you, Lingxing, don't forget. He is envious of you. You need not come to his defense. Regardless of his shortcomings, Zhao is still my second brother's own sibling. We cannot. Gu Jingtai initially held onto a shred of familial loyalty, but upon reflecting on their disordered family and the burdensome responsibilities faced by Lingxing, he relinquished the thought, stating, "We have already invited him to join us. He has brought this upon himself. Lingxing, do not concern yourself with him. I, Gu Jingtai, shall only have you as my brother in this lifetime." Chapter 14. When the stars shine bright, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions reverberated in his ears, and the command ship trembled violently beneath his feet. Liu Yao felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, confronted by an endless tide of darkness. Report. All escort mechs have been annihilated. Report. We have lost the Annihilation War God and the Celestial Judgment. Report. The defensive systems have failed. The Zerg are about to breach our lines. Liu Yao turned back. In the tranquil expanse of deep space, the stars shimmered brilliantly, and at the convergence of the starry river stood a colossal, profound, and enigmatic stargate imbued with hope. At this moment, 1,156 transport ships of the Empire were gathering before the Stargate, carrying 3 million frozen embryos, a civilization database. And the last remaining scientific team of humanity, led by Chief Dr. R of the White Tower, alongside countless ordinary souls. They would carry the last embers of human civilization into the unknown, spanning millions of light years away. General, the Zerg have breached the right flank. Outside the porthole, a black tide formed by the Zerg surged forth once more, the sound of their claws rending the battleship's armor echoing like wails of despair. Report on energy reserves. Liu Yao's voice was hoarse yet calm. Report. The shield is barely sufficient to last 17 seconds, and the main cannon has completely failed. The officer Lin Heng's voice trembled. With eyes as deep and cold as jade, he slowly closed them. When he reopened them, Liu Yao had already established a connection to the command cabin of the ARC Project's flagship. I'm sorry, Dr. R. I fear this is where we must part ways. A moment of silence followed from the female voice opposite, akin to an entire epic. The radiance of the Stargate grew ever brighter, resembling the final glow before dawn. Massive insect shadows unfurled their grotesque mandibles, their piercing shrieks shattering humanity's last tranquility. Liu Yao adjusted his collar. The Imperial insignia on his cuffs had long since disappeared. Yet, he vividly recalled the oath he made alongside countless classmates at his military academy graduation. With my flesh and blood, I shall forge a great wall among the stars. The alarm signaling the energy indicators hitting zero wailed mournfully. Liu Yao activated the all-channel broadcast, his deep and resolute voice echoing in the empty bridge. Everyone, humanity stands on the brink of extinction. We must act recklessly. At this moment, I announced to the entire fleet, I hope you can forgive my decision. The cosmos seemed to fall into silence, the human channels muted. All units, turn away from the Stargate and ignite every last ounce of our energy. Within the endless tide of insects, the flagship Dawn led the fleet, each ship illuminating in succession, engines overloaded, energy depleted, yet the brilliance of their spirit burned brightly, illuminating the void like daylight. For the Ark, we shall meet our end. The battered silver wolf became increasingly darkened, the power of the stars coursing through its massive form, enveloping the entire flagship, burning, consuming, transforming into a sharp spear that pierced the darkness alongside countless starships. There was no thunderous explosion, only an overwhelming brilliance of white light. Simultaneously, the Stargate reached its maximum brightness. The transport fleet transformed into myriad streams of light, vanishing entirely into the other side of time and space. The starlight was frigid, the galaxy silent. Liu Yao suddenly opened his eyes amidst the blinding light. Beneath a soil-colored sky, the remnants of factories resembled the scars of a planet, the air thick with a stifling, rusted scent. Even after 5 years, Liu Yao could still vividly recall the day he inadvertently triggered the laws of space after grievously wounding the insect queen, landing on the planet Zealous. It was also the day his mental realm shattered, marking the end of his frontline service. Narrowing his cold, jade-like eyes, Liu Yao felt this must be a manifestation of his unresolved feelings, conjuring illusions in the face of death. For he not only witnessed the scene from 5 years ago, but also saw an Omega with amber eyes and messy black hair sitting beside him. At that moment, the Omega leaned in closer, gazing at his lips and murmuring, "Brother, you smell so good." Liu Yao replied, Chapter 15, Classmate, please calm down. So hot. Zhao, in a haze, felt engulfed by waves of heat, every breath scorching. Unable to contain himself, he searched frantically until he found a cool spot, then unhesitatingly rolled onto it. Brother, you smell so good. The fresh, icy scent was reminiscent of the crisp auroras over a snowy expanse, compelling Zhao to lean in closer. Inhale once more and again. Zhao resembled a petulant creature, yearning for affection, nearly burying his head into the elongated neck of the man beside him, ready to roll about in contentment. It was not that he refrained from doing so. Rather, the owner of that neck had gently pushed him away. Liu Yao, classmate, please remain composed. Zhao, haimem, komikrozer. In that fleeting moment, Liu Yao, who had, just a second ago, felt on the brink of madness, could only muster the strength to feebly push the Omega away, desperately seeking to distance himself from the faint, delicate scent of pheromones. He recalled that the Central Military Academy was currently conducting assessments on Zeroth Star, and judging by the Omega's youthful appearance, he surmised that the other was a freshman. Yet, what could have led him here? With great difficulty, Lu Yao turned his head to the side, only to behold his old comrade, who appeared to be a mere silhouette, his body shimmering with fissures, a pair of green eyes mirroring his own, fixed upon him in quiet observation. In that instant, Lu Yao felt a swell of emotion, almost to the point of tears, for this was his spirit entity, and they had not met in years. Pajun, was it you who saved him? The silver wolf remained silent, yet Lu Yao comprehended everything. He had never anticipated that he would find himself on the desolate Zeroth Star, rescuing an Omega in the throes of differentiation, clearly experiencing a false heat. The Empire had long entered an era where differentiation commenced at birth. Thus, even he was encountering such a situation for the very first time. To complicate matters further, the Omega, having been pushed away, found no comfort at his neck and pressed his fair, delicate cheek gently against Lu Yao's rugged palm, nuzzling softly like a small animal. The Adam's apple bobbed, and the sweetly tinged freshness of the pheromones washed over him, causing the composed and disciplined Alpha to question his own resolve for the first time. Adorable. I wish to bite. Yet, Zhao was once again engulfed by a wave of heat, his mind dulled to the point of near incapacity, and his craving for coolness had reached its zenith. It was unbearable. As a person who inherently valued propriety and reason, he refrained from leaning in again. Instead, gazing at Lu Yao with his translucent amber cat eyes, filled with yearning. Lu Yao, in that moment, he felt that commanding 1,000 troops would be far simpler than navigating the scene before him. The young Omega's breath was overwhelmingly heated. Even the mere exhalation upon his palm made Lu Yao's breath grow ragged, his body trembling. It was evident that if they continued in this manner, they would both succumb to heat within half an hour, a proposition that was surely unwise. Forgive me. Lu Yao fixed his gaze upon the Omega seated before him, his cold emerald eyes akin to a stark, ethereal aurora, strikingly sharp and resplendent like the very pheromones they exuded. Zhao tilted his head, his muddled mind momentarily clearing. Our current state is perilous, and I have no suppressants at hand, nor the means to escort you to safety in a timely manner. Zhao blinked in confusion. The next moment, his amber cat eyes widened in reproach as Lu Yao withdrew his hand, as if to chastise him for his insensitivity. Unbeknownst to him, the warm hand then glided to the nape of the youth's neck, the rough pads of his fingers meeting the Omega's soft skin, instantly pulling the boy into his embrace. A sharp pain pierced the nape of his neck. Initially, it felt like the chilling brilliance of a celestial aurora, soon to be replaced by the searing inferno of falling stars. What follows the flames? Ah, how delightful! Is it the essence of fine spirits? Zhao's consciousness gradually returned amidst the mark, instinctively struggling to free himself from the Alpha's grip on his neck. Lu Yao, sensing the struggle, should have released his hold. Yet instead, he seized the small Omega's hand, deepening the mark while restraining the youth. It's all right. A mere slumber will suffice, he murmured, softly licking the droplets of blood from the boy's gland, his voice tender yet undeniably harsh. Chapter 16. What constitutes a surprise? This is what a surprise is. The golden sky gradually dimmed. Here, there were no dazzling stars, only a gray, lifeless night. The reinforcements from the 7th Legion arrived in the dead of night. Military starships descending upon the planet, sealing off the entire Zeroth star. 5 S-class Tarkin Scorpions and nearly 100 A-class Tar Scorpions were discovered on Zeroth, with casualties among students still being tallied. We hope the Legion will provide a reasonable explanation. Alpha Instructor Brian crossed his arms, addressing Colonel Hantner, who was responsible for the rescue. Instructor Brian, we empathize with your sentiments, yet this incident is indeed peculiar. We kindly ask all personnel from the Academy to cooperate with our investigation. Colonel Hantner replied with a smile, though anxiety brewed within him. The 7th Legion had indeed swept through Zeroth, and such a grave oversight placed a significant burden on them. It was imperative to keep the faculty and students calm as they awaited discussions between the Legion's high command and the military academy to resolve the matter discreetly. As Brian prepared to speak again, Hantner interjected, "Rest assured, His Royal Highness will provide the academy with a satisfactory response." Meanwhile, as soldiers from the 7th Legion eliminated the remnants of the insectoid forces, a group of students, guided by 2 instructors, scoured the area for survivors. "We found him in the sewers. Fortunately, he had brought along hemostatic gel, or he might not have made it this far," Beta instructor Anna remarked, pushing up her glasses as she looked at Kalu being carried on a stretcher with a sigh. "ISNT, they're a Beta student from the mecha department? Have they been located?" Omega instructor Tsenwanza inquired solemnly, while using his healing mental energy to assess Kalu's mental sea, aware that he had already lost 1 student. Talia, a first-year student from Class A of the Mental Healing Department, was a naturally gifted B-Class Omega. It is known that while Alphas are born with fixed ranks, most must hone their skills through life-and-death experiences. Omegas can advance, albeit starting mostly at C-Class. Those born as B-Class Omegas often possess extraordinary talents, while A-Class Omegas are the true paragons, akin to Gu Lingxing, who also resides in Class A. "No, we only found traces of battles with the insectoids." Anna shook her head. According to Xiao Jun and others, it was suspected that the individual had drawn away a Tar Scorpion and a Tarkin Scorpion after being doused with Omega pheromone liquid. Though the Zero Zerg appeared to be only partially evolved and relatively weak, they still posed a considerable challenge for the military academy students. Not to mention, the adversary was a frail Beta devoid of mechs and psychic entities. Tsenwanza remained silent, yet he understood that the situation was likely more complicated than it seemed. Neither the 7th Legion's rescue team nor the instructors and students of the Central Military Academy noticed a small military starship rapidly piercing through the thick cloud cover, descending toward a remote factory on Zeros. Zhao's eyelashes fluttered. Amidst the beeping of medical instruments, he opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. "You've awakened. How do you feel?" As his blurry vision sharpened, Zhao first beheld a pair of cold, emerald eyes that shimmered like the aurora, deep and resplendent. "Not bad." A sudden flash of images surged through his mind, causing Zhao to stumble over his words. The strikingly handsome man before him, with a countenance reminiscent of a fine engraving, gazed at him intently and spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Have you recalled everything?" Zhao replied. "Do you believe me if I say no? What do you think?" Observing the little Omega's desperate desire to vanish into thin air, yet finding no escape, Liu Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. "I believe you. Could you please retract that smile?" Noticing the little Omega was on the verge of losing his temper, Liu Yao promptly composed his expression. "Regardless of my belief, you must now thoroughly comprehend your circumstances." As he spoke, Zhao noticed a Beta doctor in a white coat entering the room. "Hello, I am Zhi, your attending physician." After a brief greeting to Zhao and Liu Yao, Zhi got straight to the point. "Zhao, just yesterday you evolved into an A-Class Omega and awakened a healing psychic entity." Before Zhi could finish, Zhao buried himself beneath the covers like a caterpillar, seemingly preparing to cease all breathing. "What's wrong?" Liu Yao promptly pulled back the covers only to hear Zhao weakly respond. "It's nothing. Just the anxiety that had been hanging over me has finally dissipated." "Do you not wish to be an Omega?" Zhi glanced between them, observing Liu Yao and the despondent Zhao. He recalled how, when they had rushed down from the starship to find the general had been cradling the little Omega, whose face was nearly buried in the general's neck. "Can I simply choose not to be one?" Zhao looked at Zhi, a spark igniting in his amber eyes. "Unless you undergo a gonadectomy." Seeing Zhao's eyes brighten at the suggestion, Zhi quickly added with a forced smile, "However, such an action would not only contravene Imperial law, but also inflict irreversible damage on your body. According to centuries of Imperial data, Omega with damaged glands rarely live past 30. The light in Zhao's eyes dimmed. Yet Zhi's explanation was not yet concluded. Of course, most perish on the spot. Once again, Zhao covered his face with a blanket, feeling as though death might be a preferable option. Damn the tribulation. Initially, I thought being reduced to a Beta was unfortunate enough, But now, stranded on a desolate planet, I have inexplicably transformed into a reproductive omega, akin to a delectable morsel for the insectoid species. Is it still possible for me to continue as a beta, concealing my omega identity? Since I am already here, it seems that Zhao is not truly destined for demise. However, as an independent cultivator, he understands all too well that publicly embracing the rarity of being an omega would only invite insurmountable troubles. Then, he heard Zhao assert, "It is not permissible. Such an action violates Imperial law." Zhao responded, "So, could you enlighten me on what does not contravene the law?" Chapter 17. All right. What is the difference between this and defecating in public? Observing Zhao's evident exasperation, Zhao could only clear his throat strategically before redirecting the conversation. "We can temporarily set aside the matter of openly declaring your gender. As your attending physician, I must regrettably inform you of some unfortunate news. Your differentiation is incomplete." Zhao, this is utterly maddening. You did not suddenly evolve into an omega. Rather, you have always been an omega, though your differentiation was suppressed for some reason, causing it to manifest only now. The consequence of this delayed differentiation is that while your gonads have matured, your reproductive cavity has lagged in development, resulting in an unstable pheromone level due to the disparity between the two. Zhao felt exhausted. "Speak plainly, please." Dr. Zhao, displaying understanding for his patient's discomfort, professionally elaborated. "From this, I deduce that you're suffering from pheromone disorder syndrome. Until your reproductive cavity is fully developed, you will endure a prolonged period of pheromone instability, potentially accompanied by episodes of false estrus." Zhao, what difference does that make from defecating in public? Yet he recalled that in this world, there exist inhibitors for AOs. To his dismay, Zhao continued, "The more distressing news is that your pheromone disorder syndrome stems from the underdevelopment of your reproductive cavity. Thus, it cannot be treated with omega inhibitors." In Zhao's words, should the inhibitor suppress Zhao's pheromone secretion, his reproductive cavity might deteriorate due to insufficient nourishment from pheromones, leading to the demise of his gonads. The death of the gonads equates to the death of the omega. However, if he refrains from using inhibitors and succumbs to daily episodes of estrus, he might as well embrace death. So, does this mean I am doomed to perish? Zhao felt utterly at a loss. Fortunately, Zhao finally began to speak plainly. "Not at all. As long as you can find a highly compatible alpha to assist with your treatment, I am confident that I can restore you completely within 2 years." Zhao, jolted awake from his despair, felt a glimmer of hope return to his amber feline eyes. Why did you not mention this sooner? Is it as simple as allowing him to bite me? He had just endured the false estrus Zhao had described, although the memory was distressing. A mere bite did not seem overly daunting. After all, during his ventures in the realm of cultivation, he had encountered numerous beasts, each with their own bite to offer. Indeed, that is correct, but certainly it is not merely a single bite. Before Zhao could finish his words, Zhao resolutely turned to Liu Yao, who had been silent beside him, and said, "A single bite is indeed a bite, and 2 bites are also a bite. As long as you assist me in healing. Once I become a mental strength therapist, I shall prioritize providing treatment for you." What do you say? Zhao was taken aback. He felt that the scheming of this young Omega was about to burst forth upon their leader's face. Setting aside the fact that his mental strength had just awakened and was uncertain when it might stabilize, even if he were to successfully stabilize it, it would likely prove challenging to aid their leader's current condition. In truth, as long as you are willing to provide treatment for an alpha, I believe a considerable number of alphas would be more than willing to extend their assistance to you, Liu Yao candidly remarked. Then, would you be willing to assist me? Zhao inquired, gazing at the strikingly handsome and formidable man before him, attempting to discern a trace of emotion from his cold, jade-like eyes. Why me? Liu Yao's deep voice remained calm. However, this time he did not await Zhao's response, but rather posed a rhetorical question to himself. Because I have marked you. You inherently feel a sense of dependence on me at this moment, rather than genuinely believing in my merits. Zhao was momentarily taken aback, yet Liu Yao's words continued. Zhao, the first lesson of becoming an Omega is to not easily trust all alphas, including me, who has saved you and marked you. Chapter 18. 2 is just right. 3 is superfluous. Lu Yao's words momentarily plunged the three into silence, and Shuja instinctively turned his gaze toward Ji Zhao. He was acutely aware of their leader's lack of empathy, yet Ji Zhao was, after all, a young Omega, freshly marked by their leader. For the vast majority of Omegas with delicate nerves, being rejected in such a manner by their alpha would undoubtedly lead to tears of distress. Moreover, given that Ji Zhao was unwell, the turmoil of pheromones within him would similarly affect his emotions. Then Shuja heard Ji Zhao say, "I do not intend to trust you. I merely believe you are a suitable trading partner for me." Guzi, him? If not for Lu Yao being right beside them, Shuja would have earnestly urged the young Omega to open his eyes. Who does not know that their leader is notorious for taking advantage of others, a reputation that even nobles and interstellar pirates have grown weary of? Yet Ji Zhao paid no heed to Chuja's frantic gestures, his amber feline eyes sparkling with mischief as if dipped in honey. "You are strong, resourceful, capable, and intelligent. Most importantly, you have no interest in me as an Omega." Lu Yao lowered his gaze, his thin lips curving into the faintest smile, causing his originally restrained aura to become overwhelmingly assertive. "Then why should I assist you? Is it out of kindness?" "Certainly not." The youth's cat-like eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning whether Lu Yao truly believed his own words. However, Lu Yao appeared undeterred by skepticism. Thus, Ji Zhao had no choice but to speak plainly. "It is, of course, because you need me as well. Otherwise, you would not be wasting time here with me. Would you, sir?" "Guzi?" Suddenly turning to Lu Yao, Chuja felt that he was indeed the intellectual lowland of this room. The fact that Lu Yao did not immediately refute Ji Zhao indicated that the latter's words were not mere alarmism. However, the situation with the leader was both correct and incorrect. The oppressive aura surrounding Lu Yao dissipated in an instant, and at that moment, he extended his long fingers to gently touch the boy's fair forehead. "I marked you just yesterday, and, as your temporary alpha, I am obliged to provide you with pheromones during the duration of this mark, especially while you're undergoing a period of pheromone disruption." It seemed that he confirmed the temperature on Ji Zhao's forehead had lowered before slowly retracting his hand. "Moreover, I have discovered that your healing-type mental power is rather unique, and it might indeed be beneficial to me. However, all of this must wait until your mental realm stabilizes completely and you can successfully summon your spiritual entity. Shall we consider our agreement established?" Ji Zhao raised his gaze to the man, the fine strands of black hair framing his face, accentuating his pallid complexion, reminiscent of a cold, yet somewhat dazed porcelain doll. Clearly, he was an exceptionally beautiful little Omega. Lu Yao withdrew his gaze, slowly rising as he affirmed, "Established." The moment Ji Zhao heard those two words, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Yet, this was not the conclusion of their conversation. "Sir, is it truly impossible to keep my identity as an Omega concealed?" Lu Yao remained silent for 2 seconds before responding to Chuja. His current physical condition is still unstable, and there is a possibility of developmental failure in the reproductive cavity. Therefore, he is not yet a true Omega, correct? Chuja appeared somewhat troubled, yet this reasoning could indeed be used to delay Ji Zhao's gender change for a while longer. "Then we shall postpone for now." After solidifying this point, Lu Yao turned back to Ji Zhao once more, the originally cold, emerald-like hue of his eyes shifting to a gentler lake green under the changing light. "Additionally, my name is Lu Yao. As your temporary alpha, I believe you ought to know my name." Chapter 19. Do not interfere. They all have their own thoughts. This time, a total of 569 students perished in our military academy, including 1 rare B-grade Omega, 53 alphas, and 515 betas. Within the temporary headquarters of the Central Military Academy, 3 teachers convened with high-ranking officials from the 7th Legion, discussing the recent incident. "Teacher Anna, our Legion's rescue team has conducted a thorough investigation, and we truly do not understand why these S-grade insects appeared so suddenly." The high-ranking officials were not merely deflecting blame. They too felt perplexed. Although the 7th Legion was indeed not as formidable as the preceding 6 legions, it should not have experienced such a significant oversight. My students are all in their prime years. Do you think their lives can be brushed aside with a few dismissive words? Anna slammed her hand on the table. Compared to Brian and Senwanza, she was the one who felt the most heartache in this assessment, as the casualties among the beta students were the most severe, and these ordinary children had been the most diligent. Rest assured, our Legion has promptly reviewed the casualty list from the assessment. I will arrange for a dedicated individual to contact their families immediately and provide them with adequate compensation. The higher-ups were not angered by Anna's demeanor. On the contrary, they smiled with increasing warmth, stating, "At present, it is a crucial time for His Highness the Grand Prince. He has already made contact with the senior management of your academy. Teacher Anna, I trust you comprehend my meaning?" Upon hearing these words from the Legion's leadership, even the dimmest of minds would understand that it was a subtle reminder for her to remain silent. "Move aside, do not obstruct me." Meanwhile, within the student camp, a disheveled Zhao Jun recklessly burst into the S-Class Team S quarters, his eyes bloodshot. He had spent an entire day and night searching for someone alongside Teacher Anna, and had just returned to the camp when he learned that a bonfire had already been lit in the S-Class camp to please a certain Omega. "What are you making such a ruckus about?" Gu Jingtao irritably rose from beside the bonfire, glaring at the beta standing before him. Not only he, but also Ku Lon Rockefeller, 2 first-year students, and Gu Lingxing all lifted their heads in unison. "What is all this noise?" Xiu Yun left. "You must be Gu Jingtao, right? Brother of Ji Zhao. We went through great pains to seek your assistance, and what did you do? Did you go to rescue him? Don't you think you should at least check on him, considering he is your brother? Even if he were just an ordinary classmate. Wouldn't that be the decent thing to do?" Gu Jingtao's arrogance faltered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure and responded forcefully. "I have never acknowledged him as my brother. Only Xingxing is my brother. Indeed, this false brother sheds a few crocodile tears. And you all rush to light bonfires and comfort him. What about the other one? I fear he has already met a tragic end, yet you seem unconcerned." Xiao Jun's words ignited whispers among the onlookers, for the gossip surrounding the Gu family was not common knowledge. Gu Jingtao appeared momentarily dazed by Xiao Jun's remarks, failing to retort immediately. It was Kulon Rockefeller who then lifted his striking azure eyes, speaking with a cold and indifferent tone, since he chose the military academy. He must be prepared for the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. As for Lingxing, do you not feel remorse discussing another's private matters in public? The Omega, with reddened eyes from evident weeping, bore a tear stain resembling a brilliant yet fragile gem, evoking sympathy from all. Indeed, do not dare to attack Lingxing. Gu Jingtao's fist collided with Xiao Jun's face. At that moment, Lingxing was the one who wished most fervently to rescue Ji Zhao, and was now the most heartbroken. However, Ji Zhao was merely a beta. Even if we had gone, it would likely have been too late. It would be wiser to save those classmates who could still be helped. Gu Jingtao spoke as if persuading Xiao Jun, yet also convincing himself. Regardless, Ji Zhao was already gone. This was neither Lingxing's fault nor his own. Yes, it is all Ji Zhao's doing. Meanwhile, the self-indulgent Ji Zhao, having rested soundly through the night, encountered his attending physician once more the following afternoon. "How are you feeling? Is it any better?" "Much better," Ji Zhao nodded, then raised his hand in a gesture before Chu Zhe. Before his eyes, a flower bud gradually unfurled amidst waves of azure light. The unique vibrations of healing psychic energy rippling outward like gentle ripples, revitalizing Tsuje's weary spirit after a long night. What unfolded before him was none other than the Omega's distinctive plant-like psychic entity, the 1,000-petaled azure lotus. Yet, before his astonishment could linger, he heard Ji Zhao's voice. Laden with exasperation, it seems to have a mind of its own. What if we release it and cannot retrieve it? Tsuja responded with a puzzled expression. In Chapter 20, having experienced poverty in his previous life, he felt utterly hopeless in this one. Outside the small starship, Ji Zhao gazed at the 1,000-petaled azure lotus that floated serenely before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. He recognized this so-called lotus, originally known as the chaotic divine flower. one of the 10 supreme sacred herbs in his world, which he had consumed prior to undergoing tribulations for self-preservation. Now, although it had transformed into his psychic entity, it stubbornly resisted his control. I have already attempted various methods to coax it back, yet this psychic entity seems reluctant to return to my psychic Zhao. Being a beta, lacked the intimate understanding of psychic entities that one who possessed them would have. Thus, he turned to lead Zhao towards Lu Yao. Reluctant to return? The Alpha, clad in a well-tailored black and gold military uniform, exuded an air of sharpness with broad shoulders and long legs. As he lowered his gaze upon Zhao, the latter felt diminutive, akin to a mere gourd. To his surprise, the psychic entity began to twirl and gracefully settled into the expansive palm of the Alpha. Delicate azure ripples of psychic energy cascaded outward, causing each petal of the azure lotus to unfurl involuntarily, momentarily captivating Lu Yao's gaze. Almost simultaneously, several other military-clad alphas in the vicinity turned their heads in astonishment towards Lu Yao and Zhao. Such pure, healing, psychic energy. I believe you have already assisted me, Lu Yao remarked. Huh? Zhao was perplexed, but the next moment he felt his psychic energy being abruptly siphoned away, taking with it the azure lotus from Lu Yao's hand, leaving him engulfed in a wave of dizziness and nausea. Had it not been for Lu Yao's firm grip around his waist, supporting him against his frame, Zhao feared he might have collapsed on the spot. His psychic energy, just awakened, was already insufficient, and the sudden depletion left him in dire need of crystal stones and insect cores for replenishment. Zhao conducted a brief examination and swiftly diagnosed Zhao's condition. What cores? What stones? Zhao queried, confusion evident in his eyes. Seemingly perceiving his bewilderment, Zhao, with a tone of frustration, explained, "Your Omega psychic energy is unique. It can heal and replenish an Alpha psychic energy, yet no one can restore yours. Thankfully, the Empire has discovered insect cores and several rare high-grade ores, which have alleviated this issue." Before Zhao's words could fully resonate, a tall Alpha approached briskly. Zhao watched as the Alpha opened a black velvet pouch, revealing a dazzling array of treasures, while Lu Yao casually selected a few and presented them before Zhao. This is the Crimson Flame, Crystal, and Pulsating Stone, products of the Empire, limited by the conditions of zeros. Please select some that you fancy to use for now. Lu Yao's tone was calm, as if he were offering not invaluable gemstones, but mere discarded stones from the roadside. Zhao remarked, "Excellent. He is transformed once again into a voracious beast after falling ill." For as Lu Yao presented these crystals, he meticulously scanned his mind, realizing that the original owner must toil for an entire month to afford even a single crystal before him. As for obtaining the bug core, he was already aware of the arduous process involved. Thus, he could only glance at the crystals in Lu Yao's hands and then look up at his Alpha, asking, "Are these the consultation fees?" Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. "If not, I shall consider alternative methods." Zhao replied drily. Having never experienced wealth in his past life, he found himself even more financially strained in this life, until he noticed the Alpha behind him, whose chest trembled slightly, gazing down at him with deep, aurora-like eyes. Smiling as he said, "No need. I possess ample consultation fees." Sustaining a small Omega, allowing him to avoid seeking other means, is no challenge at all. Zhao responded, "Oh." At the behest of the angelic investor, Zhao was swiftly returned to his study with a package of premium crystals and a manual on Omega etiquette that Zhao had specially prepared for him. It was only then that Zhao had the opportunity to share some of his findings with Lu Yao. "Boss, I suspect Zhao's delayed differentiation is not a mere coincidence, as I have discovered trace amounts of an unidentified drug within him, which I suspect is related to a banned genetic virus." "A genetic virus?" Lu Yao's expression darkened slightly. If memory served, Zhao had perished from a genetic illness in his previous life, the day before the assessment on zeros. His knowledge of this matter was thanks to Zhao, who had once been an expert in genetic engineering and thus paid particular attention to genetic diseases. However, given the limited conditions aboard the starship, Whether it truly is the genetic virus, I suspect will need to be confirmed after returning to the capital star for further research. The refined beta was always meticulous. Yet upon recalling Zhao's bewildered demeanor, he couldn't help but express further concern. The data indicates that Zhao yearns for familial affection, and the Gu family is always judged by talent. Previously, as a beta, they were indifferent, but now that they know he is a high-ranking Omega, their attitude may undergo a complete transformation. At that time, our leader and Zhao need not be informed of this matter for now. Liu Yao cast his gaze down at his palm, where a faint azure mental energy seemed to linger, bringing a moment of tranquility to his pained, cracked mental sea. Rather than informing you and me, I hope he can witness it with his own eyes. Shuju was taken aback. Yet Liu Yao had already turned to the Alpha, who had just presented crystals to Zhao, saying, Lin Heng within 2 days. I want the news of the 7th Legion's dereliction of duty and the incidents involving a large number of military academy students on zeros to be known by all. Understood. Chapter 21. Just escaped the tiger's mouth, only to enter the wolf's den. How unfortunate. Xiao Jun, a mere first-year student, could be forgiven, but how could you, as a third-year alpha of the Mecha Combat Department, so carelessly lay hands on a junior? The following morning, in the temporary office of the Central Military Academy's camp, Brian was gazing sternly at the 2 unruly students before him. Among them, the beta, the chubby Xiao Jun, bore the marks of a recent altercation, with bruises marring his face and a noticeable pallor that suggested he had lost considerable weight over the past 2 days. In stark contrast, Gu Jingtao stood upright, exuding the distinctive aura of a high-ranking alpha. I take full responsibility for the assault on my junior, Gu Jingtao confessed. Upon hearing this, Brian redirected his attention toward Xiao Jun. And you, do you believe you are blameless? Brian paced thoughtfully, organizing his thoughts before attempting to console them. I understand your concern for your roommate, Zhao. The faculty shares in your sorrow, but alas, the dead cannot be resurrected. Teacher Brian, something terrible has happened. Before Brian could finish his sentence, an agitated third-year alpha burst into the room, brimming with excitement. What now? Can't you see the teacher is addressing student matters? To everyone's surprise, the alpha seemed unfazed by the reprimand and shouted with glee, Zhao has come back to life. Brian, outside the camp, Zhao was making his way back, clad in the same gear he wore when he left the squad, appearing somewhat disheveled. A throng of military students gawked at him with the eagerness of monkeys witnessing something extraordinary. Yijik. Hearing his name called, Zhao instinctively stepped aside as a hefty figure barreled toward him, narrowly avoiding a collision that would have sent the boy tumbling. Unperturbed, the chubby student insisted on embracing him, weeping profusely. Oh, it's so wonderful you're alive, Zhao. I thought I would never see you again. Zhao responded, crying is fine, but your snot is getting on my clothes. Fortunately, Xiao Jun was quickly pulled away, and Zhao found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of a tall alpha instructor, who after a lengthy pause, inhaled deeply and inquired, Are you truly Zhao? What value do I possess that might warrant impersonation? Zhao remained noncommittal. However, this reasoning successfully convinced Brian. For Zhao, an average beta with scarcely 2 friends at the academy, presented little incentive for someone to impersonate him. Subsequently, Zhao underwent a brief inquiry from 3 teachers and 1 officer, primarily regarding how he had evaded 2 high-tier insectoids and where he had been these past few days. His responses were straightforward. The high-tier insectoids had pursued him for a short distance before turning on each other, while the victorious S-class insectoid inexplicably altered its course. For the past few days, he had taken refuge in an abandoned factory, fearing the insectoids and remaining hidden until he finally mustered the courage to emerge last night, only to find that the creatures had vanished. Then came the search for the camp, and it proceeded seamlessly to their reunion. Well, your ability to return is commendable. Quickly return to rest with your roommate. Anna gently reassured Zhao a couple of times before allowing him to depart with Xiao Jun. Upon arriving at his temporary tent with Xiao Jun, Zhao learned that Maitremid had been detained. The absence of an Omega from your team is indeed significant. However, given the current attitude of the school and the 7th Legion, this matter should be suppressed. At this moment, Zhao Jun had changed into a different outfit and was using a healing device to treat the bruising on his face. Maitramit's grandfather is a congressman. Though not as illustrious as your Gu family, he belongs to one of the prominent families in the capital star, so it is likely he won't be held for long. Ji Zhao sat on the sleeping bag assigned to him, listening to Zhao Jun's complaints while organizing his personal belongings. He had been brought to the vicinity early that morning by Lu Yao and others because they intended to leave Zealous secretly. Both he and Lu Yao believed that returning to the military academy's team was preferable to following them away. By the way, what about your alpha teammate, Chloe? Do you know where he was found? In the sewer. TSK. It was fortunate that he managed to retrieve a life. As the bruising on Zhao Jun's face gradually faded, he began to sneak glances at Ji Zhao. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he recalled Ji Zhao's beauty. Among betas, he was indeed a rarity. Yet after a few days apart, Zhao Jun felt that Ji Zhao had become even more fair and exquisite. I heard you want to seek my aid with your captain and even took a beating from Gu Jingtao for me. Ye Zhou suddenly spoke, causing Zhao Jun to scratch his head in embarrassment. We have been roommates for 3 months. Had you not reminded us that day, none of us might have escaped. Regardless. Thank you. Zhao Jun. Ji Zhao's amber eyes fixed on Zhao Jun, and this gratitude was sincere. His heartfelt acknowledgement left Zhao Jun momentarily at a loss for words. Well, don't hold it against me. I thought you were dead, which is why I rushed to berate your second brother and scolded Gu Lingxing, inadvertently provoking Kairan Rockefeller. He was aware of Ji Zhao's sentiments towards Gu Jingtao and Kairan. Had he not believed Ji Zhao was dead, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. Then Ji Zhao remarked, "It's done. I'll practice my combat skills diligently and strive to give Gu Jingtao and his companions a good beating." Zhao Jun responded with disbelief. Setting aside the illegality of attacking Gu Lingxing, an Omega, Gu Jingtao is an S-class alpha, and Kairan Rockefeller is a rarest S-class. How could a beta confront them? While Ji Zhao and Zhao Jun engaged in casual conversation, they also caught wind of some gossip from the S-class camp. It was merely that Ji Zhao had seemingly returned from the dead, and Gu Lingxing was clamoring to see him, only to be thwarted by Gu Jingtao and 2 other first-year teammates. They claimed to want to see Ji Zhao, but Ji Zhao would not cherish their goodwill. A white-eyed wolf is not worth it. To this, Ji Zhao couldn't even spare a glance, merely tightening his grip on the special military-grade barrier agent and high-grade crystal in his bag, meticulously contemplating his Omega identity. Initially, 3 teachers and all students accepted the possibility of being stranded on the planet Zealous for several more days, awaiting the 7th Legion to resolve the situation adequately. However, during the night, the 7th Legion's negligence resulted in a failure to thoroughly cleanse Zealous, leading to the emergence of 5 S-class Zerg and numerous A-class Zerg within the military academy's assessment, resulting in significant casualties among the students. This shocking news spread rapidly across the Star Network. Countless Imperial netizens fervently expressed their concerns, demanding an explanation from the 7th Legion and questioning why the Central Military Academy had not promptly reported the incident. Meanwhile, Ji Zhao and his peers were abruptly summoned to pack up, and all students swiftly boarded the North Star vessel, hastening their return to school. By the time they landed at the familiar school airfield, discussions about the incident had reached a fever pitch online. One of the most talked about threads was titled "Incompetent Beta Drags Down the Entire Team," leading to the untimely demise of a high-ranking Omega. Ye Zhou, we kindly request your cooperation with us. Ji Zhao responded, "Thank you for the invitation, but I have just disembarked from the starship and find myself inexplicably detained." Chapter 22. May I take a look at your mind? As Ji Zhao was taken away by the investigative team, online discussions intensified, with 5 S-class Tahikan Scorpions and multiple A-class Tahi Scorpions. How did the 7th Legion fail to cleanse Zealous? Over 500 students from the Central Military Academy, all potential future elites of the military, had been affected. Moreover, the sacrifice of a high-ranking Omega necessitated a thorough investigation. It is well known that Omegas attract the attention of Zerg. Thus, if a beta were to be included in such a team, it should be one with exceptional qualities. Initially, discussions remained relatively civil, But soon, with the rise of the first trending topic concerning betas, increasingly bizarre comments began to surface. Can you believe it? That beta in the Omega team is notoriously useless, not to mention from Class F, often exhibiting erratic behavior and lacking friends at school. Indeed, with his physical condition, it is likely that the three alphas in the team not only had to protect the Omega, but also had to spare time to safeguard him. Insider information suggests that this beta abandoned his teammates, fleeing with a few other betas from a different team. Is that true? That team not only lost an Omega, but her alpha brother also sacrificed himself to protect her, while the vice captain sustained severe injuries and fell unconscious. The captain, reportedly, was merely holding on despite his illness, and the Omega who perished was said to be in a romantic relationship with him. So tragic? One team faced devastation, while that solitary beta remains unscathed. Draw your own conclusions. In a luxurious garden mansion on the Capital Star, a middle-aged alpha-clad in military uniform observed the escalating public discourse online. His brow furrowed in concern. General, if we amplify the narrative of the beta dragging down the entire team, the public sentiment will likely shift toward a conflict among the three gender groups, which should significantly diminish scrutiny on our legion, suggested the Minister of Information, smiling as he presented the crisis response and its anticipated effects to Prin Watson. As the leader of the 7th Legion, this incident had undoubtedly provoked considerable ire. Since public opinion is being manipulated in this manner, it is imperative that Beta acquiesce to this situation. Moreover, the Mitt family, in their quest to protect their interests, must also exhibit a degree of sincerity. Prin Watson rubbed his temples, infuriated by the sudden emergence of this incident, which had been otherwise well managed. His sister, Lady Bethiz, the Emperor's consort, had just communicated with him, expressing her discontent regarding her nephew, the current crown prince. Therefore, he must handle this matter adeptly, ensuring it does not adversely affect the crown prince. Rest assured, the school has already dispatched personnel to negotiate with this beta. I am confident he will cooperate with our efforts, the Minister of Information assured, patting his chest. Meanwhile, in a conference room of the Central Military Academy, Zhao sat expressionless across from Michael Mitt. In stark contrast to Zhao's composed demeanor, Michael appeared utterly fatigued, his once handsome features now pallid and devoid of color, as if he might collapse at any moment. Seated at the head of the table were three instructors accompanying this assessment, along with several unfamiliar high-ranking officials from the academy and military officers clad in uniforms. The sacrifice of Omega Talia had garnered significant attention from both the Academy and the 7th Legion, as well as from the citizens of various planets. As Talia's teammate, we have summoned you for questioning, and we hope you will not withhold any information. The leading official's stern gaze swept over Zhao and Michael, his voice devoid of emotion. Zhao remained silent, but Michael Mitt was the first to speak. Our team comprised 3 alphas, 1 omega, and 1 beta. As the primary combat force of the group, I have slain numerous insectoid foes and provided cover for all team members during critical retreats. As for Zhao, noticing Michael hesitating, an officer promptly urged continue. At this, Michael cast a glance at Zhao and continued. He was consistently uncooperative with our team's maneuvers and, during the pivotal battle against an S-class insectoid, abandoned me and 3 other team members to flee with his beta squad, which included his roommate. As he spoke, Michael's indignation grew palpable. Had they not retreated at such a crucial moment, Talia and Celia would not have perished, and Chloe would not still be in a coma. Zhao, is what Michael is stating accurate? The senior official's piercing gaze bore into Zhao, seemingly considering his actions disgraceful, attempting to intimidate him with mere eye contact. However, Zhao merely replied coolly, I recall the Academy possesses competition recording devices. Surely you can ascertain the truth from those. But before he finished speaking, one of the accompanying instructors, Brian, interjected, due to the emergence of multiple S-class insectoids, our recording equipment failed to transmit and document the footage due to hive consciousness interference. Your team's recording devices, unfortunately, are all damaged. His tone was hesitant, particularly regarding the assertion that all recording devices were irreparably compromised. However, the senior officials of the Academy seemed oblivious to the underlying doubts and once again inquired of Zhao, Please answer my question directly. Michael claims you fled with the remaining betas, leaving them behind to fend for themselves. Is this true? At this point, even Zhao, who was no fool, began to discern the implications. What do you wish to hear from me? That it is true, so you can condemn me outright? Please answer my question directly. The Academy's senior officials regarded Zhao coldly, sensing that he appeared somewhat different from the feeble figure depicted in rumors. It was not I who abandoned them. Rather, I alerted them through the team channel about the approaching high-level Zerg, yet they dismissed my warnings as a jest. Zhao observed the seemingly frail figure before him, while in the depths of his gaze lay a sense of triumph directed at Michael. It is futile to offer good counsel to the damned, if they wish for death. Why should I accompany them? You. The Academy's senior officials nodded, belatedly realizing the challenge posed by Zhao. The crux of the matter was that Zhao was utterly indifferent to their expressions. He continued unabashedly. The so-called assistance in covering our retreat merely stems from their inability to contend with that Thakan scorpion, leading to their slow escape, which resulted in them being pursued. Nonsense. Michael rebuked Zhao sharply. Yet due to familial pressures to maintain appearances, he deliberately sent someone to shatter his spiritual form, resulting in a feeble cough. Do you think this is the end? Subsequently, Michael also dispatched Zilia to spray Omega pheromone liquid on me, attempting to divert the attention of two high-ranking Zerg. Upon hearing this, not only did Michael's cough intensify, but the military officials could no longer contain themselves, interjecting, "Stop with the meaningless chatter. We simply want to know if you abandoned them to flee. You understand the gravity of this matter. You would do well to think carefully before responding." Zhao then replied coldly, "Do not insinuate. The answer is no. If you cannot comprehend this, perhaps you ought to consider your own intellect." Officer, Chapter 23, Zhao. Your insults are quite sophisticated. Zhao, please mind your language. This statement not only silenced the speaking officer, but also left the others present momentarily taken aback. The Academy senior officials had never encountered such an audacious student and immediately slammed their hands on the table, warning Zhao. Had it been any other freshman, they would likely have panicked on the spot. Yet Zhao, despite his youthful appearance, he had traversed a treacherous path in cultivation and had encountered all manner of peculiarities. If you wish to extract something from me, simply state it plainly. This back and forth is merely a waste of our time. The Academy's senior officials deemed Zhao utterly obstinate. Yet one of the three leading teachers, Anna, suddenly interjected, "You desire everything, yet are unwilling to offer anything in return. Do you not feel ashamed?" The officials shot a glare at Anna, but given her status as one of the leading teachers, provoking her was not advisable. Meanwhile, the officer who had been reprimanded smiled and once again regarded Zhao, saying, "Zhao, I am Colonel Harnett of the 7th Legion, and I am the military's primary representative in this incident." The youth, upon hearing these words, remained silent, his amber eyes fixed intently upon him, his complexion fairer than snow and his features exquisitely defined. He had long heard tales of this young master of the Gu family, lost to the world, and upon witnessing his appearance, it was indeed striking, albeit regrettably a beta. The incident on Zelistar was considerable, yet it was not solely the fault of our 7th Legion. Even I, dispatched for the subsequent investigation, could not ascertain the origin of those high-ranking insectoid creatures. Harnetner's words, seemingly heartfelt, were well understood by all present as mere preamble to persuade Zhao. Yet, as you have observed, our 7th Legion has been unfortunate, having encountered this calamity. Hence we must provide the public and the families of the victims with a satisfactory explanation. So, are you proposing that I be the one to deliver this? Zhao discerned Harnetner's intentions at a glance, showing no inclination to beat about the bush. Harnetner, appreciating Zhao's decisiveness, spoke plainly. As long as you acknowledge your retreat in the face of danger and assist us in diverting the public's attention, our Legion will manage all subsequent matters for you and offer a compensation that will meet your satisfaction. At this juncture, the senior officials before him had laid their cards on the table. What they sought was not the truth, but a result they desired, and they were willing to pay handsomely for it. Should Zhao acquiesce, the matter would resolve to everyone's satisfaction. Zhao inquired. For instance? In response to the youth's question, Harnitner immediately beckoned his aide, who presented a list before Zhao. It included the finest private villa on the renowned tourist planet of Calva, several million in cash, and special support for a change of name and identity. Naturally, upon accepting these gifts, you must immediately withdraw from the Central Military Academy and refrain from entering the Central Star Circle for an extended period, Harnitner emphasized with a smile. His every gesture was courteous, yet his words carried an undeniable forcefulness. However, with unwavering determination, he soon witnessed Zhao smile. The youth's bright eyes and charming smile belied a sharp tongue. But what of him? The individual he referred to was none other than Michael, seated across from him. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Michael, who had been coughing in irritation moments ago, now found amusement. Do you know who provided the villa on Calva? And what are those millions in cash? Without so much as a glance towards Michael, Zhao turned once more to Harnitner. So their family offers gifts. Your legion garners prestige, while I am left with this paltry sum, my future ruined, and my name forever tarnished in the Star Network? There's no need for such sharpness, dear Zhao, Harnitner replied, shaking his head, finding no fault in their proposal. As a beta in Class F of the Mecha Manufacturing Department at the Central Military Academy, even if you were to see battle in the future, substantial military achievements would be difficult to come by, and a position within the military would remain a distant dream. To put it bluntly, he believed Zhao should accept the offer graciously. After all, betas are numerous, and even if he was a beta admitted to the Central Military Academy, in the eyes of figures of such stature within their legion, he remained but a mere pawn. Rather than becoming a mere pawn in the future, it would be far wiser to seize the compensation now, withdraw from school, and directly embrace the lavish life one has always desired. Observing Harnitner's subtle coaxing of Zhao, Anna felt compelled to say something more, only to be restrained by Brian beside her. Though he uttered no words, his resolute shake of the head conveyed a clear message. Anna understood that he was not a malevolent individual. Rather, Brian possessed a deeper understanding of these formidable alphas than she did. If Zhao acquiesced, they would generously provide him with everything on the list and perhaps even offer a little extra to silence him further. However, should Zhao decline, their demeanor might swiftly change. Brian was reluctant to witness such a scene, yet Zhao appeared soft on the outside, while his core was as unyielding as steel. What if I refuse? The youth inquired, taking the list from the table and tearing it into shreds without a flicker of an eye. Those who pursue the path of cultivation first refine their hearts, followed by their bodies. And none who have achieved this path are without their battles against others and the heavens. A mere trifling benefit, let alone him, would likely be unacceptable even to the original owner, who endured countless hardships to ascend from an orphanage to the Central Military Academy, not to become a scapegoat or a source of shame for the fringe planets. Will you truly not reconsider? Harnitner's eyes narrowed, and his voice instinctively lowered. If you miss this opportunity, ascending the social ladder will become exceedingly difficult. He was acutely aware that the Gu family had no need for a useless beta like him. Regrettably, in the face of his sincere counsel, Zhao countered. Your attempts at persuasion have failed, sir. It is time for you to proceed to the next phase of framing me. This remark elicited a laugh from Harnitner. Yet, he was indeed willing to play along with Zhao's words. Since you insist, let it be as you wish. Harnitner clapped his hands gently, and, immediately, two familiar faces were ushered into the room. Zhao recognized these two betas. They were part of Xiao Jun's team, one from the first-year reconnaissance department and the other from the first-year mecha piloting department. Please recount what you both witnessed that day. Upon hearing this, the two betas exchanged glances, and one of them promptly spoke up. Initially, we had no intention of fleeing. It was Zhao who said a big creature was coming, urging Xiao Jun to lead us away, while leaving Captain Michael and the others behind to hold the rear. With the first to speak, the second felt less guilty. I even argued with Zhao at the time, but our captain and Xiao Jun told us that staying behind would be futile, so we followed Zhao. Harnitner nodded and then turned to Zhao, asking, "Do you have anything to say?" "Indeed," Zhao replied. "I distinctly remember only calling out to Xiao Jun to gather the others. How is it that two dogs who cannot comprehend human speech followed along?" The two betas exchanged glances, while Harnetner responded with a bemused expression. Chapter 24. Turn the table. I intend to leave everyone dissatisfied. Zhao, seated beside the main position, raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Zhao becoming increasingly peculiar. As an Omega and an experienced A-level healer, he was held in high regard at the academy and had encountered countless students. Yet, encountering someone as obstinate as Zhao was a first for him. Indeed, he comprehended the actions of the 7th Legion. With the recent cessation of the frontline conflict, both legions found themselves leaderless in the aftermath of battle, necessitating a reassessment of allegiances. While the common populace may be oblivious to the intricacies surrounding the 7th Legion, those within the inner circle are acutely aware. This is the army entrusted to His Majesty, the Emperor's most favored eldest prince, Isolde Mullen, a figure poised to ascend the throne with unparalleled prospects. Thus, he would never permit the 7th Legion to be tainted, jeopardizing his illustrious future. Consequently, a powerless beta, who is disregarded at home and holds a tarnished reputation in academia, becomes the most suitable scapegoat to draw fire. Furthermore, the 7th Legion could safeguard Michaelmit, thus rendering a favor to the MIT family. In essence, it is a triumvirate victory for the eldest prince, the 7th Legion, and the MIT family, requiring only the sacrifice of a mere Zhao. Yet, Zhao proves to be a resilient individual, clearly unwilling to capitulate. His ever-enthusiastic colleague, Zhao, observed the tightly clenched fingers of the visibly indignant Anna beside him, just as she was about to offer some words of consolation. Anna's gaze abruptly faltered upon the light brain. "Excuse me, everyone, I must step out for a moment." Anna suddenly rose, disregarding whether Hanterna acknowledged her or not, and strode purposefully toward the conference room exit, seemingly with urgent business. However, Anna was not a pivotal figure in the meeting. Thus her departure went largely unnoticed as the attention shifted back to Zhao. Zhao, cease your veiled accusations. It was you who led us to flee in the first place. At Hanterna's signal, two betas renewed their allegations against Zhao. Yet, Zhao's psychological defenses were as formidable as a fortress, and with a single retort, he nearly breached their resolve. "I ran with you. Did you not follow? Were you coerced at gunpoint?" As the two foolish students found themselves at a loss against Zhao, Hanterna's demeanor finally turned stern. "Zhao, you are well aware that resisting is futile. With their testimonies and Michael S., no one will believe you. Having failed to fabricate a charge, they resorted to intimidation?" Zhao smirked, a rare smile gracing his features. "Let me make this clear. Unless you kill me, rendering me mute for eternity, the moment you grant me even the slightest opportunity, I will ensure you bear the consequences." "You dare threaten me?" Hanterna laughed, though this time it was a genuine display of frustration. He could not fathom that he could not handle such a trivial matter. Then Zhao declared, "Indeed, I am threatening you. To be frank, I have even prepared a farewell letter on my way here, scheduled to be released automatically upon my demise." Hanterna, the assembly. Hanterna almost immediately turned to his aide, signaling him to investigate the matter without delay. However, just as the aide was about to exit, Anna stormed back into the conference room, radiating an air of indignation. If it were just her, it would have been manageable. However, behind her trailed a graceful, striped Maine Coon cat, its old recording device dangling from its neck, each step taken with an elegant lightness. Chapter 25. Such a close-up shot? Is this your notion of politeness? Meow. As if fearing that the crowd had overlooked its presence, the Maine Coon emitted a soft meow, its fluffy tail swaying in tandem. Yet, within the confines of the conference room, aside from two beta students and a bewildered Mei-Che, no one found the cat endearing. "Ms. Anna, what on earth brings you and this creature here?" A school official regarded Anna with displeasure, yet softened his tone due to some unspoken reason. "All right, quickly take the cat elsewhere to play. Otherwise, Diener will soon be looking for it." Before Anna could respond, the Maine Coon nimbly leaped onto the conference table and gracefully approached Zhao. "Meow," Zhao observed as the cat settled directly in front of him, directing the recording device toward his face, the red light indicating it was operational. Clearly, Someone was scrutinizing him through this feline. Ms. Anna, the school official urged once more. However, before he could finish, the Maine Coon abruptly turned to him, the recording device's red light intensifying, projecting a line of crimson text onto the white wall behind him. You may continue. I am listening. Accompanying this was a chilling, mechanical female voice reminiscent of a military academy's AI, cold and devoid of warmth. In an instant, beads of sweat formed on the forehead of the school official. This was no mere cat. It was evident that Dean was observing them through this creature. It is indeed rare for you, Dinar, to concern yourself with such trivial matters. Harnett attempted to approach with pleasantries, but was deterred by the cat's bared teeth and its low, menacing growl. Zhao is a student in my mecha manufacturing department. As the department head, I have the right to attend this case, the mechanical voice stated coldly once more. The cat once again turned, squatting before Zhao, pressing its face against his in an unyielding manner, delivering an unparalleled close-up. Zhao remained silent, while Anna returned to her seat, a faint smile gracing her lips in response to the astonished gazes from Brian and Sinwanza. Even she had not anticipated that a stranger's information regarding Dean would lead her to actually encounter the individual. What astonished her further was the willingness of the dean to intervene in the matter concerning an ordinary beta student. Unbeknownst to Zhao, the essence of his dean, the atmosphere in the conference room had palpably shifted since the cat's arrival. The school officials had fallen silent, and Harnett, previously assertive, exchanged glances with several officers, seemingly engaged in hushed deliberations. Even Mei Che had glanced repeatedly at the holographic device in his hand, casting a dark and frustrated look toward Zhao. Zhao was unclear and indifferent, yet this did not hinder his sense of exhilaration. However, his joy lasted merely 10 minutes before a phone call interrupted him. A special reminder that displayed only the word mom. Who? Zhao's mind whirled for a moment before he recalled that he had no mother, but the original owner of this body did. The caller was none other than Xia Shui, the esteemed A-level Omega therapist and matriarch of the Gu family's second branch. Despite being motherless, Zhao hesitated for 3 seconds before ultimately answering Xia Shui's call. Chapter 26. Do not call me again. I fear Lu Yao will misunderstand hello. Zhao, are you listening? A distinctly unfamiliar, yet elegant female voice emanated from the light brain, not strange to Zhao himself, but rather to the consciousness of this body, in the original owner's memories. This was the 2nd month since he had learned of his identity as the 3rd young master of the Gu family, during which he had only met the family's parents once. The Omega in the memory was youthful and beautiful, with the same jet black hair as his own. Her smile revealed 2 charming dimples, exuding warmth and approachability. In contrast, the Alpha was far more serious, his striking beauty imbued with an aloofness that rendered him nearly unapproachable. Nevertheless, that did not imply that Xia Shui was easily accessible. For the original owner, this gentle Omega mother was, in fact, a more formidable presence. Yi Zhou, I heard you've been sulking with Xing Xing recently. He is a sincere child. He didn't mean to take your place. It was all an accident, you know? The Omega gently advised Zhao, her words laced with a hint of reproach for his perceived immaturity. In Xia Shui's view, Zhao would respond as he had in the past, obediently apologizing and promising not to repeat his behavior. Yet the reality was starkly different. I don't know, Zhao replied, leaving the conference room with unwavering composure. If this is all you wanted to discuss, I believe our conversation can come to an end. Xia Shui fell silent, momentarily taken aback, before instinctively softening her tone. What has come over you, child? I've never heard you speak like this before. It's nothing. You will see me often in the future, Zhao replied. Xia Shui, unfazed, Zhao continued after a brief contemplation, if possible. I would prefer you refrain from calling me again. I fear my new associates may misunderstand. Xia Shui, noticing her silence, Zhao prepared to hang up the call, reasoning that this unexpected communication was likely ill-intentioned. However, his hand hesitated. Almost immediately, a rustling sound came from the other end, followed by a deep, steady male voice. Zhao, I need you to agree to the terms of the 7th Legion. If you comply, The doors of the Gu family will open for you once you acquire your new identity. Before the man could finish his sentence, a busy tone interrupted the call. Undeterred, Zhao dialed again, only to be met with the notification that he had been blocked. Reflecting on the situation, Zhao pondered that he still needed a more secure approach. He subsequently blacklisted Alpha's father, Gu Xuechen, his elder brother Gu Hanzhou, his second brother Gu Jingtao, and the nearly overlooked Kalin Rockefeller. Yet, feeling that this was insufficient, he meticulously perused his contact list, even adding the Gu family's steward to the blacklist. Meanwhile, on the other side, after failing to reach Zhao through his holographic communicator, Gu Xuechen commanded the steward to make the call. In stark contrast to all this, Zhao returned to the conference room as if nothing had happened. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Hantner and others, he sat before the camera, stating, "Do not expect those from the Gu family to persuade me. Please inform them not to disturb me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to unleash chaos on the Starnet," revealing this trivial matter of the false heir for all to see. At this point, the youth unexpectedly smiled lightly, saying, "After all, they are the prestigious Gu family and must maintain their dignity, while I, the shabby dead.Ji Zhao, have nothing to lose." Hantner and the others were taken aback by his audacity. Chapter 27. Devotion to Science. The Empire and the people will be grateful to you. Within the Central Military Academy's affiliated hospital, a sturdy male alpha embraced his quietly weeping male beta partner, gently attempting to offer comfort. "It's all right. Didn't the nurse just say that Professor Zhao has returned and has exceptionally agreed to perform our son's brain surgery? Our son is a strong alpha. He will surely awaken." Upon hearing this, the beta gradually stopped his tears, his voice choked as he replied, "It's all because you wanted to ingratiate yourself with the Miter family, insisting our son follow Michael Miter. I had warned you that, given the other party's nature, our son would inevitably encounter trouble." The beta spoke softly, clearly not wishing to escalate the matter. The alpha seemed poised to respond, but ultimately refrained. The two remained in a tense silence until the operating room door was abruptly pushed open. Clad in surgical attire, Zhao emerged, surrounded by a flurry of medical staff. "Have therapist Zhao Ying report to treatment room 2046 immediately. Within half an hour, I will attempt to awaken the patient, Chloe." "Understood," the head nurse replied, departing. Zhao was then confronted by the anxious alpha and beta, who eagerly inquired about Chloe's condition. "Rest assured, Chloe's surgery was very successful. I anticipate awakening him within an hour." "Really? Is that true?" The male beta gazed at Zhao with surprise. Typically, patients like Chloe, who have suffered brain damage and excessive blood loss, endure a recovery period of at least a week. Indeed, upon receiving Zhao's affirmative response, the male beta was overcome with joy. "You two have been at the hospital for a day and night. You should find a place to rest for a while. Naturally, you will be notified when Chloe awakens." "All right," the beta nodded, but the alpha regarded Zhao intently. The alpha's keen features were always alert to his son's condition, and he had just overheard Zhao's remarks to the head nurse. "Who is Zhao? That was an A-level Omega therapist from the 2nd Legion, responsible for the mental healing of countless high-ranking alpha officers. Yet, this esteemed healer, whom he could not even meet, was summoned to treat his son, whose talents were merely mediocre." As the alpha contemplated this, he heard a chilling voice whispering beside him. Chloe's brain was unharmed during the rescue, yet sustained injuries upon returning to the capital star. "Do you comprehend the reason behind this?" The alpha shuddered, and when he turned back, he discovered that the speaker had melded into the throng of the hospital, rendering him indistinguishable. In treatment room 2046, a graceful Omega with flowing waves of hair sat by the bed, a white magnolia slowly blossoming in her palm, as her silvery mental energy gently infiltrated Chloe's mind. On the opposite side of the bed, Zhao remained vigilant, attentively monitoring Chloe's condition. At last, the instruments measuring Chloe's mental energy surged dramatically, and in the next moment, Chloe opened his eyes once more. In a daze, he saw an alpha officer approach him with measured steps, offering a smile as he introduced himself. "Hello, Chloe. My name is Lin Hung. You may call me Major General Lin." In the conference room of the Central Military Academy, Harnitner regarded Zhao with a complex expression. It was only at this juncture that he recognized the beta was not merely difficult. He was truly impervious to persuasion. Had it not been for the presence of the main Kun, he could have employed underhanded tactics to compel Zhao to yield. However, casting a glance at the main Kun, who was preoccupied with grooming, Harnitner was compelled to display a smile. Very well, given the circumstances. It seems there will be no definitive resolution today. Coincidentally, I have matters to attend to at the military department, so let us reconvene tomorrow. As he prepared to exit the conference room, the main Kun leaped forward, positioning itself directly in front of him. Meow. Harnitner and his companions, of course, could not comprehend feline language, but fortunately, a mechanical female voice soon interjected. Are you not seeking the truth behind this matter? I happen to have a strategy. Before Harnitner could respond, the school's higher-ups, drenched in perspiration, exclaimed, Director R, you are exceedingly busy. There is no need for you to intervene in such trivial matters. We will manage the student's situation appropriately. The mechanical voice paused momentarily before continuing. I have recently developed a memory deconstruction device based on the 5 legendary mech brain-linking systems, capable of performing quantum neural scans. With each word, the perspiration on the brows of the school officials intensified, and even Harnitner, who possessed limited understanding of mech technology, began to grasp the implications. Was this not a form of memory extraction? Director R, the distinguished chief doctor of the White Tower and head of the mech manufacturing department at the Central Military Academy, had astonishingly devised such a formidable invention. Not only was Harnitner astounded, but Zhao's cat-like eyes widened in disbelief. Soul-searching? How could that be? He could compress memories into the depths of the soul. Yet he was uncertain of the distinctions between this world's technology and the soul-searching practices of the cultivation realm. What if it went awry? However, while his inner turmoil remained concealed, the opposing Michaelmit was already sweating profusely. Having learned through his family that the individual known as or was someone their clan could not afford to offend. Yet, R was a reasonable person. Certainly, that is a pleasant way to phrase it. To express it less charitably, it would be to say that R is obstinate, and she indeed possesses various peculiar technologies that can compel one to articulate both what they wish to say and what they do not. I refuse to partake in such memory retrieval. It must undoubtedly have side effects, which I cannot accept. Michaelmit shook his head in refusal, and Hantina immediately addressed the tabby main Kun, stating, Dr. R, memory retrieval cannot be without repercussions. Zhao and Michaelmit are both outstanding graduates of the Imperial Military Academy. Should any complications arise, it would be a loss for our empire. Zhao rolled his eyes, noting that at this moment he was being regarded as an exemplary military student. The doctor, situated across from the cat, clearly did not concur with Hantina's assertion. Are you not in search of the truth, needing to provide the populace with an explanation? Fear not, I have personally tested this machine. At most, you will merely be bedridden for 10 to 15 days, with your mind remaining somewhat hazy. The probability of becoming mentally impaired is merely 10%, which is rather favorable. Yijun? Michaelmit, the crowd, do you hear yourself? Truly, you consider this a contribution to the Empire's scientific endeavors. Both the Empire and its people shall be grateful to you. Michaelmit, at this juncture, had no intention of further engaging Zhao and stood up to leave. Setting aside the risk of becoming mentally impaired, the very notion of memory retrieval was something he absolutely could not entertain. Others may have been oblivious to what transpired, but he certainly was not. Just then, the previously silent Omega instructor, Sinwanza, unexpectedly spoke. Everyone, perhaps you should first see what is happening on the Star Network. Chapter 28. Good deeds are rewarded. The expressions of those present turned to confusion upon hearing his words, and they each proceeded to open their light brains. The Imperial light brain has the capability to project images into the air while also possessing a private mode. Thus, Zhao could only view his own screen at that moment. It was remarkable to see that the Star broadcast, which had recently been denouncing him, was now engulfed in the chaos of a live stream. Hello everyone, my name is Cluo, a third-year student in the Mecha Piloting Department of the Central Military Academy, and I am also the vice captain of the squad in which Omega perished during the Zeroth Star assessment. The Alpha in the video appeared pale, seated on a hospital bed, gazing into the camera. I solemnly explained that our squad's only beta did not abandon us at the last moment. Rather, he discovered the A-level insectoids twice and assisted our team in averting a crisis. Cluo had only just awakened and was still rather weak, causing him to struggle for breath as he spoke, allowing others ample time to comment in the chat. Surely, you must have been bribed. How could you utter such nonsense? Indeed, how could a mere beta detect high-level insectoids? Can he really alleviate your crisis? Ha ha ha, this is false. If what he says is true, I shall eat excrement upside down. Observing the ridicule in the chat, Cluo did not react with the indignation he had previously exhibited. Instead, he calmly replied, I understand your disbelief. Prior to experiencing it myself, I too was a skeptic. I find it hard to believe that a beta could accurately deflect an onslaught of insectoid attacks with a laser cannon. I am equally skeptical of their ability to detect the approach of S-class insectoid entities. Croton paused, and then uttered a statement that left all netizens in shock. Even more incredulous was the thought that, in the face of impending death, my Captain Metromite and teammates Cilia and Talia would unhesitatingly abandon me. In that moment, Metromite was tempted to shatter his light brain in frustration. What was happening? At this instant, even Harnitner cast an annoyed glance at Metromite. Although the 7th Legion had a collaborative relationship with the Miter family, it was contingent upon the Miter family ensuring a smooth conclusion. Now, with Croton's sudden betrayal, it seemed they were intent on disrupting their entire plan. I too found myself at a loss. The young Alpha had evidently not weathered much adversity and was now rendered utterly arrogant. Fortunately, Harnitner merely glanced at him once more before giving his aide a cryptic look. Almost immediately, the aide raised his head and shook it at Harnitner. Was it impossible to cut off the live broadcast? Harnitner abruptly turned to Zhao, his hawk-like eyes deepening with intensity. Yet, the response he received was a look from Zhao that questioned his sanity. Harnitner took a deep breath and exchanged another glance with his aide. At that moment, Croton in the video was lamenting his shattered mental state, claiming that he was beyond saving. Yet by sheer coincidence, he had been thrown into a sewer by the fleeing Zhao, who had also provided him with a vial of hemostatic gel. This revelation sparked some critical commentary. The mystery was solved. It turned out he had been saved by that beta, which explained the distortion of truth in his defense. I pieced it together. The beta had led his team to safety, only for his captain and the others to be unable to hold off the insectoids, prompting this beta to emerge once more and rescue the hapless giant. The two appeared to be allied, and that beta was rather striking. It was possible they had some private arrangement. However, the sardonic remarks from the observers had not lingered long before Croton, after a fit of severe coughing, declared, I have evidence. While the netizens were still in the dark about the nature of Croton's evidence, Zhao noticed several upright Alpha officers entering the conference room, heading straight for the tense Metromite fixated on the screen. Chapter 29. Is this what it feels like to have backing? The solitary practitioners adore it. What brings you here? Harnitner questioned, casting an uneasy glance at the sudden appearance of his colleagues, his premonition of losing control intensifying. The leading Alpha smiled, unreservedly greeting Harnitner. Colonel, I trust you remember me. I am Colonel Chung Yui from the 2nd Legion, here to retrieve an item from Metromite. What item? Harnitner narrowed his eyes, clearly intending to obstruct Chung Yui. However, Chung Yui did not exhibit the expected courtesy. The next moment, he swiftly seized the bewildered Metromite and coldly stated, We suspect that your mech harbors dangerous items brought back from Zelastar, and we require your immediate cooperation in our investigation. My mech has sustained damage, and it is unlikely to contain any hazardous materials. Meiche Ermite struggled while attempting to defend himself. Yet Chung Yuni promptly produced an investigation order and commanded the soldiers behind him to conduct a search. At this moment, even if Hantner wished to intervene, he could not confront Chung Yuni in front of him. For now, neither their 7th Legion nor the Royal 1st Legion could overshadow the might of the 2nd and 3rd Legions. The two major legions were engaged in a fierce battle at the front lines and had lost their commanders post-conflict, presenting a prime opportunity for various factions to court them. Offending them for the sake of Meiche Ermite was hardly worthwhile. Even the Mite family would concur with this sentiment. Chung Yuni swiftly retrieved what he sought from the diminished mech, and Hantner, not daring to linger any longer, departed the conference room with his men. It was only when the day's Meiche Ermite was led away by the school officials that Chung Yuni, passing by Ji Zhao, quietly remarked, "Classmate Ji. Director Lin sends his regards." Chung Yuni had anticipated that the youth would express surprise, excitement, or curiosity upon hearing this. However, Ji Zhao merely tilted his head and uttered a phrase that Chung Yuni could not comprehend. Is this the feeling of a core disciple from a grand sect walking with such arrogance? A mere beggar among cultivators, how delightful. Ultimately, Chung Yuni could not decipher the enigmatic Ji Zhao. After discreetly handing Ji Zhao a small box, he departed from the Central Military Academy with his assigned items. Yi Zhou, after expressing gratitude to the striped Maine Coon are across from him, and once again declining the offer to contribute to the Empire, followed Anna out of the conference room. Anna, showing her consideration, casually inquired about his well-being before allowing him to return for some rest. Ji Zhao gave it little thought, only noticing that many people turned to look at him on his way back, some even gathering in small groups to discuss something. Is he the beta Ji Zhao? His laser cannon is astonishingly accurate. Furthermore, he directly landed on the back of an S-class Zerg. Truly, this is a beta and not an alpha? It was not until Ji Zhao returned to his dormitory and encountered the recently released Xiao Jun that he learned what had transpired online. It turned out that what Chung Yuni had taken was a recording device secretly installed in Meiche Ermite's mech by Klo. Consequently, while other recording devices had malfunctioned, this one faithfully captured everything that occurred during the assessment, including the beta being isolated, yet alerting his teammates. After being doused with an unknown liquid, he leaped from the mech alone and even maneuvered around the S-class Zerg. This was not something that only an alpha could achieve, yet he was a beta. Yi Zhou, you have become famous. You have become famous, do you know that? Xiao Jun excitedly shook Ji Zhao's shoulders, just as Ji Zhao's light brain illuminated, displaying a message marked with the resplendent name of Master Lu. Chapter 30. Little Black Cat Emotional Stability. JPG Ji Zhao pushed Xiao Jun away and immediately activated the light screen to take a look. Master Lu, Little Black Cat patting head JPG. Preceding this message was a thank you emoticon sent by Ji Zhao featuring a little black cat. Yi Zhou pondered briefly, unsure of what to send in response, and ultimately decided to return another emoticon. Ji Zhao, Little Black Cat rolling JPG Lu Zhongzhu. Little Black Cat emotionally stable JPG. Ji Zhao had intended to conclude the tedious conversation, but another message from Lu Yao arrived. Lu Zhongzhu, have you opened the box I gave you? Suddenly, Ji Zhao recalled that Chung Yui had indeed gifted him a small box, which he seemed to have forgotten to unpack. As if sensing his thoughts, Lu Yao sent another message. Lu Zhongzhu, forgotten? Ji Zhao, I'll look at it right away. On the bed, Xiao Jun, who was lying down, watched as Ji Zhao hurriedly opened a small box, for which he extracted a beautifully packaged vial of transparent liquid. Xiao Jun was taken aback, noticing that Ji Zhao's expression was off. Do you like alphas? Huh? Seeing Ji Zhao's bewildered expression, Xiao Jun immediately teased. It's nothing, since omegas are so rare. Many alphas end up marrying betas like us. What you have there is alpha pheromone perfume, isn't it? Before Ji Zhao could inquire about its purpose, the loquacious Xiao Jun elaborated. Look at you, so inexperienced. Many betas on Capital Star use this. I've heard it's to feel the sensation of being marked by an alpha, enveloped in their pheromone scent. Ji Zhao, no thanks. If it weren't for the top-grade, military-grade inhibitor I'm wearing, I would be experiencing that sensation you speak of. Lu Zhongzhu. Realizing he hadn't replied for quite some time, Ji Zhao pondered before sending his message. Yi Zhai, Alpha Pheromone Perfume. Lu Zhongzhu, Little Black Cat Emotionally Stable JPG. Lu Zhongzhu. It's not perfume. It's just pheromone liquid in a different package. Ji Zhao may not know about alpha pheromone perfume, but he was familiar with pheromone liquid, which is extracted from the glands of alphas and omegas. It can be said that unless absolutely necessary, alphas and omegas would never willingly extract pheromone liquid. The reason is simple. The gland are the most sensitive areas on an A or O's body, and the pain of extracting pheromone liquid is unimaginable. Ji Zhao, is it yours? Lu Zhongzhu, yes. Ji Zhao, I can do without it. After this statement, Lu Yao remained silent for quite a while, until Xiao Jun got up and called Ji Zhao out for a meal, at which point Ji Zhao's light brain flickered back to life. Lu Zhongzhu, an Omega once marked, will become dependent on the Alpha and require the comfort of their pheromones. You may do without it, but I cannot afford to be unprepared. Ji Zhao was taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, who was at the conference table listening to reports, took a moment to respond and quickly received Ji Zhao's reply. Ji Zhao, little black cat, received JPG. The man lowered his gaze, a smile unconsciously gracing his deep-set eyes. At the same time, a stack of photos was handed to Lu Yao by Lin Hong, showcasing an elegant blonde Omega with ice-blue eyes, a dream for countless alphas in the Empire. His name was Helen Rockefeller, the Empire's only S-Class Omega and undoubtedly the foremost mental strength therapist in the Empire. He was also Lu Yao's nominal Omega fiancé. Certainly, it is merely a name only, for within these photographs, there exists not only Helen Rockefeller, but also a tall, elegant, and dignified alpha, Isolde Mullen, who bears the princely title of the Empire. General Lin Hong gazed upon the intimate demeanor of the two captured in the images, profoundly relieved that there had never been any substantial relationship between the general and Helen. Casting the stack of photographs onto the table, Lu Yao remained unfazed, stating, "Not sufficient. Continue observing." Chapter 31. You've been promoted, Ji Zhao. Have you all seen yesterday's video? Michael is truly repugnant. I witnessed Talia seeking his assistance. TSK. The Talia siblings are rather predictable. Most of what they exuded towards Ji Zhao was likely Omega pheromone fluid. Who could have anticipated this? Nonetheless, it is a fact that Klo was abandoned, which explains why he would assist Ji Zhao in clearing the air. The morning at the Central Military Academy was both crisp and fervent. The refreshingly cool weather contrasted with the vibrant energy of the cadets. Of course, this did not include Ji Zhao, who bore the telltale dark circles under his eyes, as if he had ventured out in the dead of night to steal cattle. You played with perfume all night and didn't sleep. Look where that got you, chuckled the pudgy Xiao Jun, recalling how he had witnessed Ji Zhao spraying alpha perfume onto his own bed during a midnight trip to the restroom. Not amusing, Ji Zhao retorted, biting into a subpar bun from the cafeteria, unwilling to even cast a glance at Xiao Jun. He was at a loss for how to explain that he was not playing with perfume, but was instead restless due to the absence of his alpha's marking pheromones, which left him sleepless. All right, enough of that. Xiao Jun quickly shifted the topic, sensing Ji Zhao's rising irritation. I've heard rumors that both Michael and Klo are to be expelled. However, Klo will merely be barred from the Central Military Academy, while Michael is likely to be exiled to the fringe planets. It turned out the military had not only located the video from this assessment on the recorder, but also discovered numerous prior instances of Michael bullying and even tormenting betas. Klo, as a mere bystander, had failed to intervene, thus bearing his share of the responsibility. Quite well. Ji Zhao concluded his bun but refrained from disclosing the message he had received from Klo the previous night: gratitude, regret, and a farewell. He chose not to respond, believing that parting ways without further ado was for the best. After all, his initial act of saving Klo had merely been a matter of convenience. Let us move. Our instructor is set to announce the assessment results today. If we don't hurry, we'll surely face reprimand. Xiu Yun talked at Sao, leading him past classroom after classroom while lamenting their meticulous instructor. He just looks down on our F class, always comparing us unfavorably to the A class, calling us foolish, lazy, and wicked. As Ji Zhao pondered the sudden halt in Xiao Jun's complaints, a familiar voice interjected, speaking so loudly. Your former instructor would have surely overheard you by now. Teacher Anna, Xiao Jun exclaimed with surprise. During Ji Zhao's absence, Xiao Jun had accompanied Anna in her search for him. Thus, he harbored a fondness for this seemingly stern yet profoundly responsible beta instructor. Teacher Anna. Ji Zhao nodded slightly at Anna, simply indicating his respect for her. He had observed Anna's actions yesterday. All right, let us all find our seats. Anna acknowledged the two with a nod, her smile radiating warmth. Soon, the students of Class F began to enter the classroom in an orderly manner, taking their seats. with the occasional glance cast at Zhao. Indeed, Class F was the weakest in the entire mecha manufacturing department, yet it was still a prestigious institution. The Imperial Central Military Academy. Even the students of Class F were distinguished individuals in their own right. Now that everyone is present, I would like to announce something, Anna said, clapping her hands with a sense of authority as she addressed the 65 students of Class F. From today onwards, I will be replacing Instructor Barnes as your new class advisor. My name is Anna Xiao, and I hope we will enjoy a pleasant time together in the near future. Welcome, Teacher Anna, shouted the chubby student Zhao Jun, leading the applause. As Zhao joined in, the other students responded enthusiastically, with many expressing their delight at being rid of Barnes, clapping vigorously. However, this joyous atmosphere was soon interrupted by a knock on the door. The visitor was none other than the impeccably dressed, middle-aged Beta Barnes. Instructor Barnes, is there something you need? Anna inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion, but upon seeing her, Barnes could not suppress a smile. Yet, this smile was not gentle. Rather, it bore a mocking quality accentuated by his elegantly styled mustache. While the others were unaware of Anna's presence here, he was well informed. There were two matters at hand. Firstly, to express gratitude to Teacher Anna for her generosity in relinquishing the role of A-class advisor to him. It is worth noting that the class advisors were assigned randomly at the beginning of the term. Anna's appointment as the A-class advisor was purely fortuitous. However, this did not imply that Anna lacked capability. Anyone who could serve as an advisor at the Imperial Military Academy was far from ordinary. Yet some individuals, despite their good fortune, lacked common sense and offended the upper echelons of the military, being excessively harsh and inflexible towards the A-class students. Now, the higher-ups had entrusted the A-class to him, the one most adept at navigating such matters, while Anna had been reassigned to Class F. You're mistaken, Barnes. Your ascension to A-class advisor is a testament to your own merit, not my generosity, Anna asserted. Upon hearing this, Barnes appeared quite pleased with her response, stroking his mustache as he continued. As for the second matter, it pertains to the results of the midterm assessments. Zhao Jun and the others exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend Barnes's words. He was no longer their instructor. Why should their class's performance concern him? Then they watched as Barnes walked into the classroom, pausing before Zhao's seat. Come, Zhao, your performance in the assessments has been exceptional. The Academy has made an exception to elevate you to A-class. Huh? The still slumberous Zhao, caught off guard and bewildered, stood there in a daze. To Barnes, this reaction indicated that Zhao had not anticipated being promoted to A-class, leaving him momentarily speechless with excitement. Zhao Jun reacted more swiftly than Zhao, turning directly to Anna at the podium and inquiring, Teacher Anna, is this true? Zhao must go to Class A. As a friend, he genuinely wished for Zhao to advance, for Class A was indeed a gathering of formidable talents, far superior to their Class F. Yet, it was precisely because he cherished Zhao as a friend that he felt reluctant to see him depart from their class. Once Zhao transitioned to Class A, he would also be required to change dormitories, and it was likely that he would only encounter Zhao during public classes henceforth. Of course it's true. Before Anna could respond, Barnes proudly interjected. In his eyes, Zhao was a student in Class F, and now, as he was about to join Class A, it would reflect his own teaching prowess. Barnes had meticulously planned this moment, eagerly awaiting Zhao's rise. Even Zhao Jun and the other classmates perceived Zhao's departure from their class as a foregone conclusion. Then they witnessed Zhao stifling a yawn, casually uttering two words. Not going. Barnes was taken aback. What? Chapter 32. I'm no longer a lone practitioner. I belong to a sect. I said I'm not going. Initially, Barnes thought he had misheard, but the lethargic Zhao had no intention of engaging in further debate. He reiterated his stance with emphasis. Zhao, that's Class A. Zhao Jun remarked, his voice slightly hoarse. In truth, he felt a twinge of joy at Zhao's refusal, but he also feared that Zhao was merely momentarily confused, oblivious to the stark divide between their Class F and Class A. Yes, Class A, and then? Zhao nodded, urging Zhao Jun to continue. With the gaze of all classmates upon him, and under Barnes' proud scrutiny, Zhao Jun stated, Class A boasts numerous prodigies from our mecha manufacturing department. Many of them, even before entering our school, were already capable of producing C-level and even B-level mecha energy cores. Furthermore, there is the matter of family background. It is well known that mechas are exceedingly costly war machines, and, similarly, the mecha manufacturing department is a highly expensive field of study. Thus, students in Class A are either wealthy or noble, predominantly hailing from military, political, or scientific families. They represent the most accessible connections for us betas at present. If it weren't for my own lack of mental acuity and average hands-on skills, I too would wish to explore Class A. And now, Zhao, do you still not wish to go to Class A? Barnes folded his arms and gazed at Zhao with increased arrogance after hearing Zhao Jun's exposition. He thought that even if Zhao were to immediately agree and express a desire to join Class A, he would need to firmly suppress him nonetheless. Then he saw Zhao resting his chin on one hand, his tone even more nonchalant than before. No need for connections. I am no longer a lone practitioner. I belong to a sect. Barnes, Xiuyun, the others. What was it about Zhao's words that left them somewhat perplexed? Only Anna quietly observed Zhao and, at that moment, finally interjected, Zhao, do you truly not wish to go Class A? This is a significant matter. You must think it through. Not at all, Zhao replied without hesitation. Am I obligated to go? Of course not. Anna smiled, recognizing that Zhao was indeed a unique student, a realization she had come to during yesterday's meeting. Then I shall not go, Zhao remarked, stifling a yawn, her delicate nostrils twitching as she attempted to bring her sleeves to her nose for a whiff. May I inquire why you do not wish to attend? Upon observing Barnes's dark expression, clearly perceiving Zhao's eccentricity, Anna could not contain her curiosity any longer. Why? Zhao pondered for a moment, inhaling the pheromones, and replied, Our class has a dedicated and responsible teacher, and every classmate is exceptionally talented with delightful conversations. I absolutely adore being here. Barnes, upon hearing these words, could not suppress a laugh. Well, since this is your decision, as your academic advisor, I shall assist you in managing the subsequent matters. After saying this, she turned to Barnes, addressing him with remarkable politeness yet a hint of distance. Since Zhao has no intention of joining Class A, I kindly request that you refrain from disrupting my teaching progress. Barnes glanced between Anna and the daydreaming Zhao, momentarily feeling humiliated. Stubborn, he vowed as he exited the F classroom, promising that Zhao would come to him in tears seeking his help. Once Barnes departed, the atmosphere in Class F transformed into one of jubilation. Under Zhao Jun's leadership, several beta boys eagerly lifted Zhao and tossed her into the air. Please stop throwing me, or I'll truly get dizzy, Zhao exclaimed amidst her discomfort. Chapter 33, All Rise. Striving to be the most outstanding beta after Barnes's departure, Class F was filled with camaraderie. Following a brief uproar in celebration of Zhao, Anna called for order to announce the midterm assessment results. Aware of their limited skills, the students of Class F had largely chosen to form teams that were lower in ranking. As they were all relatively inexperienced, they proceeded cautiously, resulting in no casualties during the exam, although their scores hovered just above the passing mark. Zhao, thanks to the evidence from online videos, achieved a remarkable score that set her apart. Thus, Zhao observed Anna replaying the video repeatedly, analyzing her movements on the back of the Tarkins. Gasps of admiration echoed around her, punctuated by exclamations of incredible. And I've learned so much. I want to ride S-Class bugs too. Anna swiftly articulated her intention. You all should have noticed by now, Zhao must have trained her reaction speed and learned numerous evasion techniques. However, her physical fitness is somewhat lacking. Zhao, having inexplicably received a critique, thought to herself. Of course, the teacher was not criticizing Zhao's physical condition, but rather suggesting that if her fitness were improved, those movements would be executed with even greater finesse. Adjusting her glasses with an air of elegance, Anna stated, The reason I have you watch this video repeatedly is that as students in my class, I will hold you to higher standards. What kind of standards? Xiuyun inquired. Intrigued, it was well known among them that Class A had additional courses, though they had yet to witness it for themselves. Having heard that students from Class A seemed reluctant to participate, you were required to possess exceptional physical fitness, with all members achieving at least the minimum standard of Class F in the mecha piloting department. Anna stated decisively. At this proclamation, the students of Class F, except for Zhao, were left in stunned silence. Had they misheard? Class F in the mecha piloting department? It is important to note that the mecha piloting department is the prestigious specialty of the Central Military Academy, unlike the manufacturing department, which is divided into 6 classes. A to F. The piloting department ranges from S to F, with each class comprising as many as 120 individuals. Classes S, A, and B consist entirely of alphas, while classes C to F are designated for betas. Yet these betas are formidable in their own right, excelling in combat, assassination, and tactics. In essence, physical fitness is their foundational and indisputable asset. Even in Class F, each beta is robust, capable of overpowering 5 opponents. Zhao, what are your thoughts? Anna looked at Zhao, evidently seeking his opinion. Zhao's mind momentarily stalled before shifting gears. Should he speak candidly? Certainly, since Anna had expressed her views so clearly. He felt no need to hold back. Isn't this fundamental? Lacking combat capability, one must at least be able to run swiftly, right? The classmates nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced by his logic. Zhao candidly shared. My experience as a senior teaches me that relying on others is precarious. In critical moments, one must depend on oneself to escape. However, he soon sensed something amiss in his reasoning and quickly amended. But even if your team members are exceedingly dependable, you must strive not to be a hindrance, correct? Xiao Jun and the others exchanged glances, finally realizing that Zhao might have indulged in too many tales of cultivation. Hence his frequent mention of sections. Nevertheless, the essence of his argument held merit. Anna continued along the lines of Zhao's thoughts. As Zhao aptly mentioned, we mecha engineers must not only create mechas, but also accompany our mecha warriors into battle and provide maintenance for damaged mechas. Casting another determined glance at her students, Anna resolutely stated, My dear classmates, I hope that when danger looms, you will not burden your teammates due to your frailty, nor will you lose your lives through helplessness. Anna's words enveloped the classroom in a profound silence, which was soon broken by the first voice. I believe what teacher Anna says is true. I also wish to contend with the Zerg like Zhao. I don't aspire to emulate Zhao. I just hope to be able to escape when it counts. I feel the same way. Anna looked upon her endearing students with appreciation and nodded in affirmation of their unique physical training course. Thus, this morning marked the collective lamentation of Class F in the mecha manufacturing department, including Zhao, who had boasted so boldly earlier. Hey, look at you now. No longer so arrogant, are you? Struggling to keep up, Xiao Jun teased Zhao, who was breathless and dizzy. Zhao admitted, yes, after becoming an Omega, he discovered that his stamina had diminished even further than when he first arrived. Not solely due to the inherent frailty of Omegas compared to Betas, but also because he was still in his developmental phase, his bodily energy was insufficient. Furthermore, driven by his ambition, he failed to absorb an adequate amount of alpha pheromones yesterday. However, Anna understood the value of gradual progress, and thus, when mealtime arrived, the students of Class F linked arms and collectively made their way to the school cafeteria. Is that Zhao? Where? I see him. He is truly handsome. As Zhao and his companions strolled along, they were suddenly met with a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. Zhao turned towards the sound and beheld a group of students clad in platinum uniforms, whispering excitedly among themselves as they gazed at him. Unlike other students, these military academy attendees radiated a polished allure. It was not merely their attire, but their exquisite features, setting them apart from the more rugged students. Look, it's an Omega. Xiao Jun tugged at Zhao's arm, his excitement surpassing even his own. Indeed, as the jewel of the Empire's crown, Omegas donned special platinum uniforms, becoming the most dazzling sight on campus. Furthermore, Given that Omegas are naturally drawn to strength, Zhao's performance evidently garnered the admiration of numerous Omegas from his year. Zhao, here, have this. An Omega approached him, offering a bag of cookies, while another presented him with a small cake. These were merely their everyday school assignments. It was true that Omegas not only studied mental healing, but also engaged in specialized classes such as handicrafts, cooking, and flower arrangement. Although the utility of these subjects was questionable, most Omegas found them quite enjoyable. These Omegas were not necessarily enamored with Zhao. Rather, they were driven by a nurturing instinct akin to that of feeding a young one, making it difficult for Zhao to refuse. With Zhao Jun and others egging him on, Zhao exchanged contact information with several Omegas, expressing his desire to team up with such reliable betas in the future. Yet, with their endearing Omegas, there also exist indifferent or even haughty ones. As Zhao was exchanging contact details with a few Omegas, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, Gu Lingxing. Unlike previous encounters, where Gu Lingxing would approach him only to embarrass himself, today he was surrounded by several high-ranking Omegas, passing by without sparing Zhao a glance. Seemingly aware of Zhao's gaze, Gu Lingxing slowly turned his head, fortuitously locking eyes with him. Chapter 34. Brothers, are you not even pretending? It was merely a matter of luck. Look at how those thoughtless individuals elevated him to such heights. A brown-haired Omega grasped Gu Lingxing's hand, her tone filled with disdain for Zhao. Hearing this, Gu Lingxing could only respond with a sense of resignation. After all, he was the beloved son of his parents, albeit a tad oblivious, often inciting their ire. At this point, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossed Gu Lingxing's eyes, for Zhao had indeed managed to thoroughly vex his father yesterday. Safeguarding Mike here was a shared request from the 7th Legion and the MIT family, for which they were willing to bestow substantial resources upon Gu's second house, along with a lucrative collaboration. However, Zhao brazenly ruined this collaboration, leaving his father utterly humiliated before the 7th Legion and the Mit family. Consequently, his father decreed that his second brother and he were to sever all ties with Zhao, proclaiming to all the families in their circle that Zhao would no longer exist in their household. In other words, Zhao was irretrievably lost. As Gu Lingxing pondered this, he inadvertently locked eyes with Zhao upon turning around, and, much like his usual demeanor when Zhao was not present, he displayed a contemptuous smile. Zhao thought to himself, with such a gleeful expression, you must be rather dim-witted. After lunch, Zhao distributed the gifts he had received among his classmates before hastening to their next classroom. Unlike the small class format of the morning, this lesson would take place in the main building of the Mecha Manufacturing Department, where they would join 5 other classes of the same grade for a collaborative lecture. This session was titled Manufacturing Mecha Energy Blocks. The first half of the semester would be devoted to theoretical instruction, whereas the latter half promised actual hands-on practice. Have you heard? For this year's final assessment, we are required to produce 5 C-class mecha energy blocks, with at least one of them needing to be of superior quality. Leo, the most robust beta in Class F, scratched his head incessantly, feeling as if he might go bald. It's all right. If we study diligently and observe closely, we will surely succeed, offered the bookish Shunemo, adjusting his round spectacles with a sagacious demeanor. The two resided next door to Zhao and Zhao Jun, and whenever Zhao would ignore others, Zhao Jun would accompany them in and out. Enough already. I haven't even touched an energy extraction pen, and my grasp of reactor principles is merely superficial. I'm bound to fail in class today, lamented Zhao Jun, who was typically an optimistic fellow and didn't mind appearing inferior to his friends. Just as he finished speaking, a passing beta collided forcefully with him. Class F is indeed Class F. See how troubled they're over a mere C-class energy block. TSK in our Class A. Their ISN to anyone who can't produce a C-class energy block. After bumping into Zhao Jun, the beta audaciously began to mock him. Zhao Jun and his companions were bewildered until the beta turned his gaze toward Zhao, who stood among them. ISNT this, the legendary beta, who has taken the Star Network by storm? Come, everyone, take a look at his remarkable midterm assessment scores. Our Class A instructor personally extended an invitation, yet he couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge it. With such words, it became clear to all that Barnes had instigated this, inciting the prodigies of Class A to harbor grievances against Zhao. Classmate, you've misunderstood. Our Zhao doesn't mean it that way. He simply cannot bear to part with our classmates and teachers. Xiao Jun, being adept at social interactions, immediately intended to approach the provoking beta. However, the other party clearly had no intention of relenting and took the opportunity to push Xiao Jun. Given that Class F had spent the morning practicing physical endurance, there wasn't a single member among them who wasn't feeling weak at that moment. Thus, Xiao Jun was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the beta's shove. Chapter 35. Who are you, big brother? Do not overstep your bounds. Leo, robust and imposing, initially resembled a mech pilot's beta, which compelled him to step forward first. However, to his astonishment, the individuals opposite him did not perceive themselves as culpable. Instead, they gathered in small groups, laughing heartily. Is this the F class? A mere shove sent them tumbling, leaving one to ponder how teacher Anna would train them. Indeed, she often lamented our lethargy, cautioning us that once on the battlefield, regret would come too late. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the inadequacies of these F-class students. I hardly exerted any force, truly. The beta who had pushed Xiao Jun laughed maliciously, igniting a surge of anger among the F-class students, who clenched their fists in response. Yet, beyond their initial fury, they found themselves in a state of disarray. The Central Military Academy spoke solely in terms of strength, and the A-class naturally held an advantage over them. They wished to retaliate. Yet could they truly provoke the A-class? Perhaps it was best to retreat. Just as the F-class wrestled with their hesitance, Zhao, who had lifted Xiao Jun, finally took action. He brusquely shoved aside Leo, positioned to the front, and directed a swift kick at the beta who had knocked Xiao Jun down. In an instant, the once boisterous beta found himself sprawled atop his beta companions, who were equally unsteady and fell like dominoes. Get up, you're crushing me. One cried out. Ouch, that hurts. Nur, are you all right? They lamented while rising with Nur. The one kicked by Zhao, clutching his chest, his face a ghastly shade of pallor. Clearly, Zhao had tempered his strength. He sought not to take a life, but merely to inflict a sharp pain. Just as they were about to demand retribution, Zhao coldly uttered, Is this the A-class? How is it that a mere kick brings you down? As if not yet satisfied, he added, I hardly exerted any force, truly, compared to Nur and his companions' exaggerated expressions. Zhao's calm demeanor carried a far sharper edge of mockery. In that moment, Xiao Jun and his peers observed the A-class collectively flush with anger, not from embarrassment, but from Zhao's provocation. Nur merely nudged him, yet you delivered a kick. We shall report this to the teacher. An A-class beta protested indignantly. However, this remark proved intolerable to the F-class. Zhao had already defended them. How could they remain silent? Tus, siuyun pomsli nonsense. He forcefully shoved me. Zhao merely gave him a light kick. How much strength can our F-class beta muster? You are slandering us. Indeed, only elementary students would resort to telling the teacher. How disgraceful, they declared. All were at the age of 18 or 19, brimming with youthful fervor. Upon hearing the F-class mock them as elementary students, the A-class chose to abandon the teacher narrative. At that moment, a beta who had been lingering behind Nur and the others, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, finally emerged. Beta wore a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of elegance. Draped in a black and gold uniform, he appeared remarkably refined, even when gazing directly at Zhao. A perfectly measured smile gracing his face. Zhao, it has been quite some time. I never imagined you would almost join our Class A. Zhao pondered for a moment, realizing that the recent scuffle had drained his energy, leaving him dizzy. It was best not to delve into spiritual matters just yet. Thus, the cultured beta observed Zhao, who seemed lost in thought, before finally uttering, Who are you, my brother? The cultured beta, Chapter 36. Surprised, aren't you? It's me again. In that instant, the atmosphere fell into silence. No, into a profound stillness. Not only the members of Class A, But also the expressions of Zhao Jun and others from Class F were quite remarkable. They genuinely did not know whether Ji Zhao was simply an excellent actor or if he truly overlooked the presence of the individual before him, enabling him to ask such a question with such ease. Have you forgotten him? Zhao Jun whispered in Ji Zhao's ear. Indeed, Ji Zhao nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. The cultured beta continued. Oh, so one stab isn't enough. You require another? Yet, one could not deny that Ji Zhao's attitude had indeed ruffled his feathers. Without waiting for others to introduce him, he extended his hand toward Ji Zhao, declaring, First-year mecha manufacturing, Class A, home.Ji. He believed Ji Zhao would finally recognize him. However, the reality was that Ji Zhao still regarded him with a look of bewilderment, as if silently questioning whether the young man before him was suffering from some grave affliction. Once again, the scene descended into awkwardness until the somewhat slow-witted Leo interjected. Ji Zhao, don't you remember? He asked the one who took your position in the chief team, causing you to be kicked out by that fellow. Realization dawned upon Ji Zhao. He finally recalled. Kylon Rockefeller was the chief of the third-year mecha piloting program, and thus his team was referred to as the chief team. Initially, the original owner had managed to infiltrate the team, but Kylon Rockefeller had promptly ousted him, replacing him with the individual known as home.Ji. It seemed the original owner had also mentioned this person during his bouts of despair on the forum. Ah, an old adversary. While Ji Zhao was still processing this revelation, home.Ji, now recognized, unconsciously puffed out his chest. As the top student of Class A in his first year, he could rightfully claim the title of chief among his peers. Were it not for the fact that the chiefs of each specialization were selected at the end of every term, he might have already secured that position. Thus, he was destined to be a member of the chief team. Yet Ji Zhao, oblivious to his own worth, had dared to contend for a position with him, nearly succeeding through personal connections. How absurd! Feeling that Ji Zhao's silence stemmed from embarrassment, a ripple of laughter emerged from the students of Class A. Then Ji Zhao spoke. Well done on your theft. I had no intention of going anyway, and he took my place perfectly. Ji Zhao spoke the truth, yet upon hearing this, home.Ji's expression darkened. What did that mean? Did it imply that Ji Zhao did not wish to attend, thus allowing him to benefit from the oversight? Ji Zhao replied candidly, To be honest, I find the people of class are rather bothersome. He did not indulge home.Ji any further, stating, Indeed, if you choose to interpret it that way, what can I do? Home.Ji has not merely gained notoriety. He has exploded onto the scene. Just at that moment, the class bell rang, compelling the students who had come to attend the lesson to return to their places. Today marks the inaugural day of practical classes led by the professor, and the course on energy block manufacturing is a compulsory subject within the mecha manufacturing department. No student dares to cross this mecha master, for even among the students of the Central Military Academy, few can assemble their own mech by the time they graduate. Most are trained in maintenance, the production of energy blocks, and a portion of mecha components. Hence, the weightage of the energy block in their assessments is particularly significant. A superior energy block can elevate a mech of the same class to a higher echelon. As home.Ji and the others returned to the A-class area, Ji Zhao was also surrounded by Zhao Jun and others as they settled down. The tiered classroom was divided into 6 zones, with A-class situated in the front, center area closest to the podium, while F-class occupied the rear left side. Consequently, as soon as both groups were seated, several young ladies and gentlemen from A-class turned back, casting scornful and derisive glances towards Ji Zhao and his companions. Perhaps in verbal disputes, they might not measure up to the F-class students, but in terms of expertise, they were undoubtedly superior. The remaining 4 classes were still oblivious to the unfolding situation, engaged in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Never mind, we A-class individuals must maintain our pride. Ji Zhao, do not take it to heart. Zhao Jun reassured Ji Zhao, only to be momentarily taken aback by Ji Zhao's response. Why should I take it to heart? Zhao Jun replied, Don't ask. It's just that I might be overthinking it, all right? As 6 figures gracefully entered the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the large lecture hall. For it was none other than the 6 instructors of their respective classes. Leading the procession was Barnes, while Anna brought up the rear. Clearly, Energy block manufacturing is a subject of utmost importance for students in the manufacturing department, and the school places great emphasis on it. Consequently, not only do students attend the classes, but instructors also sit among their students, ready to answer queries on behalf of the course master. After all, even the most skilled mecha manufacturing masters find it challenging to guide hundreds of students in practical sessions. As Anna passed by A class en route to F class, some curious students from A class turned to glance at her with a smirk. In this regard, Barnes had not spoken falsely. The prodigies of A class seemingly held a disdain for Anna, their instructor. However, Anna paid little heed to these gifted students, gracefully and calmly proceeding to the front of F class. Once the 6 instructors had settled, the classroom door creaked open once again, stirring excitement among the students who craned their necks to catch a glimpse of their course master. After all, the known instructors for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years were renowned mecha manufacturing masters of the Empire. Who would their master be? As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, they were taken aback when a tabby Maine Coon elegantly leaped onto the podium, adorned with an ancient recording device around its neck. Tabby Maine Coon, Meo Yijo. Chapter 37. Do I hold a grudge against you? Not only Zhao found himself momentarily speechless. Anna, upon seeing the tabby Maine Coon again, was equally astonished, while the other students exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. They initially believed there would be more individuals arriving, but after waiting for quite some time, they discovered it was merely this solitary cat. What could this possibly signify? Could it be that their instructor is a feline? Meow. As the students engaged in discussion, the tabby on the podium suddenly let out a loud meow. A sound imbued with an almost magical quality that instantly hushed the entire assembly. Soon after, Zhao heard a familiar mechanical female voice. Greetings, students. I am your instructor for the energy block manufacturing course. Could it be the esteemed chief doctor of the White Tower, the head of their mecha manufacturing department? In an instant, the classroom filled with hundreds fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the podium. At last, the recording device around the Maine Coon's neck illuminated, projecting a video onto the whiteboard. The figure in the video, clad in a pristine white lab coat, remained faceless, yet possessed hands as white and flawless as jade. At that moment, she expertly operated an energy extraction pan at the experiment station, swiftly liquefying the energy within a starvane agate, enveloping and extracting it with her mental prowess, and then injecting it into a pre-prepared energy block shell. These processes, typically intricate and fraught with the potential for failure in the hands of an ordinary mecha manufacturer, flowed seamlessly under her adept command. It was as though the extraction pen were an extension of her very hand. What difficulty is there in grasping objects with one's hand? Has everyone comprehended this? The mechanical voice resounded again, rousing several students who had been lost in their thoughts. Zhao was among them. Energy blocks? Based on the knowledge acquired by the original owner, energy blocks involve compressing high-grade energy ores and the energy from insect cores into a liquid state, subsequently injecting it into a prepared energy shell. The challenge lies in the fact that, besides the energy extraction pen, which amplifies and controls mental power, the remaining steps require the aid of mental strength. While Beta lacks a spiritual entity, it possesses mental power. However, crafting an energy block necessitates not only mental power, but also the ability to manipulate it with precision. This is critical, as both high-grade energy ores and insect cores contain vast and volatile energy, especially the insect cores. Furthermore, an energy block requires more than just a singular ore core. While lower-grade energy blocks may suffice with gentler ores, those of superior quality may require multiple extractions to fill the energy block. Yet, as the grade of the mecha increases, so too does the energy within the blocks shift to higher levels, accompanied by the instability of the ores and cores used. Should the manufacturer fail to manage the energy liquid properly, or if the compression is imperfect, it could result in shell damage, energy leakage, or even the outright designation of the product as unusable refuse. Compounding this, the materials for crafting energy blocks are exceedingly costly, making this course a significant financial burden. At minimum, the school provides only 3 sets of materials for each class, and 3 sets are hardly sufficient for practice. Thus, students in the mecha manufacturing department often engage in private practice. Those with affluent backgrounds throw money at the problem, while those less fortunate will pair with several mecha pilots in advance to repair mechas and produce energy blocks. In response, the drivers would offer them generous compensation, even rare materials for crafting mechas. Such relationships are certified by the central brain within the empire and protected by law. While Zhao absorbed knowledge into his mind, the individual in the video had already extracted the third-star pulse agate. As a high-quality A-grade, or 5-star pulse agates can be compressed into a basic A-grade energy block. Indeed, within the grand classification of mecha levels, energy blocks of the same grade also possess their own subdivisions, such as basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. At present, the individual in the video, R, did not cease after compressing the 5th agate. Instead, he picked up the 6th, 7th, and even the 10th. When replaced the completed energy block into the apparatus, the display indicated it was a perfect A-grade energy block, prompting several students in the classroom to gasp in astonishment. They were witnessing for the first time that the difference in energy between perfect and basic was indeed a staggering 50%. This meant that for the same A-grade mecha, using a perfect energy block would double its endurance compared to that of a basic one. All right, I believe you have seen enough, R stated, placing his hands on a lab table, his voice cold and mechanical. Now, let us have Wamio randomly select 6 students to take my impromptu test. The students were momentarily stunned as the agile tabby, Maine Coon, leaped down from the podium and began to run freely around the classroom. Initially, they thought Wamio was aimlessly wandering until it sprang into the F-class area and sat down in front of Zhao. The old recording device was pointed directly at Zhao's face, displaying the same ultra-high-definition quality as the previous day. Wamio, meow. Zhao, do I have a grudge against you? Chapter 38. Learning is explosive. As Zhao stood speechless, the other students in the classroom reacted in various ways. The F-class was a mix of excitement and concern. They were thrilled that Wamio had such discernment, choosing Zhao so readily, yet worried about whether Zhao could actually create an energy block. It was not that they underestimated Zhao. Rather, they feared that no one in F-class would be able to do so. In contrast to the anxiety of F-class, students from other classes snickered and relished the unfolding drama. Particularly, the likes of newer from a class were barely able to contain their laughter. While outsiders might be oblivious to Zhao and the Gu family's gossip, those with some influence within the school were well aware. They had even heard that Zhao had previously lived in an orphanage on the Fringe Star. It was unlikely that even many well-off families on the Fringe Star had the means to practice energy block creation. Thus, it was no surprise that Zhao would be encountering energy block materials for the first time on stage. Consequently, students who understood the craft believed that Zhao's failure was a foregone conclusion. Surely, no one genuinely thought he could join a class? I watched that video. His skills were decent, but we are makers, not pilots. So, it seems he merely got lucky? Although Michael and his group may be unpleasant, their team is strong, and they likely boosted Zhao's scores significantly. Lower your voice. If Zhao hears you, you're done for. It is often said that a large tree attracts the wind, and Zhao is acutely aware that he has indeed attracted attention. However, what does it matter? After playfully teasing Zhao for a few minutes, Wang Miao nimbly leapt down from the desk and ventured into the territories of several other classes, randomly selecting a few unfortunate souls who bore grim expressions. Indeed, Zhao is not the only one feeling uncertain. The majority of the students in this initial practical class share a similar sentiment. Naturally, these students predominantly hail from the latter classes rather than classes A and B. It must be noted that R's cat, much like its owner, possesses a carefree nature. After selecting individuals from the last 4 classes, it ceased its choices and meowed at the students of classes A and B. Since Wang Miao no longer wishes to select, you 2 classes may nominate a student to come forward, are stated without a hint of principle. Were it anyone else, the students would deem that person unreliable. Yet, when it comes from R, a figure of considerable achievement, it becomes a manifestation of profound wisdom and distinctiveness. The students of Class B, largely from research-oriented families, engaged in a brief yet meticulous discussion, ultimately nominating a tall, red-haired beta named Bessie Phillip. The discourse in Class A, however, was far more fervent. After all, the elite gathered together tend to compete over academic prowess, familial lineage, or connections. Everyone possesses their own strengths, and thus, each aspire to showcase their talents before R. In the end, Barnes made the final decision, nominating the top student, Lan Jiayu. The Lan family boasts numerous prodigious engineers and researchers, holding a prestigious position within the White Tower Research Institute. Lan Jiayu himself is indeed exceptionally gifted. Therefore, his presentation on stage was met with little dissent from his peers in Class A. At last, the tabby Maine Coon meowed once more, and 6 operation stations gradually rose in the space before the podium, as 6 fortunate individuals selected their stations in order of appearance. Lan Jiayu and Bessie Phillip stood at the center, while the other 3 simply chose their preferred spots. Only Zhao, arriving last, naturally occupied the final corner. Can Zhao manage this? Has anyone in our class practiced? Leo anxiously queried. He soon witnessed his classmates collectively shake their heads, with only Xiao Jun remaining still. Have you practiced? Silence followed, filled with surprise. Xiao Jun replied, yes, but everything exploded. Does that count? Before the group could process this, a loud explosion erupted from above. They saw the leftmost operation station engulfed in black smoke, causing the beta from Class E to cough violently. He had intended to operate swiftly, but his first step, liquefying the energy stone, had gone awry. Fortunately, the operation stations are equipped with protective shields, so while materials were lost, the individual remained unharmed. With this brother's mishap serving as a cautionary tale, the other participants on stage exhibited noticeably more precision in their movements with the energy stones, except for Zhao. While others grasped their energy extraction pins to commence the liquefaction of their stones, he remained preoccupied, scrutinizing the 30C grade energy stones on the table and the extraction pen before him. Uncertain of how long he had been observing, the first-tier contestant, Lan Jiayu, had successfully extracted a portion of energy liquid and compressed it into the energy block shell. It was only then that Zhao finally picked up the extraction pen. Amidst a chorus of teasing, concern, and schadenfreude, he experienced an explosive moment of realization. Zhao pondered. Isn't the energy stone akin to a spiritual stone? Then what does this energy extraction pen represent? A hand? Chapitre 39, instant refinement. It was not that Zhao was incapable of responding. Rather, in the realm of cultivation, refining spiritual stones is a fundamental skill for practitioners. Whether absorbing the energy directly or infusing it into a magical artifact, it is typically accomplished with one's hands, and often, even the hands remain still. Thus, when Zhao attempted to refine the energy stone with the extraction pen, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, akin to wearing excessively thick, heat-resistant gloves. I knew it. He knows nothing about crafting energy blocks. This must be the first time he has encountered these materials, who had previously been kicked by Zhao, remarked with a smirk. The audacity of this country bumpkin to mock him was infuriating, especially since he had been capable of independently crafting C-class energy blocks since high school, while others did not openly laugh as did. They cast significant glances at Zhao. Barnes suddenly felt grateful that Zhao had not joined his class. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have fallen upon him. However, Zhao was indifferent to the opinions of others. He focused solely on once again attempting to immerse his mental energy into the extraction pen, diligently practicing his control. Unbeknownst to him, a striped Maine Coon had leapt onto his workstation, pawing at his face without catching his attention. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cheer erupted from Class A. Lan Jiayu had successfully extracted the 10th portion of energy liquid and compressed it into the energy block shell. After allowing the energy to settle for a moment, he would be able to completely seal it, thus presenting a flawless submission for the in-class examination. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhao, who was still engrossed in studying the extraction pen, Lan Jiayu felt his own aspirations were rather limited. Why would he waste his energy on such a fool? As Bessie Phillip was on the verge of extracting the 8th portion of energy liquid, Zhao finally picked up another energy stone. With the tip of the pen lightly touching the fiery red iron stone, Zhao's mental energy swiftly penetrated the interior of the energy stone, instantaneously refining its energy. Everyone watched as the energy stone rapidly liquefied, though not entirely. The exterior of the red iron stone shimmered with a molten hue, a blend of red resembling lava intertwined with a spiderweb of black. In that moment, Zhao enveloped the lava-like red with his mental energy, leaving the spiderweb-like black behind, resulting in an empty shell of the mineral. Is Zhao dividing the red iron ore? Xiao Jun gasped in astonishment. Anna adjusted her glasses, her almond-shaped eyes sharpening with intrigue. Although the mainstream extraction method for red iron stones is complete extraction, since the black portion, while containing significantly less energy than the red, still possesses ample energy, it is deemed the most economical approach, conserving both materials and the mental energy of the mech engineers. Nevertheless, Zhao's method of extraction, as unconventional as it was, indeed existed. The objective is to eliminate the black portions and solely extract the high-density energy from the crimson segments. Indeed, this method enhances the purity of the energy block, increases its capacity, and elevates the energy intensity. However, it also demands significantly more mental effort and materials. A master craftsman once calculated that the mental energy expended to separate the black portions is double that of not removing them. Consequently, while this technique is advanced, it is not particularly advisable for the average person. As Anna contemplated this, Zhao had successfully compressed the first vial of energy liquid into the energy block's casing. A revelation dawned upon her. Zhao lowered his gaze to review his recent actions, then picked up the second piece of crimson iron. Following that, he proceeded to the third and fourth pieces, and onlookers noted that Zhao's extraction speed visibly accelerated. Furthermore, each vial of energy liquid left behind a dark, opaque shell after extraction, as if this sophisticated method of extraction was as effortless for him as dining or quenching his thirst. Seemingly responding to some unspoken cue, a cat-like creature stealthily crouched down and began to cautiously approach the remnants of the crimson iron that Zhao had left behind, evidently engaged in meticulous documentation. By the time Bessie Phillips' energy block was completed, Zhao had already embarked on extracting his 10th energy stone. He continued his repetitive actions of extraction, transfer, and compression. Typically, upon completing this process, Zhao would have been expected to seal the energy block in his hand. However, those knowledgeable about advanced extraction methods understood that he had discarded a portion of the materials, indicating that the limit of this technique should be 12 pieces. Nonetheless, the fact that Zhao had managed to extract 10 pieces placed him among the elite of first-year students. With success within his grasp, Leo clenched his fists in excitement, his biceps enviable even to some mech piloting students. He evidently had no intention of sealing it yet, Anna observed astutely. Not only were they intently focused on Zhao's actions, but the other teachers and students present were equally captivated. Indeed, Zhao picked up another piece of crimson iron and repeated his previous actions. With 2 more vials of energy liquid successfully compressed into the energy block, Anna and the others exhaled in relief, believing he had achieved success. However, the expressions of Lan Jiayu and Barn soured. For if Zhao managed to seal this energy block, its quality would undoubtedly surpass that of Lan Jiayu's. Such is the audacity of advanced extraction methods. What astonished everyone was that Zhao showed no intention of sealing the energy block. They watched as he picked up the extraction pen once more, but this time, instead of selecting a new piece of crimson iron, he gathered the pile of waste material together. Then, to the astonishment of all who believed he had lost his mind, he liquefied the black portions as well. Chapter 40. Is the gap between people truly this vast? At this moment, no one dared to ridicule Zhao, questioning whether he had gone mad. They were solely fixated on his actions, eager to discern his intentions. They then witnessed Zhao separate the black portions from a small quantity of gray liquid, and immediately afterward, he intended to compress the black portions into the energy block's outer casing. The crowd was left perplexed. Not only did the others present fail to comprehend the situation, But even the mechanical voice of R behind the recording device emitted a sound of confusion. However, Zhao clearly maintained his own rhythm, wielding his mental prowess with the finesse of a maestro. The onlookers then beheld the astonishing sight of the black energy liquid actually merging into the shell of the energy block. How it penetrated, no one could ascertain. It had indeed entered. Only R, positioned opposite the recording device, witnessed the transformation. The black energy liquid morphed into a form reminiscent of a spider's web, enveloping the crimson energy liquid with intricate strands. Regrettably, she was not present at the scene. Had she been, she would have undoubtedly snatched that energy block immediately. At last, Zhao exhaled in relief, having reached the step of sealing the energy block. Truly, utilizing the extraction pen was an exhausting endeavor. Yet, others remained oblivious to the fatigue weighing on his mind, perhaps unable to fathom it even if they were aware. They merely observed as Zhao flawlessly sealed the energy block, only to begin yawning shortly thereafter. How many portions of energy liquid had he extracted? 12 portions. He had astonishingly compressed all 12, including a substantial amount of the black energy liquid. Goodness! At this moment, the students, who had only just realized this fact, regarded Zhao with newfound awe. Meanwhile, 3 students still grappling with their tasks on site were nearly in tears. Of them, only one was capable, but had yet to complete his work, while the other 2 were outright unable to produce a result. Was the disparity between individuals truly this vast? Zhao remained unaware of these sentiments, as he was currently engaged in a battle of wits with a Maine Coon. What had he discovered? He realized that this feline was attempting to pilfer his energy block, seemingly poised to seize it and flee. Considering that it had previously asserted a mere 10% chance of becoming mentally impaired, it seemed entirely plausible that such a mischievous act could be perpetrated by the other party's cat. Another 10 minutes elapsed. The students of Class C managed to complete their energy blocks amidst various hurdles, while those from Classes D and E opted to surrender, preferring to avoid further embarrassment on stage. Thus, the examination reached its most exhilarating phase, the assessment of the levels of these 4 energy blocks. The Maine Coon first approached the student from Class C, and this honest beta, resembling his appearance, promptly took the energy block and followed the cat to the testing apparatus. A sound resonated, and the values of the energy block were displayed on the immense whiteboard. Sea level, initial tier. The moment the system announced this, the honest beta released a profound sigh of relief. As long as he had passed, that was sufficient. With remarkable speed, the honest beta exited the stage, and the Maine Coon then turned its gaze towards Philip. The red-haired beta bore no burdens, promptly placing the energy block onto the apparatus. Sea level, advanced tier. Beishi was momentarily taken aback, hastily examining the values of her energy block. Indeed, during the extraction of the energy liquid, energy dissipation had occurred. Thus, despite having extracted 10 portions, she found herself lingering just outside the threshold of perfection, relegated to an advanced rating. Nevertheless, this achievement was commendable, and, consequently, the crowd from Class B continued to cheer for her. At long last, Wang Miao glanced simultaneously at Zhao and Lan Jieyu, as a second testing device unexpectedly appeared on the high platform. Male. Chapter 41. Zhao's energy block, 1 section stronger than 6. Holding the energy block, Lan Jieyu gritted his teeth. His refined features, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, did not contort, yet an imperceptible unease flickered across his face. However, under Wang Miao's watchful gaze, it was impossible for him to refrain from conducting the test. In contrast to his inner turmoil, Zhao appeared remarkably at ease. He stood before the testing machine with the energy block in hand, poised to place it directly onto the device. This scene caused Lan Jieyu, who was slowly approaching, to panic. If he were to place his energy block after Zhao, the comparison would undoubtedly be more unfavorable for him. Thus, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward, placing his block atop the machine before Zhao could. See grade perfect. See grade perfect. The 2 announcements rang out almost simultaneously. As the other students focused their attention, they discovered that both of their energy blocks yielded identical values. Indeed, they were both 100% exactly the same. The moment the data appeared, Zhao exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not embarrassed himself. Not only had he avoided humiliation, but he might have even outperformed Zhao slightly. Zhao had extracted 12 portions of energy liquid, while he had only extracted 10, yet their values remained identical. It was not only Zhao who felt relieved. Instructor Barnes and the other students from Class A shared his sentiments. After all, as Class A, they would have found it difficult to bear if they had been overshadowed by Class F in their very first practical lesson. This outcome was already commendable. They had indeed offended Class F upon their arrival, and the fear lingered that Zhao might retaliate at this moment. However, Zhao had never been a petty individual. He was not particularly concerned about the data from his energy block. He merely cast a light glance before attempting to retrieve his energy block. Then, inexplicably, he was swatted away. Yizhu? Observing Hua Miao, who had arched its back in a protective manner, Zhao was compelled to retract his hand. Fortunately, the cat did not truly scratch him. It merely gave him a gentle tap with its fuzzy paw. Upon witnessing Zhao being playfully swatted by the cat, Zhao hastily withdrew his own hand as well. Evidently, Hua Miao was quite satisfied with him and did not extend a paw in his direction. As the onlookers remained puzzled, unsure of Hua Miao's intentions, R's voice resonated once more. Anna summoned 2 students from a mecha piloting department. I wish to test the performance of these 2 energy blocks on site. Yes, Anna, equally surprised that I remembered her, promptly took the 2 energy blocks and exited the grand classroom. 10 minutes later, the massive whiteboard displayed a new scene, revealing an expansive mecha training room before Zhao and the others. At that moment, 2 C-grade standard mechas, provided by the School for Student Practice, stood within the arena. As the 2 students from the mecha piloting department entered the training room, Anna affixed different labels to the 2 mechas. The one labeled that belonged to the user of Zhao's energy block, while the one labeled F was designated for Zhao's energy block. To ensure the fairness of the test, I deliberately selected 2 second-grade students whose scores were remarkably close, allowing them to draw lots to determine the match they would operate. Anna, in the video, spoke with utmost seriousness, declaring the commencement of the match. However, R, clearly not one to indulge in superfluous chatter, was eager for concrete data. At Anna's command, the 2 colossal mechs sprang into action almost simultaneously. The A mech delivered swift punches, while the F mech, despite losing the initial advantage, promptly raised its arm to block, effectively neutralizing the assault from its opponent. A fierce exchange ensued, with both mechs evenly matched. Eventually, the A mech and the F mech distanced themselves, with the right arm of the A mech rapidly charging its quantum cannon, aiming directly at the F mech's face. Yet, the F mech anticipated this move, launching its own quantum cannon almost simultaneously, resulting in a spectacular clash of projectiles in midair. The moment the 2 shots collided, the manufacturing students in the large classroom erupted with excitement, for the F mech's blast had completely dissipated the A mech's quantum shot. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the A mech tilted in a panicked attempt to evade. Seizing the opportunity, the F mech advanced and pinned the A mech to the ground. With both sides exhibiting closely matched abilities, a single confrontation determined the victor. How could this be? Was it due to the energy core of Zhao? It remained uncertain, as the teachers had yet to voice their thoughts. While the students continued to speculate, R's mechanical voice resounded once more. Change the pilot, bring in a stronger student. Understood. Anna escorted the defeated student out of the training room and quickly brought in another, who immediately took his place in the mech. The 2 mechs ignited once again, engaging in a visceral battle. However, the operation of the F mech was evidently less fluid than that of the A mech, a realization that dawned upon its pilot swiftly. Consequently, the F mech opted to create distance before firing its quantum cannon. In a striking parallel to history, the A mech also chose to fire in defense, yet, to everyone's astonishment, its quantum shot was once again scattered by the F mech. In the previous bout, the A mech had initiated the attack, thus granting its pilot a reaction time even when the quantum blast was neutralized. In contrast, when the F mech took the initiative to fire, the AMEC's response time was significantly diminished. Therefore, even with the new pilot lacking the seasoned expertise of the previous one, the F-mech triumphed once more through the advantage of its quantum cannon. Not only did the students watching the video fail to anticipate this outcome, but even the pilot of the F-mech was taken aback. Another change, our S mechanical voice remained unperturbed. Thus, the third pilot ascended to the A-mech, engaging the F-mech once more. This time, even though the F-mech successfully suppressed the opponent's quantum cannon, the A-mech's pilot demonstrated exceptional operational skills, deftly evading the barrage and even managing to maneuver gracefully amidst the F-mech's multiple shots. Rather than firing back, the A-mech chose to toy with the F-mech. It is evident that there exists a considerable disparity in skill between the two drivers, to the extent that even students from the mecha manufacturing department recognize them instantly. Alpha Zhao Ming from the second-year S class seemed to be taking undue advantage of Beta. Whispered comments floated through the air, questioning the fairness of the competition. Just when everyone presumed that Mecha F was destined for defeat, the brilliance emanating from Mecha is suddenly extinguished. "What on earth is happening?" murmured the crowd, confusion evident in their expressions. "Zhao, do you have any insight into this situation?" Inquisitive glances were directed at Zhao, the creator of the energy block, as Xiao Jun and others surrounded him. To their dismay, Zhao, appearing drowsy, replied, I have no idea." At that moment, R, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up. "I installed an energy controller on both energy blocks, releasing only 10% of their power. The reason Mecha A has ceased movement is due to its energy being depleted." Chapter 42. This isn't just a gap. It's an insurmountable chasm. Depleted energy? This implies that, despite Mecha F also utilizing merely 10% of its energy, it remained operational, while Mecha A had run out. Could this be correct? Everyone understood that something was amiss. Unless Mecha F's energy block surpassed that of Mecha A significantly. Do you see it now? Even perfection has its disparities. R's voice roused the crowd, and they instinctively turned to Zhao, their eyes filled with a complex mix of admiration, curiosity, and disbelief. Wasn't Zhao from the Fringe Planets? Was this truly his first attempt at creating an energy block? Had he secretly practiced without anyone's knowledge? Countless questions swirled in their minds. Yet they could not alter the undeniable fact of Zhao's extraordinary energy block. Soon, R conducted another experiment, requesting Anna to bring forth a B-class mecha for a confrontation with Mecha F. This time, Mecha F managed to withstand the onslaught of its opponent's quantum cannon, but ultimately, it was Mecha F that was shattered. However, the opposing quantum cannon did not travel far before dissipating, failing to strike the vulnerable Mecha F. After an extensive series of experiments, Mecha F eventually depleted its energy and came to a complete halt. The pilot excitedly disembarked, animatedly conversing with Anna, while the spectators outside the video feed had lost interest. Their gaze turned to Zhao, filled with longing, as they awaited an explanation from the main kun on stage. Clearly, they yearned for R to elucidate the mystery of Zhao's energy block. R did not disappoint, promptly stating, "The energy liquid is excessively refined, with a compression density 0.5 times that of the blue Ju energy block. Moreover, it seems Zhao employed a method to encapsulate the energy within the block, effectively preventing it from dissipating during usage." R then expounded upon a plethora of theoretical concepts. Some listeners grasped the information, while others remained perplexed, ultimately directing the conversation back to Zhao, the creator of the energy block. "It is indeed that portion of the black energy liquid," Zhao clarified, revealing no intention to withhold knowledge. "The red and black parts of the red ironstone are inherently unified. The red energy is potent, whereas the black energy is subdued. Is it possible that the black section serves as a protective lock for the hematite, restraining the energy within the energy stone?" Upon hearing this from Zhao, the distinguished students of the Central Military Academy immediately grasped the concept. The black portion, resembling a spider's web, envelopes the surface of the energy stone. It is not merely a lower-grade component of the ore, but rather its protective layer. Consequently, when they extracted the two types of energy liquid together. Allowing the black section to intermingle with the red interior, energy dissipation and blockage could occur, as such a liquid is fragmented. If the black layer were entirely removed, the pure red energy liquid would indeed possess a higher purity and density. It would lose its protective layer, causing the energy to dissipate rapidly. This method is superior to mixed extraction, but its strength is severely limited. However, if the red portion is extracted separately and subsequently wrapped in the black layer, the internal structure of the energy remains intact. Thus, it would hardly dissipate and would further compress and solidify the energy, resulting in a significantly more powerful quantum cannon. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Zhao nodded, affirming that everyone understood remarkably well. His insights stirred admiration among the majority of his peers, leaving even Lan Jiayu, who previously regarded himself as vastly superior to Zhao, feeling utterly foolish for having provoked him. This was not merely a gap. It was an insurmountable chasm. As for Barnes, he contemplated fervently seeking Zhao's favor to join Class A or persuading Anna to facilitate a return, wondering if time still allowed for such endeavors. Regarding R, she had departed, not by her own volition, but rather, her Maine Coon had slipped out of the classroom and reappeared in a video on the whiteboard. R was urging Anna to remove Zhao's energy block from the mech, and after Anna complied, the Maine Coon snatched the energy block and dashed away, not even glancing back. Even a farewell was uttered by Anna on its behalf. Are we dreaming? Or have we finally succumbed to madness after enduring the ridicule of other classes for so long? The students of Class F stumbled out of the classroom, overwhelmed by the seemingly unreal envious glances surrounding them. After all, most of their class hailed from relatively obscure planets, with the wealthiest among them being Zhao Jun, while many others had to work diligently to support their studies, affording little opportunity for practice. As a result, they remained at the bottom of their cohort, unable to qualify for strong teams, often left without anyone to consult when questions arose. Yet, miraculously, their class had produced a prodigy. Observing Zhao Jun and the others engaging in playful banter, as if to confirm whether they were indeed in a dream, Zhao mused that the world had truly gone mad. From teachers to students, none were spared. Nevertheless, it was a cause for celebration that Dr. R seemed eager to examine his energy block, prompting an early dismissal from class. With mealtimes still pending, a group of betas lingered by the roadside. Zhao intended to return to his dormitory to apply some fragrance, but was resolutely detained by Zhao Jun and the others. Zhao Jun remarked, "Did you see those Omegas? They are in first, second, and third years. Surely, we have important figures visiting our school." Zhao replied, "Oh, and then what? Don't the elders of large sects tour in such a manner?" Zhao Jun, "So shall we take a look?" Zhao, "No, we won't go." Then Zhao was quite literally abducted by Zhao Jun, Leo, Shinamo, and a throng of curious classmates. Zhao, "Since I can't leave anyway, why are you asking me?" Along the way, it wasn't just their curiosity. Many betas were also approaching, and even the typically fierce alphas, who usually spent their time in training, emerged as well. As the crowd grew denser, Zhao and the others finally glimpsed the source of the commotion. It was a luxurious deep blue hovercar, its sleek shuttle-shaped body adorned with the emblem of a five-pointed star encircled by olive branches and a golden ribbon. It is well known that the eagle emblem represents the Rockefeller family, a symbol of their enduring legacy since the establishment of their empire. ISNT, that Kylon Rockefeller? Oh, and your nemesis Gu Lingxing is here too. Zhao Jun, initially in high spirits, felt a wave of headache wash over him at the sight of these two. And when he noticed Gu Jingtao was also present, he thought he might go blind from despair. Maybe we should leave, unfortunately. He finished his sentence before Gu Lingxing spotted them. Zhao Jun's heart sank, and he watched as Gu Lingxing cautiously approached, extending his hand toward Zhao. Third brother, Zhao frowned, about to question his sanity, when the crowd erupted once more. In a daze, he heard a chorus of exclamations, all calling out the same name, Helen Rockefeller. Chapter 43. In the story of two, why are there sounds everywhere? Helen Rockefeller? Who? Zhao was puzzled, while Zhao Jun and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. No wonder there was such a commotion, as the students around them cheered more fervently. An elegant figure finally emerged from the throng of Omegas. Golden hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his blue eyes resembled the icy depths of a lake. Despite the exquisite features and snowy complexions of the Omegas surrounding him, none could rival his aloof grace and captivating presence. What a beautiful Omega! That singular thought echoed in Zhao's mind, as the surrounding cheers grew deafening, especially from the frenzied alphas. Seeing this, Kylon Rockefeller stepped forward, his 2S level mental pressure radiating outwards, instantly calming the overzealous alphas. Helen finally reached the front of the hover car, a gentle and reassuring smile gracing his lips. "Hello, everyone. I am Helen Rockefeller." At the moment the Omega spoke, a wave of ice-blue healing mental energy expanded, invigorating the student's position closer to him. "Is this the S-level mental healer?" Shenmontak remarked. "That's it." Even Zhao Jun couldn't help but express his admiration, though I find Gu Lingxing, Gu Jingtao, and Kylon Rockefeller rather irritating. I truly like Helen Rockefeller. Ultimately, I believe our trip here has not been in vain. After all, not only alphas require the guidance of healing mental energy, betas have a modest demand for it as well. They may not exhibit the same ferocious madness as alpha, yet the cumulative usage over time can indeed inflict harm. S-Class? Zhao raised an eyebrow, having forgotten to review this aspect of the original owner's memories. Indeed, Helen Rockefeller is the only S-Class Omega in our empire and also the sole S-Class mental healing practitioner. Even the alpha destined to marry him is none other than the 3S-Class General Mullen, as Zhao Jun reveled in the soothing sensation of his mental energy being calmed. He extolled the legendary feats of Helen Rockefeller. General Mullen? Zhao pondered. Wasn't Mullen a surname associated with the Imperial family? "Hey, you haven't heard this gossip?" Several inquisitive classmates immediately gathered around Zhao, whispering excitedly. "So, General Mullen is actually the second prince, the only son of Her Majesty the Queen. However, after the Queen's sacrifice, he returned to his maternal grandfather's family, effectively renouncing his identity as the second prince." Zhao grasped the concept, but did not completely comprehend it. In any case, he was not particularly interested, so he decided to listen casually. To his surprise, the group grew increasingly animated, beginning to lament the capriciousness of fate. If only General Mullen were still alive, I believe only an alpha of his caliber deserves someone like Helen. How infuriating! It was all due to those wretched Zerg. Someone expressed righteous indignation, leaving Zhao utterly perplexed. "Huh? Yes, dead?" "Yes, but not entirely." Zhao Jun hesitated, finally leaning in to whisper to Zhao. "A year ago, the Zerg suddenly breached the border defenses. The two generals, in their effort to repel the colossal Zerg tide, had no choice but to launch a suicide attack against the Zerg Queen. One of them was General Mullen." After Zhao Jun spoke, Leo added, "He has been missing for nearly half a year. Although the military has kept it under wraps, many remnants of the mechas he piloted were found at the scene. It's likely he has perished." Zhao mused that this seemed irrelevant to him, merely expressing a sentiment of regret. Who would have thought that such a beautiful Omega was still unmarried and already a widower? But how could a widower be accompanied by an alpha? The driver? However, aren't the current hover cars all on autopilot? Unbeknownst to the gossiping crowd, amidst such a grand affair, there was indeed a matter concerning his little Kalami. For after Helen Rockefeller had employed a round of healing mental energy, Gu Lingxing unexpectedly approached him for conversation. Moreover, during their exchange, Gu Lingxing did not forget to mention his dear third brother. "Helen, this is my brother, Zhao." Helen cast a meaningful glance at Gu Lingxing before turning his attention to Zhao, who stood rooted in place. With dark hair and fair skin, his features were exquisite, and when those amber eyes gazed upon you, it seemed as if flickering gold resided within them, making him appear almost too beautiful to be a beta. No wonder. Helen smiled, fully understanding Gu Lingxing's intentions. Gu Lingxing was worried, or perhaps he was overly concerned about Zhao. He feared that Zhao might usurp his position within the Gu family, and was also apprehensive that Zhao would stubbornly pursue Chiron once more. Helen dismissed Gu Lingxing's feelings with disdain, yet she also comprehended the concerns of the little Omega. Moreover, given Gu Lingxing's exceptional talent, he and Ji Zhao were worlds apart. Even if Ji Zhao were to return to his family, the Rockefeller clan would undoubtedly place greater value on Gu Lingxing. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Helen resolved to indulge Gu Lingxing's apprehensions. "Hello, Ji Zhao. I am Helen, Kailon's brother." She spoke softly, including Kailon, who stood beside her with a furrowed brow. "I heard from Lingxing that Kailon saved you. It seems you two must have a good relationship, right?" No sooner had Helen's words fallen than Kailon bluntly retorted, "We have no relationship." Almost instantaneously, laughter erupted around them, for Ji Zhao's relentless pursuit of Kailon had become a well-known jest within the school. At that moment, Kailon was publicly distancing himself from Ji Zhao in front of his cousin Helen, while Gu Lingxing stood openly beside Helen. Wasn't this evidence enough? Some had not only lost, but had done so utterly incompletely. The mocking gazes from onlookers were not lost on Ji Zhao, and even Xiao Jun and others could not suppress their feelings of remorse as they regarded him. It was their fault for insisting Ji Zhao join them. Now, onlookers believed Ji Zhao had come specifically for Kailon, shamelessly seeking the approval of Kailon's cousin. Only Ji Zhao, appearing to ponder for a moment, nodded in agreement with Kailon, saying, "You are right." At this, Kailon's frown deepened, as he felt Ji Zhao's words were laced with sarcasm. Fortunately, his good friend Gu Jingtao could no longer tolerate the situation. "Ji Zhao, how long do you intend to cling to Kailon? You may have no shame, but the Gu family still has its dignity." Ji Zhao nodded and replied, "Oh, I see. You gave me face before, did you?" Turning to Gu Jingtao, Ji Zhao boldly declared in front of the crowd, "How many times must I tell you to consider me dead? Dead, dead, dead. Are your ears faulty? Or is it your brain? If you truly cannot find someone to deal with me, then perhaps you should just cut off your head. It seems to serve no purpose." Gu Jingtao, Kailon Rockefeller. The crowd. Chapter 44. Are there any normal people in this school besides me? Yi Zhou. Gu Jingtao was so infuriated that he stumbled over his words. How dare Ji Zhao insult his intelligence? How could Ji Zhao have the audacity? Yet, in the presence of Helen and so many others, as the distinguished second young master of the Gu family, an S-class alpha, he could hardly confront a worthless beta. However, Ji Zhao was unfazed by Gu Jingtao's anger, shifting his gaze directly to Kailon Rockefeller, raising his right hand in an oath. "I, Ji Zhao, now swear to heaven. May I be struck by lightning if I ever pursue you again. May your entire family perish. Gu Lingxing, this vow pertains solely to myself and does not implicate anyone present." Kailon Rockefeller. With Ji Zhao having made such a declaration, Kailon found himself at a loss for words. He could only cast a deep glance at Ji Zhao before coldly stating, "Remember what you said today." Rest assured, Ji Zhao waved his hand, indicating that no further words were necessary. After resolving the two neural issues, Ji Zhao finally turned his attention to Gu Lingxing, who was standing beside Helen. It seemed that Gu Lingxing sensed the impending crisis, instinctively shrinking back a little behind Helen. Just as Helen was about to offer some words of comfort, Ji Zhao spoke first. "The Gu family, a cold-blooded clan that even forsakes its own flesh and blood, is fortunate to have you cherish it. Keep it well. I want to compete with you." Gu Lingxing slowly clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with indignation. Helen, perceiving the harshness in Ji Zhao's words and the lack of respect for the aristocratic families, furrowed her brow and said, "Ji Zhao, one should always leave a thread for future possibilities. It ensures more paths ahead, does it not?" Ji Zhao turned his gaze back. He had no intention of attacking Helen, yet she seemed displeased. Thus, he opened his mouth and said, "So, if one alpha is gone, there is still another, is there not?" Helen Rockefeller's icy blue eyes widened slightly. While others may not grasp Ji Zhao's meaning, she felt a chill as his gaze shifted past her towards the hovering vehicle. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing her younger brother, Kailon, prepare to stand up for her, Helen quickly raised her hand to stop him, instead offering Ji Zhao a smile. "It was inappropriate of me to criticize you, Ji Zhao. Everyone has their own way of living. I apologize." Her gentle and courteous demeanor starkly contrasted with Ji Zhao's sharp tongue, leaving him appearing quite difficult to engage with. Some who previously harbored a slight fondness for Zhao due to an online video now regarded him with altered expressions. However, Zhao remained indifferent, quietly observing Helen and disinterested in saying more. Finally, Helen patted Gu Lingxing's hand resting on her arm and glanced at Kylon, saying, "It's nearly time. I have a patient in the vehicle, so I want to be able to join you for lunch today." With that, Helen turned and boarded the hovering vehicle, not even waiting for Gu Lingxing's farewell. Such behavior might seem peculiar in others, but it was customary for Helen Rockefeller, the Empire's sole S-class healer, whose daily schedule was always packed. The notion of having a patient in her vehicle was entirely normal. It was only someone like Zhao, who had not encountered such realities, that would find it astonishing. Many instinctively sought to defend Helen Rockefeller, yet Zhao's perception extended beyond mere sight. At that moment, his consciousness subtly enveloped the deep blue hovering vehicle, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Ah, so, is it requisite for a mental healer to embrace their patients? As he pondered this, his light brain suddenly lit up. "Master Lu, how are you today?" "Master Lu," little black cat peeking JPG, Zhao contemplated before typing. "Not too well." "Master Lu, is your pheromone disordered again?" "Hisao, no." Little black cat looking dejected, JPG, Zhao. "I encountered 3 nerves and an omega who put a green hat on my former fiancé, General Magellan." Lu Yao, perhaps failing to comprehend his meaning or for other reasons, left Zhao waiting for a considerable time without a reply, until the crowd dispersed. His neural interface flickered back to life. "Master Lu, how did you know?" Zhao pondered that they were all in the same boat and decided to speak candidly. He was embracing another alpha in the vehicle. What if that is his fiancée? Master Lu countered. "Can one still embrace the deceased?" Zhao replied. This little interlude did not weigh heavily on Zhao's mind. However, on the other side of the hovering vehicle, Helen Rockefeller, leaning against the handsome alpha, wore a sullen expression. "What troubles you? Are you still displeased by that beta's words?" The alpha wrapped his arms around the omega's slender waist, making a move to kiss the omega's rosy lips. Yet, the omega raised a hand to block him, casting his gaze downward in displeasure. "I told you to wait for me at the other courtyard." It was merely an ordinary beta discovering something. If those soldiers around Lu Yao were to find out. The alpha easily brushed aside Helen's hand and skillfully pressed his lips against the omega's. Initially resistant, Helen soon succumbed to the intoxicating blend of the sweet narcissus pheromones and the assertive sunset rum. It wasn't until the alpha left a bite mark on his fair neck that they resumed their conversation. What is there to fear? Without Lu Yao, what use are those simple-minded, brawny soldiers? As his widow, they will only respect you and assist you. Isolde Mahalan's deep purple eyes narrowed as he softly coaxed. "Once we gather all of Lu Yao's former subordinates, you shall be the next empress of the empire. You know this well, Helen." Helen lowered his gaze, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes. Had Lu Yao heeded his counsel and not insisted on confronting the mother bug alongside his uncle, he would not be entangled with Isolde now. But Lu Yao was gone. Thus, Isolde emerged as his best option. "All right, today I shall be the disobedient one. Next time, I shall heed your words, all right?" Isolde gently caressed the corners of Helen's eyes, lifting his chin to kiss him once more. Just as the two were about to lose themselves again, their neural interfaces simultaneously lit up, not with messages, but with encrypted calls. Upon answering, both Helen and Isolde visibly grew serious. How could this be? Meanwhile, in the beta dormitory at the Central Military Academy, Zhao once again retrieved his alpha fragrance, meticulously spraying it on his sheets and pillows. As the familiar pheromones filled his senses, all discomfort from the day seemed to dissipate at that moment. He inhaled deeply once more, then wrapped himself in his blanket, preparing to drift into slumber. Yet at that moment, a series of monkey-like sounds erupted from the bed beside him. Soon, Zhao realized that the entire building, no, perhaps the entire dormitory area, was suddenly illuminated, accompanied by the cacophony of countless monkeys. Zhao, wait, are there really any normal people left in this school? Chapter 45. The gossip I just heard, Lu Yao. Are you listening? Yizhig, rise and shine. Come and witness the brilliance of the light brain. Goodness, General Mullen is still alive. He truly lives. Yi Zhou, appearing dazed from inhaling perfume, elicited genuine frustration from Xiao Jun. He was utterly perplexed as to where Ji Zhao had procured such inferior counterfeit products. Although it was ostensibly alpha perfume, he detected not a hint of its fragrance. Reflecting on Ji Zhao's previously strained financial circumstances, Xiao Jun recalled that while the Gu family had briefly extended their assistance, Ji Zhao had since fallen out with them. Contemplating the exorbitant price of genuine alpha pheromone perfume, Xiao Jun felt a pang of sympathy for his friend rather than indignation at his choice of counterfeit. General Mullen, I mentioned him earlier today, the fiancé of Helen Rockefeller. Xiu Yunli eats it patiently. Ji Zhao, resting on his pillow, gazed dreamily with his amber eyes and remarked, "Oh, that unfortunate soul who has been wronged." Xiao Jun was taken aback, nearly rushing to cover Ji Zhao's mouth. Thankfully, their dormitory was empty save for the two of them. "You mustn't speak so recklessly. I certainly do not wish to know how you came by that information. Don't tell me." He quickly covered his ears. His recent interactions with Ji Zhao had made it abundantly clear that his roommate was not one to make baseless claims. When he spoke of a great bug indeed appeared. When he suggested that General Mullen had been betrayed, it was entirely possible that it was true. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that he had survived. After single-handedly repelling the mother bug following his uncle's sacrifice, he had held the line and miraculously returned. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this revelation? As Xiao Jun leapt with excitement, reveling in the jubilant cheers resonating throughout the dormitory, Ji Zhao realized that sleep would elude him for the time being. Thus, he retrieved his light brain and began typing in silence to the only contact he had added himself. This night, the Imperial Military Hospital was ablaze with light. As a cadre of experts moved in and out of a top-tier ward, their expressions grave as they circulated the case files in hand. The discovery made by the guard team on Eternal Twilight Star revealed that the general seemed to have mastered some form of a miniature wormhole. However, the distortion of space was wreaking havoc on his mental sea, which had begun to dissipate. It was feared that even his spiritual essence would soon be beyond summoning. I estimate that in no more than 2 months, the general's mental strength will decline. It all depends on whether Lady Helen has a solution, one expert surmised. Inside the ward, an alpha-clad in a patient gown reclined at the head of the bed, his striking features marked by a haunting beauty that exuded both allure and distance, akin to a cold flame that beckoned yet repelled. Helen Rockefeller sat by his bedside, her ice-blue mental energy weaving intricate threads as she repeatedly endeavored to penetrate the vastness of the Alpha's mental sea. This silent standoff persisted for nearly 10 minutes, culminating in Helen's mental energy encountering barrier after barrier until it could no longer sustain itself and withdrew. Is there still hope for healing the general's mental sea? Inquiring glances from Lin Hung and several high-ranking military officials encircled Helen as she retracted her mental force. Upon witnessing this, the Omega, weakened from the depletion of mental energy, turned pale and after a long pause, gently shook his head. I observed several black holes deep within Yao's mental sea, from which toxins were incessantly diffusing, seeking to erode his psyche. Although reluctant to continue, Helen closed her eyes and said, I cannot delve deeper into Yao's mental realm. I can see it, yet cannot reach it. If even Lady Helen is unable to penetrate, how could the general? Chang Yuni gritted his teeth, feeling the strain in his jaw until he was finally willing to release his grip slowly. Meanwhile, Major Lin Hung remained remarkably composed. Is there a way to control these maternal toxins? Helen lowered her gaze and shook her head gently. The Omega appeared deeply pained for Liu Yao, and when he raised his head again, his ice-blue eyes were tinged with a faint crimson. At my current level of mental energy, I cannot breach the barrier protecting Yao from the maternal toxins. It is beyond my capability, and no other Omega can achieve it either. This meant we would only be able to watch as the general's mental seed dissipated, his powers waning until it was completely desiccated. An officer let out a low growl, unable to contain his emotions. He knew they should not be causing such a ruckus in the infirmary, yet this should not be the final fate of their general. For once the general's mental energy was entirely drained, or even before that, the maternal toxins could claim his life. No, there is another way. The Omega seemed to clench his teeth, the faint crimson in his ice-blue eyes gradually transforming into resolve. What way? Chung Yuni and the others immediately pressed for answers. Even the typically composed Lin Hung looked at Helen with a hint of agitation. Finally, Helen seemed to muster all her courage and declared, "As long as my mental energy reaches the 2S level, I will be able to traverse a Yao's mental barrier and purge the toxins within." 2S. The officers were momentarily taken aback. It is well known that an Omega's mental energy can be advanced, with the condition being that they must reach the limit of their current level and then consume a freshly harvested maternal core on the spot. Naturally, the level of this core must correspond to the intended advancement level of the Omega. When Helen ascended from A to S level, their general had led them to hunt a 2S level royal insect species, enabling her successful elevation. In essence, for an Omega to advance, they must absorb energy from a maternal core of a level higher than their intended upgrade. Moreover, this core must not be stale. It must be freshly extracted and consumed. However, 2S level royal insect species can command massive swarms, and they have only encountered 3S level royal species thus far. I understand that obtaining a 3S level core is exceedingly difficult, yet Yao is the Empire's sole 3S level alpha. If his mental sea were to be sealed, it would be a monumental blow to the Empire. Enough. Helen's words were abruptly cut off by a cold male voice. The crowd turned in unison to see the alpha, who had been resting on the sickbed, had opened his eyes at some point and was quietly observing them. Ayo. The crowd hastily gathered around Lu Yao, with several burly men already brimming with tears. His Excellency Helen mentioned there is still a way, as long as he can advance to 2S rank. There is hope for you. Lin Hung remains in Capital Star to protect you, and we shall head to the borders to confront those wretched insects. A reckless man rolled up his sleeves, ready to depart, only to be halted in his tracks by Lu Yao's sudden, piercing gaze. I always thought you were merely lacking in intelligence, but not to the point of foolishness. His cold, jade-like eyes glinted with icy disdain, as reprimands for his subordinates hovered on his lips. Yet, at that moment, the device beside him abruptly lit up. He glanced down to see two glaring notifications flashing forth. Classmate Ji Zhao. Do you remember the General Mahulan I mentioned today, who was green? It seems he is alive. Classmate Ji Zhao. Little Black Cat with many question marks JPG, Lu Yao. Chapter 46. Little Black Cat continues to gossip JPG. He cast another glance at the message concerning the green General Mahulan, feeling a mix of amusement and irritation. He yearned to inquire of a certain little Omega. As a citizen of the Empire, do you not know who General Mahulan is? Yet, recalling Ji Zhao's demise in his past life due to a genetic illness, and the Ji Zhao who now stood by his side, he decided against pressing the matter. Thus, Lin Hung and the others observed as their general, having only begun to speak, raised a hand to rub his temples, and began typing on the invisible screen. Lu Yao. Haven't you all gone to sleep? Lu Yao. Little Black Cat tucking in JPG. After responding to the young one, he lifted his gaze once more to his foolish subordinates. Even if my mental domain is sealed, the Empire still has Marshal Lu and General Master, along with countless others like you. The stout man seemed poised to speak again, but was halted by Lin Hung. In that moment when I charged toward the mother bug, I did not expect to return alive. Yet here I am, even if my mental domain may be eroded by toxins. Even if one day I may become incapacitated or even perish, these are choices I have made. Lu Yao's words flowed with a calmness that suggested he was not merely reflecting on himself. I am an adult, a general, and I can take responsibility for my decisions. Therefore, I ask you to respect my choices and refrain from acting foolishly under the guise of concern for my well-being. Understood? The reckless man's steps faltered. Chung Yui's eyes were red-rimmed, and even Lin Hung could not help but bow his head. Answer me. Lu Yao continued to gaze at them until the burly man, Lori Reich, stammered a reluctant agreement. With his affirmation, Lin Hung, Chung Yui, and the other officers struggled to voice their suppressed thoughts. Finally, Helen, who had not found an opportunity to speak, interjected. But Yao, The issue with your mental domain cannot be underestimated. If this continues, you may never see Pajun again. That is of no concern, Lu Yao replied resolutely. At that moment, the man, akin to a print, radiated an icy demeanor, and Helen felt that his gaze bore no warmth. Indeed, Lu Yao Mahulin was always like this, a cold-hearted alpha who even denied acknowledgement of his own emperor father. What kindness could he possibly show? Lin Heng, take everyone outside first. Understood. As Lin Heng departed the infirmary alongside the officers, leaving Helen standing alone. The instinctual nature of an Omega caused him to tense, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he defiantly fixed his icy blue gaze upon Lu Yao. In that moment, Lu Yao's holographic device flickered back to life, and the alpha who had been observing him just a heartbeat ago now seemed entirely indifferent. Classmate Ji Zhao, the entire dormitory area is cheering for the general. If they are awake, I shan't find rest either. Classmate Ji Zhao, image of a little black cat rolling on a bed. Lu Yao, feeling exasperated, was about to respond when another message from Ji Zhao arrived. Classmate Ji Zhao, your pheromone perfume is quite delightful. Classmate Ji Zhao, image of a little black cat expressing gratitude. Lu Yao hesitated, pondering whether this little Omega truly understood the implications of complimenting an alpha's pheromones. Lu Yao, if you find it pleasant, do let me know if it runs out. Ji Zhao did not reply immediately, prompting Lu Yao to set aside his device once more, redirecting his focus back to Helen. Helen, I implore you to tell me the truth. Did you send Lin Heng and the others to hunt the 3S level insectoids solely to cure me? Ayo, what do you mean? Helen gazed at Lu Yao in disbelief, his golden hair cascading around his azure eyes. His beauty was acknowledged throughout the empire, leading those who met his gaze to feel a sense of inadequacy, except for Lu Yao. He was left questioning whether everything he had experienced was merely a dream. All he knew was that in his dreams, he had not encountered Ji Zhao. The remnants of his past dissipated like mist, and upon awakening, he discovered that nearly 2/3 of his former comrades had perished hunting the 3S level insectoids. Laurier, Cheng Yui, and many brothers who had followed him for years had exhausted themselves in pursuit of restoring his shattered psyche, yet they could not return to him. In his dreams, he only saw Helen weeping at his bedside, lamenting that he had failed to dissuade Cheng Yui and others, regretting having shared that method with them. But what was the reality he faced today? It was Helen Rockefeller who had deliberately guided them, aiming to incite Cheng Yui and the others to hunt the 3S level insectoids. Whether Helen acted to empower him or to clear the path for a soul to take command of the 2nd and 3rd legions, such actions had crossed Lu Yao's threshold of tolerance. I shall ask you one last time, Helen Rockefeller, do you truly wish to save me? Lu Yao articulated each word with precision, his cold, jade-like eyes resembling a frozen abyss, the sharpness of his gaze exuding an innate sense of pressure. The Omega retreated a step, a flicker of panic finally surfacing in his eyes. While Lu Yao had never been overtly gentle, he had always exhibited the decorum of a refined gentleman. Yet now, I genuinely want to save you, Yao. Do you not even trust me? Helen lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yao's, stripped of the elegance witnessed by Ji Zhao during the day, replaced by a wounded sense of injustice and disbelief. Very well. I understand now. Lu Yao averted his gaze, allowing Helen to exhale a heavy sigh of relief. But just then, the calm voice of the Alpha resonated once more. Our initial engagement stemmed from the fact that I am the Empire's sole innate 3S Alpha, while you are a naturally born Omega, closest to S rank. Helen suddenly lifted his gaze, sensing that something was about to transpire, yet feeling powerless to intervene. Presently, I am burdened by the mental toxin of the mother worm. My mental sea lies shattered, my spiritual entity cannot be summoned, and, consequently, my mental strength will diminish. I am no longer the optimal candidate to be your Alpha, and there is no need for us to continue in this forced arrangement. Helen wished to express further thoughts, but Lu Yao had already summoned Lin Heng and others into the room. Announced to the 2nd and 3rd legions that I, Lu Yao Mahulin, hereby dissolve my engagement with Helen Rockefeller, effective immediately, due to the shattering of my mental sea and the inability to summon my spiritual entity. I shall temporarily retreat from the forefront. All matters concerning the two legions will be managed by Major General Lin Hong. Liu Yao paid no heed to the rejection evident in Helen's eyes, declaring his decision unabashedly. Most of the officers, with the exception of Lin Hong, looked on in astonishment at Liu Yao and Helen, yet none spoke in defense of Helen, tacitly accepting Liu Yao's resolution. Your Excellency Helen, please. Lin Hong gestured for Helen to step aside. Helen wished to push past him to speak with Liu Yao, but he noted Liu Yao's gaze had once again shifted to the holographic terminal. It was clear that, even if he charged forward at that moment, Liu Yao would not acknowledge him. A flicker of relief crossed his eyes, although he had temporarily forfeited the opportunity to acquire the 3S worm core. He had also liberated himself from the nearly hopeless future with Liu Yao. This may not constitute the best outcome for him, yet it was certainly not the worst. Meanwhile, Liu Yao received yet another message from a certain little Omega. Classmate Ji Zhao. Latest news. My roommate mentioned that the suddenly enlightened General Mahulin has broken up. Classmate Ji Zhao. Little Black Cat's eyes wide open JPG, Liu Yao. Chapter 47. Poverty is a condition that exists only in zero or infinite instances. How could it be? How did the general suddenly dissolve his engagement with Helen? Could it be that your ominous words have come true? In the dormitory, Xiao Jun was making a racket, causing Ji Zhao's head to ache. I am not an omen. I'm merely discovered. All right. You need not say more. I do not wish to know. As Ji Zhao was about to explain his discovery, he noticed Xiao Jun had buried his head beneath the blankets, adopting an expression that suggested he would rather suffocate inside than endure any further conversation. Ji Zhao sighed with relief when his holographic terminal lit up once more. Lord Liu, he is indeed quite astute. Lord Liu, Little Black Cat, smiling JPG. Ji Zhao pondered for a moment before resuming his typing on the screen. Perhaps. Classmate Ji Zhao. Little Black Cat with nothing to do JPG. The two continued their conversation, engaging in a light exchange until the entire dormitory district showed signs of tranquility due to the recent explosion of information on the Starnet. Everyone ceased their cheering, turning instead to gossip on the Starnet. Ji Zhao exhaled deeply, promptly retrieving the pheromone perfume to apply it meticulously before, at Liu Yao's suggestion. He grasped the advanced crystal that nourishes Omega mental strength and nestled into his blankets. Unlike the jubilations of most in the Empire over the return of Liu Yao, and the lamentations for his separation from Helen, Isolde Mulin within the palace was coldly smirking, on the verge of shattering the wine glass in his hand. To return alive after a 6-month disappearance, Liu Yao was indeed remarkably fortunate. Your Highness, please temper your anger, murmured Prinvasan, the commander of the 7th Legion and Isolde's maternal uncle. Yet, his attempt to soothe only reminded Isolde of the misdeeds committed by their legion. Uncle, did you not assure me that the matter of Zealous was easily resolvable? Could we not simultaneously undermine the Mitre family? And now, just moments ago, Lin Hong, the acting commander of the 2nd and 3rd Legions, had submitted a request to the military department, seeking to take over the investigation of the Zealous incident. Coupled with the earlier attempts by the 7th Legion to capitalize on the situation surrounding Michael, which had failed, the military was currently rife with onlookers ready to revel in their misfortune. If my surmise is correct, the recent turmoil on Zealous was orchestrated by Liu Yao. Otherwise, Cheng Yuni would not have so suddenly intervened in the affairs of a defenseless beta. A thin sheen of sweat broke upon Prinvasan's brow, fully aware of his culpability in this affair. Yet, he also suspected that Liu Yao and his companions had deliberately set this trap for the 7th Legion. A defenseless beta, you say? Who might that be? Isolde's gaze sharpened as it fixed upon Prinvasan, prompting a nearby attendant to swiftly present a segment of a Starnet video. In the video, a dark-haired youth was seen gallivanting over the surface of a Thaxian scorpion, displaying an effortless grace. Yi Zhou? Upon learning the name of the beta, Isolde chuckled. Was this not the insolent beta who had boasted to him through Helen? With this in mind, why not make an example of him while simultaneously winning Helen's favor? Such bothersome little pests ought to be dealt with decisively. With a mere utterance from Isolde, Prinvasan lowered his gaze, replying, Rest assured, Your Highness. As the first rays of morning light fell, Zhao once again found himself en route to class. However, unlike the lethargy of the previous day due to insufficient pheromones, he was now absorbed in an anonymous message, reflecting on how poverty seemed to manifest either as a singular occurrence or an endless cycle. All right, tomorrow Zhao must work at the apothecary and likely cannot join us for the mecha exhibition, murmured Xiao Jun, who had been contemplating inviting Zhao along. He suddenly snapped back to reality, addressing the eagerly anticipating Leo and Shun Mo Leo, and the others were momentarily taken aback, recalling that Zhao had been diligently working to support himself, rendering him unavailable on weekends. Zhao nodded in agreement, perhaps next time. The following morning, Zhao arrived punctually at his place of employment, the Shiguang Apothecary. As the largest apothecary near the Central Military Academy, the establishment was a peculiar structure resembling a colossal, breathing, ever-blooming luminous flower. With each opening and closing of the petals, the air surrounding the apothecary was infused with a subtle hint of mint, revitalizing the spirits of the customers who entered. As Zhao stepped into the store, he was greeted by a myriad of glass counters, each adorned with various potions of differing potencies, yet all priced exorbitantly. Despite this, numerous alphas were patiently queuing at the counters, where an array of cheerful attendants enthusiastically showcased the shop's diverse offerings. Indeed, even in this advanced age of interstellar medicine, equipped with hemostatic gels, photonic healing devices, and even state-of-the-art treatment pods capable of regenerating limbs, these medical apparatuses addressed the corporeal body rather than the realm of the psyche and the mind itself. It is widely acknowledged that only the healing psychic abilities of Omegas can mend and restore the psychic sea and the mental entities. However, Omegas constitute a mere 5% of the Imperial population. This scarcity inevitably results in a severe shortage of psychic healers, leading to the emergence of a plethora of psychic healing potions predominantly crafted by Omega practitioners. Zhao's part-time job, conveniently located near his school, involved working as a counter attendant in this very apothecary, assisting alphas seeking to purchase psychic potions. Zhao, you've finally arrived. Quickly change your clothes. My daughter is ill, and I must leave work early, called out a gentle beta, waving him over. This was Mr. Lu Rue, a notably cheerful attendant specializing in psychic potions, and he was the very person Zhao would be substituting for over the weekend. Here are the newly arrived low-grade psychic stabilizers and low-grade psychic recovery potions. I hope today's customers prove to be dependable. Lu Rue briefed Zhao hastily before departing with urgency. At this moment, Zhao took the opportunity to scrutinize the myriad potions before him, further realizing the extent of his financial limitations. Even the low-grade potions at his counter bore varying prices, each dictated by the level and quantity of psychic crystals required for purchase. For instance, the low-grade psychic stabilizer before him was priced at 3 hearts tiers. Zhao understood that, while these crystals paled in comparison to the ones Lu Yao had given him, each heart's tier commanded an external price ranging from 10 to 20,000 star coins. Thus, the market value of this low-grade psychic stabilizer was at least 40,000 interstellar coins. In comparison to the more advanced potions at the center, which were priced directly by the core of the insects, the ones at his counter were relatively affordable. Gazing down at the mere 83 star coins remaining in his account, Zhao lamented the accuracy of the original owner's financial predicament. As he pondered, a hand suddenly reached over the counter, nearly brushing against his cheek. Accompanying it was a flamboyant and frivolous male voice. "Hey, look who I've spotted. ISNT that the legendary dead.Ji Zhao from the Star Network?" Chapter 48. Forget it, just leave. You make me feel nauseous. Zhao frowned, and, just before the intruding fingers could make contact with his cheek, subtly sidestepped. As expected of the legendary beta, your reflexes are quite impressive, the voice remarked mockingly. The leading alpha gazed intently at Zhao, his dark crimson eyes glinting with a cold light, as if he were observing a lamb destined for slaughter. Then, Zhao, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, as expected of a worthless alpha, your movements are so sluggish. Alpha. In the midst of their exchange, numerous eyes from the apothecary turned their attention towards them, each reflecting a distinct array of emotions. Yet, Zhao distinctly caught the murmured name Saint from the whispers of some individuals. What is your relation to Michael Mitt? Under the scrutiny of Zhao's amber cat-like eyes, Saint, who had been somewhat perturbed moments ago, instantly broke into a smile. What do you think? Just a moment ago, you were quick-witted with me. Are you afraid now? As these thoughts lingered, Zhao, disinterested, replied, judging by your obnoxious demeanor, you must be brothers. Saint. This remark not only caught Saint off guard, but also elicited laughter from several customers in the vicinity. Zhao, drawing from the original owner's memories, realized that Saint indeed had a familial connection to Michael, being cousins. However, unlike Michael, who chose to attend a military academy, Saint had declined the family's grooming 3 years prior, opting instead to become an exceptional bounty hunter. Bounty hunters resembled interstellar explorers, frequently venturing into desolate planets, new stars, or engaging in unsavory tasks for others. As a regular patron of the apothecary, Saint was also known for his well-documented penchant for charming young male betas. To Zhao's knowledge, several male beta clerks in their apothecary had once been the intimate companions of this alpha. As far as I know, your counter has consistently ranked as the least profitable in the apothecary. How about I lend you a hand? Saint gazed at Zhao, evidently intrigued by the vigor emanating from him. How did I never notice this before? You are indeed the most striking individual in this apothecary. It must be said, Saint's words roused the ire of many present, particularly those betas who had once had entanglements with Saint or still held lingering connections. Almost immediately, their icy glares were directed at Zhao. This was clearly the reaction Saint desired. Had it been the former Zhao, he would have succumbed to internal strife. Sensitive and insecure, valuing his pride above all else. Yet, the current Zhao was different. He sought only money. Thus, the onlookers in the apothecary witnessed Zhao swiftly bend down, meticulously retrieving each potion from the counter and arranging them neatly before Saint. In total, there were 90 heart's tears, 120 illumination crystals, 88 pulsating stones, and 160 obsidian crystals. Before Saint could utter a word, Zhao had diligently counted all the stock at the counter and, with utmost professionalism, inquired, "Will that be cash? If you do not possess such a variety of mental energy crystals, our apothecary also offers a service for exchanging different crystals." Sighing, accompanying Saint were several subordinates. Is it possible that their notion of helping was merely a form of mockery and teasing, rather than a genuine offer of assistance? However, Zhao, seemingly oblivious to their intentions, quickly interjected, "What is the matter? Have you not brought enough crystal stones? Not to worry. As a diamond customer, you can enjoy now and pay later. Allow me to wrap it all up for you." With that, Zhao reached for the specially designed freezing box to begin packaging, emphasizing the notion that since you are here to assist me, I shall not hold back. Wait a moment. At last, Saint, who had been unable to speak until now, firmly pressed down on Zhao's freezing box and leaned in with a smile. "If you wish for my help, that is fine, but these potions are not inexpensive. What compensation do you intend to provide me?" If it were merely a matter of these potions convincing Zhao to accompany him, he would gladly part with the money. A little amusement never hurt anyone. To his surprise, Zhao abruptly closed the freezing box, nearly catching his hand in the process. "Forget it. I shan't sell them to you. You are quite unappetizing. After 10 seconds of consideration, I still cannot accept it. Please leave." Saint was taken aback, pondering whether Zhao was genuinely unwell. Yet, Zhao had no intention of acknowledging him, instead returning all the potions to their rightful places before attending to the other customers who approached, with Saint providing a source of amusement. Coupled with his own influence on the Star Network, Zhao had never worried about the potions at his counter going unsold. Soon, one of Saint's subordinates approached him and whispered, "Boss, why bother entangling yourself with him? We have plenty of ways to ensure he understands our prowess." Saint remained silent, casting a cold glance at Zhao before leading his entourage deeper into the apothecary. As Zhao had anticipated, his burgeoning fame on the Star Network drew numerous customers to his counter. Most of the potions were of a common grade, aside from a few crafted by renowned healers. The efficacy was largely the same regardless of the counter from which they were purchased. Thus, even though Zhao often remained taciturn, he successfully sold several bottles of potions today, achieving his sales target and garnering a substantial reward. What surprised him, however, was the unexpected return of Mr. Lurue, who had left early that morning. Lurue looked at Zhao with a hint of apology. Though he had yet to speak, Zhao already sensed the answer. The boss has mentioned that our counter is small and no longer requires a second clerk. Lurue handed Zhao the 300 star coins he earned from his part-time job, informing him that he need not return. Lurue had anticipated that Zhao would inquire about the reasons behind this decision, but instead, Zhao promptly accepted the 300 star coins, turned, and exited the Shurguang apothecary. As dusk fell and the grand full moon ascended into the sky, Zhao retrieved his light brain, bringing to the forefront the anonymous message he had received early the previous day. Mr. Z, the 3 stability potions you consigned at my shop have received an offer totaling 15,000 star coins. After deducting the consignment fee of 3,000 star coins, your expected income is 12,000. Once again shutting off the light brain, Zhao swiftly sought out a restroom to change his attire, donning a cap and mask before heading eastward into the city. In this region lies the largest black market, a place where the original owner, driven to desperation, recklessly sells counterfeit medicine. As Zhao makes his way to the black market, Sai and Mit, standing high above the city, smirks and addresses his 2 subordinates behind him. Let us go. The little cat has taken the bait. Chapter 49. Entering the market is like gambling. Young man, do you wish to enter? Your Excellency Helen, what can you divulge regarding your annulment of the engagement with General Mullen? What troubles have arisen in General Mullen's mental realm that necessitated the dissolution of your betrothal? Having been childhood companions, why did you choose to sever ties after the General's grave injury? Is there an underlying desire to distance yourself from him? Outside the Rockefeller ancestral home, Helen Rockefeller sits in a hovering vehicle, preparing to depart for Liu Yao's residence, while Starnet reporters await outside. As the Empire's foremost psychic healer and the sole S-rank Omega, every action he takes draws the attention of the entire network and the Empire, particularly at this juncture, where Liu Yao has been injured while serving the nation but insists on ending their engagement. Missteps could yield dire repercussions. Regarding my engagement with General Mullen, I can only express my sincerest apologies to all of you and to those who have supported us from behind the screen. Stepping out of the hovering vehicle, Helen's golden hair cascades elegantly over his shoulders. His ice blue eyes gently regard each reporter raising a microphone, as well as every citizen of the Empire watching from their screens. The general fought valiantly for the nation, successfully repelling the mother bug, yet his mental realm has suffered irreparable fragmentation, rendering him unable to summon his psychic entity for collaborative combat. Upon hearing this, many reporters gasped, and the barrage of comments in the live stream surged rapidly. I know that, like me, you all feel sorrow for the general and share a deep-seated disdain for the shameless insectoid race that repeatedly violates our homeland, seeking to devour us. On the public hover vehicle, Zhao watches the public screen, listening as Helen discusses the insect race, the soldiers of the Legion, and the situation on the front lines. In summary, although the decision to part ways was made unilaterally by the general, both as his former fiancé and as the Empire's leading healer, I shall dedicate myself to treating him. As he spoke these words, a fleeting flicker of disappointment crossed Helen's eyes, which he quickly masked by lowering his gaze. Please believe in me. I will give my utmost effort. As this segment aired, the passengers around Zhao visibly stirred with excitement. Indeed, the general and your Excellency Helen share true love. Did you hear? It was the general who unilaterally sought to annul the engagement. He must not wish to burden your Excellency. A perceptive beta girl, her eyes glistening with emotion, spoke with heartfelt conviction. Your Excellency Helen surely does not wish to abandon the general. He is on his way to treat him. As Helen turned to board the vehicle, a spark of hope ignited within the hearts of onlookers. An outgoing young woman even nudged Zhao's arm, eagerly inquiring, "Young man, do you also believe that the general and your Excellency Helen are a perfect match?" Zhao, I did not feel that way. The girl, upon hearing this, The girl paused for a moment, her expression shifting as she wished to inquire why Zhao felt this way. However, the announcement from the public hover vehicle interrupted, indicating that Zhao had arrived at his destination. The East District, often referred to as the Zone of Sin, stands as one of the few chaotic enclaves within the capital star. Unlike the cold, technologically advanced interstellar metropolis that surrounds the East District, the area beneath the night sky is illuminated by shimmering neon lights, with grand holographic advertisements showcasing alluring figures. Shades of pink, ethereal blue, and sickly green suffuse the streets, where couples adorned with mechanical prosthetics or cybernetic eyes stroll hand in hand. Zhao meanders through this bizarre spectacle, flowing with the crowd toward the entrance of the underground black market, distinct from the typical black markets hidden in dark alleys or behind abandoned gates. The East District's black market is widely recognized among its inhabitants. As long as one yearns to enter, the black market imposes no restrictions. One may even enter without a mask or disguise, boldly stepping through the threshold. Yet, this chaotic realm is governed by a rule that deters many. Entering the market is akin to gambling, where one stakes their life. Are you still intent on entering, young man? The cat-faced mechanical maiden smiled at Zhao, her striking crimson kimono both peculiar and enchanting. Zhao remained silent, directly accepting the cat-faced mask from her hands. The mechanical maiden, unfazed by his presence, swiftly turned her attention to the next patron. It was evident that her role was merely to inform each individual entering the black market of its true nature, a realm of lawlessness where life and death are at one's own discretion. In essence, within this threshold, one may kill others, and others may likewise kill you. Should you choose to proceed, it signifies your agreement to the absolution of the killer. Once Zhao donned the cat-faced mask, he swiftly followed the throng through the transparent, rippling energy curtain. The next moment, an overwhelming cacophony mingled with the scent of metallic oil assaulted his senses. Unlike the bizarre, cybernetic city above, the black market was chaotic and disordered, filled with cheaper pastel neon lights and dilapidated starship stalls. Here, he encountered true cyborgs, individuals with mechanical limbs, eyes, and legs. Would you like a guide, young sir? I can navigate any corner of this black market. Amidst the turmoil, several brokers maneuvered through the crowd, one of whom fixed his gaze on Zhao. Very well, Zhao replied without hesitation. However, just as the broker reveled in the prospect of reeling in a big catch, Zhao suddenly remarked, "Do you also guide those without money? You are exceedingly generous." In an instant, the broker's smile vanished, and he turned away, leaving with a hasty step while whispering to other brokers about Zhao. Consequently, Zhao, lacking funds, was swiftly ushered through the throng, treated as if he were insignificant enough not to warrant a single inquiry. He soon navigated through the dilapidated streets, guided by his memory, heading directly to the apothecary where the original owner had consigned potions. In stark contrast to the apothecaries outside, the black market's potions were remarkably inexpensive. A mental stability enhancer that would cost 40,000 to 50,000 star coins outside could be acquired for merely 5,000 star coins within the black market. However, such low prices birthed a commonly accepted rule. The black market potions are akin to mystery boxes. One might acquire genuine potions, yet there exists a significant likelihood of obtaining counterfeit ones. The black market merely conducts rudimentary toxicity tests on the potions, neglecting to verify whether the consigned potions are efficacious. They display the potions for customers to select and purchase at their discretion. In essence, the authenticity of the potions relies solely on the buyer's discernment. One risks being duped or taken advantage of, making the black market an undeniable haven for naive purchasers. This is also the reason why the original owner dares to concoct potions indiscriminately without fearing retribution from the black market vendors. However, the predicament lies in the fact that the refinement and extraction of the mental strength potions necessitate the use of mental energy, inherently infusing the potions with mental fluctuations that are inextricably linked to the alchemist's own mental prowess. To the original owner, he merely regarded himself as a beta. His mental energy mingling within the potion seemed inconsequential. Little did he know that the current Zhao had transformed into an Omega, and furthermore, he realized that he was not a mere anomaly, but had always been one. This implies that the low-level mental strength stabilizer concocted by the original owner may not be a counterfeit, but rather a potion of mediocre effectiveness that is indeed genuine. Consequently, once the potion is sold, the vendor will receive confirmation of its authenticity, thereby potentially exposing Zhao's identity as an Omega. Chapter 50. Flamboyant and Fragile. A single touch, and it topples, pushing open the ancient door of the black market potion shop. The wind chimes swayed gently in the breeze. The mechanical assistant at the entrance tilted its head and, in the next moment, emitted a delightful mechanical voice. "Mr. Z, welcome back to our establishment." Some might argue that since it is a black market, even if the potion's authenticity is discovered, it would be impossible to trace Zhao's true identity. However, as a seasoned veteran of the black market within the realm of cultivation, Zhao is not oblivious to the intricacies involved. While the black market can indeed protect the identity of consignors, this is contingent upon the consignor possessing a certain status, background, or substantial capabilities. In the absence of such attributes, one's information is rendered transparent in the eyes of black market merchants. For instance, at this moment, the mechanical assistant merely scanned him for an instant before calling out his name, "Mr. Z." When the potion you provide is a counterfeit and utterly devoid of effect, the black market will not target you. However, what happens if your potion is genuine? Zhao, maintaining his composure, nodded subtly at the mechanical assistant and stated, "I wish to withdraw my potion." The mechanical assistant straightened its head slowly, emitting a crackling sound. "Your potion has already received an order for purchase. It will be sold directly upon your confirmation. After deducting the consignment fee of 3,000, you will profit 12,000 star coins directly. Are you certain you wish to withdraw?" Zhao replied, "Affirmative." Observing Zhao's resolute demeanor, the mechanical assistant added, "If you have any objections regarding the potion's price, you may refuse this transaction and await the next buyer. The black market offers potions at low prices with flexible trading options to stimulate consumption. Each potion has a 3-day public listing period, allowing other customers to engage in bidding. In the event of multiple bids, the seller will select the buyer. Furthermore, if the seller is dissatisfied with the bids, they may refuse the sale within the public listing period or withdraw the potion from sale altogether. Naturally, if the seller fails to refuse the sale within 3 days, the potion will be automatically sold. This is precisely the reason why Zhao must come to the black market tonight." He withdrew without hesitation. A flicker of data coursed through the mechanical maiden's eyes, and after approximately 3 minutes, she spoke again. "Please hold on. Xiaobei is retrieving the potion for you." Zhao exhaled with relief. Fortunately, the black market does not charge a commission for retracted consignments. Otherwise, he would be unable to afford even this modest fee. As the mechanical maiden procured the potion for Zhao, he sauntered through the apothecary. The black market apothecary does not employ human salespeople. Each batch of potions is displayed in separate glass cabinets, allowing customers to wander and select at their leisure. Once a potion is chosen, one need only state the cabinet number to the mechanical maiden to receive a quote and place an order. This method of purchasing is evidently quite popular, as patrons have continuously streamed in since Zhao entered. "Mr. Z, here are your potions." At last, 3 flawless potions were returned to Zhao's hands. He carefully sensed them, confirming that the psychic energy emanating from them was indeed of the same origin as his own, before stowing them in his backpack and leisurely exiting the apothecary. Behind him, a colossal, partially damaged holographic billboard advertised absolutely pure genetic potions. The surrounding neon lights reflected in the puddles at his feet, the crooked shop signs, the phantoms of mechanical and human fusion, and several enigmatic, cold, smiling masks. Zhao lowered the brim of his hat, his eyes, concealed beneath the mask, icy as winter. All night, he had felt someone lingering in the shadows behind him. However, unlike the interstellar realm, where pathways are meticulously planned, it was entirely normal for everyone to walk in the same direction, rendering it difficult for him to ascertain the presence of followers until now. He halted and the smiling masks behind him ceased their movement as well. "You've been following me. Is this amusing to you?" Zhao did not turn around, instead taking another step forward, his pace unhurried as if no pursuers were behind him. Yet, in response to his inquiry, the figures behind him remained silent. Zhao walked as they walked, and when he stopped, they stopped. Rather than merely trailing Zhao, it seemed they were toying with him, employing this silent following to intimidate the inexperienced little beta. "Then follow me," he declared, noticing their silence. Zhao quickened his pace toward the throngs outside the alley. As long as he could merge into the bustling crowd, it would be more challenging for these individuals to corner him. Clearly, the smiling masks understood this as well. Almost at the very moment Zhao was about to exit the alley, the tormentors among the smiling masks suddenly accelerated, with the fastest one darting ahead to block his path. "Your eyes are truly beautiful. If possible, we would love to take you alive." In that instant of facing Zhao, all humor twisted into an eerie threat, causing onlookers to gasp collectively. Almost immediately after this scene unfolded, the people in the alley instinctively recoiled. After all, murder is a commonplace occurrence in the black market, and no one wishes to be caught in the crossfire. This unfortunate young man, clearly tender and inexperienced, was easily recognizable as the target. Such a delicate frame. One might suspect that the onlookers silently mourned for the young boy. Yet, none anticipated that the vivid crimson blood would first burst forth from the neck of the smiling mask. For at the very moment the masked figure gestured at Zhao, a radiant blade materialized in the boy's hand, effortlessly slicing through the fragile neck of the masked man. "With such incessant prattle, you must be seeking death," Zhao remarked, shaking off the non-existent droplets of blood from his luminous dagger. His amber feline eyes narrowed, observing the crumpling masked figure with disdain. Upon witnessing their companion fall to Zhao in an instant, the smiles of the other masked figures faltered, their pupils constricting with disbelief. In that fleeting moment, they exchanged glances, all pondering the same question. Had they truly not misjudged their target? Zhao, a young beta, raised in an orphanage on the fringe planet, exhibited a chilling decisiveness in his actions. It is worth noting that the average lifespan of Imperial humans had surpassed 3 centuries, and although Zhao had reached adulthood at 18, in the eyes of most Imperials, he was still but a child. How could he? The masked figures felt a surge of anxiety, yet their immediate instinct was to block the alleyway, denying Zhao any chance to merge with the crowd. However, they were taken aback when Zhao did not attempt to escape through the alley, but instead retreated a few steps, directing the radiant blade at the only person standing behind him. The targeted masked man felt a chill run down his spine. Having anticipated this moment, he swiftly sidestepped, his laser gun igniting with a ghostly blue glow. Yet, what neither he nor his companions expected was that Zhao would hurl his dagger at the very instant the man dodged, the blade seemingly guided by some unseen force, piercing through the mask and embedding itself into his forehead. Zhao declared, "Such flamboyance, it falls with just a touch." Chapter 51. Practice makes perfect. In the dimly lit streets, where neon lights danced upon the water's surface, the boy adorned in a cat-faced mask stood resolutely against the wind, his amber feline eyes never wavering from the gradually collapsing form of the smiling mask. The ambience was serene, yet chillingly pure. Damn it! The remaining 3 masked figures had no time to ponder whether Zhao was truly Zhao. They swiftly drew their laser guns, aiming to take his life. Yet, little did they know that Zhao possessed an acute awareness, their every move laid bare before him. Thus, in the split second before the laser guns confirmed their shooting angles, Zhao had already evaded the impending assault, advancing toward his target at an ingenious angle. Curse it! We must not allow him to approach. This boy is exceedingly cunning. The individual targeted immediately distanced himself, while the other 2 rushed forward in an attempt to obstruct Zhao's path. One retreated while the other 2 blocked, leaving Zhao seemingly unable to reach his target. Even if he abandoned the distant masked figure to confront the 2 obstructing him, the prepared duo could easily support one another. Should Zhao truly advance, they might even manage a counterattack. However, They could never have anticipated that Zhao had no intention of pressing forward at all. The youth suddenly produced a laser gun from his attire and, with unpretentious resolve, fired a shot at the distant figure adorned with a smiling mask. The struck mask was left in bewilderment, pondering the feasibility of evasion, but before such thoughts could fully form, the beam from the laser gun struck him squarely between the eyes. The other two companions, unable to offer any timely assistance, were left questioning their very existence. While they had anticipated the use of firearms by Zhao, he had predominantly wielded his energy dagger. As they braced themselves for his close-quarters approach, he promptly revealed his gun without hesitation. In merely 3 exchanges, they had already lost 3 of their own. This was no mere stroke of luck for Zhao. Rather, it was a manifestation of his acute and prescient combat awareness. "Are you the only 5 here to kill me?" Zhao mused, toying with the laser gun in his hand, and in the very moment of victory, he struck again. This time, he targeted the smiling mask alongside another, resulting in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Despite the numerical advantage, the two adversaries simultaneously felt an overwhelming pressure. The weight of this pressure made them wary of distraction, rendering them incapable of retorting. Fortunately, Zhao did not require their responses. "No worries. I shall know once you are dead," he remarked calmly, his words dripping with derision in the ears of the assassins. "Oomph, you merely got lucky in dispatching 3 of us. Do you truly believe yourself formidable?" The targeted mask, indignant, drew forth a light blade, sharing a knowing glance with his companion before boldly advancing towards the approaching Zhao. The other, armed with a laser gun, began to track Zhao's movements, convinced that he could not evade the laser while engaged with his partner. After all, they were both betas. What could possibly differentiate Zhao, another beta, from them? With this thought in mind, the gun-wielding mask fired several rounds, beams of light hurtling towards Zhao like harbingers of doom. Impressive. Zhao tilted his head, narrowly evading a beam aimed at his brow, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the assailant wielding the blade. Until that moment of direct confrontation, the masked individual had maintained a sense of confidence. For every bounty hunter had tasted blood at the edge of a blade, had they not? Zhao, though a military academy student, was a specialist in mecha manufacturing. Yet in that instant, he comprehended the peculiar and helpless sensation of swinging a blade only for it to land harmlessly beside the youth's feet, before being forcefully kicked away. After dodging another laser, Zhao deftly maneuvered past his opponent and seized hold of the adversary's neck with one hand, pulling him close, pushing him away, and then throwing him forward. How could this be possible? The mask, poised to fire, could only watch as Zhao captured his companion, using him as a shield against the laser he fired. The first shot struck center mass, while the subsequent 2 found their mark in the abdomen and forehead. It was evident that even if the first shot had been survived by a stroke of luck, the latter 2 offered no chance of reprieve. Zhao's strikes were swift, fierce, and precise, even executing the gruesome task of dispatching his foes with unwavering steadiness. The last remaining masked figure, gun trembling in hand, gazed at the steadily advancing Zhao, unable to restrain himself from retreating, until the mocking voice of the conductor resonated through the headphones. "Step back, retreat once more, yes. Just one more step back." The mask of smiles inhaled deeply, his trembling hands gradually steadying. The leader had spoken. Surely, nothing would happen to him. Yes, just wait right here for him to arrive. Rest assured, this time he cannot harm you. The mask of smiles held his ground, and Zhao truly began to step forward, inching closer to the trap they had set for one another. At that moment, the expression on the mask of smiles mirrored the facade he wore, a smile deriding Zhao's solitude, until Zhao slowly retracted his raised foot, refusing to take that final step. Then, the mask of smiles heard Zhao, expressionless, declare, "Just wait here for him to come. Rest assured, this time he cannot harm you." With each word Zhao uttered, the mask of smiles tightened. The smile beneath the mask vanished entirely, replaced by wide, bloodshot eyes filled with sudden terror. "What are you doing? You damned fool!" The voice in the headphones coldly reprimanded, unable to comprehend how a subordinate could be so foolish after receiving orders. For the Mask of Smiles chose not to confront Zhao head-on, but instead turned to flee, seeking refuge amidst the crowd. I told you to stop. Do you hear me, you fool? Little did the person on the other end know that, to prevent channel confusion, although their team wore headphones, only the leader could speak. The leader had been swiftly eliminated by Zhao, leaving the others with only the authority to listen for commands. Thus, the person across from him had not heard Zhao's words. Consequently, he could not fathom the endless terror the Mask of Smiles experienced. Having witnessed the bizarre deaths of his 4 teammates, while the murderer could still articulate the commands he had heard, it felt as if everything was under the opponent's control, extinguishing any desire to resist. Fool! The voice in the headphones erupted in fury, and before the Mask of Smiles could merge into the crowd, a sniping beam struck the back of his head, sending him crashing into a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Zhao strolled leisurely behind, even sidestepping when the sniping beam was aimed at him, ensuring he was not struck. When the sniper recalibrated his aim, he was astonished to see Zhao suddenly lift his gaze, locking eyes with him from afar. Hidden above, the sniper thought the boy's expression seemed to ponder. What should I do? I really want to kill you too. Yet in the next moment, he witnessed the boy's light brain illuminate with a white glow. The boy who had been staring at him moments before was now obediently typing away. Master Lu, are you working? Master Lu, little black cat petting JPG, in the midst of Zhao's confrontation with the assassins. Helen Rockefeller's hovering vehicle successfully arrived at a sprawling estate enveloped in lush vegetation and a cerulean lake, known as the Yuesha Rehabilitation Center. Founded by the Imperial Lu family, it served as the preferred sanctuary for numerous retired military officers, soldiers, as well as elderly scientists and dignitaries seeking recuperation, healing, and a tranquil retirement. As the heir of the Lu family, Liu Yao naturally signaled his intent to withdraw by transferring from the Central Military District's first hospital to Yuxia just a couple of days ago. What does Her Excellency Helen mean by this? She not only publicly announced your injuries, vowing to exert every effort in your treatment, but also stated that you had unilaterally annulled the engagement. Cheng Yui furrowed his brow as he gazed at the viral video circulating on StarNet, feeling as though he scarcely recognized Helen anymore. Although the general had no intention of concealing his injuries, the notion that his shattered spiritual sea rendered him incapable of summoning his spirit should have been disclosed by the general himself, should it not? Moreover, following the demise of General Liu Huaichuan, they had already become the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Legions, with countless envious eyes upon them. At this juncture, the announcement regarding his shattered spiritual sea and inability to summon his spirit would undoubtedly destabilize the morale within the Legion. It matters not. Liu Yao, reclining on his sickbed, fiddled with his holographic computer, feeling no surprise at Helen's actions. In fact, it seemed that Helen's maneuver was not merely his own design, but involved his father, Orrin Rockefeller. And the Crown Prince is Sol Mullen as well. In the eyes of these ambitious individuals, Liu Yao, with his shattered spiritual sea, was already living on borrowed time. They were preparing to carve up the power he held. As Liu Yao pondered this, a chorus of cheers erupted outside. Cheers not directed at anyone else but Helen Rockefeller. Yet, Liu Yao did not lift his gaze, for his holographic computer had finally received a message from a certain little Omega. Zhao, not working, just fighting. Zhao, little black cat frantically waving its paws. JPG Liu Yao, noticing Zhao's prolonged silence. Liu Yao's green eyes narrowed as he promptly said to Cheng Yui beside him, "Find Zhao in the black market of the Eastern District." The scent of metallic oil permeated the air, and the chaotic neon lights reflected off a man's smiling mask, which was black at its core, yet outlined in white. This mask, contrasting with others, rendered the wearer even more sinister. Initially, he thought killing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. Yet he now discovered delightful surprises lurking everywhere. What should I do? I find myself reluctant to kill him. The sniper beside him glanced at the man, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. For when their leader exhibited such interest in someone, none of those targeted ever met a pleasant end. Do you require my assistance? Boss, the sniper inquired. Unnecessary. The man in the black mask slipped one hand into his pocket, his neck cracking as he turned, while a black Rottweiler materialized at his feet. It was evident that the man in the black mask was not a beta, but a genuine alpha. "Let us go. We're off to catch the little cat." Meanwhile, Zhao, having just sent 2 messages, sensed an imminent danger swiftly approaching. He hastily turned off his holographic computer and almost instantly retreated from his position. Just as he vacated the spot, a pitch-black Rottweiler appeared, its body rapidly expanding from the size of a normal dog to that of a calf in an instant. Zhao gazed intently, recognizing at a mere glance that the Rottweiler before him was the spiritual embodiment of Alpha, its rank comparable to that of the former Crow. No, perhaps it was even slightly more formidable than Crow's brown bear. One could only surmise that the person behind this was overly confident in his abilities, dispatching an A-class Alpha to extinguish the life of a mere beta. Why do you not flee? The Alpha, adorned with a black smiling mask, descended swiftly before Zhao. In his eyes, Zhao had no option but to run. This was not arrogance, but rather the absolute dominance an A-class Alpha holds over a beta. The disparity represented by their spiritual entities was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Yet, Zhao merely observed him silently for a moment before resolutely stating, "So, it is you, Samit, who intends to take my life." Samit's eyes sparkled with delight, and without the slightest intent to conceal his intentions, he nodded. "It seems you hold quite a vivid impression of me, young Zhao." To which Zhao replied, "After all, few can manage to leave such a distasteful impression on me, and even fewer can last more than 10 seconds. Samit remarked, "Oh, young Zhao, soon I shall rend that mouth of yours, so you may learn how to address me properly." Zhao pondered for a moment, considering how Samit believed that by silencing him, he could become any less repugnant. Samit chuckled, raising his hand to grasp Zhao's neck, but Zhao, displaying remarkable agility, effortlessly evaded his grasp with a nimble sidestep. "Not bad," Samit praised, swiftly launching another attack towards Zhao's waist. "Not too shabby," Zhao replied, his toes barely brushing the ground, akin to a cat leaping from a height, allowing Samit's hand to merely graze his side without making contact. Samit arched an eyebrow, intrigued. His eyes glimmered with renewed excitement as he attacked with the swiftness of the wind. He no longer sought to deliver a single devastating blow to Zhao. Instead, he engaged him in a flurry of strikes, each punch landing with ferocity. Yet, Samit's madness did not imply that Zhao was a fool. Not only had he become an Omega, but even when he was a Beta, he could never match an Alpha in strength or physical resilience. An Alpha was by nature a physical powerhouse. One punch could diminish his combat effectiveness significantly. Thus, Zhao refrained from confronting Samit directly. He simply dodged, purely evading. The faster Samit attacked, the quicker Zhao sidestepped. However, at that moment, a beam from a sniper unexpectedly surged from above, disrupting Zhao's rhythm of evasion and forcing him to brace himself with both hands against one of Samit's punches. At the moment of impact between his palms and the Alpha's fist, even after skillfully dissipating half the force, Zhao still felt his hands tingle, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. "Who permitted you to intervene?" Samit's eyes instantly flared crimson as he glanced towards the sniper. In an instant, his spiritual embodiment, the Rottweiler, received its command and lunged, severing the assailant's neck. Having concluded this swift action, Samit turned back to Zhao and declared, "All is quiet now. Let us continue." In the dim light of the alley, Zhao felt an unbearable urgency. He could no longer endure even a moment of hesitation. Chapter 53. Must you remain so indifferent towards me? The blood of the sniper dripped steadily from the gaping wound at his neck, while a robust Rottweiler, resembling a young bull, shook the remnants of flesh from its sharp teeth and approached Zhao once more. This time, Zhao did not linger. He turned his back and swiftly dove into the narrower side streets. "Now you choose to flee?" Samit strode deliberately towards Zhao's retreating figure, while the Rottweiler instinctively shrank in size, its muscular limbs propelling it forward like a cannonball. "Ah, the alleyways are perfect. Whatever transpires within their shadows remains unseen." Same Met's crude taunts echoed in Zhao's ears, yet they failed to disturb his composure. He navigated the twisting paths with remarkable speed, acutely aware of the chasm between himself and Sane, not to mention the ever-looming threat of the Rottweiler spirit that had yet to engage him. The Rottweiler followed closely, seemingly intent on cornering him in the depths of the dilapidated alley. As their chase unfolded, the streets grew eerily deserted. At last, Zhao halted before a towering wall. Realizing he had reached a dead end, the youth slowly turned around, the garish pink neon lights casting an unflattering glow that split the cat mask adorning his face in two. Sane, having entered the shabby alley, could not discern Zhao's eyes, but he was convinced that this cornered boy must be trembling with fear. "Will you run any longer?" Sane nudged his Rottweiler aside and advanced towards Zhao step by step. This time, Zhao did not retreat. He stood his ground, allowing Sane to approach without resistance. As Sane reached out to remove the mask from Zhao's face, he scrutinized the boy under the neon glow. His short, raven hair contrasted sharply with his porcelain skin. Most striking were his amber cat-like eyes, their clarity reminiscent of honey, shimmering under the light as if they held eons of time within them, undisturbed by turbulence. Truly exquisite. If I did not know you were a beta, I might mistake you for a rare omega. Zhao met Sane's gaze, his breathing gradually calming. A hint of bitter coffee, the aroma of chocolate, and finally the rich scent of cedarwood cigars enveloped him, ensnaring him in a sensory embrace. In that fleeting moment, Zhao swiftly drew a miniature light blade from his sleeve, aiming it directly at Sane's neck. Having arrived in the black market, he could not afford to be unprepared. Woof! The Rottweiler barked angrily, ready to lunge at Zhao, yet the boy posed no real threat to Sane. Sane effortlessly seized Zhao's slender wrist, tightening his grip incrementally. Agony surged through Zhao's arm, causing his fair skin to redden and cold sweat to bead upon his forehead. Do not resist, instead of facing demise. Why not indulge in a moment of pleasure with me? Sane showed no concern for the trembling wrist of Zhao. Instead, he drew closer to the exquisite young man, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal kiss. Rest assured, I shall end your suffering in the moment you are blissfully unaware of pain. As Sane's warm breath approached Zhao's face, the calm curve of Zhao's lips finally revealed the faintest hint of a smile. Sane was taken aback, and before he could ponder the reason, he noticed the amber glow in the boy's eyes gradually shifting to a chilling hue. Delicate strands of mental energy coalesced in the air like a spider's web before piercing violently into his mind. Before Sane could react, the Rottweiler behind him began to howl in torment, its form flickering as if it might vanish at any moment. Simultaneously, Sane felt the tumult within his mental ocean. As several strands of mental energy invaded his psyche, they transformed into beams of light, stirring up a tempest within his mental realm. What should have been the healing blue energy now manifested with the ferocity of razor-sharp blades. Omega, Sane barely managed to utter through clenched teeth, astonished to discover that Zhao was indeed an omega, one capable of wielding mental power to disrupt an alpha psyche. Zhao remained silent, inserting more strands of mental energy into Sane's mind, weaving through the chaos of his turbulent mental sea. Sane was an A grade, but did that mean Zhao was not? As Sane fell under Zhao's control, Liu Yao received news from Cheng Yui. The black market? Counterfeit drugs? Sane admit, your mental state is temporarily stable. But you know that should you attempt to wield your mental power, this fragile equilibrium will shatter, and the energy you can still manage will dissipate even more swiftly. Helen observed Liu Yao's distracted demeanor, a chilling sensation gnawing at him. He could clearly sense Liu Yao's growing indifference, a palpable boundary that had formed between them, one that he could not cross. Understood. With that, Liu Yao extinguished the holographic display and rose from the hospital bed. Where are you going? Helen instinctively tried to block the alpha's path, his icy blue eyes filled with reproach. Liu Yao, as your mental therapist, I believe what you need most right now is rest. Yet Liu Yao seemed to disregard his words, brushing past him without a glance. Liu Yao, Helen turned sharply, calling out to the alpha's slender silhouette. Hearing his name, Liu Yao paused for a moment, resembling a blade momentarily sheathed, suppressing all his brilliance. Must you treat me with such coldness? It was you who insisted on breaking the engagement, not I. At that moment, Helen stood on the brink of an emotional eruption. A naturally gifted A-grade Omega, renowned as a rare prodigy among his kind. Subsequently, at the tender age of 20, he absorbed a 2S level bug nucleus, successfully ascending to S-Class and becoming the second S-Class Omega in a century within the Empire, now the sole remaining S-Class. Liu Yao was a paragon of excellence. Could not Helen Rockefeller claim the same? Moreover, Liu Yao was on the brink of becoming a mere shadow of his former self. What warranted such indifference toward himself? Moonlight cascaded over Liu Yao's sharply defined jawline as the Alpha casually draped his military jacket over his shoulders, suddenly turning to gaze at Helen. A glint of icy sharpness flickered within his emerald eyes. Helen, from what standpoint do you utter these words? Is it from the perspective of your father, Olin Rockefeller, or that of Isolde Mullen? Upon hearing this, Helen's pupils constricted sharply, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Yet the Alpha paid no heed to his reaction, nimbly leaping down from the window. In the next moment, he vanished in a sleek, silvery shuttle. Chapter 54, Brother Yao. Hurry, Yuzhong. In the chaotic alley of the black market, veins of crimson coursed through Sane's eyes. The tumultuous pain within his mental ocean mingling with the anguished howls of a Rottweiler, heightening his exhilaration. An Omega. It's truly an Omega, Sane whispered in excitement. You need not perish, do you, little Ji Zhao? Ji Zhao focused intently, driving several strands of mental energy deeper. Yet he underestimated the resolve of an Alpha, and the primal desire and fervent possessiveness that surged within an Alpha upon encountering a wild Omega. The rich aroma of coffee and cigar pheromones erupted instantaneously, enveloping Ji Zhao in an impenetrable web, seeking to ensnare him. What is your level? B class? No, despite your unstable mental strength. You can pierce through and disrupt my mental sea in an instant. Sane murmured, his grip on Ji Zhao's wrist tightening. Oh, A-class. The tumult within his mental ocean, combined with the thrill of discovering an Omega, sent Sane into a fervor. The result of his excitement was that his Rottweiler slowly rose from its agony, its eyes glistening with desire as it gazed at Ji Zhao. In stark contrast, Ji Zhao, who had stood in a position of absolute dominance just moments ago, now found himself ensnared by the Alpha's pheromones, struggling to breathe. With each breath he took, he felt his body weaken further. Do not resist any longer. Is becoming my Omega not preferable to facing demise? Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifyingly cold pheromone emanated from Ji Zhao, colliding instantly with his coffee and cigar scent. Even Sane, confident in his own level and certain he could mark Ji Zhao, felt his body's hairs stand on end. For this scent, though not overwhelmingly potent and difficult to discern, instinctively evoked a shuddering submission within him. It was the absolute suppression of a higher-level Alpha over a lower-level Omega, and the gap between them was likely more than a mere rank. Do you possess an Alpha? Ji Zhao remained silent, suppressing the weakness and fatigue coursing through his body, as well as the chaotic pheromones threatening to overwhelm him, casting a cold gaze at Sane. Do you truly believe that this will render me powerless? Sane retorted with a mocking smile. This time, he had learned his lesson, as he no longer faced Ji Zhao alone. Instead, he aimed to swiftly incapacitate Ji Zhao's combat abilities, even if it meant inflicting severe injuries. He could always attend to Ji Zhao's wounds in the medical chamber after marking him completely. Ji Zhao sensed the escalating concentration of Sane's pheromones, resisting his instinct to submit, battling against the intimidation emanating from a stronger presence. At that moment, the Rottweiler, which had been standing, finally sprang into action, darting towards Ji Zhao like a fleeting shadow, targeting his right calf. With the ferocity that had previously severed a sniper's neck, Sane was confident that subduing Ji Zhao would require minimal effort. In truth, he felt a sense of gratitude toward his family for assigning him this task. As an A-class Alpha, his standing within the family paled in comparison to the esteemed S-class Metromite. Thus, Every resource and future privilege he could obtain had to be fiercely contested, which is why he often found himself performing the family's more menial tasks. However, should he successfully mark an A-class Omega, his future would ascend alongside the other SRIs. It was worth noting that Metromite's former girlfriend, Talia, was merely a B-class Omega of Zhao's age. Moreover, judging by the formidable alpha pheromones emanating from Zhao, Sane was convinced that Zhao possessed the potential to ascend to S-class. After all, how could an Omega chosen by such a prominent figure be anything less? As Sane's eyes glimmered with greed, the ecstasy of completely subduing Zhao consumed him, causing his pheromones to surge uncontrollably towards Zhao, leaving him somewhat intoxicated. Conversely, Zhao, who had been at a disadvantage since Sane released his pheromones, was trembling slightly, his breath growing increasingly heated, yet he remained remarkably composed. He had been waiting for an opportunity, one decisive strike that would render the alpha before him incapable of recovery, sealing his fate. At this very moment, that opportunity finally materialized. As the Rottweiler's fangs were about to clamp down on Zhao's calf, Sane's alpha pheromones threatened to trigger Zhao's already unstable pheromones. However, Sane noticed a sudden shift in Zhao's eyes, which had been tinged with an Omega's spiritual energy. They transformed not back to their original amber hue, but into a mysterious and ethereal violet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sane grasped Zhao's wrist tightly, attempting to restrain the Omega further. Yet astonishingly, the wrist he held began to dissipate like smoke, along with Zhao, who seemed to merge into a haze of pale purple mist. The Rottweiler lunged fiercely at the ethereal vapor, yet found no purchase on flesh. In an instant, both man and dog were taken aback, only to witness Zhao, with only half his face visible, suddenly glide behind them. Damn it! With a low curse, Sane raised his hand, intending to grasp the half of Zhao's face. Yet, just as he could not hold onto Zhao's wrist moments ago, this visage dissipated like wisp of smoke upon contact. Stop pretending with me. Sane's furious invective remained unfinished when a blade of light materialized above the head of his Rottweiler, plunging down without hesitation. Though the spiritual entity was formed from mental energy, it too could be harmed by tangible weapons such as light blades, laser guns, and the claws of the insectoid race. Moreover, the agony inflicted upon a spiritual entity could be even more excruciating than that experienced by its original bearer. Thus, the blow struck Sane with such force that he nearly collapsed to the ground, cold sweat trickling down from within his black, grinning mask, the smile upon his lips vanishing in an instant. Does it hurt? Zhao, enveloped in a haze of violet smoke, inquired with a calm demeanor as he approached Sane. Receiving no response, Zhao swiftly delivered another blow to the suffering Rottweiler. Such an attack would not disperse the spiritual entity. Hence, both the entity and its master would endure this shared torment. Does it hurt? Zhao repeated his question, as sweat poured down like rain. Sane struggled to seize Zhao once more. Meanwhile, the equally tormented Rottweiler frantically clawed at the faint purple mist. Unbeknownst to them, in Zhao's eyes, both Sane and the Rottweiler appear to be grasping and biting at thin air, unable to discern Zhao's true position. With a single hand gripping the luminous blade, Zhao remained still, save for a slight swelling at his wrist and the heat of alpha pheromones causing his breaths to come in fiery bursts. Beneath the pink neon glow, the youth with lavender eyes approached the frantic Sane step by step, effortlessly gliding the light blade across the alpha's throat. At that moment, Sane's vision began to sharpen. He saw himself slowly collapsing to the ground, crimson blood gushing from his neck, his spiritual entity, the Rottweiler, on the verge of vanishing. The youth, who had ensnared him in an illusion and then slit his throat, now stood before him, breathing heavily, his eyes shimmering with an unnatural glimmer. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, a harbinger of the Omega's impending heat. Sane chuckled, blood erupting from his throat as he did so. What did it matter if he died? Zhao, the instigator of this chaos, would soon succumb to his heat in the black market, becoming prey to those ruthless low-ranking alphas. How could Zhao possibly be unaware of his own condition? Immediately, he gasped and fumbled for his light brain. his fingers trembling as he typed. Ji Zhao. Lu Yao, I think I'm losing it. Ji Zhao. Little black cat SOS JPG. Yet whether it was an illusion or reality. Two notification sounds echoed in his ears. Soon after, two characters appeared clearly in the dialogue box. Lu Zhongzhu, look up. Chapter 55. He actually lost control. Yi Zhou. Breathless and flustered, stared at the instruction to look up in the dialogue box, his mind stalling for a second before he slowly raised his gaze. Amidst the vibrant neon lights, a man had unknowingly taken his place behind him. The exquisitely tailored military jacket draped elegantly over his shoulders, accentuating broad shoulders and a slender waist, his figure standing tall. His cold, jade-like eyes shimmered under the light, transforming into a gentle lake green. As he slightly leaned in to gaze at me, the daze in Ji Zhao's eyes deepened. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment when he was utterly exhausted on Zero's star, and a silver wolf suddenly entered his line of sight. It, too, possessed such captivating eyes. Are you well? Lu Yao inquired, his typically stern tone now infused with tenderness as he observed the boy crouched before him. Ji Zhao shook his head, not so well. His breath came heavily, warm and frantic, dizziness beginning to cloud his thoughts, rendering him somewhat sluggish in his reactions. Never mind, Lu Yao responded, extending his hand to lift the boy, draping his warmth-laden jacket over his shoulders. The potent alpha pheromones surged to life, enveloping the Omega without restraint. Ji Zhao inhaled deeply, the unpleasant scent of coffee and cigars extinguished in an instant, replaced by the sharp, icy allure of potent spirits. Lu Yao, you smell delightful. Ji Zhao blinked dazedly, nearly intoxicated by the familiar pheromones. Indeed, Lu Yao replied, lowering his gaze as he gently embraced the Omega, drawing him into his arms. His large hand sifted through the boy's soft black hair, and without uttering another word, he guided Ji Zhao to bury his head in the crook of his neck, allowing him to become utterly immersed in his pheromones. How fragrant, Ji Zhao murmured, akin to a cat indulging in forbidden pleasures, beginning to nuzzle against Lu Yao. Closer, just a little closer. While Lu Yao held the boy with one arm, permitting him to savor his pheromones, his gaze turned icy, fixed upon the alpha on the ground. Alphas possess formidable self-healing and vitality. Thus, even after Ji Zhao had slashed his throat, Sainmet did not perish immediately. He was afforded the grim sight of Lu Yao, who had just delivered a lethal blow, now cradling the boy in his arms. Lu Yao, how could this be? The intense alpha pheromones surged forth, a potency magnitudes greater than what Ji Zhao had previously radiated. If Sainmet had harbored any courage to resist before, he now trembled uncontrollably, his trousers dampening in a moment of sheer loss of bodily control. Even more terrifying before the fading spirit of the Rottweiler, the ethereal image of Silver Wolf King began to materialize. Despite the numerous cracks adorning its form, it merely lifted a paw, instantly crushing the still struggling Rottweiler. The excruciating pain from the shattering spirit compelled Sane to expel another mouthful of blood. If he had previously held onto a flicker of hope, waiting for salvation, he now comprehended with utmost clarity that he would die, and in a manner that left no trace behind. This was Lu Yao, the Empire's sole innate 3S grade. Ji Zhao was astonishingly his Omega, had he known this sooner. As life rapidly slipped away, Sane intermittently pondered, until he abruptly heard Lu Yao's voice. Who commanded you to act? Who indeed? Sainmet opened his eyes, feeling that he could not be the only one to perish. Thus, he truly immersed himself in thought for a moment, uttering in his final moments, I heard it, yes, it is the 7th Legion, it is Prin Watson. As Sainmet's breath faded, Lu Yao tenderly caressed the nape of the small Omega in his arms. Then, taking advantage of the Omega's unguarded state, lowered his head and sank his canines deep into the gland. A rich wave of pheromones surged into his body, and Ji Zhao instinctively yearned to struggle. It was firmly restrained by the Alpha's undeniable grip. The mark was profound, deep enough that Lu Yao could faintly taste a hint of iron amidst the Omega's sweet and youthful pheromones. His cold, emerald-like pupils constricted, and Lu Yao quickly recognized his loss of control. Zhao was the only Omega he had ever marked, his Omega. Thus, when other alphas attempted to encroach upon him, he lost himself, gently licking away the trickles of blood oozing from the Omega's gland. Lu Yao effortlessly lifted Zhao and vanished into the night. Clean this place up. Only then did Chung Yuni peek his head around the corner, a smile dancing on his lips as he stepped inside. All right, General. Meanwhile, Lin Hung, acting as the interim commander, received a message. Turning off his holographic screen, he promptly informed his companion, it's about time. The Central Military Academy was ablaze with lights on Saturday night, and as they gazed at the empty dormitory, Zhao Jun, who had specifically bought a mecha model as a gift for Zhao, exchanged glances with his companions. Where is he? Leo inquired. I don't know, came the reply. Shimo shook his head. Could he be working overtime at Shirwang? Only Zhao Jun, wearing a smug expression, placed the mecha model on the table and declared, I have an idea. Leo and Shun Mo turned their attention to him, and then they heard Zhao Jun say, he must have sneaked off to buy alpha pheromone perfume without telling us. Leo and Shun Mo retorted, do you think you're funny? Just as their exasperation with Zhao Jun was reaching its peak, their holographic devices lit up simultaneously. The three, who adored surfing the web, immediately seized their devices and found themselves unable to put them down. What do they behold? Within the hottest trending topics on StarNet, intimate photographs of AOs sprang forth like mushrooms after rain. Omega with flowing golden hair, ice blue eyes, and the dashing, regal presence of an alpha. There were few in the Empire who did not recognize them. Helen Rockefeller and Isolde Mullen. One was the Empire's sole existing S-Class Omega, the premier mental healer and the heir of the Rockefeller family. The other was the Empire's Grand Prince, a 2S class top alpha, a formidable contender for the throne. Yet, these two individuals, standing at the pinnacle of the Empire, were seen embracing freely in the photographs, even sharing intimate kisses in one or two of them. Among the numerous photographs, several feature iconic landmarks, confirmed by various netizens as locations the two individuals had visited recently for conference, treatment, and visits. A student from the Central Military Academy even commented beneath a picture of the pair holding hands, stating, I recall that hovering vehicle in the corner. It was the one His Excellency Helen took to our military academy that day, along with that outfit. By heavens, the mystery is solved. That day, a beta mentioned that despite the absence of one alpha, another was present. Could it be that I encountered the Crown Prince at the Capitol Tower? I noticed he appeared to be with an Omega, but the latter must have utilized a skin-altering technique. I didn't recognize it was Helen. Is there a misunderstanding here? His Excellency Helen's relationship with General Mullen is evidently quite close. Indeed, it is rather good. Hasn't he ended up with another Mullen? 6 months ago, General Mullen was suspected to have sacrificed himself for the nation, only to be found in recent days. What does this imply? Is it an affair with his brother's sister-in-law? It makes sense now why His Excellency Helen claimed General Mullen insisted on dissolving the engagement. The situation has escalated to such heights. How could he not be insistent? As more netizens commented, this already explosive topic erupted even further. While some defended Helen and Isolde, the majority expressed their disdain and vitriol towards their actions. Chapter 56 Indeed, we are truly in love. Isolde Mullen, who had intended to retire early after a night of exhausting political affairs, shattered his wine glass onto the floor in a fit of rage. Not only was he affected, but Helen on the other end of the line also breathed heavily, seemingly awaiting Isolde's response. Long before Lu Yao mentioned his father and Isolde, a sense of foreboding had already arisen within Helen, prompting him to race back to the ancestral home. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Yao would show no regard for sentiment and publicly disclose the matter online. Did he not feel shame? Rest assured, Helen, I will provide you with a resolution regarding this matter. Very well. Helen harbored intense resentment towards Isolde, who had persistently clung to him since Lu Yao's incident. However, he also recognized that Lu Yao had already been incapacitated, and given the cold-blooded manner in which this situation was handled, he feared there would be no turning back. Thus, the affirmation was laced with a tremor, showcasing the Omega's fragility and dependence to the fullest extent. To the assertive Alpha on the other end, this reaction was evidently immensely gratifying. Be at ease, I will swiftly quell this matter. Even if Liu Yao intends to cause a stir, I will ensure his majesty silences him." Upon hearing Isolde's resolute tone, a hint of a smile and gratitude crept into Helen's voice as he replied, "Very well." After hanging up, Isolde immediately entered the palace with his entourage. Since the matter had already come to light, there was no need for Helen to remain in Liu Yao's vicinity any longer. Once he successfully established an engagement with Helen, the Rockefeller family would surely extend their public support. Even if he could not temporarily control the two major legions under Liu Yao, given Liu Yao's rapidly deteriorating mental state, how long could he maintain control over his troops? The ironclad law of the Imperial stronghold is not merely a matter of words. As Isolde hurried into the palace under the cover of night, Liu Yao successfully returned to the Yuxiao Rehabilitation Center with Zhao. Having received prior news, Zhao awaited in the hospital room, promptly seizing his instruments to examine the Omega's condition. Influenced by the pheromones of other alphas, Zhao had once again fallen into a state of pseudo-heat. Despite my efforts to reinforce the previous marking, the fever had not fully subsided. Nestled in Liu Yao's embrace, Zhao persistently nudged the gland at the nape of the man's neck with his nose, both dazed and restless, coupled with the erratic pheromones emanating from him. Liu Yao had no choice but to order the entire floor sealed off, prohibiting all alphas and omegas from approaching to avert a series of cascading reactions. The pheromone stability, which had only just begun to stabilize, was once again thrown into disarray, and it appeared that Zhao had overexerted his mental entity, leading to instability in his mental sea. Frustrated at Zhao's swollen wrists, Zhao sighed, noting a slight bone fracture. "You certainly have a high tolerance for pain." Liu Yao tightened his hold on the Omega in silence. It was impossible not to feel guilt. The terrifying possessiveness of an alpha over their Omega, even if temporary, was sufficient to shatter the heart of Sai and Mit and those behind him. This erratic pheromone situation would likely persist for at least another day, during which only remaining by your side would ensure safety. I will inform others not to disturb you. Zhao coldly administered an alpha suppressant to Liu Yao, to prevent any alpha from losing control and taking advantage of the little Omega in the hospital room. "And you," he added, "with your mental sea already in disarray, you dare to unleash the broken army." Now, they could only wait for Zhao to awaken and see if there was any hope for the broken army. Casting one last glance at the broken army, which was crouched beside Liu Yao, its myriad of fissures barely visible, Zhao finally stepped out of the ward, hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, uncertain of what lay ahead. Liu Yao then settled Zhao, who was feverish and drifting in and out of consciousness, onto the sofa in the room. The silver wolf of the broken army quietly shrank in size, morphing into a whelp, and with some difficulty, squeezed into the embrace of the Omega. Meanwhile, as Zhao and Liu Yao nestled together in slumber, the uproar on the Star Network intensified. Despite Isolde's continuous efforts to delete those photographs, their removal was outpaced by the rapid posting from the other side, with a multitude of trolls from his faction receiving scathing rebuke from netizens. Consequently, they swiftly altered their strategy, allowing the release of more photographs and refraining from interfering with netizen comments. It was not until the following afternoon that Isolde and Helen personally faced the public, addressing the events of the previous night. "I deeply regret that my romantic involvement with Helen has been revealed to the public in such a manner. However, I, Isolde Mullen, must unequivocally declare today that my love for Helen is not a clandestine affair behind my brother's back, but a genuine and profound connection." This scene is being broadcasted simultaneously across the prominent websites of the Empire, on streets, towering buildings, and hovering vehicles, illustrating my clear explanation. My relationship with Helen preceded General Mullen's sacrifice for his country. Furthermore, Helen's engagement to another was merely a matter of social standing, devoid of any AO pheromone compatibility. In stark contrast, the compatibility between Helen and myself has surpassed 85, and has only grown stronger over the past 2 years through our companionship, making us an ideally matched pair. As for the aforementioned General Mullen, our relationship lacks any emotional depth. He chose to withdraw from this association upon realizing my feelings for Isolde. Helen has not been hiding behind Isolde. After all, he is the Empire's foremost psychic healer, having treated countless elite individuals, with numerous admirers among the Alphas. Thus, when he recounted his distant yet insufficient connection with Liu Yao, and stated that Liu Yao himself is indifferent to the matter, public opinion began to subtly shift. Simultaneously, the Emperor's secretary, acting on behalf of the ailing Emperor, expressed that a date will be chosen for the engagement banquet of Prince Isolde Mullen and Helen Rockefeller. With matters reaching this point, regardless of General Mullen's true nature, the situation appears to be nearing resolution. Unexpectedly, just as the live broadcast was about to conclude, a comment with special effects wafted through the stream. Liu Yao Mullen. Little black cat eating melon wildly JPG, followed by reactions of astonishment from Isolde and Helen, and the Empire's populace. As the galaxy buzzed with excitement over this meme, Liu Yao sat on a sofa in the rehabilitation center, attentively listening to Lin Heng's report. Just last night, I, representing the Legion, received approval from the Council to manage Zerothos, and this morning I dispatched individuals to take control of Zerothos' star and investigate the sudden appearance of numerous S-class insectoids. Our Legion's request to manage Zerothos' star had been pending for several days, with the Council's attitude being one of procrastination until the events of last night unfolded. Clearly, our esteemed Prince possesses considerable influence within the Council, indicating a willingness to forego certain interests to seek peace with us. Hearing this, Cheng Yui could barely suppress a laugh. After the sensational revelations from last night, he found his enchantment with Helen utterly dispelled. Despite having already found solace in Isolde's embrace, Helen still sought to manipulate the senior commanders under the guise of his generalship, compelling them to hunt the most perilous 3S king insect. Such malevolent intentions sent shivers down the spine of this seasoned colonel. Should we not find a pretext to unseat that individual's well-connected uncle? Lori Reich's words, though blunt, carried a kernel of truth, yet the other officers in the room found them rather crude. Despite being a newly established legion, the 7th Corps was commanded by Prince Watson, personally appointed by His Majesty the Emperor, thereby earning the moniker of the Royal Guard's Second Army. In essence, this was a foundation specially prepared for the Emperor's beloved eldest son. Consequently, unless there was an overwhelming scandal, it was exceedingly difficult to replace the commander of the 7th Corps. I seek the truth of zealous, not a royal procession that merely gilds the offspring of the nobility. Liu Yao rarely expressed such unvarnished sentiments, causing Lin Heng and the others to burst into laughter. Only Zhao, as the sole Omega present and the youngest among them, found himself caught in a complex moment, unable to decide whether to hold or set down his light brain. Ultimately, turning his head slowly to cast a multifaceted glance at Liu Yao. What's the matter? Are those two fools once again disparaging our general on the Starnet? Lori Reich, known for his fiery temperament, launched a verbal barrage aimed at Helen and her companion. His demeanor towards Zhao, who was suspected of possessing the ability to heal their general and shared a marked bond with him, was notably amiable. Zhao pursed his lips, being an Omega. He was naturally smaller than the Alphas surrounding him, making him appear even more delicate and endearing amidst their towering figures. As he pondered how to articulate the trouble he had inadvertently caused, the rambunctious pup, Broken Army, leapt onto his lap once more, positioning itself before the light brain to inspect the screen. The content it beheld would naturally be relayed to Liu Yao as well. Thus, when Liu Yao observed his account, previously dormant yet boasting over 1 billion followers, posting a meme of a little black cat munching popcorn in the live stream room of Isolde and Helen. Even the corners of his mouth, which had previously held a hint of a sardonic smile, began to falter. Ha ha ha, this is absolutely brilliant. If I were Isolde, I would be seething with rage. Ha ha. Cough, let us all rein it in a bit, so as not to startle the young one, Liu Yao remarked. The light brain made its rounds among the group, as they reveled in the sight of Isolde and Helen's awkward yet forced smiles as they announced the end of the live stream. Lin Heng and the others found it utterly amusing. Meanwhile, a multitude of astonished netizens flocked to Liu Yao's Starblog, leaving comments inquiring whether the general was pleased to finally be liberated from his burdens. Some even boldly speculated aloud, suggesting that the general's demeanor exhibited an apparent indifference to Helen's departure. Amidst the laughter of the other commanders, Zhao stealthily approached Liu Yao, whispering, "Liu Yao Mullen?" "Indeed," Liu Yao replied. Zhao took a gentle breath before quietly adding, "General Mullen?" Liu Yao chuckled softly, "Yes." Zhao thought to himself, replaying in his mind the moments when he had sent Liu Yao messages about General Mullen being betrayed, and how General Mullen had suddenly come to a realization. Zhao felt that perhaps he might struggle to find his place within this circle. Yet, as is the nature of humanity, one must always strive. He reached out and patted Liu Yao's shoulder, attempting to offer comfort, saying, it's all right. An omega can be discussed again, but a conscience lost cannot be regained." Liu Yao raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the small omega's pause. Then he observed Zhao glance at the screen, where Helen was departing with Isolde, and say, "There is more to discuss." Zhao blinked, contemplating whether it would be better for him to remain silent. Fortunately, the alpha beside him seemed indifferent to his words, simply taking his light brain from Lin Heng's hands and saying, "Send the newly delivered light brain to Zhao." The data in his old device should have been sufficiently imported. Lin Heng smiled at Zhao, promptly dispatching someone to retrieve the light brain. Indeed, considering that Zhao's old device was a second-hand purchase from the fringe planets, it was quite vulnerable to invasion and eavesdropping. Thus, Liu Yao took the initiative to replace it with a military-grade one. This was also the reason Zhao had just managed to access the internet on Liu Yao's device, leading to an amusing mix-up. "Thank you." Upon receiving the brand-new light brain, Zhao felt no inclination to tinker with it. The conclusion of Liu Yao and the others' discussion signaled that today's meeting was about to transition into its next phase. Looking down at the little wolf cub nestled in his arms, occasionally rubbing its face against him, Zhao was reminded of that day with Zeroth. Sensing his emotions, the cub gently licked his palm with its tongue. The warm sensation made Zhao's palm tingle, prompting him to lift the wolf cub up, staring into its large, emerald vertical pupils that bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. The wolf cub emitted a low whine, almost causing Chung Yuni to burst into laughter. Even Liu Yao turned his head, clearing his throat lightly to mask the embarrassment of having his spiritual entity become a mere limp object. Only Kuzi, with his hands in his pockets, looked skyward and remarked, still watching, "If you don't manage it soon, it will be in pieces, and then you will all behave." Following Chu Zhe's words, everyone finally turned their attention to the limp wolf cub, now diminished in size, revealing fine cracks hidden beneath its silvery fur. These fissures resembled maggots gnawing at the bones, leaving the once majestic wolf king, now feeble, lying on Zhao's lap, as if it could shatter at any moment. The state of the wolf, as a representation of Liu Yao's spiritual entity, mirrored the condition of his spiritual sea at that moment. In other words, despite Liu Yao appearing calm, sitting on the sofa as the most composed and relaxed individual in the room, he was in reality enduring the torment of his spiritual sea being eroded by the toxins of the mother bug's mental power. His spiritual sea was constantly tearing and fracturing, then being forcibly suppressed together. This pain was potent enough to obliterate an alpha's spirit, yet Liu Yao had grown accustomed to it. For 5 years in his previous life, he had lived this way, watching his spiritual sea crumble, witnessing his spiritual power dwindle, observing his comrades perish one by one. A continuous loss, a relentless suffering. Over time, it seemed less painful. Chapter 58. Are you unable to play? Upon hearing Chu Zhe's words, Zhao hastily placed the wolf cub back onto his lap, gently stroking its soft, velvety fur and inquiring, how can it be treated? After all, Pejun was a life-saving wolf for the scattered cultivators, and he would undoubtedly not allow it to vanish. Seeing Zhao's unwavering determination to save Pejun, the expressions of those in the room softened considerably. Regardless of whether Zhao could indeed effect a cure, the fact that he exhibited such resolute intent made their previous efforts worthwhile, especially considering their commander had personally ventured to the black market last night despite his illness. Chu Zhe refrained from directly responding to Zhao and instead posed another question. Have you been able to summon your spiritual entity with ease? Yes, Zhao affirmed with a nod. Did you also use your spiritual entity to attack Sainmit's spiritual sea? Indeed. Observing the Alpha's expressions shift from astonishment to disbelief, Zhao queried with a hint of confusion. Is there an issue with that? He sought to kill me. Is it not instinctive to employ all available means to defend myself and eliminate him? The Alphas gasped in unison, taken aback. Is this truly what a healer Omega should be saying? Only Lu Yao gazed intently at the youth and remarked, there's no problem. However, may I inquire how you managed to subdue Sane and sever his throat without him noticing? At this juncture, Lu Yao paused. Of course, everyone harbors their own secrets, and you are free to withhold information from me. Had Zhao been an inexperienced Omega, he might have hesitated, burdened by considerations. Yet, having navigated the trials of the cultivation world for many years and acutely aware of the scarcity of reliable sects, he knew that to gain entry into the core of a sect, one must demonstrate their worth. Thus, he promptly replied, that is the talent of the second form of my spiritual entity, which I have named mirrored blossoms and flowing waters, just as alphas and omegas distinguish themselves from betas through their spiritual entities. There exists a customary classification between alphas and omegas based on the unique skills their spiritual entities possess, which they refer to as talents. Generally, only alpha spiritual entities of S rank or higher manifest such innate skills. For instance, Michael MIT's spiritual entity, the Flame Hound, possesses the talent of flames, enabling it to unleash vast torrents of fire or condense flames into fire lines. In contrast, while alphas must surpass the S rank to awaken their talents, omegas face no such rank restrictions. Any omega endowed with a talent skill typically possesses the potential to reach A rank or even S rank. He Luan and Gu Lingxing of the Gu family, for instance, were nurtured with care by their families and the Empire, having awakened their talents from birth. It can be posited that high-level omegas represent a premier resource, prompting their factions to invest significant effort in their development. Just as He Luan ascended to S rank, the 2S level insect core was procured personally by their commander. Now, the seemingly underdeveloped Omega-Ji, Zhao, had awakened the second form of his spiritual entity during his growth phase. And furthermore, this second form possessed a talent. Am I to understand, then, that young Zhao, you now possess two talents? Cheng Yuni licked his lips, pondering the newfound abilities of this second form. Surely the first form possessed skills as well. Then he heard Zhao say, I'm not quite sure about that either. In truth, my expertise lies in taking lives, which is why I have yet to explore my first form. Cheng Yuni was left speechless. The assembled alphas mused amongst themselves. What sort of omega have we stumbled upon? A violent omega? Well, no need for further discussion. Let us release him and see for ourselves. Chuja adjusted his glasses, which, despite not being necessary for his vision, he cherished dearly. Before the witnesses, 1,000-petaled azure lotus began to unfurl gracefully, just as they were about to marvel at the purity of this healing psychic energy. The azure lotus gradually transformed into a deep violet from the outer edges. If the azure lotus symbolized pure vitality and healing energy, then this ethereal lavender lotus exuded an aura of insidious danger. Indeed, it was perilous. Is this truly an Omega's psychic entity? Lauric scratched his head in astonishment. He had seen the footage of Zhao dispatching Sane in an instant. Although Sane was woefully weaker than their military alphas, Zhao was still an Omega. With such prowess coupled with this peculiar psychic entity, one could not dismiss the possibility that a higher-ranking alpha might find themselves in peril. If you insist on viewing this as an alpha's psychic entity, I have no objections, Zhao replied, casually stroking a wolf as he continued Loric's line of thought. The chaos flower was revered among the 10 sacred herbs of the cultivation realm due to its enigmatic nature. Its supreme healing properties were merely one of its most alluring attributes. Beyond this pinnacle of medicinal prowess, the remainder consisted of protective toxic mists and lethal assaults. The very blossom he had risked his life to consume possessed 3 forms: the azure, the violet, and the golden lotus, along with its inherent chaotic essence of mixed attributes. Nevertheless, It was indeed a useful psychic entity, not in vain for the life-threatening ordeal he had endured to obtain it. Meanwhile, Zhao lamented his own cultivation, believing himself to be a waste of potential, while the leaders, spearheaded by Lin Heng, regarded him with increasingly brightened eyes. There was a reason for this. Both their legions had suffered tremendous losses in the recent battle, and numerous comrades still lay in this infirmary, desperately in need of an Omega's healing. Despite being military alphas, they understood that in the face of a psychic sea, rank mattered little. Without an Omega's intervention, it was a path to demise. Thus, even though Helen's prior relationship with Liu Yao was merely nominal and Helen had been more focused on the healing duties of his uncle's 4th Legion, both the 2nd and 3rd Legions were still willing to assist Helen in hunting the 2S-level insectoid. This was merely an attempt to secure a glimmer of hope for their comrades in dire circumstances. Yet, reality proved that effort did not always yield reward. For instance, Helen, who had ascended to S-level relying on their 2 legions, would likely find it difficult to solicit their assistance again after this rift. However, the young Zhao before them was different. He had made it clear that he would sever ties with the Gu family, making him an exceedingly appealing option for their legion. As Zhao raised his head after finishing with the wolf, he noticed Lin Heng and the others gazing at him with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. The green light emanating from their eyes nearly eclipsed the creature cradled in his arms. Zhao was about to inquire about their peculiar expressions when his light brain suddenly illuminated, revealing a notification from the Imperial Household Registration Office. The message read, "The Imperial Household Registration Office informs citizen Zhao GX 47C 9235 that your application for a change of registration information has been approved. The details of the change are as follows. Name change to Gu Zhao. Chapter 59. That is quite acceptable, as long as you do not mind that I am a mere quack." On this splendid afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly as Gu Lingxing and Gu Jingtao leisurely traversed the majestic estate situated on a private peninsula in the latest model of a hovering vehicle. Have a second young master and the young master returned? How are young Master Kalen and her ladyship Helen? Before they could disembark, a butler accompanied by a host of servants greeted them at the car door, holding an umbrella and ushering them into the mansion. With the matter at hand resolved by her ladyship Helen and His Royal Highness, the eldest prince, Kalen's spirits were naturally lifted. Gu Lingxing smiled radiantly, akin to an innocent and carefree star, causing the butler and others to soften their gazes upon him. To them, Gu Lingxing was the sole young master of the Gu family, irreplaceable by anyone else. And what a father and mother? Gu Jingtao inquired, patting Gu Lingxing's head before turning to the butler. His question, though seemingly innocuous, elicited a pained expression from the butler. It's nothing grave. It appears the 3rd young master has gotten into trouble once more. The master is quite furious and is presently instructing that his registration be reverted, so that the necessary procedures for his expulsion from school can be initiated. Gu Lingxing seemed momentarily taken aback, hastily making his way upstairs to Gu Xuechen's study. Within the study on the 2nd floor, a tall and handsome alpha stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression grave as he scrutinized the text on the light screen. Must we truly send that child back to the fringe star? Although he was not raised by us, he is still our child. Xia Shi stood beside the alpha, her melodious voice imbued with the gentle warmth characteristic of an Omega. Unfortunately, her husband seemed disinclined to heed her counsel. Having offended the Mitter family and subsequently the 7th Legion, he had now also incurred the ire of both her ladyship Helen and the eldest prince. If he were to remain in the capital star, continuing his reckless ways, it was uncertain what calamities he might bring upon us. The Gu family was no longer solely under Gu Xuechen's dominion. It was now governed by his father, Gu Zhixian, one of the 5 chairpersons of the Imperial Assembly. Furthermore, above him, there was the elder branch represented by his brother, Gu Ju. Thus, if Zhao persisted in causing turmoil in the capital star and offended a multitude of political adversaries, the elder and his father would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, before Xia Shi could finish her thought, the study door swung open, revealing a familiar figure who then dashed in like a cannonball. "Mother!" Gu Lingxing exclaimed, leaping into Xia Shi's embrace, his energetic demeanor eliciting a bright smile from her. "What is the matter? Must you always be so reckless? What if you were to fall?" "No, mother, you will surely catch me." Gu Lingxing looked up, her proud demeanor strikingly beautiful, prompting smiles from Gu Jingtang, who had just entered, and Gu Xuechen by the window. After some playful banter, Gu Lingxing cautiously inquired, "Father, are you truly sending third brother away? Although he sometimes disregards your and Mother-S wishes, he has worked hard to gain admission to the Central Military Academy. But what does it matter that he has been accepted? He is merely languishing in Class F," Gu Xuechen replied, shaking his head. "The mecha manufacturing department is a field that requires substantial resources and materials. Without ample practice materials and family support, a beta in Class F is better off not attending. But third brother must want to continue his studies." As Gu Lingxing persisted in defending Ji Zhao, Gu Xuechen sighed, "Ah, our starry Lingxing is so kind-hearted, always thinking of her third brother. Rest assured, even though we are sending him back to the fringe planet for resettlement, the Gu family will not neglect him." "Really?" Gu Lingxing still felt uneasy, prompting Gu Xuechen to add, "Of course, whether it be housing or finances, the Gu family will ensure Ji Zhao is well provided for." "That's good. Now mother can rest easy." Gu Lingxing smiled reassuringly at Xia Shui, instantly calming her previously worried demeanor. "Indeed, that child Ji Zhao is too sharp. The capital planet is certainly not suitable for him. Returning to the fringe planet is for the best, for everyone." Meanwhile, in the sanatorium, Ji Zhao projected the received information into the air, his expression a mix of determination and indignation as he looked at Liu Yao. "Imperial Household Registration Office. Notification. Citizen Ji Zhao GX 47C 9235 at. Your multiple applications for changes to your citizenship information have been accepted. Name, Ji Zhao Gu Zhao Residence, Tiansong Wu. Capital Planet Status. Security check in progress, expected completion by November 15th, 2284. Bloody hell, they're SA dog. Before Liu Yao could respond, Cheng Yui was the first to leap up. Next to him, Lori Wright cursed even more vehemently, words that would have needed muting even for Ji Zhao's ears. However, the only female alpha in the room, Colonel Zhuya, interjected, "It has been discovered that your biological father, Gu Xuechen, submitted the application to the Imperial Household Registration Office, wishing to transfer your household registration directly back to the Gu family. Want to go back?" Although Liu Yao viewed the overall situation and suspected Gu Xuechen's sudden decision to transfer Ji Zhao's registration was not a good sign, he chose to respect Ji Zhao's feelings first. He then heard Ji Zhao firmly declare, "The Gu family? Not even a dog would go there." Liu Yao raised an eyebrow, finding this little Omega quite intriguing. "Then do not return." With Liu Yao's words, Lin Heng immediately contacted the Imperial Household Registration Office to request the withdrawal of the change application in Ji Zhao's name. After this brief interlude, Ji Zhao, under Chu Zhi's guidance, transformed the purple lotus into a blue lotus, allowing the healing spiritual energy to naturally unfold with its rotation, with the gentle and pure healing spiritual energy enveloping it. The broken army nestled in Ji Zhao's arms felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and flipped over contentedly beneath the thousand-petal blue lotus. The intricate cracks upon its surface shimmered with a faint azure light, visible to the naked eye, though still showing no signs of healing. Yet, the exceptional vision of the alphas clearly revealed that the spaces between those fissures were gradually diminishing. The once expansive mental energy that had been dissipating outward was now visibly condensing, a phenomenon that Helen had never achieved during her treatment of Liu Yao. However, it is also plausible that Helen's lack of direct contact with Pajun prevented them from witnessing such a transformation. The fact that Pajun was willing to rest upon Ji Zhao and even traversed great distances to rescue him, yet remained reluctant to present himself before Helen, spoke volumes. The adhesion effect was promising. Finally, the ever-tense Chu Zhi let out a deep sigh of relief. For days, he had been plagued with worry, fearing that Liu Yao's assertion regarding Ji Zhao's mental energy being beneficial was merely a ruse. After all, the general was adept at offering comfort. With so many eyes upon them now, Liu Yao would find it difficult to fabricate a deception. Little Ji Zhao, Might I request that you attempt to penetrate the general's mental sea with your mental energy, to see if you can reach the temporary barrier surrounding the mental toxin of the mother worm? Guzipuzid. However, Lu Yao frowned and was about to interrupt Chu Zhe, knowing that Ji Zhao had only recently become an Omega and was far from being a competent mental healer. His mental sea was tumultuous, and any misstep could potentially backfire on Ji Zhao. Although Chu Zhe did not require Ji Zhao to traverse the barrier, but merely suggested contact, Lu Yao still found it inappropriate. Unexpectedly, Ji Zhao, somewhat bashfully rubbing his hands, interjected, "That's fine, as long as you don't mind that I'm merely a mediocre doctor who has only taken lives." The others thought, how could they have forgotten that this fellow was a rather violent Omega? Chapter 60, Master, you must advocate for me. With Ji Zhao's words, Chu Zhe immediately recognized the absurdity of his request and promptly cleared his throat, stating, "I was remiss in my considerations. Little Ji Zhao, you have a commendable grasp of your second mental form, yet your first form evidently still requires refinement." Ji Zhao wanted to argue that he had not mastered the second form either, attributing it to Saint's ineptitude, but Chu Zhe, the chief physician, clearly had his own thoughts. How about this? In a couple of days, Zhou will conclude her rotation at the first hospital. Little Ji Zhao, aren't you currently working? I shall take the liberty of inviting you to join Yue Sha as an intern under Zhou. You need not worry about the remuneration. The general is so impoverished that he is left with nothing but star coins. Ji Zhao exclaimed, "What? Such a fortunate opportunity? They say that leaning against a sturdy tree provides shade. Indeed, choosing the right sect is of utmost importance. What is the matter? Glissment Zhou. You are an exceptionally gifted Omega, and hiring you would be a blessing for Yue Sha." Cheng Yui, known for his eloquence among the alphas, stated, and he was not speaking falsely. If one possesses remarkable talent in taking lives, how can that not be considered extraordinary? Lin Heng wholeheartedly agreed, adding, "Therapist Zhou Ying is the partner of Colonel Zhuya, a student of the former Empire's foremost mental healer, Her Majesty, and is also the most outstanding A-level therapist in our Second Legion. Dear Student Ji, by closely following her example, you will surely soon be capable of standing on your own. He possesses a more profound understanding of interpersonal relations than Cheng Yuni and others. His intention in presenting titles, such as Zhou Ying, is to convey to Ji Zhao that they will furnish her with the finest resources, be it chief physicians, mental energy crystals, or teaching mentors. Once she chooses to join their collective, they will unwaveringly support her." Ji Zhao evidently comprehended the underlying message. Rather than overtly expressing his determination or exuberantly articulating his gratitude, he simply offered a brief thank you. Subsequently, he enveloped the wolf cub's body in mental energy once more, attempting to mend the fissures in its spiritual essence. However, despite possessing a profound insight that allows him to perceive what escapes ordinary sight, he had yet to fully grasp the application of healing mental energy. Thus, he quickly realized that while the wolf cub, under his mental energy's embrace, exhibited increased vitality, the fine cracks remained unchanged. Indeed, retracting his mental energy revealed the cracks beginning to expand anew. Was he merely addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause? Ji Zhao furrowed his brow, preparing to summon Qinglian to continue his efforts. At that moment, a hand gently squeezed the nape of his neck, and the tingling sensation jolted him from his struggle with the cracks. Ji Zhao, he gazed dreamily at the man calling his name, realizing that he had once again exhausted his mental energy. Fortunately, Lu Yao had long since prepared mental energy crystals for him, and he soon regained his composure, only to be met with a torrent of scolding from the previously amiable Chu Zhe, leaning submissively against Lu Yao. Ji Zhao wore the expression of one who dares to acknowledge his mistakes, yet remains obstinately unchanged. Meanwhile, the wolf cub nuzzled against him with its fluffy head, offering silent comfort alongside Lu Yao. However, this dramatic scene did not endure for long, as Ji Zhao's light brain soon illuminated once more. Imperial Household Registration Office, notification. Citizen Ji Zhao GX 47C 9235 at Your multiple applications for changes to your citizenship information have been processed. Name, Ji Zhao Gu Zhao Residence. Tinsong 5 Capital Star Status. Safety verification in progress, expected completion. Before 2284-1116. Ji Zhao. Is this never-ending? The onlookers. Witnessing that apart from the date being pushed back by a day, all other information remained unchanged, wore expressions of concern. Young Ji Zhao. Have you previously confirmed your parents from the Gu family as your guardians? Lin Heng quickly received feedback from his subordinates and retrieved a guardianship confirmation document personally signed by Ji Zhao. The content of the confirmation was straightforward, affirming Ji Zhao's father, Gu Xuechen, and mother, Xia Shui, as his guardians, authorized to manage his household registration, assets, and other matters until he reaches the age of 25. Although citizens of the Empire are considered adults at 18 and possess full civil capacity, the average age of the Empire's population having surpassed 300, it is widely believed that individuals under May 25th still reside under the protection of guardianship. Moreover, given Alpha's propensity for impulsive behavior and Omega's reliance on familial support and protection, most guardians typically intervene in their children's affairs before the age of 25. Originally, Ji Zhao, who grew up in an orphanage without a guardian, nonetheless took the initiative to sign a guardian confirmation document. Once this document became effective, it could not be unilaterally revoked by Ji Zhao. While Lin Heng engaged in negotiations with his subordinates, Ji Zhao, holding the crystal stone, swiftly delved into his memories. He soon realized that the confirmation document was indeed authentic, signed by the original owner a mere month prior to his demise, with the apparent intention of returning to the Gu family. However, the Gu family, upon their first meeting with him, did not wish to welcome him home. Rather, they intended to use this document as leverage against him. The original owner had not entirely dismissed this possibility. He was merely willing to gamble on the elusive notion of kinship. The issue, however, was that the original owner was no more, leaving Ji Zhao to contend with the consequences of that decision. Ji Zhao refrained from explaining the circumstances, instead choosing to acknowledge the situation with a lowered gaze. Fortunately, Lin Heng and the others did not pursue inquiries into his private matters, opting instead to assist in retracting the application once more. Nevertheless, they had come to realize that Gu Xuechen and his spouse were resolutely intent on controlling Ji Zhao, and it was likely that this application would soon resurface. Should the application exceed 5 submissions, Ji Zhao, as the ward, would lose the right to retract it altogether. Even if this situation were to become public, no one would question the Gu family's desire to reclaim their child and offer him a life of comfort, especially since his grandfather, Gu, was one of the 5 prominent council leaders, his uncle was a counselor, and his biological father was the president of a medical technology company, with his mother being a renowned Omega therapist and pharmacist. As a mere ordinary beta by public designation, if Ji Zhao were to vocally resist returning, few would believe his claims of mistreatment by the Gu family. In fact, many within the Empire, facing their own hardships, might consider him deranged and criticize his inability to appreciate his fortune. Even more disconcerting was the revelation from Colonel Zhuya, an adept at intelligence gathering, who remarked, "A source has informed me that Gu Xuechen's actions stem from awareness of Ji Zhao's conflict with Helen and Isolde, thus seeking to forcibly expel him from school and return him to the fringe planets." Ji Zhao's grip on the mental crystal tightened abruptly. He and the original owner were distinct individuals, and he had never contemplated opposing the Gu family. Yet, with the Gu family repeatedly setting obstacles in his path, and now attempting to coerce his expulsion from the capital planet, his anger was genuinely provoked. "Let them transfer me back," then he mused. It was impossible to please everyone, but it was certainly feasible to displease them all. Just then Lu Yao, who had remained silent until now, gently placed his hand on Ji Zhao's slightly trembling shoulder, his voice cool and composed. "Ji Zhao, will you marry me?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Ji Zhao, equally taken aback, could only exclaim, "Huh?" Chapter 61. Is this even a possibility? In the opulent suite of the Yuansha Rehabilitation Center, Ji Zhao was left utterly bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. Even Lin Heng, the most composed officer among them, could not restrain his wide-eyed astonishment. As for the most conspicuous Chung Yui and Lori Reich, they have taken to whispering in each other's ears, primarily expressing doubts about their own health but never questioning their leader. However, since Liu Yao has made this declaration, he has no intention of retracting it. Yi Zhou, marry me. Compared to his earlier cool tone, Liu Yao's proposal now carries a more serious and somber weight. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that they are both men. Zhao reflected that he is an omega, which could be loosely construed as feminine. Nevertheless, this is not the central issue. The realm of cultivation is not devoid of male partners. However, he has only known Liu Yao for a mere few days. Thus, Zhao's mind went blank as he stammered, "What do you see in me? Poverty? Violence? A sharp tongue? Or a troubled mind?" In Zhao's view, even if Liu Yao had been wronged by Helen, he would certainly not be lacking for omegas. So why him? Observing the small omega's dazed expression, lost in thoughts of who he is, where he is, and what he ought to do, Liu Yao raised a hand to his lips and chuckled. "Did you not wish for your sect leader to take charge on your behalf?" Zhao exclaimed in surprise. "Last night, when I retrieved you from the black market, I noticed the note you had for me. Since I am your sect leader, it is only natural for me to assist you, my disciple," Liu Yao explained leisurely, occasionally reaching out to pat Zhao's head. His casual demeanor quickly helped Zhao regain his composure amidst his tangle of thoughts. "So you wish to help me?" "Indeed." Liu Yao nodded, showing no signs of seeking recognition for his generosity. Instead, Zhao crossed his arms and remarked, "It's not just that he wants to help you. It is likely that he is the only one in the entire empire capable of doing so." Zhao immediately turned to Zhao, signaling him to elaborate further. "You signed a guardian confirmation letter yourself. If you were a beta, it would be manageable. They could only control your household registration and assets, likely not your person." However, Zhao did not finish his thought, for he himself is a beta and would not mention that prominent families generally dismiss betas, especially those without any notable achievements. But once you become an omega, the situation changes entirely. You will be viewed as a strategic resource by the Gu family, and they will devise ways to control and woo you. This, of course, is a mild statement. Omegas, inherently delicate yet possessing unparalleled healing spiritual power, are the remedy for alphas. This signifies that every omega becomes a coveted resource for most alphas. For any family, the union with an omega is of utmost importance. Moreover, those omegas born into commoner families can leverage this to ascend the social ladder, propelling their entire clan to new heights. It is easy to imagine how Gu Xuechen, holding your guardianship, will act once Zhao's omega identity is revealed. Little Zhao, you are quite astute. Surely you considered this when you sought the general to help conceal your omega status? Indeed, Zhao nodded without hesitation. Though omega holds a high status within the empire, it is important to note that those of you who occupy the foremost position on the Zerg's menu have always had guardians. From the moment of their birth, an alpha father serves as the initial protector of an omega. As they mature and marry, their alpha husband assumes this role. This arrangement serves a dual purpose: to safeguard the omega and to impose certain constraints, while enjoying various privileges bestowed by the empire. Omega requires the most expensive psychic crystals and high-tier Zerg cores for sustenance, necessitating stringent protection during core extraction. The resources expended, manpower, material, and financial, are astronomical. All these costs are conventionally borne by the Omega's guardian. For instance, Zhuya is the guardian and provider for Zhou. Should a Zerg seek to devour Zhou, Zhuya must sacrifice herself to protect her. Conversely, an Omega cannot abandon their guardian and provider. This symbiotic relationship is tacitly recognized by the Empire. This explains why Liu Yao initially provided Zerg cores for Helen. Upon marrying her, he would naturally become her provider, fulfilling his obligations. Helen's betrayal stems from their relationship not being formally established at that time, as her guardian remained her father, Olean Rockefeller, prior to their nuptials. In essence, should you regain your Omega identity one day, the Empire would automatically recognize Gu Xuechen as your provider, granting him considerable influence over your circumstances until your marriage. Chuja's message is clear. While most guardians and providers treat their Omega kindly, Zhao has already faced abandonment, harm, and exploitation as a beta. Can he truly accept Gu Shiwechen's kindness now that he has transitioned into an Omega? Zhao finds such a notion utterly repugnant. However, why do you assert that only Lu Yao can assist me? Since my guardian will change automatically upon marriage, is it not possible for me to wed another alpha? Zhao's inquiries are piercingly direct. The reality is that due to your pheromone disorder, unless you find someone with a higher compatibility than a general or an alpha of greater rank capable of overriding the general's mark, the general remains your optimal therapeutic partner. Meanwhile, the mischievous Cheng Yui interjects, suggesting, of course, you could marry an A and then engage in a clandestine affair with our boss, provided both the A and the boss consent. Zhao retorts, isn't that a plan to harm the three sages? Although Cheng Yui found amusement in his jest, he quickly retreated, fearing retribution. Ultimately, one crucial point remains. You wish to keep your Omega identity concealed for the time being. While others may be unable to assist you, the general can. Zhao raises his hands, striking at the core of the matter. The Mahalan royal family possesses an ancestral privilege to conceal the gender and rank of its members from the outside world. For instance, upon his birth, the general was already classified as a 3S. Yet, Her Majesty the Queen chose to temporarily conceal his rank until he entered the Central Military Academy. This implies that once Zhao marries Lu Yao, he will also be incorporated into the Mulan royal family. At that point, even if he updates his gender to Omega, others will still perceive him as Beta. The most crucial aspect is that this concealment is entirely legal. Lu Yao is his therapeutic partner, possessing an exceptionally high compatibility with him, along with the financial means and strength to serve as his benefactor, capable of safeguarding his Omega identity. Moreover, throughout their numerous interactions, Zhao, with his perceptive awareness, has sensed no malice from Lu Yao. On the contrary, an abundance of goodwill emanates from him. Ultimately, it seems Lu Yao is counting on Zhao to mature swiftly to aid in healing his fractured mental realm. Well, if he must seek a guardian to mitigate potential troubles, it appears that the head of the Lu family is indeed an impeccable choice. After observing the little Omega pondering deeply, Lu Yao, who had remained silent and merely watched, finally lowered his gaze and inquired, "Will you marry?" Zhao, yes. Zhao, let us do it immediately. Chapter 62. He is truly remarkable for the third time, while indeed, I am eager to witness just how steadfast Zhao can be. In the study of the Gu family, Gu Shiwechen submitted yet another application for a change of household registration, his countenance visibly darkening. To him, this son returning from the fringe star was merely an insignificant insect, one who should naturally come to please him at a mere beckon, conforming to his plans for life, as long as the other party adhered to his wishes. Even if the Gu family's wealth remained beyond his reach, the family trust could still reluctantly include him. Perhaps I should invite that child out for a proper discussion. He used to be reasonable. If I approach him personally, I believe he would acquiesce. Xiao Shui sat on the sofa with Gu Lingxing, also expressing her dissatisfaction regarding Zhao, this troublesome son. Gu Jingtao crossed his arms and remarked, "Surely, he does not intend to leverage our goodwill, hoping to remain in our home indefinitely? Second brother, do not speak of third brother in such a manner." Gu Lingxing interrupted before he could finish. Just then, Gu Shiwechen's holographic device illuminated once more. Imperial Household Registration Office. Notification. Greetings, Guardian Gu Shiwechen. Your multiple applications for changes to the civil registration information of citizen Zhao GX 47 C 9235 have been rejected. Citizen Zhao has initiated a guardian change application to the Imperial Household Registration Office on 228411114 at 1500 hours, which has been accepted. Your status as guardian is soon to be rendered invalid. Gu Shiwechen. A half hour earlier, at the Yuexia Sanatorium, a new message appeared on Zhao's holographic device. Imperial Civil Affairs Bureau Marriage Application Receipt Notification. Time. Imperial Standard Time November 14th, 2284. 1430 number. ACMAT 2284111478712 Citizen Lu Yao, SSSRO 9975 SA has invited citizen Ji Zhao, GX47C9235 to apply for the establishment of a marriage contract. Upon inquiry and confirmation from the Imperial Civil Affairs System, it has been established that the counterpart possesses no marital history, no existing marriage status, no significant property disputes, and no hereditary diseases. The entire procedure is thus deemed reasonable and lawful. If there are no objections, please proceed to confirm and enter the marriage registration process. Ji Zhao raised his gaze toward Liu Yao, noticing that the signing process in Liu Yao's hand had just concluded. Both Alpha and the wolf cub turned their attention to him, though unlike the wolf cub's inquiring look. Liu Yao pointed to the specially marked clause in the holographic agreement, stating, "Once your pheromone disorder is cured, you may at any time apply for the dissolution of this marriage." Ji Zhao was taken aback, hastily scrutinizing the stipulation. This was not part of the marriage agreement provided by the Civil Affairs Bureau, but was rather an additional clause inserted by Liu Yao, the applicant. Had Liu Yao granted him the unilateral right to terminate the marriage? Wouldn't that be somewhat inequitable for him? Zhao regarded Liu Ypsilon, feeling that he had indeed been unjustly treated by Heluan. After all, it was rather typical for such an amiable alpha to be deceived by an omega. It was possible that he wouldn't have many years left to live. It would be unthinkable to burden him further. Yet Liu Yao merely smiled wryly, his stern facial features softening, and warmth radiated from him. Initially, Cheng Yui and the others assumed Ji Zhao would offer some words of comfort to Liu Yao, perhaps assuring him that he would be fine or that he would be cured. To their surprise, Ji Zhao instead remarked, "That makes sense." Liu Yao, the onlookers, bowing their heads, they completed the signing of each agreement, and Ji Zhao and Liu Yao received the notification of successful marriage registration almost simultaneously. Having clearly taken a special route, Ji Zhao did not inquire further, as he soon received multiple agreements, including the Guardian Change Confirmation, Imperial Citizen Residence Change Confirmation, and Yueshia Sanatorium Intern Labor Contract. In that moment, Ji Zhao felt as though he had ceased to be a person, transforming instead into an unfeeling signing machine. After he penned the final signature, his personal information underwent significant alteration. Married, Capital Star Residence, Yueshia Sanatorium Intern, Guardian Liu Yao Mahulan. Now that the momentous task had been resolved, let us discuss a problem I have just discovered. Zhao clapped his hands, attempting to grasp the wolf cub on Ji Zhao's leg, only to receive a light bite from the creature and reluctantly withdraw with a scowl. Ji Zhao was temporarily unable to access the general's mental sea. Thus, even though the broken army was temporarily adhered to him, this adhesion was merely a superficial remedy. Zhao nodded. He had almost depleted his mental strength upon discovering that the broken army was on the verge of fracturing once more. It was evident that without continuous treatment, the fracture of the broken army was merely a matter of time. According to my calculations, the broken army requires treatment at least once or twice daily to maintain its current stable state. Zhuya quickly derived relatively accurate data, and Zhu crossed his arms, stating, "However, it is not a significant issue. I believe I have conceived a solution." The following morning, after being compelled to exercise for an entire morning and facing a class meeting, the members of Class F expressed their grievances, wishing they could simply lay down on their desks. As Anna, the class instructor, was about to enter the classroom, Xiao Jun at the back felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Where is Ji Zhao?" Silence enveloped the room, with Mo at the other side whispering, "No, I haven't been able to reach him at all." Xiao Jun let out a sigh. "Zhao Hassan, Leo remarked, "That doesn't seem like him." Then, Xiao Jun confessed, "It's not that. I only realized yesterday that we don't even have each other as contact information." A hush fell over Leo, who responded, "What should we do?" To which Xiao Jun replied, "Nothing we can do." Soon, Teacher Anna stood at the podium, surveying all the students as she began to call the roll. Consequently, the three of them could only exchange glances, each wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of helplessness. Xiu Yu present. Mo present. Lao present. Yi Zhou present. 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 Almost simultaneously with Anna calling out Ji Zhao's name, three voices unexpectedly rang out from the back of the classroom. At that moment, Zhao, who had just entered the classroom with a silver-white wolf cub in his arms, opened his mouth to respond. All right, you three are Zhao. Then who am I? Chapter 63. I knew Zhao wasn't as serious Zhao as the three voices echoed. Laughter erupted among all the students in Class F, including the instructor Anna at the podium. All right, everyone stop laughing. Zhao, find a seat. Anna cast a curious glance at the wolf cub in Zhao's arms, but refrained from commenting. After all, such creatures were not uncommon in the Central Military Academy. However, Anna's acceptance did not reflect the views of the other students. Thus, as Zhao walked to the back with the wolf cub, the gazes of his classmates followed him, some covering their mouths in surprise, while others felt an irresistible urge to get a closer look. Yet, Zhao seemed oblivious to their longing stares and steadily made his way to the last row, joining Xiao Jun and the others. Zhao. This is, just as Zhao sat down, Xiao Jun nudged him repeatedly with his elbow. Zhao placed the wolf cub on the desk, not bothering to turn around, and simply stated, "My partner." Xiao Jun exclaimed, "What?" Seeing Xiao Jun's incredulous expression, Zhao matter-of-factly replied, "There's no choice. He offers too much." Xiao Jun asked, "Are you serious?" This time, Zhao ignored him, but the wolf cub on the desk suddenly extended a paw towards him, its fluffy texture inviting to the touch. Xiao Jun quickly reached out, and to his astonishment, the wolf palm moved, seemingly returning the gesture. Wow, it can shake hands with me. This is the first time I've ever shaken hands with a spirit entity. Wow. Zhao sighed at Xiao Jun's naive excitement and hurriedly retrieved the wolf cub, settling it back in his arms, fearing he might catch some of Xiao Jun's foolishness. Just then, Anna tapped the podium, signaling everyone to focus. In reliable news, the Imperial Military Academy competition, originally scheduled for next year, has been confirmed to take place at the end of this year. Those who excel in this competition or make outstanding contributions will be directly awarded military ranks and generously rewarded with military honors. Wow. Before Zhao could fully comprehend the situation, the entire class erupted like a boiling pot of oil. The Imperial Military Academy League? ISNT, the selection competition jointly organized by the Seven Legions? As long as one performs exceptionally in the contest, they will immediately ascend to the rank of officer upon entering the Legion. Most individuals dare not even dream of such ranks. Merely being directly recruited by a Legion is already a remarkable achievement. If possible, perhaps they could accumulate some military merit. Indeed, that would be a valuable asset, redeemable for high-grade materials within the military merit system. But let us be realistic. If we have any hope for next year, this year seems devoid of opportunities. Amidst the buzzing discussions of their classmates, Zhao quickly pieced together the majority of information regarding the Imperial Military Academy League. The league occurs every 3 years, open to all military academies in the Empire, and each academy has a limited number of slots, with the most exceptional students from each grade selected to participate. The Imperial Military Academy League is also known as the Cradle of Legion Officers, as most of the active duty officers from the Seven Legions have previously competed in this league. But, Teacher Anna, do we have a chance to participate in such a prestigious competition? Xiao Jun wasn't trying to provoke. He genuinely believed that given their level, attending would merely squander the school's slots. Then he heard Anna, unfazed, respond, "Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be impossible." The students collectively exclaimed, "Then why are you telling us this?" The reason I share this with you is that although you cannot partake in this grand event, our first-year students will indeed send the top students from each department to participate. Anna smiled, her words striking a deeper chord. Our Mecha Department's competition for the top position will be held next week, and the school expects to select one chief from the 420 members of the Mecha Piloting Department. Alpha. Meanwhile, all members of our Mecha Manufacturing Department will serve as manufacturers and repairers during the competition, earning credits and top-grade material rewards based on the performance of the pilots they collaborate with. Once the topic of credits and high-grade materials arose, the students in Class F were instantly invigorated. For all students attending a military academy understand that credits are essentially the military merits within the school. They can be exchanged for wealth, resources, and even connections. In comparison to the elusive Imperial Military Academy League, the credits before them appeared significantly more tangible. However, do not rejoice too soon. Despite our manufacturing department comprising only 264 individuals, the piloting department, Alpha, is 15 times larger, which does not imply that each of you will be assigned pilot. Anna adjusted her glasses and pragmatically stated, the upcoming competition for the chief position will assess not only the combat prowess of the Alpha Spirit entities, but also their ability to collaborate effectively with mechas. This indicates that you, as manufacturers, may play an indispensable role in this process. At that moment, Zhao and the others did not grasp the profound implications of Anna's words until they were led to the vast mecha combat venue, where they would converge with other classes from their department and the 421st year Alphas. Grouping on site, Zhao Jun gazed at the throng before him, feeling utterly disheartened. The notion of grouping was not inherently frightening. Rather, the embarrassment lay in being left behind. Leo's desperate cries echoed around him. The reason for his despair was the absurd competition format, which did not allow for direct matching, but rather required both drivers and manufacturers to mutually select one another. It was well known that the number of manufacturers was always fewer than that of drivers. Consequently, in actual military operations, a single manufacturer might be responsible for the maintenance and creation of mechs for multiple drivers. As members of Class F observed that behind A-Class's Lan Jieyu stood 3 Alphas, it was evident that not only the others from Class A, but even the top driver from Class B, Baisha Philip, had already been chosen by 2 Alphas. In stark contrast, those from Classes F and E, even when proactively inquiring with the Alphas, faced rejection. Shin Mo, who had been calculating numbers and lost in data, mused that if it weren't for the limitation of a manufacturer being able to match with a maximum of 3 Alphas, and considering some manufacturers chose to forego assisting 3 due to a lack of confidence, Class D would likely face a similar fate of total annihilation. Zhao, are you not the least bit anxious? Your performance in class was commendable, yet none of them seem interested in selecting you. Why not take the initiative and ask? Zhao Jun and the others thought that while the others were indeed lackluster, the Alpha's disinterest was understandable, but Zhao clearly possessed some capability. They then witnessed Zhao calmly state, those who are destined to choose me will do so. Those without such fate need not select me. His words, though honest, did not resonate well with some of the manufacturing students and Alpha drivers present. Immediately after Zhao spoke, a mocking laugh broke out from the crowd. Just a laggard who can only make energy blocks. What are you putting on airs for? With this derisive comment, the previously peaceful atmosphere of mutual selection became tense. Zhao raised his gaze to the crowd and locked eyes with a tall Alpha. This Alpha, clad in a black and gold uniform, had a shrunken golden gorilla spirit on his shoulder, which was menacingly posturing at Zhao. Damn, it's Jiang Yushua from the S-Class of the Mech Pilot Department. He.S. the one who teamed up with those 2 from the Gu family, always spouting cold remarks about your impending demise. Zhao Jun said that as he glared at Jiang Yushua, recalling how he had laughed the loudest when Gu Jingqiao had assaulted him. Familiar faces indeed. Jiang Yushua, noticing Zhao Jun's fury, deliberately provoked him. Who are you again? Song Lingyun. Oh, Fat Jun, is it? The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, their gazes filled with mockery. Many Alphas present were aware of Zhao Jun's earlier confrontation with Kalen on Zhao's behalf. They could only admire Zhao Jun's bravery, albeit questioning his lack of foresight. Who is Kalen Rockefeller, after all? He is the designated heir of the Rockefeller family, a naturally born top-tier 2S Alpha. Both his family and the military academy have assessed that he is highly likely to surpass the 3S threshold before reaching the age of 30. In fact, at the Central Military Academy and within the military, he is known by the title of Little General Mahulan. Indeed, Kalen, a leading figure of his generation at the Central Military Academy, is regarded by military leaders as the successor to General Mahulan. This high regard naturally endows Kalen with a magnetic influence among the cadets. Conversely, Zhao, who is equally despised by both Kalen and Lady Helen, finds himself at odds with these Alphas. Jiang Yushua quickly realized that while it was amusing to suppress the overweight Xiao Jun. Ji Zhao remained aloof, his expression unperturbed. He then looked down imperiously and remarked, "Fat Jun took a beating for you, and yet you, as a friend, show no sign of appreciation?" In an apparent attempt to appear even more loathsome, the gorilla perched on his shoulder unexpectedly produced a stone from nowhere and hurled it towards Ji Zhao's head with evident malice. "Yizhig!" Xiao Jun and the others exclaimed, rushing to assist, but it was already too late. Moreover, the speed of a projectile thrown by a spirit entity was beyond the capabilities of these betas to intercept. Just as they anticipated Ji Zhao would suffer a grievous injury, the wolf cub nestled in his arms, having been dozing quietly since their entrance, suddenly extended its paw. A flash of blinding light, imperceptible to the naked eye, split the stone in two, its surfaces as smooth as a mirror. Throughout this, Ji Zhao remained motionless, merely stroking the wolf's head and stating, "An S-level alpha, is this all you've got?" The alphas gasped in astonishment. The gorilla, which had been standing on Jiang Yushua's shoulder, immediately dropped to the ground, its body expanding to a normal gorilla size as it bellowed at the wolf cub in Ji Zhao's arms. Clearly, Jiang Yushua was incensed by Ji Zhao's provocation. It was not that he was particularly irritable, but as the foremost S-level alpha among the 5 first-year students, he felt humiliated in front of so many witnesses. Even if he were to become the top student later on, failing to subdue Ji Zhao today would become fodder for gossip among his peers. With another furious roar, the gorilla openly challenged the wolf cub to a duel. Provided the spirit entities did not grow in size or utilize their talents, the school would not intervene in a simple spar. The wolf's eyes narrowed as it began to rise slowly from Ji Zhao's embrace. However, at that moment, a swift black shadow darted from the crowd, its paw striking towards the challenging gorilla. Caught off guard, the gorilla did not retreat, but raised its paw to meet the shadow in a collision. Following the impact, both spirit entities recoiled. The gorilla only staggered back half a meter, while the shadow retreated over a meter before stabilizing. It was only then that the crowd discerned the figure shielding Ji Zhao, a lithe Black Panther spirit entity. The betas were bewildered, but Jiang Yushua coldly cursed, "Wei Shuo, you idiot!" As Jiang Yushua called out the name Wei Shuo, a tall alpha with a crew cut emerged from the crowd. "Do you know him?" Xiao Jun leaned closer to Ji Zhao, wearing an expression that suggested brotherly admiration. Ji Zhao replied, "I do not." Xiao Jun retorted, "If you don't know him, why is he helping you?" Ji Zhao mused, "I'm quite curious myself. Why don't you go ask him?" Xiao Jun exclaimed, "Why should I bother asking you?" While Ji Zhao and Xiao Jun exchanged banter, the alpha known as Wei Shuo approached them, addressing the tightly furrowed brow of Jiang Yushua. "What skill is there in using a spirit entity to bully a beta?" "Jiang Yushua, do you not feel embarrassed?" "Embarrassed?" Jiang Yushua was ready to command his golden gorilla to confront the Black Panther. "I shall show you now what is truly embarrassing, bullying a beta or being pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt." In fact, from the earlier exchange, it was evident to the crowd that Wei Shua's Black Panther was inferior to Jiang Yushua's Golden Gorilla. The Golden Gorilla was ranked S-class, while the Black Panther was likely only A-class. Jiang Yushua's intention to have the two spirit entities spar was unmistakably clear. However, as the strongest alpha in the group, even if others found him distasteful, they had no desire to provoke him. Moreover, alphas were inherently combative, leading most to adopt the spectator's mindset. Even Wei Shuo had no intentions of avoiding the confrontation. Having stepped forward, he would not retreat even if he were outmatched. Then, he felt a hand press down on his shoulder, pulling him back. Wei Shuo was taken aback, having not yet had the chance to inquire about Ji Zhao's actions. When Ji Zhao pointed at the golden gorilla on the ground and directed the wolf cub, "It bullied me," showed some color. Jiang Yushuo was momentarily speechless. Wei Shuo was not the only one baffled. Even the other alphas could not suppress their laughter. Although the wolf cub had previously shielded Ji Zhao from the golden gorilla's stone, the golden gorilla had not exerted much force, and such a feat was achievable by most spirit entities. Yet now the task was not to catch stones, but to give the golden gorilla a taste of its own medicine. This little wolf cub, with its fur not fully grown, was not a match for Wei Shua's Black Panther. How could it possibly succeed? The crowd watched as the wolf cub looked up at Zhao, then leaped down from Zhao's side, landing steadily in front of the golden gorilla. Roar! The towering golden gorilla glared down at the silvery wolf cub, exuding a sense of superiority, as if it could crush the cub beneath its foot without effort. Jiang Yushua mocked, "You little pup, don't go easy. Put some strength into it." Upon hearing this, the wolf cub narrowed its eyes, and with a sudden burst of energy, leaped up, striking the golden gorilla squarely on the forehead. Before anyone could laugh at the absurdity of the situation, the golden gorilla shattered into nothingness, leaving Jiang Yushua in shock. His mocking smile wiped from his face as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the wolf cub, after shattering the golden gorilla, flopped down at Zhao's feet, appearing weak and innocent, as if Jiang Yushua's fainting had nothing to do with it. The alphas and betas were left in astonishment. What a talented little wolf. Chapter 65. On what grounds? I feel I am not at fault. Jiang Yushua was swiftly placed on a stretcher by the newly arrived medical students. Before departing, the medical instructor conducted a thorough examination of Zhang's mental state in front of everyone. Although his spiritual essence had been impacted and could not maintain its physical form temporarily, the force exerted was evidently restrained, indicating no intent to cause harm. It was merely a matter of enduring a few days of discomfort. With a grand gesture, the instructor signaled the eager medical students, who were thrilled to have a live case study, and they promptly carried him away, their smiles barely contained. Meanwhile, Zhao had already cradled the wolf cub, gently stroking its soft fur while his healing spiritual energy subtly permeated the air. Like the carefree wolf cub, Zhao appeared unaffected by the commotion around him, as if the unfolding drama bore no relevance to him. Zhao, although Jiang Yushua initiated the provocation, are you not aware of the level of the spiritual entity you hold? Allowing it to bully a fellow student seems rather inappropriate, remarked Kuei Martin, the head of the ranking battles and instructor of Class S in the mecha driving department. Though a veteran soldier with far superior strength than the student Jiang Yushua, he was still only at the S level. The wolf cub in Zhao's arms was capable of incapacitating a golden gorilla, indicating its power surpassed that of an S-level entity. As the one who brought the spiritual entity to the scene, Zhao could not possibly be oblivious to the wolf cub's might. Thus, it was evident he intended to torment Jiang Yushua. Not only was Kuei Martin displeased, but the two other alpha instructors shared his sentiments. Zhao's command for the wolf cub to subdue the top-ranked golden gorilla effectively meant overpowering all their students, leaving them in a position of embarrassment. Consequently, an alpha instructor from Class A admonished, "Zhao, you should recognize that violence does not resolve issues." In response, Zhao lifted his gaze, exuding an air of indifference, and remarked, "While violence may not solve problems, it does provide a sense of relief. Is it acceptable for him to bully the weak while I am reproached for defending myself?" Zhao, our intention is not to accuse you. We merely wish to express our concerns, they attempted to clarify. However, Kuei Martin was taken aback by Zhao's sharp retort, realizing that even their attempts to guide him were met with resistance. Unperturbed by their discourse, Zhao interjected with a decisive tone, "What you think is irrelevant. I am not interested in hearing it. If you wish to draw swords, then do so." Upon hearing this, the seemingly docile wolf cub immediately turned towards Kuei Martin and the others, baring its sharp canines in a silent snarl. Kuei Martin thought to himself, "It may be hard for others to believe, but the instant that wolf cub bared its teeth, the saber-toothed tiger within its spiritual realm instinctively crouched low, its fur bristling." The intensity of the moment jolted Kuei Martin, while the elder alpha instructor standing beside Wei Shua wisely interjected, "This situation arose from Jiang Yushua's initial wrongdoing. Kuei, there should be limits to how far you shield your students." As this instructor spoke, Anna, who had been occupied with other matters, finally arrived at the scene of the unfolding conflict. The female beta boldly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Zhao and the others. She addressed Kuei Martin and his colleagues, stating, "It was your esteemed student who first insulted mine and hurled stones at them. I have retrieved the footage from the cache, and I shall report this matter directly to Dean R for adjudication." Hearing this, Kwai-Wen Martin and the other two instructors exchanged glances, their expressions visibly darkening as they regarded the Alpha Instructor Chi Hui standing beside Wei Shua. Finally, Kwai-Wen Martin spoke again. "It is merely a minor skirmish among students. Surely, it is unnecessary to trouble Dean R." His words conveyed a desire for reconciliation. However, Anna retorted coldly, "Dean R is known for her fairness. I believe she will be inclined to advocate for our students in Class F." Kwai-Wen Martin fixed his gaze on Anna, reflecting on her rigid demeanor and lack of adaptability, which he found all too true today. He glanced once more at the fierce wolf cub in Ji Zhao's arms, which continued to glare at him, and ultimately conceded. "Since Jiang Yushua has significant issues of his own, as the instructor, I shall decide that he compensates these two students with 10 credits each. At the Central Military Academy, students receive 10 credits upon enrollment, while the top student in each department earns 50 credits. Jiang Yushua had recently completed several tasks, so 20 credits was not a considerable burden for him." Anna intended to say more, but was restrained by Ji Zhao. "Jiang Yushua and I share equal responsibility in this matter, but Xiao Jun is innocent. Jiang Yushua should compensate him alone." Anna's firmness was commendable. Yet one must be cautious not to be too inflexible. Credits are a valuable resource, not to be squandered. Anna seemed to relent, not disputing Ji Zhao's statement. Compared to the initial demand for 20 credits, 10 was indeed more palatable. Thus, Kwai-Wen Martin nodded and personally deducted 10 credits from Jiang Yushua's account and transferred them to Xiao Jun. It appeared that the matter was resolved. However, the students of Class F soon realized that this incident was perhaps just the beginning, as students from Class E began to be selected by alphas and were seen standing alongside students from Class A of the Mecha Manufacturing Department. What was happening? That Keiko Shinkai was the last in Class E. What distinguished him from us? It seemed that while the other classes were being chosen, they were being overlooked. As the members of Class F debated, Ji Zhao's light brain suddenly illuminated. Upon checking, he found a message from Lan Jiayu of Class A, inquiring whether he would like to affiliate with his team. If he agreed, there would certainly be alphas willing to select him. The implication was that the individuals from Class A believed they could lead 5 or 6 alphas each, yet lacked sufficient slots for their subordinates, hence seeking to include members from Class E as placeholders to ultimately share some credits with them. Xiao Jun, clutching the recently acquired 10 credits, nearly bit his tongue in frustration. Following the earlier incident, it was evident that their class had been isolated by all the others. Class A sought to recruit from Class E, yet would not consider Class F. The two classes were hardly distinguishable, both deemed incapable of offering assistance. As for Ji Zhao, it was evident that Lan Jiayu was drawn to his remarkable ability to produce energy blocks, hoping to benefit the alpha within his team. However, despite Ji Zhao's earnest efforts, it was Lan Jiayu who garnered all the admiration. Ji Zhao even found himself indebted to Lan Jiayu for a mere scrap of meat, which felt decidedly unfair. Regarding the other alphas, as they observed the mocking glances from their peers and the indifference of their instructor, Kwai-Wen Martin, Xiao Jun genuinely felt remorseful for his classmates. Had he known, he would have relinquished the 10 points and not fought for his pride. Yet, instead of offering consolation, Ji Zhao coldly remarked, "Why should one show mercy when one is in the right?" Xiao Jun, overwhelmed with emotion, raised his hand, yearning to embrace Ji Zhao and exclaim, "Brother, give me a hug." Unfortunately, Ji Zhao responded with a swift slap to his face, pushing him aside and striding towards the group of alphas. "Where are you going?" Xiu Yun inquired. "To recruit a strong ally," Ji Zhao replied. Chapter 66. It has been decided. You are the fortunate one. After nearly an hour of mutual selection, the alphas in the venue had gathered in small groups with their respective manufacturers, while a few remained in conversation, waiting for their names to be called. Ji Zhao approached them. What was his intention? Surely he wouldn't threaten us, for I cannot contend with his prowess. He is undeniably handsome, and if he weren't an alpha, I might have considered supporting him. But alas, I wish to endure another round to accumulate more materials. What good is his skill in producing energy blocks if he cannot assemble a mecha? Ji Zhao overheard the murmurs of the alphas, yet his focus was not on them. Their fates were of no concern to him. He passed directly through their midst, leaving them bewildered. Why does he choose to walk among us? Is he out of his mind? Their curiosity piqued. They continued to watch Zhao's retreating figure, eager to discover whom he would approach next. Soon, they realized that the unfortunate soul was none other than Wei Shuo, who had recently aided Class F. This revelation brought them amusement, for it was well known among the piloting alphas that Wei Shuo possessed a peculiar temperament, often isolating himself and having offended numerous alphas within just half a semester. If not for his disposition, with his above-average A grade, he would surely belong to Class A rather than the mixed Class C of alphas and betas. In summary, teaming up with such an alpha would likely invite a barrage of disdain from the more bothersome alphas above. Wei Shuo seemed to grasp Zhao's intentions, and with a stern expression, he remarked, "I do not require a partner. I can assemble the mech on my own." Initially, one might have assumed that Zhao, this audacious beta, would promptly refuse and storm off. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao nodded and remarked, "Is it not fortuitous that you can assemble mechas while I possess no such skills? Associating my name with you does not impede your own endeavors." Wei Shuo, taken aback, could only respond with a hesitant, "Do I appear foolish to you?" His incredulity echoed through the surrounding alphas, who exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao, undeterred, continued, "Consider your advancement. You receive only your portion of mecha materials. However, should you include me, I could earn some credits alongside you." Wei Shuo expressed his disbelief. Who would audaciously claim to seek credits without contributing any effort? After a moment of contemplation, he managed to articulate a relatively polite retort. Then, to his surprise, Zhao brandished the wolf cub he held, playfully shaking it before him. "I may be of little use, but this creature is undoubtedly advantageous. How about it? Allow me to join your team, and I shall have it deliver a few good swipes at your Black Panther." The wolf cub let out a low whine, as if pondering the peculiar fortune of such an arrangement. The surrounding alphas visibly struggled to suppress their laughter, deeming the offer less than desirable. Yet Wei Shuo, after a brief silence, astounded everyone with his response, "Are you serious? It won't be a swift defeat, will it?" Zhao assured him, patting the cub's chest. Consequently, without further ado, Wei Shuo led Zhao to the registration desk, declaring, "Enough talk. Let us register." The alphas were momentarily taken aback, realizing that Wei Shuo's penchant for self-challenge had led to this unusual pairing. After the registration was complete, Zhao quickly exchanged contact information with the robust Wei Shuo before returning to Class F. At that moment, Anna clapped her hands, gathering everyone from Class F. "Dear classmates, I trust you comprehend that in the Central Military Academy, nothing surpasses your own strength. If you continue on this path, not only will you be excluded from this ranking battle, but the same fate awaits you in future contests as well." Anna's words were blunt, yet they reflected the stark reality facing Class F. Observing the mocking smiles of the alphas and the industrious partnerships forming in other classes, it became evident that Zhao was the only one seeking a companion in their class. As Xiao Jun and others lowered their heads in dejection, Anna's stern expression softened into a gentle smile. "However, do not lose heart, for you still possess opportunities to surpass them." At her words, the students' eyes brightened with evident hope. You should be aware that while only alphas participate in this inaugural ranking battle, all beta pilots will also be ranked in their own category. Understanding dawned upon Shun Mo. "So, you mean we can assist in the beta division?" Anna confirmed with a nod. "Indeed. What you lack most is a fundamental understanding of mechas, as you have scarcely had the opportunity to engage with them. However, if you willingly assist a group of beta driving students, you will undoubtedly have ample opportunities to practice. Indeed, even without academic credit, the experience gained will be invaluable." Filled with enthusiasm, the other students exhibited glimmers of hope in their eyes. "As for the hands-on assembly of the mechs, I believe you can undoubtedly seek assistance from class leader Zhao, allowing him to provide you with an opportunity to observe during the assembly." Zhao, class leader? Who? Me? At this moment, Zhao was still trying to comprehend the situation, only to be met with the intense gaze of his peers. Siu Yun Insa. His voice tinged with urgency. Class leader, Ji Zhao. I think I'm gonna be sick truly. Taking a deep breath, Ji Zhao finally nodded. Then let us all go together. Subsequently, he was swept up by his classmates, tossed into the air once more. Long live the class leader. Ji Zhao. Wait, is it absolutely necessary for this class leader role? The selection of partners concluded swiftly, with all members of the mech manufacturing department being chosen, except for Class F. Meanwhile, the students from Class F had already devised their own plans, asserting a 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the beta's poverty. Ji Zhao maintained a calm smile, feeling that the world was indeed quite absurd, until beside him, Xiao Jun suddenly leapt 3 feet into the air while gazing at his light brain. Oh my goodness, Ji Zhao, General Mahulin has finally lost his mind. Yi Zhou, Vu? Xiao Jun, displaying a heartbroken demeanor, lamented, Woe is me, I believe he must have been deeply hurt by an Omega. And that despicable beta, who tricked him into a flash marriage, is truly cunning. Ji Zhao, you dare to insult the clever beta again. Chapter 67, Enough of this. Peck, peck, peck. Within the ancestral home of the Rockefeller family, Isolde, surrounded by numerous attendants, gracefully traversed the corridor adorned with a gentle sound of flowing water from the fountains. Beneath the church's exquisite rose window, she met with Helen, who was officiating the worship of the gathered congregation. The pure nuns sang softly, and Helen, bathed in the colorful light of the rose window, seemed to be enveloped in a sacred glow. Tranquil, beautiful, and unattainable. Helen, as Isolde ascended the steps. Just as she reached out to grasp Helen's hand, she noticed the Omega abruptly open his eyes, his sapphire-like gaze filled with sharpness. Has Lu Yao truly become involved with the beta? This matter, which had caused a stir online, was well known to Helen. Upon seeing the prominent blogger who leaked the news, he immediately recognized it as Isolde's doing. So concerned about him, huh? Isolde remained silent, only lifting her hand to grasp Helen's delicate and fair chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Yet, this revelation had already stirred tumultuous waves within Helen's heart. He was desperate to ascertain the truth. Even the most devout worship could not quell his agitation. Thus, he fixed his determined gaze upon Isolde, his rose-red lips pressed together, embodying a spirit of defiance. Until Isolde conceded. After my mother's death, she has been temporarily wielding the queen's authority, and through that authority, she discovered that Lu Yao married a little beta. Who is it? As Helen continued to scrutinize her, Isolde found herself both amused and exasperated by his reaction. What to do now? Lu Yao had sheltered him so thoroughly that even my mother could only discern that the other party was a beta without truly understanding who they were. Helen's chest heaved slightly, clearly agitated by Isolde's words. Nearly 20 years had passed. He and Lu Yao were fellow classmates at the Central Military Academy, having known each other for 2 decades and been engaged for 15 years. Once upon a time, they had fought side by side in practical training at the academy, and Lu Yao had even personally hunted down a 2S level insectoid for him. He allowed Lu Yao to fall from being a top-tier 3S alpha into a renowned martyr. Yet he could not permit him to descend into the depths of being merely a beta. Lu Yao showed no lingering affection for his esteemed Omega, turning instead to entangle himself with a beta. Could a beta truly save him? To Helen, Lu Yao had seemingly lost his mind. Perhaps it was the inevitability of his rank's decline, or perhaps it was the fact that he had abandoned Lu Yao to be with Isolde. However, Isolde swiftly quashed his thoughts as he began to force Helen to kiss beneath the rose window, fervently exchanging their pheromones. Regardless of Lu Yao's former glory, he no longer held the qualifications to vie for Helen's affection. As the crown prince of the empire, the future monarch, the Omega gem adorning his crown must undoubtedly be Helen, the most alluring, resplendent, and dazzling of all. Simultaneously, on the Star Network, a trending topic emerged titled "This beta is truly resourceful," which ascended to the top of the trending list within a mere 10 minutes. By the time Ji Zhao and Xiao Jun returned to their dormitory and tidied up, the news had spread like wildfire. Quickly tell me, which resourceful beta is it? I'm also a beta. I could do it too. Please, some beta, teach me online. I'm in urgent need of this class. Such friendly comments abounded. But many others were met with brutal greetings directed at the beta in question. However, the discourse did not merely dwell on the capabilities of one beta. Rather, it reflected the notion that betas lacked healing mental powers, making Lu Yao's marriage to a beta akin to a path of self-destruction. After all, once an alpha and omega are fully marked, the healing abilities of the marked omega towards the alpha would increase exponentially. Even if it could not surpass their own rank significantly, it would undoubtedly exceed that of other omegas who had not established a complete marking with an alpha. This meant that coupling with an omega could potentially be Lu Yao's last hope for healing. Conversely, his choice of a beta implied that he might soon fade into obscurity. This was a prospect the citizens of the Empire wished to avoid, and even the royal family, military, and parliament were shaken by this revelation. "Oh no, this is escalating," Zhao exclaimed as he was placing the wolf cub onto the bed, only to hear Zhao Jun begin to shout again. Not just Zhao Jun, but even Leo and Shun Mo, who had come to visit their dormitory, were equally animated. His Majesty the Emperor has made a statement through his secretary, demanding that General Mullen publicly disclose his beta identity, providing an explanation for all those concerned with this matter. Just as Zhao was about to recline, he paused, only to hear Shun Mo continue. "It is not only His Majesty. General Master of the 4th Legion and the 5 speakers of the Parliament have also expressed their views." Interestingly, Leo, with a sidelong glance, noticed that Zhao, who usually remained indifferent to gossip, was not lying down at this moment. Instead, he cradled a wolf cub and opened his holographic computer. A multitude of comments from netizens flooded his screen, with the statements from the Imperial Emperor, General Master, and the 5 parliamentary speakers prominently displayed at the top. The Emperor demanded the disclosure of his information. General Master and the 5 speakers unanimously believed that Lu Yao's marriage to a beta constituted a relinquishment of self, a betrayal of the Empire's years of cultivation, and that such behavior was exceedingly irresponsible. Even Helen, who had been notably low-key in recent days, stepped forward to clarify Lu Yao's mental health status, suggesting that if Lu Yao chose a beta, he might not endure for more than 2 years. The repercussions of this statement naturally led to a deluge of malicious comments aimed at a certain beta online. Zhao felt a warmth on his face and lowered his head, only to discover that the wolf cub was gently licking his cheek. Although Zhao could not comprehend its sounds, a moment later, a notification popped up on his holographic computer. Not only his device, but also those of Zhao Jun and the others on the other side echoed with astonishment. General Mullen is live streaming. Zhao entered the live stream, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the familiar sofa in the Yuesha sanatorium. The Alpha, clad in simple black home attire, with a straight nose, deep emerald-like eyes, and slightly damp hair tips, exuded an aura of sternness akin to a print. It is well known that only exceptionally attractive individuals possess such a quality. As this was Lu Yao's first personal appearance before the public since returning to the Empire after the war, the barrage of comments in the live stream had long since gone wild. However, as the Alpha glanced at the myriad of husband, "I love you, husband," and "speak a word," husband comments scrolling across the screen, the very next moment, the term husband collectively transformed into asterisks. The online community reacted with confusion. Before they could inquire further, the Alpha lowered his gaze and chuckled softly, "My wife is watching. Let us not engage in such antics." The netizens were left speechless. Meanwhile, Zhao, secretly peering in like a curious pup, exclaimed, "I am not. I did not. Do not say such things." With Lu Yao's playful interjection, the atmosphere in the live stream relaxed significantly. Coupled with the rebellious spirit of the netizens, the screen was soon filled with a cascade of asterisks. When the ambience was just right, Lu Yao finally spoke. "I sit here today to inform all those who care about me that I have no intention of relinquishing my identity. My decision to marry my little mister is a carefully considered mutual agreement." Zhao, watching from the screen, pressed his lips together, contemplating that although Lu Yao might be easily deceived by an omega, his rhetoric was nonetheless quite polished. Their relationship was tightly intertwined by mutual interests. How could that not be considered a well-thought-out decision? The online audience was abuzz with questions. the most frequent being inquiries about what exactly was so commendable about this little mister. As Zhao caressed the head of the dog, he was filled with skepticism, eager to observe how the narrative would unfold. He then heard Lu Yao's voice emanating from the screen. I met the young gentleman in a time of despair. My future was uncertain, and he found himself in dire straits. Though I did rescue him from peril, he was, amidst countless possibilities, the sole glimmer of hope I could grasp. Zhao was taken aback, his gaze fixated upon the wolf cub in his arms, which stared back at him with wide eyes. The wolf cub breathed softly. Zhao remarked, "What an impressive maneuver." Indeed, as Lu Yao spoke these words with a gentle gaze, the barrage of comments paused for a fleeting second, only to erupt once more in a fervent outpour. This time, the screen was not filled with asterisks, but rather an abundance of heartfelt declarations, expressions of admiration, and a yearning for the sweetness of love. It is often said that sincerity is an everlasting trump card. When a person of Lu Yao's remarkable stature, one who has selflessly sacrificed for humanity, chooses to express such sentiments, the worthiness of his young gentleman becomes inconsequential. It is his decision, his choice. As long as he remains true to himself, they shall honor and bless him. As for his earlier marriage before Helen, it posed no issue once the two acknowledged their prior union. Seizing the moment, Lu Yao continued, "My young gentleman has no desire to be in the public eye, and I hope that you all will refrain from disturbing his tranquil existence because of me." Observing the multitude of supportive comments flooding the screen, along with the occasional playful remarks about wanting to pry into his life, Lu Yao's smile faded, his tone turning icy. "Of course, should anyone disregard my warning and act recklessly, believe me, I will find you before you locate my young gentleman." There was no doubt regarding Lu Yao's resolve. Despite the fractures in his spirit, the unwavering support from countless citizens and the loyal brothers of the 2nd and 3rd Legions stood behind him. Moreover, his grandfather, Marshal Lu Yuan, currently patrolling the border star regions, would serve as his most formidable ally. Lu Yao neither instigated trouble nor feared it. His threat was glaringly apparent, devoid of any pretense. "Your Majesty," he mused, "is it merely the identity of a beta? Keeping it a secret is inconsequential. After all, you are his father." Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, the ailing Emperor Alexis Muhailan, bedridden and disengaged from state affairs, reclined upon his golden bed, his expression grave. The passage of time and the weight of experience etched deeply into his composed brow. A mere furrow of his brow was a silent intimidation. "Enough of this noise," he barked, swatting away Batiste Watson's delicate hand, coughing violently, his countenance visibly pained. "Do you think I am unaware that you and your son have leaked this matter? Do not forget, Lu Yao bears the Muhailan name." To the Emperor, Lu Yao's actions tarnished not only his own reputation, but also that of the entire Muhailan royal family. Consequently, he summoned his secretary, commanding, revoke Lady Batiste's authority as queen and assign Lady Kurosawa Shirori to oversee matters. "Understood," came the prompt response. In the dormitory of the Central Military Academy, having just finished their snacks, Liu and his companion departed, leaving Zhao to receive a message from Lu Yao. "Lu, the esteemed leader, what are you up to?" Lu, the esteemed leader. A small black cat, peeking JPG Zhao. "Do you believe me if I say I'm sleeping?" Zhao. A small black cat under a blanket JPG. Lu Yao on the opposite side seemed to pause for a moment. "Lu, the esteemed leader, I believe you." Zhao, he believes, huh? Neither of them expressed sentiments of apology or gratitude, nor did they engage in any formalities. Instead, they discussed the remarkable feats of the breaking army. It appeared that the spirit entity, aware of the conversation, endeavored to nestle into Omega's neck, shrinking into a fluffy little ball. Only Shao Jun, who turned his head, paused for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and finally the monk, who had just savored the monumental gossip, discerned a curious detail. The spirit wolf cub had brazenly entered their quarters, directly curling up beside Zhao. No, it was even nestled within Zhao's neck. Zhao also retrieved his alpha pheromone perfume, vigorously spraying it on his own bed. "Zhao, you possess an alpha, yet you still apply alpha pheromone perfume? Will your alpha not be displeased?" Xiu Yun inquired sarcastically. Then he heard Ji Zhao respond. Is it possible that this is not merely alpha pheromone perfume, but rather the liquid pheromones of my alpha? Upon saying this, Ji Zhao sprayed himself again, his delicate nostrils twitching slightly, clearly indulging in the scent. Isn't it a bit excessive, with both a spirit entity and liquid pheromones? Don't you think your alpha's possessiveness is rather intense? Ji Zhao tilted his head, nuzzling the wolf cub nestled in his neck. Not at all. Xiu Yun exclaimed. All right. Just a moment ago, I thought that the beta's tactics to woo General Mahulin were impressive. Turns out your alpha's methods are truly remarkable. The following morning, the beta ranking competition for the first-year mecha pilot department commenced. Apart from Ji Zhao, who was preparing for the position of chief, the entire F class had arrived at the venue. Ji Zhao, however, did not receive the system notification until the afternoon of the next day, prompting him to head alone to the mecha storage outside the academy to join the other manufacturers who were gathering there. Observing Ji Zhao standing alone at the F-class lineup, cradling the wolf cub, the mecha manufacturing students were indifferent, while the alpha pilots from the pilot department regarded him with derision. It was uncertain whether the wolf cub had been gentle in its actions or if Jiang Yushua possessed formidable willpower, but he had already awakened the previous night and was able to stand this morning. The first thing he did upon regaining consciousness was to message Wei Shuo in the grade group, demanding that he immediately cancel their partnership with Ji Zhao. Otherwise, all members of S-class in a class would unite against Wei Shuo, ensuring that he remained in C-class for the rest of his life. Everyone presumed that with Jiang Yushua making such a declaration, Wei Shuo would at least weigh the pros and cons. After all, this chief competition was not merely a contest. It was a privilege granted to every student of the mecha pilot department by the school. Each student advancing in the competition would receive increasingly generous rewards of mecha parts. The exorbitant costs associated with mechs are well known, while the benefits provided by the school are serendipitous. In other words, each early elimination translates to a significant loss. However, Wei Shuo, with his stubbornness and tenacity, boldly responded to Jiang Yushua in the group chat. As long as Ji Zhao does not choose to withdraw from the competition, I will not dissolve our partnership. Upholding one's promises is the most fundamental principle of my character. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yushua could only exclaim in disbelief. Just a second later, Wei Shuo found himself expelled from the first-year alpha group. Thus, when Ji Zhao and Wei Shuo came together, they found themselves utterly alone. Ji Zhao remarked, "It must be arduous to be grouped with me." Wei Shuo replied, "Not arduous, merely unfortunate." As their dialogue concluded, the principal coordinator, Kevin Martin, stood before the mech hangar. The imposing alpha surveyed everyone present and coldly emphasized, "All mechs for our grades competition are housed in the primary mech hangar behind me. Remember, stay in line. Any deviation will result in immediate disqualification." At this point, he seemed to deliberately cast a glance at Ji Zhao and Wei Shuo. It was evident that this S-class instructor, like his student Jiang Yushua, eagerly anticipated their early exit from the competition. If given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to revoke their eligibility to compete. Yes, the students responded in unison, prompting Kevin Martin to press the button in front of the hangar. Initiating the scanning process by the school's mainframe, Murphy. Identity verification in progress. Welcome, Kevin Martin, instructor of the S-Class Mech Piloting Program, level 2287. As the hangar doors slowly opened, the students began confirming their identities in succession. As they traversed the lengthy, silver-gray alloy corridor alongside Kevin Martin, the surrounding view suddenly expanded beneath the arena's dome. The dome was not a solid structure, but rather a flowing membrane of dark energy, through which the external nebula drifted slowly, casting shifting hues of deep blue and violet upon the slumbering giants below. Good heavens! A sea of A-class mechs. Indeed, coming to the Central Military Academy was the right choice. However, they are merely the school's standardized mechs, far inferior to my family's Yunlei. Beneath the dome, thousands of mechs stood in combat poses at their designated slots. Despite being standard-issue mechs with little variation in height or appearance, they were enough to astonish the first-year recruits. As for those privileged individuals boasting custom mechs, they represented an entirely different spectacle. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Wei Shuo leaned over the railing, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the towering mechs, feeling that perhaps this was the unique romance of this era. He then heard Ji Zhao respond, "Oh, it's not bad, I suppose." Seeing Ji Zhao's entirely indifferent demeanor, as if observing cabbages in a market rather than magnificent mechs, Wei Shuo began to doubt his resolve from the previous night in the group chat. A glance at the wolf cub nestled in Ji Zhao's arms helped quell his regret. At this moment, Cohen Martin spoke again. "The mech numbers for all of you have been transmitted to your terminals. Now, accompanied by your manufacturers, proceed to receive your competition mechs." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, then hurriedly descended to the depths of the mech hangar with their respective companions. As Wei Shuo walked, Ji Zhao followed closely until they arrived before the mech numbered 087. Each participant's mech had been randomly assigned by the central system. Thus, there was no order of precedence. For instance, the individual next to them, who had received the mech numbered 088, happened to be their formidable rival, Jiang Yushua. "You two really dare to compete? Have you seen these mechs? They are all unarmed. Can you even equip them with weapons? Don't end up on stage merely throwing punches." Jiang Yushua opened his mouth, spewing a mix of jumbled phrases. Yet, the pallor of his face and his strained demeanor made it evident that he was struggling to maintain composure while inspecting the mechs. Until his partner, a short male beta adorned with a sizable ukiyo-e tattoo on the left side of his neck, interjected, "Yushua, checking the mechs is crucial. I still have to examine 5 more. All right." In an instant, the once arrogant Jiang Yushua transformed into a schoolboy, hurriedly lifting the protective cover of the mech. The tattooed beta then approached Ji Zhao with a smile, extending his hand. "Ji Zhao, greetings." Perhaps to avoid the awkwardness that had occurred with Lan Jiayu, the male beta quickly introduced himself, Heike Akira. Ji Zhao was taken aback. In the roster provided by the loquacious Xiao Jun, Heike Akira ranked second in Class A, just below Lan Jiayu. Unlike Lan Jiayu, who hailed from a prestigious scientific family, Heike's belonged to one of the 5 prominent families in the parliament, comparable to the Rockefeller and Gu families. Distinct from the financial and military prowess of the Rockefellers and the political and medical influence of the Gu family, Heike specialized in intelligence. In other words, the underground black market in the Eastern District, where Ji Zhao had once sold drugs, bore the shadow of the Heike's family. Thus, in a certain sense, Heike Akira had access to more materials, resources, and connections than Lan Jiayu. If Lan Jiayu was the ostensible leader of Class A, then Heike Akira was its underground emperor. "Hello." Noticing that Ji Zhao intended to withdraw his hand after a mere second of contact, Heike Akira immediately tightened his grip. Ji Zhao smoothly extracted his hand without a hint of hesitation. Heike Akira remarked, "To be capable of eliminating 5 betas in the black market, you are indeed exceptional. Ji Zhao, would you be interested in developing with our Heike's family? I greatly admire your ability to upgrade energy blocks." As he spoke, Heike Akira cast a glance at Jiang Yushua, who was pretending to adjust the mech but was actually watching them intently, and added, "As long as you agree, those ruffians will no longer dare to raise their voices against you. Similarly, I will extend my assistance with Wei Shua's mech. Securing a place in the top 10 will be absolutely assured." His words were pointedly directed at Jiang Yushua, leaving little room for misinterpretation. Jiang Yushua's expression visibly soured. Yet he dared not confront He Zeiming. Instead, he glared fiercely at Ji Zhao and Wei Shuo, wishing he could dismantle them both. He believed Ji Zhao would surely acquiesce. After all, hadn't Ji Zhao always been eager to return his family? The Gu family had rejected him, but the He family seemed to welcome him. Even if he didn't become a young master in the He household, being acknowledged by Ming Run, a direct descendant, would surely afford him a respectable status. While he contemplated how to amicably coexist with Ji Zhao bluntly interjected, "Are you assuring me that regardless of Wei Shua's capabilities, you can guarantee him a place in the top 10? What about the top 5? "The top 5? Ji Zhao, you truly do not mince words." He Zeiming chuckled and nodded affirmatively. "As long as you commit to continuously researching energy blocks for my He family, this small matter is easily promised." "However," Ji Zhao responded, "I'm afraid that is not possible. as I'm already affiliated with the sect. He Ming looked perplexed. A sect? What is that? Given your inquiries, are you not eager to join my He family? Certainly not, Zhao replied, his expression conveying disbelief at the absurdity of the suggestion. Then why do you ask? He Ming questioned incredulously. Out of curiosity, Zhao replied simply. By the heavens. Chapter 70 Wei Shuo. You are the hope of the entire F class. Zhao, this is not how one conducts oneself. Did we not just agree that by researching energy blocks for my He family, I would ensure both you and Wei Shuo secure a place in the top 5? The tempo of He Ming's speech quickened, his tone growing more severe, clearly laced with a hint of warning towards Zhao. In response, Zhao merely ruffled the fur of the wolf cub beside him, saying, I have not, do not speak nonsensically. He Ming blinked in confusion. Zhao, your ancestors from the Huaguo region used to say, if you do not drink the toast, you shall suffer the penalty wine. You are aware of this, are you not? I am, Zhao nodded. It's just the top 5. There is no need for you to coerce others into competing. Wei Shuo claimed he could secure it on his own. Wei Shuo, who had been quietly observing, interjected, I never said that. However, upon hearing this, He Ming turned and scrutinized him, a cold smile spreading across his face. Is that so? Since Wei Shuo is so confident, I shall eagerly await my drivers competing against you too. Seeing Zhao remain silent, He Ming's frustration mounted. Before he could finish his retort, he added, Zhao, should you discover that Wei Shuo fails to ascend, do remember to seek me out. In my eyes, you will always be a friend of the He family. Zhao tilted his head, reflecting deeply before finally suggesting, perhaps you should simply close your eyes. He Ming, despite being raised by the He family and known for his good nature among the privileged, felt an overwhelming urge to punch Zhao. He had grown weary of conversing with Zhao, yet remaining silent would undeniably diminish his dignity. Fortunately, Jiang Yushuo, perceptive of his mood, stepped forward with a sardonic smile and remarked, if someone like Mingren deigns to acknowledge you, it is merely a favor. Do you truly believe you can break into the top 5? I, Jiang Yushuo, declare here and now that if you and Wei Shuo fail to advance past the group stage, I shall write my name backwards. Such nonsense. Zhao nodded in agreement and promptly turned to Wei Shuo, saying, did you hear that? You must strive hard to ensure he writes his name backwards. It's just the group stage. I believe you can do it. Before Wei Shuo could respond, Jiang Yushuo began hurling a string of expletives, leading Zhao to suspect they were quite vulgar. Wei Shuo wished to express his uncertainty, but poverty of ambition was not an option, especially when faced with a character like Jiang Yushuo. Thus, he resolutely replied, understood. Fortunately, Akira Kurosawa did not linger with them for long. He merely cast a dark glance at Zhao before departing with Jiang Yushuo to repair their mechas. Having just installed a powerful wave generator, Wei Shuo hurried towards his own mecha, placing little faith in Zhao, but at least he could rely on himself. He swiftly activated the mecha's built-in mass compression program, causing the towering machine to shrink rapidly to a manageable height of 5 meters for inspection and modification. He meticulously examined the mecha's power system, skeletal structure, and control sensors, discovering that, as Jiang Yushuo had claimed, it was indeed devoid of weaponry. The absence of weapons meant ineffective offense, and the lack of energy blocks in the power system indicated that the mecha was currently immobile. It appeared that the role of mecha engineers was primarily to equip the mechas with weaponry and produce energy blocks. Wei Shuo looked at Zhao and inquired, are you capable of equipping the mecha with weaponry? His gaze harbored skepticism, not out of contempt for Zhao, but rather an understanding that the field of engineering was distinct from piloting. Operating a mecha required physical prowess, swift reflexes, superior skills, and a balanced mindset, qualities largely dependent on personal attributes. In contrast, engineering demanded a thorough understanding of mechas, built through years of experience, relying not only on one's intellect, but also on familial legacy. After all, one is not merely expected to pilot a mecha. The task involves disassembling it. Operating a mecha is relatively inexpensive, with plenty of opportunities for experience, but disassembly is not. Mastering engineering techniques is not something easily taught. In short, One cannot succeed without adequate resources. From Wei Shua's perspective, Class D was manageable, but students in classes E and F of the engineering track likely lacked practical experience. No way, he thought. As expected, Zhao's response came without hesitation. He had delved into the original owner's memories and discovered that, while the original had excelled in the peripheral star system, he was merely an underachiever in their Class F equipping weaponry. I'll certainly do it next time. Fortunately, Wei Shua had not anticipated Zhao's capabilities from the outset, so he quickly adjusted his mindset and said, I heard you possess a remarkable talent for creating energy blocks, with both Lan Jiayu and Akira Kurosawa extending you olive branches. I'm curious, which types of energy stones have you utilized to manufacture energy blocks? Mets come in various forms, and pilots possess their own preferences. Thus, not every energy block is suitable for use. Most often, choices are made based on the specific mech and the spirit entity with which one must collaborate. It just so happens that the creation of energy blocks is not one of his strong suits. Initially agreeing to assist Zhao was based on the belief that he excelled in this area. However, Zhao remarked, I wouldn't say I'm particularly adept at it. What does that mean? Wei Shua felt a pang of anxiety. Zhao, on the other hand, maintained an air of sincerity. In truth, I have only crafted one energy block thus far, utilizing red ironstone. As for other energy stones, I have yet to encounter them. Wei Shua thought to himself that he needed a moment of quiet contemplation. Yet, he refrained from voicing it aloud, fearing Zhao, the ever-curious, would inquire about the meaning of quiet. Meanwhile, the wolf cub nestled in Zhao's embrace slowly tilted its head and affectionately nudged Omega's cheek, a flicker of brilliance momentarily shining in its eyes. After all, it was merely an energy stone. They would come in time. Zhao, unfazed by the need for reassurance, instinctively rubbed against the wolf cub and addressed the now silent Wei Shua, saying, You see, energy stones are interconnected. If I study other types, I shall soon master them as well. Though Zhao spoke the truth, Wei Shua found himself increasingly skeptical. Thus, he resolved to adhere to his original plan. Enough of this. I accept my unfortunate fate. While I may not be skilled in crafting energy blocks, I can learn on the go, provided the spirit entity in your arms assists me in training my Black Panther. I can manage the other steps independently. Is that so? Zhao smiled. Indeed, Wei Shua affirmed. Zhao nodded, thinking, isn't this just a free ride? Then, in the next moment, an announcement reverberated throughout the mech hangar. Warning, attention all students of the mech manufacturing department. Please proceed to the armory and energy stone repository in an orderly fashion, following the batch prompts sent to your terminals. To select mech-mounted weapons and create energy blocks. Wei Shua was taken aback, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon him, while Zhao's lips curled into a smirk. You claim your fate is unfortunate, yet life has just sweetened it for you, hasn't it? What sweetness? Wei Shua retorted. Absurdity, Zhao replied. In the ensuing chapter, Wei Shua lamented the depths of his misfortune. I shall send you the weapon list I compiled overnight, along with the classification of energy blocks. Take a look. This energy cannon is our top choice. It must be said, Wei Shua felt as if the sky had indeed collapsed, desperately seeking fragments of stone to patch the gaping hole. Alas, he was ultimately ensnared by the machinations of capital. Warning, all students in the mech manufacturing department's neural interface will soon be locked. Notice, the first batch of mech manufacturing students. Please gather immediately at the central teleportation point within the mech storage facility. You have 3 minutes. Failure to comply will be regarded as voluntary forfeiture of equipment acquisition. What batch are you in? Wei Shua gazed longingly at Zhao, his eyes pleading. The second batch, Zhao replied. That's good. Wei Shua exhaled deeply. But before he could share his thoughts further, the announcement called for the second batch. Fate is conspiring against me, Wei Shua exclaimed. Turning around, Zhao waved at Wei Shua, disregarding the alpha's tearful expression, and proceeded to the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, the mischievous Jiang Yushua grinned widely, teasing, You're finished, Wei Shua? Do you realize that? Wei Shua remained silent, quietly producing a blood-stained captain's shoulder insignia belonging to the 2nd Legion. his eyes slightly reddening. On the other side, Zhao had already taken his wolf cub to the teleportation portal. With a total of 200 students from the manufacturing department participating in the ranking battle, they were neatly divided into 4 groups by the main coordinator. Although there were 4 groups, the vast teleportation portal could easily accommodate them all at once. Thus, the grouping was merely a means to prevent congestion rather than to establish any order of precedence. Once all 4 groups had gathered, the coordinator, Barnes, immediately activated the device. And in the blink of an eye, Zhao and the others found themselves in another realm. Here, there were no shelves or force fields, only countless floating transparent cubic crystals. Each cube contained a meticulously preserved piece of mecha weaponry, suspended in a state of perfect stasis within the absolute stillness of time and space. Energy conduits, resembling glowing vines, sprouted from the ground to power the crystals and cast flickering light upon the dome above. If the mecha hangar below was the homeland of the piloting department, then this place was the sanctum of their manufacturing department. How do you find the junior weaponry library of the Central Military Academy? Lanzi stood beside Zhao, playfully adjusting his glasses while casually tousling his hair, exuding a certain charm. Not bad, Zhao replied. Lan Jiayu was taken aback, feeling that he was already showing off enough. Yet Zhao appeared even more ostentatious. However, Zhao paid no mind to his thoughts and headed straight towards the cubes, cradling the wolf cub. Meanwhile, other students had already begun to chatter excitedly. These are the primary weapons for the left and right hands, shoulder and chest attack weapons. Auxiliary weapons, back thrusters. Wow, can we really choose from all of these? The school is being incredibly generous to the piloting department. They're sending us into battle. ISNT it cruel not to provide us with good equipment? I wonder how many items we can select for our mecha. While some students were still expressing their curiosity, the mainframe, Murphy, suddenly issued a notification. Warning, each participating student must equip their cooperative mecha with 3 weapons. Note, each mecha may select a maximum of 3 weapons. Those who exceed this limit will be disqualified from the competition. Upon hearing this, the students immediately sprang into action, with many students listed under Class A gravitating towards their captain. After all, in this situation, they were not eligible to select weapons without their captain's approval. 3 items? That sounds reasonable. Lan Jiyu, seemingly unfazed, continued to follow Zhao closely, leading 2 students from Class C, who were registered under his name, to accompany them as well. Zhao, he began to call out, but was interrupted by Zhao's words. Don't follow me, no chatting, and you don't need to help me choose weapons. Lan Jiyu's expression was one of disbelief, as if he could read his thoughts. No, I had to even finish my sentence. I also wanted to say that I 1T guide you in making energy blocks, 1T join the Lan family, have my own sect now. And I'm quite busy, understand? Lan Zia. Alas, who on earth suggested that I wish to enter a romantic liaison? As Lan Jiayu observed Zhao retreating with the wolf cub in his arms, the little creature had the audacity to poke its head out from Zhao's shoulder and bare its teeth at him, leaving him utterly bewildered. The energy cannon was evidently the primary selection, was it not? Zhao proceeded to the armament section designated for weapons targeting the hands, shoulders, and chest, beginning to examine the energy cannon that Wei Shuo had only partially assembled. Although the original owner was impoverished to the point of being destitute and had never dismantled a genuine mecha, his admission into the Central Military Academy enabled Zhao to instantly recognize these weapons. After meticulously observing the choices made by the majority of individuals in the storage room, Zhao swiftly deduced the weapon preferences of this cohort of manufacturing and piloting students, or more broadly, the inclinations of most mecha warriors within the Empire. They exhibited a clear preference for long-range thermal weaponry. This theoretical foundation was abundantly evident. For alphas, wielding their formidable psychic entities, engaging in close combat with the insectoid species was entirely unnecessary. The combat prowess of these psychic entities far surpassed that of most mechas within the Empire. Therefore, alphas primarily focused on supporting their psychic entities while ensuring their own safety. Conversely, Betas inherently possessed inferior physical attributes compared to alphas, with the utmost capability of piloting Class A mechas. Thus, unless absolutely essential, they were disinclined to engage in close-quarters combat against the insectoids. After all, the exoskeleton of the insectoids was remarkably resilient, and many could survive even after losing their heads. Should a mecha sustain damage, the pilot could very well meet a fatal end. In light of these circumstances, Zhao discerned that weapons such as energy cannons, ion impact cannons, sniper energy rifles, and airborne missile arrays were the preferred choices among the majority of craftsmen. Meanwhile, distinguished individuals like Lan Jiayu, Akira Kurosawa, and Basie Philip typically opted for 2 thermal weapons before additionally selecting a thruster, target lock enhancer, or energy shield. Clearly, their pilots possessed relatively balanced capabilities across various aspects. Hence, they considered the survival and endurance of their pilots. Students matched with mid-tier or lower-tier pilots tended to lean towards pure offensive strategies, embodying a mentality of rolling up their sleeves and diving into action. After all, in a scenario where everyone's strength was relatively comparable, offense evidently aligned more closely with the disposition of first-year students. So, they all chose long-range weaponry. Zhao stroked his chin. I comprehend. Following the directives of Akira Kurosawa, who had been silently observing him, Zhao selected an energy cannon to be affixed to his chest. To the onlookers, this choice appeared to be quite standard, virtually infallible. Just as he contemplated that despite Zhao belonging to Class F, he did not seem utterly ignorant. He witnessed Zhao proceed directly to the energy shield area to select a shield, and then, astonishingly, he ventured into the melee weapon sector, a domain typically avoided. The observer pondered, is he even human? Chapter 72. You do not understand. I have my own rhythm. It was not the observer's intention to malign Zhao. Had Zhao merely entered the melee weapon sector to select a necessary close combat weapon for the mecha, he would have found it comprehensible. After all, even an alpha may find themselves in close proximity to the Zerg. Hence, mechs are generally equipped with a melee weapon for unforeseen circumstances. While it may not be prioritized for installation, it is certainly permissible to select one first. However, a melee weapon is one matter, and a primary melee weapon is quite another. The weapons designated as primary for mechs are typically held in the left and right hands, with the right hand usually being the primary weapon and the left serving as the secondary. It is well known that during the Academy's competition, students are not allowed to deploy multiple primary weapons on the battlefield. Thus, one must choose one weapon for either hand. It is perplexing that Zhao, with just one primary weapon slot, would opt for a melee weapon. Could it truly be that such a fool exists? The tracker was left speechless, unable to follow as there was no one on the melee weapon side. If he accompanied Zhao, it would be blatantly obvious that he was tailing him. With the tracker halted nearby, Zhao approached a series of compartments housing the melee primary weapons. Compared to the energy cannons, laser guns, and electromagnetic artillery outside, he felt more familiar with the traditional blades, spears, axes, and halberds of yore. However, these melee primary weapons were imbued with a sense of technological advancement, and the energy conduits upon them could perhaps, just barely, be considered akin to weapon patterns. Zhao examined each item: armor-piercing stabs, ship-slicing blades, colossal hammers, and arc whips. Finally, he halted before a compartment containing a long spear. This spear glimmered with a dark silver metallic sheen, and its surface appeared to flow with a liquid aura. The most striking feature was a cluster of red tassels, not material, but rather a surge of energy restrained within a force field, vibrant as blood and swaying with the motion of the spear. The red tassel spear? Zhao blinked. Among the array of melee primary weapons, this one was the simplest, yet held the greatest potential in his eyes. Very well, I choose you. However, just as he made this declaration, the wolf cub in his arms let out a soft whine. Zhao, Pajun, you think I should select this one, right? The wolf cub replied. Is there a possibility that I was actually questioning whether you truly wish to choose this? But Zhao could not comprehend the wolf's language. Consequently, The wolf cub watched as he decisively pressed the selection button, completing the weapon selection for the Wei Shuo mech. These weapons would subsequently be packaged by the mainframe and delivered to Wei Shuo, awaiting outside. All students who completed their weapon selection would be directed by the green markers on the ground toward another destination. If the armory symbolizes the technological civilization of interstellar humanity, then the crystalline repository that now unfolded before Zhao resembled a magnificent gift from the cosmic voyages to humankind. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Upon entering this space adorned with crystals, Zhao felt almost blinded by the dazzling brilliance. Fortunately, as more students entered the repository, the brilliance seemed to dissipate within the crowd. Zhao, I heard you have selected a melee primary weapon for Wei Shuo. I wonder if this is true? Akira Kurosawa arrived at the storage room, accompanied by others who had also concluded their weapon selection, including Lan Jieyu. Although he had already received word from an informant, Kurosawa felt compelled to verify once more. After all, he believed that while Zhao might not be particularly clever, he certainly was not inept to that extent. Then they heard Zhao say, right, is that not allowed? Kurosawa found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while Lan Jieyu widened his eyes in disbelief, as if questioning Zhao's sanity. However, Beishi offered a fair remark, stating, when Wei Shuo receives the primary weapon you chose for him, he will undoubtedly be in tears. To everyone's surprise, Zhao merely pondered for 2 seconds before replying. How about this? You all can comfort him afterward. Beishi, Philip, and Kurosawa exchanged glances, deciding it was futile to continue conversing with Zhao. As these individuals began to select their energy stones one by one, Zhao took a moment to contemplate Wei Shuo's positioning. The Black Panther was agile and swift, and speed was undoubtedly one of its key attributes. Thus, Zhao's first thought was of the wind. However, while wind attribute energy stones could enhance speed, they lacked sufficient attack power, particularly concerning firearms as primary weapons. While Zhao stood in contemplation, many had already selected their energy stones and submitted them to the mainframe to receive 3 corresponding materials. The Energy Stone Repository was equipped with 100 operational stations for the on-site crafting of energy blocks. Of course, this step marked the commencement of a preliminary evaluation for the upcoming competition. The reasoning was simple. While the mech weapons could assist with selection, the energy blocks could not be crafted without personal effort. Therefore, the students from classes A and B, who were nominally in charge, were fortunate, as they would guide students from classes D and E in the crafting process. Success would bring mutual joy, but failure would result in their immediate disqualification alongside their mech pilots. Consequently, the number of onlookers intrigued by Zhao's peculiarities dwindled, as the crafting area erupted once more in chaos. Amidst the cacophony reminiscent of a fireworks display, Zhao, following his choice of the wind attribute energy stone, quietly selected the lightning attribute stone as well. The wolf cub howled, and on the other end, Lu Yao, forcibly linked to it, gazed in astonishment through its eyes at the unfolding scene. Zhao, this little omega, was audaciously bargaining with the mainframe, requesting that the 3 materials be a composite, with each comprising half a wind stone and half a lightning stone. Warning, student Zhao. Murphy's Law dictates that the 2 types of energy stones cannot effectively fuse and function within the energy block. Seeing the little omega remain silent, Lu Yao merely continued to confirm the request. Consequently, the mainframe projected continuous error messages, flashing red lights that threatened to overheat the CPU. Lu Yao finally, the red lights ceased their flashing, and a mechanical female voice, familiar to Zhao, emanated from the light brain. Yi Zhou, are you certain you wish to apply for 3 composite materials? Should this fail, both you and your partner Wei Shuo will lose your qualification for the assessment. You are aware of this, are you not? Zhao did not respond to whether he understood. Instead, he cut to the chase, asking, do you want to see it or not? Certain are, yes. The young wolf cub, observing from across the way, saw Lu Yao helplessly cover his forehead, feeling that the union of these 2 was destined for failure. In the next moment, he heard Zhao inquire, so will you pass it? To which a certain R responded with enthusiasm, yes, I will pass. Chapter 73. Howl, look at the fireworks I have set off for you. In the Yuyue Rehabilitation Center, Lin Heng noticed that Lu Yao, who had been attentively listening to his report just a moment ago, suddenly sighed and covered his forehead, as if he were utterly out of options. It's nothing. Please continue. Lu Yao momentarily severed the visual connection with Pajun and turned his attention back to Lin Heng. You mean to say that although Madame Gu's spacecraft was hijacked by space pirates, there were almost no casualties on board, with most merely suffering from shock? Indeed. According to Lin Heng's account, the reason Xia Shuyi traveled to the border star region heavily pregnant was due to the sudden news of her eldest son, Gu Hanzhou, having sustained severe injuries while serving in the 4th Legion. The incident with her spacecraft occurred on her return journey from the border to the capital star. She experienced a traumatic delivery aboard the ship, but fortunately, the accompanying medical team was highly experienced, allowing her to safely give birth. However, it seems there was a traitor within the team, which resulted in the exchange of the young master with Gu Lingxing. Are there any survivors? Lu Yao was reluctant to delve deeper into the details. He merely wished to ascertain whether anyone involved in the matter still drew breath. Sure enough, the next moment he heard Lin Heng reply, "None remain. Some perished in the spacecraft accident, others met their end in the front lines while providing support, and there were some who died of illness or even took their own lives. In short, the entire medical team is deceased," leaving no one to recount the events of that time. However, following this incident, the child has not reappeared in the public eye until Gu Xuechen hosted a grand celebration for Gu Lingxing's 3rd birthday. The lavish party for the young master of the Gu family was significant, considering he was a naturally superior A-grade Omega, born into one of the 5 prestigious families of the council. Upon the announcement of this event, numerous noble families with esteemed A-grade children expressed their desire for their offspring to interact with the young master Gu Lingxing. Of course, the outcome is well known. Gu Lingxing eventually became engaged to Kylon Rockefeller at the age of 15. This raises the question. There is no evidence to definitively prove that Zhao and Gu Lingxing were indeed swapped on the spacecraft, correct? A hint of contemplation flickered in Lu Yao's eyes. He felt that the journey aboard the spacecraft was connected to this matter, yet it was not the entire story. Indeed, there is none. Lin Heng shook his head, a bizarre conjecture forming in his mind. Continue the investigation. If nothing surfaces externally, send someone to the Gu family for leads. Keep a close watch on Xia Shui. As the child's mother, she may hold vital clues. Understood. As Lin Heng departed, Lu Yao once again closed his green eyes, allowing his thoughts to slowly sink into the cacophony of explosions in that new realm. Announcement. Students Jinggu, Katsia, Tianyin, and Dylan Page of level 2287 are out, navigating through a series of consoles that erupted with small mushroom clouds. Zhao finally reached console 057, upon which lay the 3 sets of composite materials he had requested, 15 Gale Stones and 15 Thunderstrike Stones. As Zhao placed the wolf cub upon the operation table, poised to grasp the energy extraction pen, a management teacher from the Crystal Repository hurriedly approached, brandishing a familiar, antiquated camera. Before Zhao could inquire about the teacher's intentions, the instructor promptly affixed the camera around the wolf cub's neck, adjusting the angle to capture Zhao's visage. Zhao, the subject of the impromptu photography, Lu Yao, serving as the makeshift camera stand. I am prepared. You may commence. Under the apologetic gaze of the management teacher, the mechanical voice of a certain R, though belated, echoed through the room. Not only was it ready, but the previously occupied students of classes A and B, such as Lan Jiu, Akira Kurosawa, and Baisifai Li Pu, paused in their endeavors. The miraculous feat Zhao had previously accomplished remained vivid in their memories, compelling them to witness this unfolding spectacle. Yet, upon viewing, their confusion intensified. 2 types of energy stones? Was it a misperception, or had Zhao finally lost his senses? Lan Jiu gesticulated wildly, feeling utterly perplexed by Zhao's actions. Who knows? Perhaps Zhao harbored his own ingenious ideas? Akira Kurosawa spoke in defense of Zhao, though a subtle smirk betrayed his skepticism. Not only Akira, but even Baisifai, who had previously held a neutral stance regarding Zhao, sensed a hint of audacity in his endeavors. Was the fusion of energy stones a trivial pursuit for students like them? Certainly not. It represented a challenge that the Empire had yet to conquer. Setting aside the S-class mechas, whose energy cores were derived from insect nuclei, every energy block from mechas below S-class was extracted from a singular type of energy stone. The inherent volatility of energy would inevitably lead to dissipation and sporadic explosions. How could one possibly merge energies of differing attributes? Then, they beheld Zhao grasping the energy extraction pin, meticulously extracting Iranian stones one by one from the table. 1, 3, 5. As each encapsulated Iranian stone was left behind, Zhao demonstrated what it truly meant to extract energy with the ease of quenching one's thirst. It was astonishingly swift. Although Zhao was extracting C-class energy stones in the classroom, the Iranian stones, being A-class, were processed even more rapidly. When Zhao integrated the 6th Iranian stone into the energy block shell, the creation of his energy block was already a reality. Although the 6 Iranian stones remained within the lower echelon of A-class energy blocks, it was nonetheless a pinnacle achievement within the confines of the room. Even Lan Jiyu and Akira Kurosawa had only managed to extract 7 A-class energy stones, barely elevating their energy blocks into the mid-tier of A-class. Yet that was their utmost capacity, clearly not reflective of Zhao's potential. As they stood in awe of Zhao's prowess, he began to extract the 7th energy stone. "My goodness, is he serious?" exclaimed a student from Class A. Indeed, without hesitation, Zhao seized a thunderstrike stone. Liquefy, extract, inject, boom. As the dark purple energy liquid cascaded into the pale blue, a mushroom cloud erupted, far surpassing the others in magnitude. Zhao, va, lan ziye, slapping his thigh in mirth, thought to himself, "Zhao, you are quite the performer. Do continue." Previously, the hypothesis regarding multi-attribute energy blocks had been proposed. Yet experimental outcomes have demonstrated that the seamless amalgamation of 2 disparate energy attributes is unattainable. Attempting to merge them would only lead to explosive results. If your energy stones and energy shields were entirely complementary, one might as well indulge in fireworks. Observing the scorn from others would be the least of your concerns. Subsequently, they witnessed Zhao, the unfortunate individual, extracting 6 thunderstrike stones and injecting 1 gale stone into the mixture. Unsurprisingly, he produced yet another dark purple mushroom cloud following the faint azure one. This time, Hizhe Mingrun, with a smile that betrayed his thoughts, remarked, "There's an ancient saying in Huagua. Those who are overly ambitious often meet with untimely ends. Some individuals truly possess lofty aspirations, but fragile lives." Chapter 74. Is this gift to your liking? Meanwhile, at the control panel, Lu Yao quietly observed Zhao through the eyes of the broken army. His gaze filled with astonishment at Omega's energy extraction technique. Unlike the schadenfreude exhibited by Hizhe Mingren and others, Lu Yao's focus remained solely on the remarkable skill displayed by Zhao. He keenly noted that the young Omega was not perturbed by the 2 prior failures. Rather, it seemed as though the individual had discerned something profound. Just as Lu Yao anticipated, Zhao soon grasped the Gale Stone once more. 1, 3, 6. The onlookers watched him adeptly extract 6 Gale Stones, then proceed to liquefy the shells before enveloping the energy from the Gale Stones within the energy block. They assumed he had finally come to his senses and abandoned the notion of merging energy blocks. This belief was shared not only by them, but also by R. Then, to their astonishment, Zhao reached for the Thunderstrike stones again. The crowd collectively sighed, "What a stubborn fool," as they lamented the misfortune of Wei Shaw. They were taken aback by the absence of the familiar explosion sound. How could this be? Bikes of Philip covered her mouth, her doll-like eyes wide with disbelief. 1, 3, 6. They watched incredulous as Zhao methodically repeated the previous process. The first stone did not explode, the third stone did not explode, and, astonishingly, the final stone also remained intact. This was impossible. Hizhe Mingren frowned, yearning to stand beside Zhao to observe. However, each control panel was shielded by 2 layers of protective barriers, one safeguarding the operator and the outer layer preventing interference. Thus, Hizhe Mingren could only ponder. Meanwhile, within the energy shield, are anxiously urged, move a bit forward. Just a little more. It won't disturb him. Why don't you trust me? Lu Yao resolutely refused to advance, leaving her with no choice but to exclaim, "What a useless brat. You're not even half as intelligent as my cat." Lu Yao replied, "Sometimes, watching the surveillance alone can be quite helpless. Do you think my grandfather is aware of your antics?" As her fretted, Zhao had fully melted the shells of the Thunderstrike stones and enveloped them within their intrinsic energy. Thus, both Lu Yao and R beheld two distinct energies of varying colors and attributes beginning to swirl quietly under Zhao's mental influence. Though these two opposing energies are inherently at odds, they find a semblance of stability within their own shell, further enhanced by continuous rotation that alleviates tension, ultimately achieving a delicate equilibrium. Meanwhile, Zhao tilted his head slightly, a glint of sharpness flickering in his amber eyes. He then picked up the energy extraction pin once more and retrieved 2 more fragments from the remaining energy stones. Had he lost his mind? 12 fragments should have been the limit for the shell of this energy block. Lan Jiayu was utterly astonished by Zhao's audacity. He was genuinely eager to witness the energy block firsthand, curious to ascertain the power it could unleash. Consequently, he found himself more anxious than Zhao, fearing that the energy block might explode. What Zhao proceeded to do next was something none of those present had ever witnessed. The youth deftly manipulated the pen's tip to draw with a pale blue energy liquid, beginning to paint gracefully upon the surface of the energy block. Indeed, he was painting, although none could decipher the imagery he created. Lan Jiu, R, and Lu Yao all sensed an invigorating vitality within those intricate patterns. Zhao used a gale stone to craft one half, and naturally, a thunderstrike stone for the other. As the two patterns converged on the surface of the energy block, it became increasingly apparent that the energy block resembled a living entity, its patterns glowing like veins pulsating with life. "Child, hurry! Snatch that energy block for me. I'll craft you a starship. No, I'll customize a mech for you. A grand one," R shouted anxiously from behind the camera, her voice mingling with an array of mewing sounds. Yet, Lu Yao remained unmoved by her tempting offer, instead watching as Zhao thoroughly sealed the energy block and submitted it for systems scanning and storage. This step was primarily intended to verify the successful creation of the energy block and to record its various metrics, ensuring that it would not be substituted during the competition. Naturally, as the creator of the energy block, Zhao could view all relevant data on the small screen before him. This time, without her prompting, Lu Yao approached the small screen and crouched down. The display flickered as it underwent the scanning process, transitioning from a yellow light indicating the commencement of checks, to a green light confirming successful creation, and finally to an incomprehensible red light. Warning, warning, the scanning array has returned 0 values. This energy block cannot be detected. Repeat, this energy block cannot be detected. In a mere hour, the mainframe, Murphy, had turned red twice. Even R, who had switched to manual mode, was unable to decipher the data transmitted by the scanner. After all, it was a jumble of gibberish that would confound even the most divine of beings. Thus, R promptly addressed Zhao. "Zhao, please bring your energy block to my lab later. I'll begrudgingly assist you in analyzing the data." Zhao replied, "You're practically throwing your abacus beads at my face." Zhao, "No, thank you." R, don't you wish to know the specific data and level of your energy block? Zhao, not particularly. If Zhao's refusal to share the block with her was one thing, the wolf cub, situated before the camera, suddenly let out a howl, eyes wide with longing as they fixated on the energy block displayed on the scanner. Zhao, do you wish to play? Wolf cub howl. Indeed. A certain R watched as Zhao placed the energy block she yearned for and wished to treasure for in-depth study beside the wolf cub's paw. Certain R, hey, has anyone ever considered my feelings? Although she cursed fiercely in her mind, her eyes, facing the camera, were unerringly honest. The camera was right on the wolf cub's neck. Seeing it up close was akin to her observing it closely as well. It's all the same. There's no shame in dedicating oneself to science. Meanwhile, while Lu Yao and a certain R meticulously examined Zhao's energy block, Wei Shuo, who was nervously guarding the mech, awaited his weapon alongside others and received 3 pieces of equipment. Energy cannon for the chest? Acceptable. Energy shield? Also fine. Red tassel spear? What sort of primary weapon energy gun bears such a name? He abruptly opened the box, only to slam it shut again. A quick glance, just one more look. He opened it once more, discovering that the spear remained the same. At that moment, Wei Shuo's anxious heart finally sank. He had thought this was already disastrous. And the next second, he received his energy block inspection report. Energy block level, none. Energy density, none. Output function curve, none. Remaining energy, none. Energy block usage suggestion, not recommended. Wei Shuo, what? Not recommended? Why not just eliminate me directly then? Chapter 75. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. On one side, Wei Shuo was almost in tears from anxiety, while on the other, students from the mech manufacturing department gradually emerged from the teleportation portal. Among the first batch were naturally the classes D and E, along with a few unfortunate souls from Class C. Their empty hands clearly indicated a failure in energy block production, resulting in immediate elimination. It is said that this situation is better than being below average. And in that moment, Wei Shuo comforted himself once again. As the second batch of students streamed out from the portal, they finally bore energy blocks in their hands. Many alphas could no longer contain their excitement, rushing forward to greet their creators. Wei Shuo had to wait until the third batch before he spotted Zhao. The youth was cradling the wolf cub, who in turn held a dazzling energy block. Although describing it as dazzling might be an exaggeration, Wei Shuo could indeed see the energy block emitting light. Not just him, other alphas noticed it as well. What was up with that energy block? Why did its surface shimmer with both azure and violet hues? To be honest, the patterns looked stunning, almost as if they were alive. He had never seen anything like it. It couldn't possibly be mere decorative embellishments, could it? What? It was synthesized from 2 types of energy stones? Goodness. Would Wei Shuo's mech be blown to smithereens? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Wei Shuo approached Zhao. Is this the energy block you made for me? He saw, no. Wei Shuo, huh? Speak properly to me. Then he saw Zhao gently patting the wolf cub's head, saying, I originally intended to make 2. One for it and one for you, but the mainframe disagreed. Hence, this one has to go to it first. Wei Shuo was left utterly bewildered, his expression devoid of emotion. Wei Shuo exclaimed loudly, what about me? Zhao pondered for a moment and replied, I heard from Dr. R that in your previous matches, you would directly scan the mecha data and hold competitions in the virtual arena. Well, I will borrow your scanner shortly. How kind of you. Wei Shuo had lost his temper and quickly took the energy block to scan it, his mind occupied solely with the hope that it would yield some data. After all, according to the detection report from the mainframe, the virtual data could very well be 0. Beep. Energy block data correction in progress. Modified to A grade, initial level Gale, stone, energy block. Modifier, R. Wei Shuo exclaimed, what the heck? If you had a backup, you should have said so earlier. In that moment, the despair he felt merely seconds ago vanished. For compared to some alphas who had been unceremoniously eliminated, he at least had the chance to struggle a little. Then he noticed a wolf cub gazing at him intently. Oh, whoa. Wei Shuo asked, what is it? Zhao glanced at the wolf cub, and then back at Wei Shuo, saying, oh, it must be asking if you're done scanning. If you are, hurry and return it. Wei Shuo thought to himself, how could one be so miserable? Regardless of his thoughts, the energy block was ultimately taken away by the broken army. The students of Class F gathered around, utterly puzzled by the intricacies of the energy block. Their most frequent remarks were merely expressions of admiration, wondering when they could achieve similar feats. Notably, in the dead of night, a sneaky Maine Coon cat infiltrated their dormitory and was ruthlessly apprehended by the wolf cub while attempting to steal an energy block. Meow, 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 meow. The cat, pinned down by the wolf cub's paw, let out a cacophony of cries. Zhao could not understand it, but he imagined the cat was hurling quite the profanities. Time passed, and soon it was the afternoon of the next day. A group of Class F students gathered in front of the mecha hangar, following Zhao to Wei Shuo's mecha to audit the class. They refrained from wandering around to avoid being bothersome, focusing solely on Wei Shuo's mecha. Not only they but also the students who had been eliminated the previous day, shamelessly tagged along to observe. After all, learning is paramount. Only Wei Shuo diligently adjusted his weapons, firmly rejecting Zhao's offer for assistance. I told you, he doesn't require help, Zhao remarked to Xiao Jun and the others. He said not to ask, yet you insisted on asking. The others replied, are you sure he doesn't need help, rather than being driven mad by your red tassel spear? Indeed, this red tassel spear was no ordinary weapon. It was the creation of their energy block mentor, Dr. R, as the designer and lead of the 5 legendary mechas. Her designs were notorious for their shortcomings, and students couldn't help but take a taste of the disaster. This included the red tassel spear. Unaware of its true nature, they took a bold taste only to discover the utter failure it represented. Consequently, this weapon became infamous, blacklisted by all previous generations of the piloting and manufacturing departments. Those who wielded it were left in tears, with none spared. One could only say that Wei Shuo, using this weapon as his primary armament, would likely remember Zhao for the rest of his life. From the installation and testing of weapons to the input of specialized mech data, Zhao and Wei Shuo were occupied for 2 days. Oh, it was Wei Shuo who was busy for 2 days. Due to considerations regarding the wear and tear of weapons, mechs, and the venue, the initial matches in the piloting category would be conducted in a virtual arena, focusing solely on mech performance without the involvement of spiritual entities. It would only be after the round-robin matches determined the top 21 that the offline battles, integrating mechs and spiritual entities, would commence. The final matches would take place in the mech arena, attracting not only attendees from our academy, but also students from other colleges and years. Xiao Jun, with an air of omniscience, remarked, oh, by the way, the most crucial part is that the Omegas will also be attending the matches, especially those from our year who have yet to select their alpha partners. They're highly sought after. As the group engaged in lively conversation, they overheard an excited alpha passing by exclaim, the first-year Omegas are simply adorable, particularly the Gulingxing. Yes, the one who was just introduced as the top Omega of the first year. Are you referring to him? He is Kalen's Omega. I advise you to look less. An alpha retorted, though his tone softened. Xiao Jun, unable to contain himself, spat. What does it matter if he has become the top Omega? If Zhao were an Omega, he would undoubtedly surpass that teapot. Exactly. The members of Class F rallied to encourage Zhao, fearing he might feel disheartened by the mention of Gulingxing. Then they heard Zhao say, it's all right. I still need to practice. I'm just average in strength. Class F members responded, we are merely trying to comfort you. Why do you sound so out of breath? Zhao remained silent, and upon returning to the dormitory, he began to pack his belongings. Under Xiao Jun's watchful gaze, which reflected the prowess of an alpha, he exited the school carrying a wolf cub. Outside the school, a discreet floating vehicle had been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 76. My lord, times have changed. Your Excellency Helen, I believe you should understand one thing. The general has annulled the engagement with you, and he no longer requires your treatment. At the entrance of the Yue sanatorium, Cheng Yui stood in front of a floating vehicle with a stern expression, his tone as polite as possible. Inside the vehicle sat none other than the Empire's sole S-rank Omega, Helen Rockefeller. It is well known that only an S-rank Omega is entitled to be addressed as Your Excellency. Colonel Cheng, I acknowledge that the previous matter was a grievance between Isolde and me against a Yao. However, in light of a Yao's health, do personal grudges still hold importance? Helen did not exit the vehicle, but stubbornly communicated from within. If Liu Yao had married an Omega, he indeed should not be here, as he would have his dedicated therapist. However, Liu Yao married a Beta, and despite referring to the latter as Little Sir and appearing quite fond of him, a Beta remains a Beta. Without healing spiritual power, one simply cannot heal. What should Liu Yao do if he does not come? Pardon my candor, Your Excellency Helen, but if you find yourself with some leisure, it would be prudent to extend your concern towards His Highness Isolde, for I believe he is in dire need of it. Cheng Yui was at a loss for words. Had the other party been an Alpha or Beta, he would have unhesitatingly dragged them down for a reprimand. Yet, here stood an Omega. Just as Helen was about to speak, another hover car descended gracefully beside him, its window rolling down to reveal the resolute visage of Lauric. The latter exchanged a fleeting glance with Chung Yui before promptly entering the hovercar. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the Second Legion, who had been quietly stationed at the entrance, raised their heads in unison, saluting the swiftly departing vehicle, their eyes gleaming with respect. Within the hovercar, Helen's gaze darkened as he inquired, "Who is in that vehicle? That beta? What individual possesses the audacity to warrant Lauric's personal attendance? And what manner of person could command such reverence from these brash soldiers of the Second Legion?" "Follow that car," Helen commanded his driver without delay. However, as his hovercar was just beginning to move, a colossal bird materialized before them, its sharp talons lightly resting upon the vehicle's hood, delivering a clear warning. "Your Excellency, our young master cherishes tranquility. I kindly ask that you do not disturb him." Helen's chest heaved with indignation as he observed Chung Yui's sudden change in demeanor, his sapphire eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. "Is this your notion of a polite request? It is well known that the soldiers of the Second and Third Legions are notoriously inflexible, and it appears that reputation holds true." As Helen seethed with rage, Zhao, who had been entertaining himself with an energy block, had already reached building number 2. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by the poised figure of Colonel Zhui. "I entrust our young master to you too. Please take good care of him for our general," Lauric teased, not missing the opportunity for jest. Zhui, known for her composed nature, merely cast a mild glance at Lauric before handing Zhao a mimetic mask and guiding him into the building. The hospital complex, known as Yuansha, comprises 52 buildings. 40 are designated for frontline soldiers suffering from mental trauma, while the remaining 12 accommodate dignitaries and researchers. As they walked forward, Zhui gently introduced Zhao to the facility. Rather than a mere convalescent home, Yuansha is akin to a private hospital established by the Liu family. Zhao observed numerous doctors and nurses bustling about, occasionally spotting soldiers hastily transporting patients to various locations. Not only medical personnel, but he also caught glimpses of Omega individuals weaving through the wards. The first 20 buildings primarily house those with mental injuries, thus the Omegans are quite overwhelmed. My dear Zhou Ying is in the same predicament. Zhui led him into the elevator, her gaze visibly softening. By the time they successfully located Zhou Ying within the building, half an hour had elapsed. "Therapist Zhou, my brother's mental state has been deteriorating. Therapist Hannah mentioned that the rift in his mental sea has widened in recent days." In the hospital room, Alpha Jiang Shun stood anxiously at the bedside, his gaze fixed upon his unconscious brother, Jiang Yuan. Both were sergeants in the Third Legion, classified as B-grade alphas. They had fought side by side on the battlefield for many years, but during a fierce battle earlier this year, Jiang Yuan had overexerted his mental sea in a desperate attempt to save his brother, resulting in a significant crack, compounded by the tension among the frontline Omegas. Most injured soldiers could only stabilize their conditions temporarily with medication while waiting for Omega treatment. This had transformed what were initially minor injuries into grievous wounds, as exemplified by Jiang Yuan's current state. "Please, do not be alarmed. I have a general understanding of the situation, but a thorough examination is necessary for a precise diagnosis," said Zhou Ying, her smile gentle, despite the weariness etched upon her features, her wavy hair neatly secured at the back. Soon, Zhao witnessed a white magnolia blossom materialize from Zhou Ying's palm, ethereal strands of mental energy extending from the flower and beginning to flow into Jiang Yuan's temples. However, within mere moments, Zhou Ying retracted the mental threads. What has harmed his mental entity? What is happening? Zhui discerned a shift in her beloved's demeanor and promptly approached. Upon seeing Zhui, Zhou Ying hesitated before raising her gaze towards Zhao, who stood behind her. "You must be Zhao, am I correct?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with mirth, not directly addressing him by name. Yet her expression conveyed an understanding of all. Zhao, adorned with a mimetic mask, pondered whether the mask could reflect his emotions, and thus simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Good day, Teacher Zhou." "Good day." Zhou Ying greeted Zhao briefly before turning her serious attention to Zhui. "I suspect that after Jiang Yuan's mental entity sustained injury. The wound was infected by the scales of the Helena-butterfly. This is not an isolated case. I have encountered several similar patients in recent days. The Helena-butterfly? That species is classified as a special insect above S grade, is it not? Zhao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Zhui confirmed. The Helena-butterfly is adept at using its scales to disrupt mental entities in combat, easily inducing hallucinations. Furthermore, the scales adhere to the wounds of the injured mental entities, preventing them from healing. Ultimately, any injury to a mental entity manifests upon the mental sea of its host. Thus, as long as the scales remain, the fissure in the alpha's mental sea will persistently reoccur. Even if I manage a temporary healing, its effects will be short-lived. Zhou Ying's expression darkened, clearly indicating the complexity of the situation. Is it impossible to remove the scales? Yi Zhao inquired, intrigued. It is possible, but complete removal requires an Omega with a rare talent. And currently, there are only 3 such individuals in the Empire, Zhou Ying replied. Suddenly, a nurse hurriedly burst into the room, interrupting Zhou Ying. Dr. Zhou, we have just received news that multiple alphas in the hospital are experiencing a renewed collapse of their mental seas, suspected to be due to a collective outbreak triggered by the latent period of the scales. The number of critically ill patients has surpassed 500 and continues to rise rapidly. Chapter 77, Zhao. Sometimes it feels profoundly helpless for one to treat another. How could this happen? Zhou Ying felt a fleeting moment of despondency. However, she quickly regained her composure and inquired, have you been able to contact Giolina? How is the 5th Legion faring? The Imperial defense lines are typically rotated every 3 years, but following the recent war, the military command has promptly organized a full-scale reassignment to secure the Empire's borders. Before the year's end, it was the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Legions that were stationed at the front lines. Given the current issues on their end, it is likely that the 5th Legion is also in dire straits. I just contacted them, and their situation is equally critical. Thus, Giolina has asked me to inform you that she may not be able to assist us at Yuesha in the immediate future, the head nurse lamented. Giolina is one of the 2 Omegas in the Empire endowed with the ability to eradicate scale powder. The other belongs to the 6th Legion and is currently stationed in the Border Star regions. As for the final individual, the non-gifted Aya, we may need to reach out to His Excellency Helen. Zhou Ying glanced at Zhao, who had remained silent, and then at Zhuya, ultimately articulating a sentiment that she herself found rather unappealing. She was acutely aware of Helen's ulterior motives. He had previously attempted to deceive Aya into hunting down 3S-level insectoids. As Zhuya's beloved and as Zhou Ying herself, she harbored an immense disdain for Helen. Yet, as a healer, she could not bear to witness her patients perish before her. Zhuya paused momentarily, with the general and Lin Heng situated on Zealous. Distant waters could not quench immediate thirst, and they truly needed to devise a solution themselves. To her surprise, Zhao was quicker in thought. Stop pondering and contact him immediately. He was just barking at the entrance of Yuesha. Hurry and catch him before he escapes. Zhuya, although this sentiment may be crude, there is a kernel of truth to it. Nonetheless, it still sounds rather vulgar. In any case, Zhuya promptly turned to head outside, evidently seeking Helen. Zhou Ying, after tossing Zhao an intern identification card, led him and the head nurse straight to the first-floor hall of Building Number 2. She called for all therapists and interns to assemble on the first floor of Building Number 2, instructing the entire medical staff to immediately assess the patient's conditions and transfer any soldier suspected of a scale powder outbreak to Building Number 2. Understood. As Zhao descended with the elevator, Building Number 2 had already begun relocating the mildly ill patients, clearing out most of the wards. Thanks to interstellar technology, this maneuver was executed with remarkable efficiency. By the time Zhao and Zhou Ying arrived on the first floor, a temporary Omega consultation station had been established, with 12 therapists and 24 intern therapists in attendance. As for Zhao Ying reflected on the notable deeds of a certain formidable Omega and quickly made a decision. Zhao, forgive me for not being able to take the time to teach you today, but the Omega therapists seated here are the creme de la creme of our empire. Pay close attention and learn diligently. Without waiting for Zhao's response, Zhao began assigning tasks to the other therapists. Ladies and gentlemen, the latency period of the Helena/Butterfly scales is exceedingly prolonged, and its corrosive effects on the mental rift are distinctly evident. Once it manifests, it relentlessly tears at the mental rifts of the alphas, compounded by the unfortunate lack of timely support from Giolina and the ongoing communication with His Excellency Helena. We find ourselves under immense pressure in this dire incident, surveying the exquisite omegas before him, each resembling delicate porcelain dolls. Zhao solemnly declared, "Although we may lack the innate ability to eliminate the scales and do not possess the rank to suppress the S-class Helena/Butterfly, like His Excellency, we can continuously tend to our comrades' wounds, enabling them to endure until reinforcements arrive. Understood. We shall ensure the completion of our mission," exclaimed the determined Omegas. Despite the absence of uniformity akin to military precision, some among them voiced their grievances against the Helena/Butterfly with puffy-cheeked indignation. Yet their actions at their stations remained swift and unyielding. 12 healers took their positions at the center, each accompanied by 2 trainee healers, forming 12 treatment teams. The head nurse promptly organized the male and female nurses to streamline the flow of patients, ensuring they reached the 12 treatment teams in an orderly fashion. Hurry, hurry! A long queue has formed outside. We must accelerate our treatment pace, shouted therapist Hannah. Quick, send over the mental energy crystals, or the Omegas will not last much longer, bellowed an Alpha officer responsible for maintaining order. Rest assured, Colonel Chung has personally dispatched personnel to the storage room. The first batch of crystals will arrive within 10 minutes. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao observed Zhao and the others as they administered treatment, gradually making his way outside building number 2. The unpredictable nature of the Helena/Butterfly, its scales shimmering like scattered light, rendered the alphas helpless amidst the chaos of battle. Consequently, despite Zhao and her companions exerting their utmost effort within the building, the number of alphas being wheeled in for assistance outside continued to swell. Suddenly, the previously quiet war god, nestled in Zhao's embrace, bolted upright, howling in the distance. Concurrently, cries of alarm resonated from the doctors, nurses, and soldiers transporting the injured. Not good. His mental rift is exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. The breach is widening rapidly. Quickly, summon a healer. Hold on. Eugene, you must hang in there, shouted a comrade nearby in a state of agitation. Yet the alpha in the wheelchair felt his hands slipping from the armrest, the mental waves plunging from erratic to precipitously low. This is not good. We are running out of time, murmured a trembling beta doctor, despite having faced such situations before. He still found it hard to accept. At that critical juncture, soft strands of pale, blue mental energy began to unfurl, gently pressing against the alpha's temples. Zhao, cradling the wolf cub in one arm, stepped into the midst of the crowd, just as he intended to suggest, "If you don't mind, allow me to give it a try." A chorus of cheers erupted from the doctors, nurses, and alphas. Wonderful. It's the trainee healer. Jean and the others are saved. Quickly, make room for the little Omega. Zhao. Well, actually I haven't. He intended to express that he had not yet treated anyone, but those standing before Jean promptly made way for him. What was most astonishing was that an Alpha officer swiftly arranged a desk and chair, a water dispenser, and an electronic screen for recording medical cases, fashioning a makeshift clinic right by the roadside. The waiting Alphas, even more dramatically, pivoted their wheelchairs and began to form a long queue before the table he had yet to sit at. Zhao, wait, just a couple of days ago, I was still rushing to get Wei Shua's duck up on stage. Is this my retribution at last? Chapter 78. You are truly a miraculous healer. As Zhao contemplated whether this was indeed his reckoning, a furry paw landed upon his hand, and a wolf cub let out a series of howls. Though he could not comprehend the sounds, Zhao was certain it signified trust in him. Thus, the mediocre physician Zhao swiftly plunged his consciousness into He Jin's mental sea. In the recent materials he had perused regarding healers, the convergence of AO mental energies was collectively referred to as the mental sea. However, the mental sea was not merely a body of water. It encompassed waves, islands, fish, and weather. Certain high-level AOs could even manifest a unique phenomenon that transcended the mere concept of a sea, known as the mental landscape. The He he was currently treating like the same myth he had attacked in the black market was below the S rank. Thus their mental seas were indeed simply seas. However, Sane's mental sea was tumultuous, with towering waves embodying his inherent malice or perhaps his frenzied mental state. In contrast, the turbulence within He Jin's mental sea stemmed from a vast rift. At that moment, the rift resembled a dam that had suddenly burst, causing the mental energy to surge forth uncontrollably. This surge represented a dispersion, and the ultimate consequence of dispersion would be desiccation, which signified death. Yet, whether it was Zhao's illusion or not, he perceived glimmers at the rift's edge, reminiscent of the insectoid scales described by Zhao. Delicate azure, mental threads shifted in accordance with Zhao's thoughts, swiftly coalescing into a small brush, which began to sweep away the sparkling glimmers at the rift. Although these scales required innate talent for removal, a preliminary sweep would likely delay their resurgence. Zhao reasoned thus and proceeded accordingly. Once he efficiently cleared the scales, he immediately enveloped the rift with his healing mental energy, catalyzing its rapid closure. Surely, the act of mending such a rift was well within the capabilities of an Omega with hands, wasn't it? When Zhao opened his eyes once more, He Jin, who had been on the brink of collapse, also opened his eyes, revealing unmasked gratitude. However, the robust Alpha did not have time to express his thanks, as he was promptly whisked away by a nurse to make way for the next patient. Immediately, another patient was brought forth, and without Zhao needing to inquire about their ailment, the diligent nurse efficiently swiped a card to summon the corresponding display. Zhao mused. The great sects are indeed remarkable. With so many people, there's no fear of death. You can treat at your leisure, O mediocre physician. As Zhao transitioned from his internship to active duty, Zhao within the building was also occupied, receiving a call from Zhuya. We were unable to hinder Helen, who has now been invited to support the 5th Legion. It is anticipated that he will join Jelena in shifting our way after the medical operations for the 5th Legion are concluded. Zhuya's tone was somewhat somber. She spoke little, yet Zhao grasped the implications. Helen's actions were deliberate. At the time of the incident, he was evidently closer to Yuexia and was fully aware that Yuexia had taken in all the wounded from the 2nd and 3rd Legions. As the main forces of the battle that occurred last year, the number of their scale powder users far exceeded that of the 5th Legion, with preliminary diagnoses already being several times greater. Helen asserted that the number of healers in the 5th Legion was indeed fewer than in the 2nd and 3rd Legions, and he believed that little Ing could manage to hold the fort until he and Jelena arrived. Zhuya's voice grew softer. Alphas were inherently ferocious, and female alphas perhaps excelled more than their male counterparts in emotional control. Yet at this moment, Zhuya found herself incapable of maintaining composure. Helen's strategy was undeniably astute. Had he outright refused the invitation from the 2nd and 3rd Legions, even with his esteemed title, he would have faced criticism for not aiding the heroes retreating from the front lines. Instead, he chose to assist the 5th Legion, whose number of healers was indeed less than that of the 2nd and 3rd Legions. To exacerbate the situation, the wounded of the 5th Legion, under the joint treatment of Helen and Jelena, would stabilize within 3 days at most. This span was excruciating for Zhao and her companions. A race against time for the injured from the 2nd and 3rd Legions, yet not an impossible delay. They could wait, they had to wait, and they could only wait, all while they were obliged to greet Helen with smiles, as he came to aid them, albeit a tad late. Zhao pressed her petal-like lips together, though an Omega, typically perceived as fragile. At this moment, she demonstrated greater resilience than the Alphas present. Rest assured, Colonel Zhuya, the entire medical team at Yuexia is committed to fulfilling our mission. We must hold on. We must persevere. As Zhao and her team raced against time, Loririk also issued a call for help, summoning Omega healers to support at Yuexia. Outside the building, the solitary physician Ji Yong busied himself at his station. After assisting numerous alphas with their experiences, he became adept at treating wounds. First, he would assess, then patch, and subsequently push the patient away. Indeed, he had transitioned from observing the nurse's frantic attempts to seize the moment to becoming a whirlwind of efficiency. As soon as the nurses moved a patient away, he would seamlessly transition to the next. He hardly needed to open his eyes, focusing solely on critical issues while leaving the rest to others. Eventually, he learned to swiftly stitch wounds with a solid thread of mental energy, discovering that his psychic strength had exceptional adhesive properties. He could bind wolf pups, and naturally, he could also connect with the mental seas of these alphas. Once the alphas absorbed the thread, the wounds would nearly be healed. Yet, despite such speed, the queue before him showed no signs of diminishing. Due to his presence outside the building, numerous alphas who encountered situations during the queue were promptly directed towards him. Zhao, thank you for the invitation, but I have not decreased. Rather, I have increased. After pondering for a moment, he finally turned his palm upward, allowing a 1,000-petaled azure lotus to gradually bloom in a cerulean glow. The lotus, emerging unsullied from the mire, remains pure despite the cleansing waters. Thus, the 1,000-petaled azure lotus swiftly propelled itself, leaving Zhao's muddy predicament far behind. Zhao, what time is it? Is it still this stubbornness? Zhao promptly endeavored to ensnare his spiritual entity with his mental threads, vowing to assert his dominance over the body. Then he noticed a wolf cub suddenly rise, gazing up at the drifting 1,000-petaled lotus, howling eagerly. The lotus hesitated, turned around, and swayed gently back. Upon seeing the lotus halt before him, the wolf cub immediately extended its fluffy paw, gently patting the petals of the lotus. The touched lotus began to rotate slowly, its entire form radiating a luminous azure glow, ethereal and exquisite as if crafted from glass. Almost instantaneously, as the azure light dispersed, all surrounding alphas felt a surge of spirit. The wolf cub patted the lotus again, seemingly praising it as a splendid flower. Observing this, a certain sacred herb twirled with greater fervor, the azure light expanding outward in ripples, as if Zhao's mental strength were boundless. Zhao, rendered speechless by the scene, closed his eyes to continue treating the injured. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuni and others, hurrying with crystal stones, paused as they were about to cross the crowd. Wow, what is this? Cheng Yuni looked up to see a 1,000-petaled azure lotus leisurely floating in the air, with a serious silver-white wolf cub perched atop, its fluffy claws indicating the direction in which the lotus was healing. Cheng Yuni, although I feel I shouldn't tea, I can't help but imagine my mother's dog sitting atop the robotic vacuum cleaner at home. Chapter 79, wow. There's a gold-eating beast. Therapist Zhao. The first batch of mental power crystals is about to run out, and 2 intern therapists can no longer hold on. Yet the number of patients continues to rise, with ongoing confirmations from the other buildings. In the hall of Building 2, the head nurse, Zhuang Wan, managed the situation and spoke to Zhou Ying. Rest assured, Colonel Cheng is on his way, transporting a large batch of mental power crystals. Let those 2 little ones hold on a bit longer. Colonel Lori has summoned 10 therapists, who are confirmed to be en route back. Yes, receiving the news of reinforcements, the head nurse and the Omegas felt revitalized. Where's Zhao? Go fetch him. With the scarcity of therapists, we cannot afford to be concerned with his expertise. After half an hour of training, Zhou Ying felt it was time to summon their young master to duty. Then she heard a male nurse rush in and out, saying, "Report to Therapist Zhou." Therapist Zhao has been on duty for an hour, just outside the building. Moreover what? Zhou Ying was growing impatient. Moreover, his spiritual entity is floating in the sky with his wolf cub, releasing healing mental energy as if it were a walking healing device. Zhou Ying, what is floating in the sky? Zhou Ying was still deep in thought when a radiant azure light illuminated the entrance of the hall. The silver wolf cub pointed ahead, and a certain azure lotus, shimmering with a cerulean glow, gracefully twirled into view. Remarkably, this lotus was comprised of 1,000 petals, each layer intricately stacked and rotating in varying directions and speeds, with the intensity of its luminescence differing at each level, coupled with the wolf cub's expression, which mirrored that of their general's solemn demeanor. The scene was both majestic and absurd, causing Zhou Ying's lips to twitch in amusement. She was not alone. Many Omega faces reflected a mixture of exhaustion and incredulity at such a spectacle. Yet, it must be said, after the wolf cub and the azure lotus passed, the condition of several weary alphas visibly improved, enabling them to endure a bit longer. Quickly, Colonel Chung is bringing the second batch of crystal stones. Meanwhile, outside Building No. 2, male nurses were energetically transporting the psionic crystals, delivering them to various treatment stations with utmost haste. The psionic crystals at Zhao Station were personally carried by Chang Yunin, not merely to curry favor with their young master, but primarily because he had encountered a significant situation on his very first day of internship. The sight of the long queue was enough to be exhausting. Upon receiving the crystals, Zhao could only nod in acknowledgement. If his treatment of the alphas was akin to a gentle stream, then the overwhelming brilliance of the sacred medicine resembled a torrential downpour. Soon, Cheng Yunin and the others witnessed the crystals on Zhao's table fading, losing their luster, shattering, and ultimately vanishing at an observable rate. Wow! If the gold-eating beasts had a ranking, I would undoubtedly nominate our young master for the top position. He exclaimed, "Hurry, bring over a box. Yes, the largest one." Alas! Just as the queue of alphas stabilized under the diligent efforts of the healers, the wolf cub, and the azure lotus, dire news struck once more. The first batch of treated alphas from within the building had begun to exhibit symptoms of their mental sea tearing apart again. Damn it! Upon hearing this dreadful news, Cheng Yunin felt the veins on his forehead throb violently. The Helena Flash butterfly. No, this was certainly not merely the S-level Helena Flash butterfly scale powder. With such an extended incubation period and rapid tearing speed, it was undoubtedly the scale powder of the King Butterfly. The King Butterfly, an upgraded version of the Helena Flash butterfly, boasted a 2S classification. Its scale powder had an even longer incubation period, tearing with greater speed upon onset, and exhibited a stronger adhesive ability to mental wounds, making treatment significantly more challenging. It seemed the insect race had grown wary of their second and third legions, intent on inflicting severe losses during this battle. After all, once the King Butterfly emerged, its scale powder could potentially engulf the entire battlefield. This meant that the affected members of their two legions would likely not be limited to the alphas currently showing symptoms, but could also include their upper-ranking officers. Having sustained injuries on the battlefield, their spiritual bodies were at a much higher risk of infection. However, due to their elevated ranks and timely healing, the scale powder remained dormant. The next time they sustained injuries, these scales could very likely collaborate with other insectoid forces to deliver a fatal blow. But those were matters for another time. What mattered most was the present. As the alpha individuals from Building 2 were once again being released, their condition appeared even more dire than during the initial outbreak. Sweat began to bead on the foreheads of the Omega, including Zhou Ying. With the collapse of the first intern therapist, 3 more had to pause their treatments and retreat to the designated rest area for recuperation. Fortunately, Lauric soon arrived with 10 therapists, alleviating some of the pressure temporarily. "What is this floating robotic vacuum dog?" Lauric exclaimed as he prepared the treatment area for the newly arrived Omega, only to be met with an unexpected sight, a wolf cub paired with a sacred lotus platform. Just as he was about to voice his critique, he was swiftly met with a slap from Cheng Yunin. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly the advancing wolf cub, the sacred lotus platform." Lauric retorted, "You audacious bird, do you dare to touch your conscience and praise it again?" Meanwhile, at the 5th Legion's headquarters, a woman Omega with short flaxen hair listened intently to the head nurse's report, her expression grave. Therapists Giolina and Zhou Ying have reached out. They suspect that the recent outbreak of scale powder does not originate from the Helena Flash butterfly, but rather from the Caitlin Monarch butterfly. The Monarch butterfly? Giolina frowned, her demeanor fierce despite her gender, exuding the spirit of her Russian ancestors. Indeed, the mental rift we healed has begun to fracture anew, and this time the threat is even more formidable. Immediately check on those who have undergone treatment, she instructed, but before she could finish, an alpha officer rushed in. Panique évidente. It's bad. The wounds that just underwent your sunlight purification and were treated by Lady Helena have reopened. The doctor discovered that the scale powder seems not to have been entirely removed. Giolina's spiritual form resembled the Russian national flower, the sunflower, with sunlight being her innate talent. Adept at purging scale powder and other insect toxins. Yet, as an A level, she found herself lacking against the 2S level Caitlin Monarch Butterfly. Not only her, but Helen, who lacked the purging talent and relied on her level to remove toxins, also bore a worried expression. It's all right. We have not experienced a secondary outbreak surpassing the first, which clearly indicates some level of purification has occurred. We merely need to repeat the process a few more times, Giolina reassured Helen, though the latter's face remained devoid of relief. The repetition implied an exponential increase in treatment time. Originally, he had planned to arrive at Yueshia for assistance within 2 days. With Zhou Ying's capabilities, maintaining stability for that duration was certainly feasible. As long as his subsequent treatment was executed flawlessly, not only could previous misunderstandings be resolved, but he would also gain significant favor within the 2nd and 3rd Legions. However, just as he was contemplating this, Giolina interjected, "Your Excellency, it would be best not to indulge in idle thoughts. Now that we are aware of the precarious situation at Yueshia, where have you been all this time? Although our 5th Legion also requires support, with her here, you, revered one, can surely attend to places that need you more." While Giolina defended her friend Zhou Ying, the latter received exhilarating news that would uplift her spirits. Therapist Zhou, the physicians have discovered that in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th batches of treatments, a few minor fissures have emerged in Alpha, yet they have not experienced secondary ruptures. Currently, Alpha's condition remains remarkably stable. Zhou Ying exclaimed, "Chapter 80, Zheoko. You are still too authoritative. Come, everyone, please step aside. Let's make way." At that moment, Zhao had just finished suturing a fissure on an Alpha's mental sea. Upon opening his eyes, he found Zhou Ying accompanied by several doctors standing before him. Zhao implored, "Listen to me. I truly did not intend to practice medicine illegally. They insisted on queuing and simply would not heed my words. Indeed, I, along with the deceased mammoth, can attest to his innocence." Chung Yui and Lori Rick replied earnestly, emphasizing that the Omega was still young. While a legal practice was indeed wrong, was this not an emergency situation? Then, they witnessed a group of doctors arranging instruments on Zhao's table. Zhou Ying, gripping Zhao's hand with excitement, urged, "Zhao, where is your spiritual entity? Quickly summon it back. We suspect it has awakened a detoxification talent." Chung Yui and Lori Rick gasped in astonishment, while the other waiting alphas looked on in anticipation. Zhao responded, "Well, although it is my spiritual entity, I might not be able to summon it back." Zhou Ying questioned, "What? Are you joking with me?" As it turned out, Zhao raised his hand thrice, his azure aura surging and mental energy dispersing. Yet that exquisite, glass-like thousand-petal azure lotus spiritual entity remained elusive. Zhao remained silent, internally cursing a particular divine flower countless times. Ultimately, Chung Yui sought out Pajun, who directed the azure lotus to settle in the corresponding position on the instruments, allowing Zhou Ying and the others to conduct their tests. Following a series of beeping sounds from the instruments, the azure lotus instinctively drifted back to Pajun's side, where it was gently patted and comforted by him. As for its master, Zhao, the lotus mused, "Ah, merely a fearsome devourer of lotuses. So what are the results? Is there anything?" Chung Yui and Lori Rick were brimming with excitement, especially Lori Rick, who nearly pushed aside the doctor in charge of the tests. The doctor, sounding puzzled, commented, "Based on the fluctuations displayed by the instruments, therapist Zhao possesses a talent, yet it seems unrelated to healing." The eagerly awaiting alphas gasped in disbelief. "What do you mean, an Omega's talent is not related to healing?" Chung Yui felt an urge to cover the doctor's mouth in frustration. Unfortunately, apart from the talent that lacked healing properties, therapist Zhao had yet to awaken any other talents, the doctor stated candidly. He too hoped that their regiment would produce an Omega with detoxification abilities. But such things cannot be summoned by mere hope. Is there none? Then what about those alphas? Zhou Ying bit her lip, the elation she felt now overshadowed by confusion. "What is happening?" Cheng Yui hurriedly inquired. It was the doctor who provided Zhao Ying with an answer. "Moments ago, we discovered that among the second, third, and fourth batches of treated alphas, an astonishing 43 individuals exhibited no recurrence of their fissures or merely presented with minor cracks. These alphas indicated that they had received treatment at this external location. Notably, all 3 batches were treated prior to Lori Ryk's return, during which the only available practitioner was Zhao, who was rather hastily thrust into the role. This implies that the absence of recurrence can solely be attributed to Zhao's interventions." They then heard Zhao inquire, "Have you perhaps neglected to eliminate the shimmering points from their fissures?" Zhao Ying exclaimed, "What do you mean by eliminate?" Surely she had not misheard. He was referring to those shimmering points resembling scale powder, predominantly concentrated around the fissures, which were indeed visible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying and the doctors widened their eyes in astonishment. Zhao Ying promptly summoned an injured alpha to sit down, first using her mental powers to confirm the condition of his fissures before allowing Zhao to treat him. Once Zhao completed his treatment, she delved once more into the alpha's mental sea. To her delight, she discovered that the fissures in the alpha's mental sea were healing under the gentle influence of a pale blue mental energy, and the sensation of scale powder no longer lingered. This indicated that Zhao truly possessed the ability to perceive scale powder, and the reason his patients had not experienced recurrence was that he had effectively eradicated it from the outset. How wonderful! Zhao truly can see it. He truly can. Zhao Ying's face flushed with excitement. Not only could Zhao perceive the scale powder, but his mental energy could effortlessly dispel it. What does this signify? It suggests that even without the awakening of a talent, his mental energy inherently possesses a purifying effect, enabling him to see what they could not. What a stroke of luck. We VE struck gold. Lori Ryk, calm yourself. Cheng Yuni admonished, covering Lori Ryk's mouth and extending a cordial greeting to his mental entity. This fool, does he wish to blurt out everything? Coming back to his senses, Lori Ryk stiffened, hastily swallowing his words about striking gold, followed by a self-inflicted slap to his face, chiding himself, "You fool, keep your mouth shut." Zhao pondered, what on earth is happening in this world? Am I truly the only sane person here? As soon as Zhao's ability to dispel scale powder was confirmed, Zhao Ying and the others swiftly devised a new treatment plan. All diagnostic positions were initiated from Zhao's station, with a mechanical canine, no, a wolf cub, accompanied by the ethereal blue lotus providing illumination. The blue lotus was tasked with momentarily stabilizing the fissures of the alphas, while a few intern therapists descended into the crowd to manage critically ill patients. This time, Zhao was not required to stitch the fissures. He merely needed to perform the initial step of dispelling the scale powder. The alphas he had treated would then be referred to Zhao Ying and the other therapists for subsequent care. In summary, this task was remarkably simple for the mentally adept Zhao. He found himself no longer needing to close his eyes, occasionally even engaging in brief conversations with a particularly anxious alpha, such as, "You won't die, relax, your appearance is truly distinctive, and not dying is still a stroke of good fortune." In summary, a group of alphas unconsciously straightened their postures, fearing to exhibit any weakness before a certain handsome young man. It is well known that there are no unattractive omegas, regardless of not seeing the young man's true visage. It is certain he must be charming. His words may be a bit sharp, yet his voice is delightful. Amidst the flowing sea of alphas, one finally mustered the courage to speak. "Thank you for your hard work, little healer. I am Ding Shun, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Legion's Mecha Vanguard, 34 years old, with a spirit beast resembling a blood-sweating horse. Although you might be accompanied by an alpha cub with a wolf cub spirit, Zhao interjected, get to the point, clearing his throat. The tactical alpha coughed a few times before continuing, "What is your name? How old are you? Do you have a partner?" Before Ding Shun could finish, a cacophony erupted from the alphas surrounding him. "Wow, you old six, I'm also single with a spirit beast resembling a Siberian tiger, tall and strong. Just take your pick." "Step aside." Handsome young man, let us exchange contact information. Chung Yui observed the chaotic scene of alphas jostling for attention, and with a throng of eager alphas behind. He felt an urge to charge forth and shout, "Are you all trying to get yourselves killed? That little alpha cub is your general." Then he witnessed the composed Zhao, who spoke little but acted decisively, tapping the screen to quickly pull up a string of familiar WeChat contact codes, and said, "Come on, add me. This is the number. You all line up and add yourselves." Chung Yui was taken aback. Thus, when he received news about the incident at Yue and immediately returned to the capital star aboard his starship, he found his WeChat filled with 200 or 300 friend requests. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a sea of alphas introducing themselves, complete with military uniform photos and the unwavering greeting, "Hello, dear little healer." Liu Yao thought to himself, "Hello, dear little healer?" He smirked, feeling slightly unwell. As he stepped onto the hover vehicle, he initially assumed there would be more oblivious individuals attempting to add him, but to his surprise, the notifications abruptly ceased. It wasn't until he was nearing Yue that he learned the message. A certain young Omega had overexerted his mental energy. Additionally, due to the high volume of alphas seeking treatment today, some were unable to fully control their pheromones due to injuries, which caused the young healer to exhibit mild symptoms of pheromone disarray. Chuzhe, who had returned to Yue before Liu Yao, was naturally the first to understand Zhao's condition. "I actually do not recommend the little one to exert his mental energy at such high intensity. As you know, his pheromones have always been somewhat uncontrollable." Chuzhe was also aware of the peculiar circumstances, acknowledging Zhao's efforts for their legion. After all, when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Today, Lori personally sought medical help, bringing back only 10 Omega healers. Moreover, these healers were merely temporary, now citing various reasons to leave early. The identities of those behind this situation were clear to him and Chung Yui. "Understood." Liu Yao nodded, pushing open the door to the lounge under Chuzhe's watchful gaze. Although the crisis had erupted unexpectedly, Yuexia had promptly prepared exclusive resting quarters for all therapists to ensure that every Omega could enjoy ample respite. This was particularly pertinent for Zhao, who was currently feeling feverish and mentally clouded. The chaos of pheromones, it seemed, could only be experienced in fleeting moments or infinite repetitions. More tragically, despite the abundance of psychic crystals surrounding his bed, the entire Omega was consuming them voraciously like a black hole. It would have been manageable if merely consuming them sufficed. But the external sacred drug showed no regard for its owner's plight, behaving in a manner indistinguishable from when it was consumed. Thus, when Liu Yao entered, he beheld the little gourmand enveloped in the dazzling glow of countless psychic crystals, greedily inhaling the luminescence. Soon after, the crystals began to shatter, filling the room with a cloud of dust that caused the little gourmand to cough incessantly. Liu Yao remarked, "Have I left you so hungry that you are in such a state?" Zhao, caught in a fit of coughing that reddened the corners of his eyes, glanced up to see the alpha standing by the door, his cold, emerald gaze casting a complex look upon him. Just as he thought to stifle his cough, it became even more pronounced. "Are you all right?" Liu Yao inquired, pressing a button to activate the room's dust removal and ventilation system. He then approached the bed, gently patting Zhao's back. "Not so well," Zhao finally managed to say as he collapsed onto the bed, his eyes glistening with moisture as they met Liu Yao's. When the clear amber of his gaze shimmered with tears, Liu Yao suddenly grasped the essence of the phrase, "Hello, adorable little therapist." For had he been the alpha sitting opposite the little Omega today, he might well have found himself among the many suitors vying for the young one's affection. "What troubles you?" Liu Yao tenderly brushed away the dampness from the boy's eyes, his fingertips gliding over skin as delicate as silk, causing him to linger. Zhao, however, remained silent, simply gazing intently at Liu Yao, asking, "Have they added you? What do you think?" The frosty pheromones unfurled slowly, igniting the coolness upon contact with a little Omega, reminiscent of fallen stars or intoxicating spirits. "They have," Zhao, resembling a little gourmand, inhaled deeply once more before lazily responding, "Why did they add me?" Liu Yao's hand remained near the Omega's eye, gently caressing the skin beneath his fingertip. The little gourmand truly embodied his own description, utterly enamored with Lu Yao's pheromones, accepting his touch as effortlessly as he did the pheromones themselves. Just added you, Zhao. Slightly dazed, spoke whatever came to mind. Just added me? Lu Yao, amused, laughed at the absurdity. Am I the adorable little therapist? He had expected Zhao to provide a more elaborate explanation, perhaps about not wanting to be added. Yet instead, he heard Zhao murmur in a dazed tone, yes. Lu Yao sighed. I'm a loss, truly. Zhao believed himself to be empathetic and open to the opinions of others, so he quickly reassured Lu Yao, saying, it's a trivial matter. If you dislike them adding you, I shall have them add me instead. Lu Yao responded with a forced smile, well, perhaps it's better if they add me. Zhao, perplexed, mentally registered 3 question marks, his expression silently questioning Lu Yao's sanity. Without a word, Lu Yao gently inquired again, what do you find unsatisfactory? Zhao pondered for a moment and concluded that he found everything lacking. What would be done to improve it? Lu Yao, feeling a headache coming on, could only place his hand against the Omega's forehead to check if he was running a fever again. The Omega nuzzled against his hand and said, if you bite me, I shall feel better. Lu Yao was taken aback, his breath quickening. He sighed, realizing that this Omega truly did not comprehend the concept of danger. Just as he had anticipated, the Omega obediently sat up, presenting the nape of his neck to the Alpha, declaring, Lord Lu, I am ready. Zhao heard Lu Yao whispering in his ear and was about to correct him that he was not called Zhao, but the mischievous Alpha abruptly ended the pretense. The potent scent of Alpha pheromones surged forth, instinct urging the Omega to flee, yet he merely blinked and lay back down, exhausted and unwilling to run. Having been bitten thrice already, he was quite accustomed to it. However, as he contemplated this, he secretly widened his cat-like eyes. Oh no! After realizing that the people in this world were rather peculiar, it seemed he was beginning to lose his own sanity as well. Chapter 82. Where did that dog barking come from? Though Zhao felt he was losing his mind, the overwhelming fatigue from a long day soon engulfed him. Coupled with the natural dependence on the Alpha after being marked, he quickly nestled into Lu Yao's embrace and fell asleep. Lu Yao's large hand remained around his waist, repeatedly licking and nibbling at the bite marks on the small Omega's neck, his eyes reflecting an uncontrollable possessiveness. Thus, the following morning, Zhao, adorned with military-grade barrier patches, had barely settled into his diagnostic seat when a group of military alphas erupted into tears. Despite the barrier patches on the back of the small Omega's neck, the alpha pheromones emanating from him were still so potent that it made them hesitate. It is well known that alphas are inherently competitive and aggressive. Consequently, their pheromones naturally repel one another. Even the closest of friends may find themselves in a struggle. Yet, the alpha pheromones radiating from this little healer were not merely seeking competition. They were intent on overpowering them all. What sort of supreme ruler of jealousy resided in the small healer's home, if even military-grade barrier patches could not suppress such possessiveness? As the alphas stood dejected, Zhao was blissfully unaware, feeling rather content that no one was bombarding him with nonsensical chatter today, allowing him to work comfortably. Only Cheng Yui, who stood by to supply him with crystal stones, wore a pained expression, nearly brought to tears by the oppressive pheromones of his superior. While other military A-types would swiftly depart after their duties, enduring only a fleeting discomfort, his situation was altogether different. By the heavens, he never anticipated that his subordinates, those formidable soldiers, would be so audacious. Among the hundreds of friend requests, they constituted a significant majority. Just wait. You rascals will have to answer to his father. At last, the ordeal concluded. Fortunately, with therapist Giolina and His Excellency Helen present, the 5th Legion narrowly avoided catastrophe. Early Tuesday morning, the therapists of the 5th Legion collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Since Friday afternoon, they had been tirelessly engaged, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were utterly spent. Though they managed, therapist Giolina had fainted 3 times from exhaustion, and even His Excellency Helen had experienced a moment of weakness. However, relaxation was not yet in their cards, for therapist Giolina announced that they must proceed to the Yuesha Rehabilitation Center for support. as fellow guardians of the front lines. The 2nd and 3rd Legions had borne the brunt of the battlefield's pressures, and the situation with the scales of the King Butterfly had become increasingly dire. Their assistance was imperative. As the Omega personnel began to gather their belongings in preparation for boarding the Legion's special hovercraft, Giolina, engaged in a conversation with Zhao, suddenly remarked, "Is your treatment nearing completion? How can that be?" Her astonished voice immediately captured everyone's attention, particularly that of the somewhat anxious Helen. "Very well. If anything arises, you must inform me," she added. Giolina furrowed her brow. Zhao was correct. Her team of Omegas, including herself, were at their limits. Everyone required rest. Since Zhao indicated she could manage, they need not proceed. However, Helen, with a furrowed brow, seized Giolina's light brain, stating, "Zhao, I recall that none of the therapists at the Yuesha Rehabilitation Center possess detoxification abilities. With the current situation regarding the King Butterfly scales, you cannot gamble with the lives of the military A-types." On the other end of the line, Zhao was sharing a box meal with Zhao, both Omegas appearing disheveled, as if drained of their essence by a malevolent creature. Despite her current exhaustion, Zhao could not help but bristle at Helen's words. Yet, as most Omegas are gentle and amiable, they are not particularly skilled at rebuking others. Thus, Zhao raised her hand and passed the light brain to Zhao, who was busy eating. Zhao replied, "Vous? Are you sure you want me to take this?" But before he could say more, he heard Helen's worried voice from the other end. "I think I should personally visit Yuesha. I'm uneasy leaving a Yao unattended." Zhao pondered for a moment, mustering his courage, and responded, "Perhaps it is best if you refrain from coming. I am unsure if a Yao will feel comfortable with your presence, but I think I might find it somewhat distasteful." Helen retorted, "Who are you?" She almost immediately tightened her grip on the light brain. Zhao tilted his head and replied, "Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the illustrious Mr. Omega, a paragon of both beauty and intellect, embodying both light and darkness, a fervent individual in the crowd." At this moment, not only is Helen across from me turning shade of green with envy, but even Yelena, who is displeased with Helen for snatching away her light brain, is struggling to suppress a smile, her lips twitching uncontrollably. How on earth did this exquisite Mr. Omega come to be associated with that little cotton candy, Zhao? Before Helen can utter a word, Yelena hears Mr. Omega say, "Do me a favor, have some dignity, don't come here." "That's it, I'm hanging up." Helen is taken aback. Just as she is about to retort, the busy tone resonates from the other end of the line. She intends to call again, but Yelena snatches back the light brain. Helen glares fiercely at Yelena before dialing Zhao instead. Meanwhile, Zhao, while adding Helen to his blacklist, imparts wisdom to Zhao, stating, "As long as I blacklist fast enough, that lunatic won't catch up with me." Zhao responds, "That's a valid point." As for Helen, unable to reach Zhao or Lu Yao by phone, she ultimately relinquishes her intent to support under the tree in frustration. Only a cunning little wolf pup lurks nearby, its fluffy tail wagging furiously. Zhao concluded his treatment work the following morning. Having pulled an all-nighter, he barely had time for breakfast before boarding the hovercar back to school. He hadn't realized how busy he had been until he found himself absent from class for 2 days. Oh wait, not just class, but also competitions. He seemed to have a teammate. What was his name again? Zhao, perhaps? Meanwhile, at the Central Military Academy, students from various grades and disciplines filled the square in front of the hall. Before them stood a grand mech competition arena, its silver-gray alloy framework forming a majestic circular dome with suspended energy conduits flowing along the walls, glowing in a deep blue reminiscent of starlight. This venue is one of the most symbolic places at the Central Military Academy, the birthplace of countless mech warriors of the Empire, the Abyss Arena. Following 2 days of intense competition in the virtual arena, the 21 first-year mech piloting students who advanced will engage in a live showdown here. The format is 21-11, 11-6, 6-3, culminating in tomorrow's match featuring the 3 strongest mech warriors and their psychic entities battling for the top 3 positions. As countless students begin to enter, the Central System Murphy sends out the draw notifications to each participant's terminal. Let's go. It's time for sign-in and the draw. Wei Shuo. Jiang Yushua, with his hands in his pockets, watches Wei Shuo with amusement. Oh, how could I forget? Your mech doesn't even have an energy block. And the mech engineer has been missing for 2 days. TSK. With just 3 minutes left until sign-in and the draw, you probably won't even manage that. Laughter erupts among the group. What does it matter that Wei Shuo crawled his way into the top 21? With the pig of a teammate he chose. Is it even possible for an ordinary person to manage? Witnessing Wei Shuo's pallid expression, his hands unconsciously clenched tightly, Jiang Yushua immediately exclaimed, "It's nothing, really. What if your esteemed partner decides to take an unconventional route and suddenly descends from the heavens?" As soon as Jiang Yushua's words fell, a chorus of astonished classmates erupted. Wow, did you hear that? Jiang Yushua can predict the future. With a bemused expression, Jiang Yushua looked up, only to see a familiar figure plummeting from the sky, akin to a radiant meteor streaking through the daylight. Jiang Yushua murmured, while Wei Shuo exclaimed. Chapter 83. The Art of Pretense. It must be my brother Zhao. Second brother, Kalen, do you see that? Is that Zhao? At this moment, as a wave of awestruck gasps echoed through the arena, the majority of students in the abyssal arena abruptly lifted their gazes towards the slender figure descending from above. Among them was Gu Lingxing, who had come to witness the competition. He was seated between the two eminent alphas, Kalen and Gu Jingtai, basking in the envious, admiring, and obsequious glances of those around him. Of course, his popularity stemmed not only from Kalen and his second brother, but also due to his triumph in securing the top position among first-year Omegas in last week's Omega ranking competition. This victory meant he had successfully obtained a ticket to the forthcoming Imperial Military Academy League. Jumping from such a height, did he think he was an alpha? Gu Jingtai frowned at the scene, his hands instinctively tightening. The alphas accompanying him jested, "Hey Tao, do you think he might actually crash in the arena? Should we catch him?" Gu Jingtai remained silent, while Gu Lingxing couldn't help but add, "This is too reckless. Kalen, perhaps you should let your spirit, Sudan, assist him." Kalen refrained from summoning his spirit, Sudan, and instead gazed at the sky with a complex expression. As Gu Lingxing, still recovering from the rejection, pondered, an unexpected spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present. A fluffy, round silver wolf cub was the first to touch down, and as its tiny paws grasped the ground, a colossal wolf-shaped phantom materialized abruptly. Though the crowd could not discern the wolf's features, every alpha present, including Kalen, felt their hearts race. Their spiritual entities either bristling in readiness or cowering in submission. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, for the appearance of the giant wolf was not intended to intimidate or provoke other spirits. Instead, it merely swept aside Jiang Yushua and others obstructing its path with its tail, and then obediently laid down beneath the boy's descent. As a result, not only did the small Omega avoid injury, but he also bounced softly off the plush phantom of the giant wolf, sliding down its tail and landing gracefully before Wei Shuo. The next instant, the phantom vanished, and the round wolf cub promptly rebounded back into the Omega's embrace. Only then did the Omega, dazed, open his eyes and greet the astonished Wei Shuo with a cheerful, "Good morning." Just as Wei Shuo was about to respond with his own discontent, Zhao pressed his face against the furry cub in his arms and remarked, "Even if it's not good, it's entirely up to you. Wei Shuo, having you by my side is truly a blessing." Regardless of the immense shock that the recent scene imparted on the students present, Zhao, after dozing off throughout the journey, managed to arrive just in time for the lottery draw of the competition. Initially, Zhao had no intention of participating. However, the school, in a bid to showcase the collaboration between the driving and manufacturing departments, insisted that the manufacturing students partake in the draw. Thus, in the face of the bewildered gazes of his competitors, Zhao boldly plunged the paw of a certain wolf cub into the lottery box. The judges were taken aback. The bewildered wolf cub was equally confused. Wei Shuo, now at a loss, exclaimed, "Classmate Zhao, this is a serious and impartial school-level competition. How can you allow another spiritual entity to draw on your behalf?" The chief judge, a robust and imposing alpha with a square face, epitomized fairness and integrity. After all, who could ascertain whether this spiritual entity possessed any unique abilities that might compromise the integrity of our competition? Jiang Yushua immediately chimed in, stirring the crowd. The other alphas joined in, barking their disapproval at allowing the wolf cub to draw the lot. Ye Zhao responded, all right, all right. Once again lifting the wolf cub, Ji Zhao adeptly reached into the box, effortlessly extracting the solitary red ball among the 21. The judges were stunned. The alphas were taken aback. Wei Shuo was left speechless, initially intending to leave some opportunities for them. He found himself compelled to draw first, and was denied the chance to let the spiritual entity do so. While expressing his astonishment at such fortuity, Ji Zhao tossed the red ball to the gaping Wei Shuo. What did the red ball signify? It represented a direct advancement to the top 11 from the 21, a coveted free pass. Gazing at the red ball in his hand, then at Ji Zhao, and finally at Jiang Yushua's disapproving expression, Wei Shuo felt an exhilarating rush. However, Ji Zhao, who had taken a few steps forward, slowly retreated, absently touching his right ear until his fingertips brushed against the unfamiliar chill. Observing this, Wei Shuo looked on in confusion, only to see Ji Zhao delicately caressing a uniquely shaped earring dangling from his earlobe. The fine golden arc shimmered subtly, gracefully encircling a plump, round jade, reminiscent of a planet gliding along a tranquil orbit. As a warm, profound green light flickered, a familiar azure energy orb materialized in Ji Zhao's hand. Almost forgetting, he remarked, I need to borrow this energy orb from you. Wei Shuo responded, it's indeed remarkable that you could recall this. Ji Zhao nodded, no problem, just take it. As Wei Shuo hesitantly accepted the peculiar energy orb being offered to him, he felt an internal resistance. He believed that the initial A-grade energy orb provided by Professor R was quite sufficient. He truly did not wish for more. Do you not want it? Ji Zhao swiftly shoved the energy orb into the wolf cub's embrace, embodying a playful spirit of take it or leave it. Wei Shuo, eager yet tentative, reached out to the wolf cub, expressing his desire to have it, even if it meant accepting something undesirable. Fortunately, the wolf cub merely squinted at him, gently nudging the energy orb away, its eyes reflecting a cautionary warning, as if to say, be careful. If you break it, I'll come after you. Wei Shuo fell silent, harboring a sense of unspoken frustration. In this instance, Wei Shuo successfully had a bye, finally affording him the time to install the energy blocks and calibrate them with his combat mecha. Ji Zhao returned to the viewing area, cradling a wolf cub, and reunited smoothly with the main contingent of Class F. The classmates were effusive in their admiration for their class leader's gallant exploits, having been absent from the competition for 4 days and unaccounted for 2. Meanwhile, Ji Zhao's consciousness stirred as he retrieved a set of energy block practice kits from the spatial earrings that Lu Yao had adorned him with while he slept in his embrace. To the bewilderment of the Class F students, Ji Zhao recited Lu Yao's note verbatim, adding with a smile, our esteemed leader hopes you will take good care of me. I truly believe that everyone in our sect possesses remarkable talent and speaks so eloquently. Our leader is generous. I absolutely adore it there. What do you all think? Should you consider joining us? The students of Class F rubbed their hands together, filled with excitement. What should we do? I really want to go. Only Xiao Jun, who was closest to Ji Zhao and the last to receive the gift, teased in a high-pitched voice, Class leader, is this just for me? Or does everyone else get one too? If everyone gets one, I might not want to go. Ji Zhao replied, it's what others left behind. Xiao Jun protested, what? Ji Zhao responded, perhaps you should reconsider coming. If it weren't for what others left behind, you wouldn't receive anything at all. Xiao Jun was taken aback. As the students of Class F excitedly divided the gifts, Kalen, for the first time, turned to Gu Jingqiao and inquired, have you ever encountered the alpha spirit entity that Ji Zhao carries with him? Gu Lingxing pressed her lips together in silence, while Gu Jingqiao shook his head. I have not. He feared that Star might feel insecure, as his interactions with Ji Zhao were few. As for the spirit entity, he had only just seen it. Is there an issue with that spirit entity? Gu Lingxing finally asked, noticing the complex expression on Kalen's face. Very powerful, Kalen replied, his ice-blue eyes fixated on the direction of Class F, a fierce determination burning within them. Hearing this, Gu Lingxing felt a tightening in her breath, her hands instinctively clenching. Is it one of the spirit entities from our circle? Given the connections between the Gu family and the Rockefeller family, they had access to several A and S rank spirit entities, even a few 2S entities. She was curious to see whom Zhao had befriended after failing to seize Kalen from him. Wolf, Gu Jingtiao murmured, beginning to mentally sift through the relevant spirit entities. However, none seemed to match the description. Kalen had thought of someone, but quickly dismissed the idea, as that person had been confirmed by his cousin to no longer be able to summon a spirit entity until a 2S level Omega appeared. Moreover, given the other S aloof and disdainful demeanor, it seemed implausible that such a fearsome wolf would serve as a mere cushion for Zhao, a beta. Surely, he was overthinking it. As Kalen set aside this speculation, the match between the 21st and the 11th finally commenced. The entire arena was automatically divided into 10 sections. And apart from the idle Wei Shuo, all 10 alpha teams had simultaneously entered the fray. In an instant, a cacophony of mech artillery erupted across the battlefield, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the observing students from other disciplines. Since all alpha competitors who advanced to the top 21 had selected 2 new weapons after the qualifying rounds, some began to employ melee weapons on the field. However, the efficacy of these close combat weapons was rather limited, even when striking an opponent's mech. They struggled to inflict significant damage or incapacitate the adversary. Conversely, the opponents could seize the opportunity to unleash their chest-mounted cannons, delivering a fatal blow to those recklessly engaging in close quarters. When had they chosen new weapons? Zhao, Kradlink of Wolfsup, felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. It had been yesterday evening, after the conclusion of the qualifying rounds, Zhao Jun replied. We tried calling you but received no response. We thought you had perished out there. Thankfully, to give certain alphas encountering subpar manufacturers a chance, the second round permitted them to select. To be frank, when Wei Shuo learned he could choose his own weapons, the corners of his mouth nearly soared with delight. Zhao squinted, visibly displeased, and remarked, how infuriating. Did he even make a discerning choice? Siu Yun Vitotsit. Could you perhaps take a look at your own subpar primary weapon before casting judgment? Fortunately, Zhao did not dwell on this, and in the next moment, he accessed the records of the earlier matches to scrutinize Wei Shuo's performance, as previously gathered by Zhao Jun and his companions, despite his poor social standing. Wei Shuo indeed possessed the capability to enter Class A. Even wielding an unfamiliar primary weapon, he stealthily secured a position among the top 21. The previous day's group matches were divided into 7 groups, with 3 advancing from each group. Wei Shuo had a stroke of luck, advancing by a narrow margin, albeit having been thoroughly bested by 2 S-class competitors who shattered his virtual mech. Observing the matches intently, Shun Mo analyzed, in my opinion, among the 20 alphas on the field, at least 15 possess greater strength than Wei Shuo, while 5 are approximately on par with him. Had he been able to summon his spirit companion before the 6-strong competition, he would likely have ranked 21st among these top 21. How dismal. Zhao could hardly bear to watch, yet the competition afforded him no respite for idle conversation, as the matches to determine the 21 to 11 had already concluded, with the S-class alphas led by Jiang Yushua all advancing. As the head of the S-class, Kwaiman Martin's smile was palpable. For once he eliminated this oversight, named Wei Shuo. All 10 of the top mech pilots would belong to his class. It is worth noting that despite leading the S-class, the innate superiority of most alphas in his class did not guarantee dominance. The variables of excellence were significant. Entrance examinations do not dictate the futures of all. However, to secure all top 10 for the S-class would speak volumes about his teaching prowess. As Kwaiman Martin's anticipation reached its zenith, the draw for the 11 to 6 match commenced swiftly. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed Zhao effortlessly retrieve the red ball from the box once more. Kwaiman Martin, Jiang Yushua, Wei Shuo, what? This cannot be real. Not only did they find it unbelievable, but even the square-faced referee and all the spectators within the venue could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Is this correct? Pray tell. Could Wei Shuo possibly be a relative of some esteemed leader? 2 consecutive rounds of being exempted. Are they jesting with us? Who knows? Perhaps this is a deliberate ploy by the school. Thankfully, I am not part of this cohort. Otherwise, I would surely be disgusted by this farce. In response to the multitude of spectator skepticism, the referee promptly returned all the sign balls to their box and presented them once more to Zhao. Simultaneously, cameras began to zoom in on Zhao, capturing him from every conceivable angle. Go ahead, if you could draw the red ball once more. I shall take it upon myself to allow you to remain exempted. Although the sign balls and the box may appear unremarkable, they are actually crafted from special materials designed to impede mental energy detection. This means that even a high-level AO could not accurately sense the red ball among the 11 sign balls. However, Zhao did not rush to draw. Instead, he glanced at Wei Shuo and asked, "Do you wish to be exempted?" Wei Shuo was taken aback, and before he could respond, Zhao continued, "No need for further words. I already understand your desire." Wei Shuo, then why the hell did you ask me? Under the unyielding gaze of multiple cameras, Zhao extended his hand, drew a ball, and opened his palm. Lo and behold, the red ball. The referee and the audience collectively gasped. Their gazes toward Zhao transformed entirely. Yet, at times, extraordinary fortune can incite envy. For instance, after Wei Shuo was once more exempted and successfully advanced to the top 6, he was immediately stripped of the mech component reward that was rightfully his. Concurrently, the drawing system was altered to a matching system, with the mainframe Murphy conducting precise pairings to ensure 3 of the most equitable matchups. When the matchup list was displayed on the large screen, Kevin Martin and most others erupted into laughter. Wei Shuo versus Jiang Yushua, the weakest matchup against the strongest. The mainframe certainly understood the art of pairing. Kojiro Akira even raised his gaze towards Zhao and remarked, regrettably, "Zhao, it seems neither you nor Wei Shuo will make it to the top 5. His representative, Jiang Yushua, arrogantly declared, "Wei Shuo, just wait. I will bring you down to your knees, making you call me daddy like a dog. And you, Zhao, right? If it weren't for your alpha spirit companion trailing behind you like a dog, what would you amount to?" Jiang Yushua's voice was anything but subdued, echoing through the entire Abyss arena via the referee's microphone. Faced with this undeniable outcome, no one expected Zhao and Wei Shuo to respond. Then, they heard Zhao's voice resonate from the microphone. "Don't rush. I am still contemplating." To this, a curious referee inquired, "So, what exactly are you pondering?" Zhao replied, I'm contemplating how to prove that our wolf cubs are not dogs but wolves. Even if Wei Shuo is merely a lump of clay, or worse, I must find a way to smear him on the wall." Wei Shuo retorted, "In that year of apricot blossoms and gentle rain, I should never have jumped out to save you." Chapter 85. Where's the gambler who always loses? As the words of Zhao echoed throughout the arena, the atmosphere of the abyssal arena ignited with fervor. Such pre-match banter is a rarity, particularly when it arises from a stark disparity in skill. And it was the first time they had witnessed such audacity. The live broadcast crew, astute in their understanding, swiftly shifted the visuals on multiple large screens to capture the tense standoff among the 4 competitors. Heisei Akira, hailing from a prestigious family, recognized the power of publicity and promptly devised a flawless plan to use Zhao as a stepping stone. In the forthcoming match, both he and Jiang Yushua were determined to secure a resounding victory. "Zhao, I believe that Yushua and I will demonstrate to you that this muddy contender is ultimately unworthy of support." Zhao retorted, "If Wei Shuo is to be likened to mud, then let him be regarded as excrement. You must ensure he is elevated today." The audience murmured in disbelief, "Hold on. Who throws indiscriminate insults, attacking both their own and their opponents?" Fortunately, the referee quickly cleared his throat, bringing an end to the disarray of insults. The top 6 competition differed significantly from the earlier matches of the 21 and 11 brackets, as the dueling contenders would no longer rely solely on mechs, but would also harness their summoned spiritual entities to collaborate in battle. Consequently, the protective measures of the venue required an upgrade, and the 6 sets of competitors were afforded an opportunity to test and fine-tune their mechs before the match, seizing the chance for a rapid surge. The allure of substantial rewards for the top 3 positions, which also offered the prospect of participation in the Imperial Military Academy League, prompted the contestants to unveil their hidden trump cards. Among them, the 2 S-Class Alphas partnered with Lan Jiayu faced the harshest reality, as they were matched together by the central system, leading to a scenario where former allies would be pitted against one another, each fully aware of the other's capabilities. This thrilling and suspenseful contest was designated as the opening match of the afternoon. Zhao, familiar with Beishi Philip, accompanied by her boyfriend and an S-Class mech engineer, successfully advanced to the top 6 and would compete in the second match against another S-Class pilot and an A-Class manufacturer. As for Zhao's group, marred by controversy and pre-match taunts, the central system wisely placed them at the end of the lineup. The reason was clear. 5 of the 6 were S-Class, while the sole mixed-grade giant, A-Class Karami, remained audaciously defiant. This was intolerable. Thus, the majority of the audience eagerly anticipated the moment when Jiang Yushua would decisively defeat Wei Shua, just as Zhao was preparing to accompany him for mech adjustments. They discovered that Wei Shua, having witnessed the opening of the betting for the event, declared, "I'm exhausted. Let all be destroyed." Hurry! What had caught his eye? He was astonished to see that the entire F-Class manufacturing team was on the leaderboard, with their bets fully placed on his victory. Even their instructor, Ms. Anna, was among them. Wei Shuo remarked, "Indeed, the Central Military Academy's grand events feature official betting. The school acts as the house, allowing all students and faculty to participate. However, the betting is limited to 1,000 star coins per individual. While not a substantial amount, it is primarily for entertainment. Yet, even for a recreational endeavor, there is no need to come here and lose money, is there? If they have spare funds, they might as well hand it over to me directly." He promptly turned to inform Zhao about the matter, hoping he could persuade the members of Class F to retract their bets. In the realm of entertainment, it is indeed possible to backtrack before the match commences. Such a fortunate opportunity. He then witnessed Zhao swiftly retrieving his light brain, placing a bet for his own team. Wei Shuo exclaimed, "Have some decency." The betting list for the third round soon rolled across the large screen, eliciting a wave of schadenfreude among countless students. A post titled analyzing whether Zhao is truly deranged quickly ascended to the front page of the campus forum. Yet, what does it matter to Zhao if others deem him insane? In the mecha docking area of the competition hall, Zhao meticulously examined the 5 weapons equipped on Wei Shua's mecha. Among them, the chest cannon, energy shield, and red tassel spear were his selections, while the energy cannons on his hands were Wei Shua's own creations. Logically, shouldn't he have chosen a thruster as well? Zhao rifled through his memories and noted that the Imperial forces had a penchant for thrusters, as they favored extending combat distances to enhance their margin for error. Wei Shua wanted to argue that it was not a matter of choice for him. He was clearly lacking a primary weapon and needed to select 2 additional weapons to compensate. However, Zhao countered, "You made the right choice not to select. I fear you would not be able to harness it effectively." Wei Shuo was taken aback. "Are you looking down on me?" Without engaging in further debate, Zhao activated the device to detach the red tassel spear, placing it on the specialized workstation for the manufacturer. To facilitate the manufacturer's operations, all parts, weapons, and peripherals of the mecha possessed mass compression capabilities. Thus, the red tassel spear before Zhao, while appearing the same size as a standard spear, retained its original weight. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Seeing Zhao extract an energy extraction pan from his ear stud, Wei Shuo felt a flicker of curiosity. Zhao replied, "Nothing much, just crafting a walking stick for you." Wei Shuo retorted, "Do I look like a disabled person?" Zhao remained silent, producing several pale, purple, thunderstrike stones, swiftly melting them with the energy extraction pen. Wei Shuo watched as Zhao dipped the pen, the faint purple inscriptions unfurling like lightning from the tip. These inscriptions were not merely drawn, but resembled arcs of electricity traversing the surface, exuding an indescribable, mystical essence. More astonishingly, at the moment Zhao lifted his pen, the strange inscriptions vanished as if they had never adorned the spear. The red tassel remained vibrant, and the spear pristine, yet he sensed an undeniable change. Subsequently, Zhao not only reattached the red tassel spear, but also enhanced Wei Shua's two handheld cannons, chest cannon, energy shield, in certain parts of the mecha with a few strokes. This time, however, he employed the wind attribute, using Gale Surge stones. Throughout this process, the wolf cub quietly perched on the young man's shoulder, its emerald eyes shimmering with brilliance. As Zhao completed his work, the cheers of the cheerleading squad resonated within the Abyss arena. The young man, cradling the wolf cub, turned to exit but suddenly paused, glancing back before stepping through the threshold. The warm light in the docking room cascaded into his amber left eye, shimmering and sparkling like molten gold. Yet the youth's expression remained as cold as ice. Wei Shuo, I care not whether you're disabled. I merely require you to wield the cane and wheelchair I have prepared for you, and reduce Jiang Yushua to a state of incapacitation. Wei Shua's pupils constricted, but the youth had already exited through the door, cradling a wolf cub, leaving behind a resolute declaration. What of being mentally weak? Approach his mecha with all your might. Remember, I must prevail. Chapter 86. Could this be the lost art? Zhao, did you know? Director, has arrived. And Principal Lin Peiji, Xiao Jun and others were abuzz with excitement, eager to share this delightful news upon Zhao's return. The information they had just received indicated that Director had specially rushed back from the symposium to observe the competition for the chief positions in our current piloting and manufacturing departments. Principal Lin was also said to have come out of interest, joining in the excitement. Leo exclaimed. The last time they appeared together at a chief competition was 19 years ago, during the era of General Mahulin and her Grace Ellen. It is well known that that cohort was referred to as the Empire's golden generation of the past century. The value of that legacy is beyond measure. At this moment, while Zhao casually nuzzled the wolf cub, the other 5 competing teams were fully focused and energized, especially Jiang Yushua's team and He Zaimingren's, who were wholly preoccupied with observing the 2 rival teams poised to emerge victorious. They particularly aimed to best the Lan Jieyu team, both of whom aspired to secure first place and etch their names into the annals of the Central Military Academy. Soon, the opening match commenced in the heart of the arena. As 2 mechas clashed with 2 S-class spiritual entities, no one noticed a large Maine Coon stealthily approaching Zhao, equipped with an antiquated camera. Meow. The Maine Coon glanced at the wolf cub on Zhao's lap, its voice rising in pitch. The wolf cub immediately perked up, a woo. Seeing that a skirmish was about to erupt nearby, Zhao reluctantly nudged Xiao Jun to a neighboring seat, thus granting the tabby Maine Coon a spot. Xiu Yun, displaced by the feline, lamented, Am I truly such a despicable creature? Woe is me. The opening match concluded swiftly, as both pilots were remarkably familiar with each other's styles, resulting in a battle that was nothing short of exhilarating and explosive. The 2 spiritual entities exhibited their primal ferocity, engaging in fierce bites and scratches with abandon. Thankfully, the spiritual entities did not shed fur. Otherwise, Zhao mused that the arena would be strewn with hair. He chided the tabby Maine Coon beside him, who had just brushed against his trousers, remarking, You shed, brother. The upcoming matches are in your paws. Bring home the chief title for our team, or do not return. With that, a defeated student draped an arm around his companion's shoulder as the 2 battered souls limped off the field together, grimacing in pain. Unlike the balanced understanding of the first match, the second round commenced with both sides adopting a conservative approach, swiftly evolving into a strategic duel. For instance, during the fierce confrontation of spiritual entities, both factions continuously sought opportunities to assist their respective spirits in launching attacks. It was evident that neither side wished to inflict significant damage upon their mechas prior to the finals. After all, this was not a battle for survival. Minor injuries to the spiritual entities could be swiftly remedied through the mental sea and potions. However, damage to the mechas could not be repaired in a short span, particularly by a first-year manufacturer who lacked the requisite skills. Furthermore, with Jiang Yusha almost certain to triumph in the 3rd round, both sides chose to conserve their strength for the championship battle the following day. This resulted in the duration of the second match being twice that of the first, with the outcome determined by the extent of damage to the spiritual entities and mechas, as well as the remaining energy in the power blocks. Remarkably, Bessie's modified weaponry and the performance of the energy blocks surpassed that of their opponents, and it seemed likely she would ascend directly to Class A below. The venue was being prepared, with Jiang Yushua and Wei Shua's competition mechas being readied. Consequently, Xiao Jun and his companions were all on edge, resorting to incessant chatter to alleviate their anxiety. Just as they were about to ask Zhao if he felt nervous, the voiceover emanated from the antiquated camera around the neck of the tabby Maine Coon. Zhao, how about a bet? He sao, no wits. Just hear me out. Zhao, he refused to listen. How infuriating. You're truly unbearable, Zhao. While the gambling enthusiasts are face to feet in his wager. The two standard mechas finally entered the arena. The audience, previously fatigued by the previous match's drawn-out nature, was instantly ignited by the impending third round's exhilarating confrontation. Jiang Yushua, go! Jiang Yushua, go! Dismantle the opposing mecha. Let Zhao Kalami understand that reaching the top 6 is not for everyone. Appa, you look so handsome. Is this the mecha personally designed by Koizumi? Absolutely marvelous. As Jiang Yushua and Wei Shua made their entrance, the first-year students in the stands erupted in cheers. With the support of Jiang Yushua and Koizumi Akira's fan club, banners were raised, openly displaying their intentions for all to see. In response, Xiao Jun and the members of Class F rolled up their sleeves and shouted, Wei Shua, go! Zhao, go! Initially, it was thought they would be fighting alone. Yet unexpectedly, the Mecha Department's Class C, under the guidance of their instructor Qi Hui, also joined in to cheer for Wei Shua and Zhao. However, with only around 100 supporters, their voices were naturally overshadowed by the fervent backing of Jiang Yushua and Koizumi Akira's fans, until suddenly a loud, amplified voice echoed, Meow. Wei Shua, go! Zhao, go! Meow. Wei Shua, go! Zhao, go! At that moment, Zhao truly wished to reach out and silence the black technology megaphone that had been activated by the Maine Coon around its neck. Little did he know, at that moment, Wei Shua, who had been incredibly tense, his hands sweating on the control sticks, was gradually finding his composure amidst the chorus of meows and cheers. He aspired to become an exceptional mecha warrior, a promise made to his father. With the presence of Zhao, the mentor, and the members of Class C from the driving department and Class F from the manufacturing department, Wei Shua took a deep breath, closing his eyes. The next moment, the chilling mechanical voice of the mainframe resonated throughout the arena. Gomos! The control lever was thrust forward, and a lithe black panther lunged forth. Its target being the audacious gorilla, now enlarged with its fists gradually taking on a metallic hue. However, before the two ethereal entities in front of the mecha could even engage, the spectators witnessed a mecha, shimmering with a cerulean light, dart past the two dazed spirits with astonishing speed. Even more astonishingly, it not only bypassed the spirits, but also surged past Jiang Yushua, who was charging in with fierce intent to strike. Jiang Yushua exclaimed, What on earth is Wei Shua doing? As Wei Shua sped uncontrollably towards the edge of the arena, he remarked with exhilaration, This wheelchair is truly exhilarating. It has even cured my disability. What? You asked me what my disability is? You apologize, Yishen. I admit I spoke too loudly before. I was foolish. Chapter 87. Wei Shua, shall explode with you. What the hell is Wei Shua up to? Where's he running off to? Laughter erupted among the crowd, some urging Jiang Yushua to eliminate him in an instant, speculating whether he had faltered. Yet, some astute observers sensed an underlying strategy. Wei Shua, cease your tricks. I have 2 more matches tomorrow and lack the energy to waste here. Jiang Yushua clearly believed Wei Shua was attempting to undermine his flawless strategy of swiftly defeating the opponent. Therefore, he immediately pulled the control lever, pursuing Wei Shua, who was nearing the edge of the arena. Jiang Yushua had reached the pinnacle of Class S, indicating that despite his arrogance and disdain, he was no fool in battle. In this moment, his golden gorilla had transformed into a mighty titan, its metallic fist mercilessly descending upon the Black Panther. The panther, having deftly evaded the left fist, was suddenly grazed by the Titan's right fist. A roar erupted from the panther, as a plume of black smoke rose from the point of impact, indicating it had sustained an injury. Pathetic, Jiang Yushua taunted, reveling in his victory. The distinction of Class S as the alpha threshold stemmed from the innate talent of S-class spirits. Defeating an A-class spirit, which was merely one tier below, was a walk in the park. You might as well surrender, Wei Shua. Jiang Yushua swiftly pressed several buttons, and his quantum cannon rapidly charged, unleashing a barrage of shots towards Wei Shua, who was now quite distant from his spirit. Since you've strayed so far, don't even think about returning. As Wei Shua struggled to regain control of his racing wheelchair, a sharp pain surged through his mental realm, undoubtedly due to the injury of the Black Panther. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushua seized the opportunity to attack, aiming to eliminate him from the competition in one fell swoop. If his mech retained the configuration from the virtual competition, he thought he could surrender now. The Black Panther could only withstand the might of the fully realized Titan for a maximum of 10 minutes, or perhaps even 5. However, as 5 energy cannons surged towards him, arranged in a manner clearly intended to restrict his movement, Wei Shua took a deep breath and once more gripped the control stick. Thus, all present witnessed Wei Shua's mech transform into a fleeting azure shadow, achieving a velocity unattainable by an A-class mech, slipping through the gaps between the energy beams. This is impossible. The audience member Akira Kurosawa sprang to his feet, his ukiyo-e tattoo on his neck twisting slightly with tension. So swift, Lan Jiayu's eyes widened, and he leaned over the railing, utterly engrossed. If he could get any closer, he would have pressed himself against Wei Shua's mech. Why should I surrender? Because you can't even land a shot on me? As Wei Shua retorted against Jiang Yushua's taunts, he suppressed the pain surging through his mind and aimed his hand cannon at Jiang Yushua. Indeed, his Black Panther had been enduring relentless blows. Just as Jiang Yushua was about to respond with a retort, he was interrupted by an azure energy beam striking him directly, forcing his words back down his throat. The illogical speed of the energy cannon and its rapid approach rendered him incapable of retaliating with his own fire. Instead, he activated his thrusters, barely managing to adjust his mech to mitigate the impact. From the chest to the right shoulder, the screeching sound of electricity filled the air, causing Jiang Yushua's face to darken. Did you all see that azure energy beam? Is this really an A-class mech? Are these the weapons provided by the school? My goodness, that charge speed, that advance. I could have been blasted to the cockpit. Am I the only one noticing that Jiang Yushua's mech has already sustained damage? And this is only 3 minutes into the match. The production time was too short, the materials subpar, and he was simply too slow. The spectators erupted in cheers at the scene, yet Zhao remained unsatisfied. Xiao Jun longed to grasp his shoulder and assure him that he was already impressive. Unfortunately, as he reached out, a certain alpha's watchful wolf cub turned to gaze at him, placing a possessive paw on Zhao's shoulder. Xiu Yun swallowed hot, feeling as though the wolf cub was silently conveying, "Mine, you shall not touch." The focus returned to the stage. If Jiang Yushua, with his damaged mech, could not discern the disparity in strength between the two mechs, he would not merely be arrogant, he would be utterly foolish. Consequently, he promptly revised his strategy, ordering the Titan to strike the Black Panther while avoiding a direct confrontation with Wei Shua's mech. Roar! The Titan bellowed once more, launching a flurry of punches at the Black Panther. It had been evading the Titan's attacks, yet even so, it was already emitting wisps of black smoke in several places. The most severe damage had resulted in a visibly apparent black hole, a testament to having taken a punch from the Titan. The mighty King Kong had initially anticipated that the Black Panther would evade its strikes once more. However, to his astonishment, the Black Panther did not flinch. Instead, it extended its razor-sharp claws and recklessly engaged in a fierce brawl. What is Wei Shua attempting? Has he lost his mind? The metallic fist of King Kong is formidable, and so are its other attributes. What purpose does this scratching serve? Gu Jingtao observed the unfolding battle with a mixture of emotion, momentarily at a loss regarding the mecha's actions, and thus shifted his focus to comment on the conflict of spiritual entities. Indeed, The Black Panther's approach could not inflict significant harm on King Kong. Rather, it was likely to sustain more injuries. Gu Lingxing watched as the wounds on the Black Panther multiplied, wishing fervently for it to collapse or shatter at any moment. However, as he remained vigilant to the developments in the arena, he noted that when Wei Shua's mecha displayed an extraordinary speed, Kairan, who had been silent, suddenly remarked, "I believe he is not insane. He is determined to fight to the end." "What?" Gu Jingtao queried, confused, only to be met with gasps from the audience. Just as Kairan had predicted, Wei Shua disregarded the injuries sustained by the Black Panther and piloted his mecha like a shooting star, charging directly at Jiang Yushua. "Shiba!" Jiang Yushua slammed his hands on the control panel, immediately maxing out the thrusters while simultaneously unleashing all three heat weapons upon Wei Shua in an attempt to slow his advance. If only he could buy himself 3 more minutes. No, 2 minutes. He could utterly shatter Wei Shua's spiritual entity. Once King Kong joined him, what did it matter if Wei Shua's mecha was superior? Yet, he witnessed Wei Shua deploy an energy shield, with azure light swirling through intricate patterns, effortlessly absorbing the energy blast he had fired. More astonishingly, after dissipating, the shield reformed at an incomprehensible speed, blocking the next wave of attacks. Jiang Yushua thought, "What the hell? Is this truly the same standard mecha as mine? It must be a fake. I should report this." Chapter 88. Unable to defeat him? Can you not play? Fortunately, Jiang Yushua's momentary existential doubts quickly dissipated, leading him to make the most prudent decision available, to immediately recall King Kong, instructing it to abandon the Black Panther and join forces to defeat Wei Shua. Yet, if Jiang Yushua could conceive such a strategy, how could Wei Shua not anticipate it? Had the Black Panther continued its initial game of hide-and-seek with King Kong, then King Kong could have easily withdrawn at any moment to respond to Jiang Yushua's summons. Alas, at this moment, the Black Panther had thrown caution to the wind, grappling fiercely with King Kong. Shiba shattered quickly. Jiang Yushua felt genuine urgency, desperately commanding King Kong in his mind. Although King Kong was an S-class spiritual entity, Jiang Yushua, a mere freshman with limited combat experience and insufficient spiritual strength, could not achieve full metallization. Thus, while it unleashed its full force against the Black Panther, it inevitably left gaps in its defenses. Consequently, as King Kong's fist struck the Black Panther, it too sustained injuries, with wisps of dark smoke beginning to emanate. The pain experienced by King Kong was likewise reflected in its master, Jiang Yushua. Soon enough, his barrage of attacks faltered momentarily. Now was the time. Wei Shua immediately charged forward behind an energy shield, skillfully manipulating the mech's right arm to slowly draw out his main weapon, which had remained sheathed on his back until now. What? Is he really using that wretched stick at this moment? Isn't he doing well with the cannon? He should continue using it. That cannon is undeniably swift and powerful. This extraordinary mech. He can't possibly expect me to pilot it. The students in the audience turned crimson, especially those from the mech piloting department, who were filled with a desperate urge to leap forth and take his place. A wheelchair is fine, but even a disabled child longs to operate it. Ha ha ha. Wei Shua, you're finished. Do you not realize it? As Wei Shua drew near with his weapon, Jiang Yushua, who had been panicking moments ago, suddenly broke into a grin. He pressed a button, and a golden light shield enveloped his mech entirely. This shield was exceptionally thick. Not even an A-grade energy cannon could breach it in a short time, let alone an S-grade. It is widely recognized that the majority of melee weapons in Imperial mechs are inferior to their ranged counterparts. This is due not only to the superior development and rapid iteration of ranged weapons, but also to the scarcity of materials for weapon manufacture, the complexity of energy pathways, and the limited variety of weapon types. Is that the Titan shield? Junior Hei's is impressive. He actually equipped Jiang Yushua with the strongest A-grade energy shield, exclaimed a senior student from the manufacturing department. The Titan shield is renowned as the strongest A-grade shield due to its exceptional defensive capabilities and prolonged duration, even capable of withstanding S-grade mech weapons for a time. However, its significant energy consumption and lengthy charging time are apparent drawbacks. Yet, These shortcomings are non-existent in Jiang Yushua's case at present. He has successfully deployed the Titan shield, and the battle between the Ironclad and the Black Panther is nearing its conclusion. Indeed, everyone could see the Black Panther's body becoming transparent, cloaked in an increasingly dense black smoke. This was a sign of its spiritual entity about to shatter, returning to the spiritual sea for recuperation. Wei Shuo has at most 30 seconds left, Kai Lan remarked coldly. At the moment Kai Lan spoke, Wei Shuo had just arrived before Jiang Yushua, having drawn his main weapon. In the next instant, the Black Panther was obliterated by a punch from the Ironclad, completely returning to Wei Shuo's spiritual sea. Yet, confronted with Jiang Yushua's resounding laughter and the imposing shadow of the Ironclad approaching swiftly, Wei Shuo coldly declared, "Jiang Yushua, you are finished." Finished? He was about to smugly retort, informing Wei Shuo that even piloting a wheelchair, he would still be worthless. But what did he see? Or rather, what did everyone present witness? The dazzling crimson tassels suddenly dimmed, and the silver spear was instantly ignited by dark purple streams of light. Intricate patterns resembling lightning resonating with a melodious roar throughout the arena. This caused several students at the sidelines to rise abruptly. Even in the highest guest chamber of the Abyss Arena, the high-ranking officials, led by Lin Peiji and R, were momentarily captivated. In the audience, the silver-white wolf cub in Ji Zhao's arms had ceased to lounge and was now, under Omega's gentle touch, intently watching the unfolding scene. At this very moment within the mecha, Wei Shuo endured the excruciating pain emanating from his mental realm, his eyes ablaze with intensity. His grip on the control stick trembled incessantly, yet his mind remained fixated on a singular image, the moment in the docking bay when the youth turned to gaze at him, delivering a command that struck at the very core of his soul. "Remember, I must win." At that instant, dark purple lightning surged along the silver tip of the spear. And under Wei Shuo's deft manipulation, the mecha lunged forward, thrusting its weapon. The dark violet spear, imbued with crackling thunder, collided violently with the golden shield. "This is impossible. This cannot be." In Jiang Yushua's incredulous roar, the audience collectively heard the crisp sound of shattering. The so-called strongest A-class shield, the Titan, was instantly obliterated, and the spearhead re-emerged at the moment it pierced through Jiang Yushua's cockpit. Wei Shuo has triumphed. Incredible. Ji Zhao is phenomenal. Our class F is truly formidable. Remarkable. When will I ever pilot such an extraordinary mecha? The thunderous cheers reverberated throughout the Abyss Arena. There was no need for the referee's judgment. In that moment, none present would dare question Wei Shuo's victory. For had this been a battlefield, Jiang Yushua would likely have met his demise. Given the sheer power of Wei Shuo's thunderous spear, had he not retracted the lightning while penetrating the cockpit, an unprepared Jiang Yushua would have been reduced to ashes. Who could have anticipated the spear's potency? I declare that in this match, the duo of Wei Shuo and Ji Zhao emerges victorious. Let us applaud their advancement to the top 3, exclaimed the square-faced alpha referee, his voice brimming with palpable excitement. The resounding applause erupted without reservation. In this moment, class, doubt, oppression, and disdain were all eclipsed by the supremacy of strength. However, amidst the uncontrollable cheers, an extremely discordant voice suddenly broke through. "Referee, Ji Zhao is utterly incapable of producing such an extraordinary performance." Fearing the referee's skepticism, the voice continued, "Furthermore, I possess evidence to substantiate that the data of Wei Shuo's mecha in the virtual arena does not align with this match. Therefore, I, Heisei Mingrun, formally report." Here, he inhaled deeply, declaring, "There are high-ranking officials in our military academy who are suspected of aiding Ji Zhao in cheating. This match is fundamentally unfair." Upon hearing this, a certain R, me? Chapter 89. Why are you all cursing so foully? Meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. As Heisei Mingrun made his declaration, the audience had yet to react when a cacophony of amplified meowing filled the air. Although the meaning of the feline's tirade was unclear, it was undoubtedly profane. "Whoa. Calm down, calm down. Meow. Never mind, never mind. Why engage with someone like him? He understands nothing. In the stands, Xiao Jun hurriedly attempted to soothe the agitated Maine Coon, hoping to temper the murderous glint in its eyes. As the crowd remained bewildered about the identity of the newcomer, a familiar voice, often heard during the opening ceremonies and various school celebrations, resonated. Kurizawa, since you allege that Wei Shua's mecha data is flawed, why not present your evidence for the scrutiny of me, the principal, and your fellow students? It was Principal Lin Peiji. This was precisely the moment Kurizawa had anticipated. He promptly linked his optical brain to the large screen, swiftly retrieving the data he had collected over the past few days. I have always maintained a habit of recording my opponent's data for my own reference. Please observe these two video clips. As the two images materialized on the holographic screen, the majority of the audience suddenly grasped Kurizawa's point. The mecha piloted by Wei Shua in the virtual battlefield bore no resemblance to the one he operated today. The former exhibited clumsiness, while the latter exhibited agility. The former's attacks were mundane, whereas the latter's were extraordinary. One need not be an expert. Even an ordinary bystander could discern the alarming disparity. I trust you now understand that my claims are not baseless, Kurizawa asserted earnestly. I wish to inquire why Ji Zhaojuan's work was so mediocre just a few days ago, yet has now transformed into something remarkable. To my knowledge, you were not even present at school the other day, were you? A murmur of skepticism regarding Ji Zhao quickly spread through the crowd. They were not merely swaying with the tide. They were addressing the matter at hand. It was a fact that Ji Zhao had been absent for 2 days, and those weapons had been installed by Wei Shua himself, leaving Ji Zhao with minimal responsibility. Indeed, Ji Zhao is from Class F, and wasn't he previously removed from Senior Kalen's team due to his lack of skill? I too find it hard to believe. The disparity between these two videos is staggering. With Kurizawa's inquiries echoing, a microphone was passed to Ji Zhao. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Zhao declared, "Do you not realize why my work is flawless?" Kurizawa was taken aback. Does this imply that Ji Zhao is admitting to having received assistance in cheating? At that moment, Ji Zhao lifted the wolf cub cradled in his arms, which let out a fierce howl directed at the camera. Kurizawa was perplexed. What does this signify? As the audience expressed their confusion, Xiao Jun, unable to contain himself, snatched the microphone and exclaimed, "Have you already forgotten the insults you both hurled at it this morning?" We insulted it? What does that have to do with the mecha strength? Kurizawa glanced at the wolf cub, then at Xiao Jun, finding the entire situation absurd. How could it not be related? You can criticize him, but you must not insult his spiritual entity. Ji Zhao, still holding the wolf cub, nodded earnestly. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Jun passionately interjected, "You too. Why provoke this love-struck fool?" Ji Zhao, you dare to speak again. Just as he was about to give the chubby one a piece of his mind, the wolf cub licked his palm, and upon his attention, began to rub its soft fur against his face. Yi. Taking a few deep breaths, Ji Zhao found himself momentarily distracted, having completely forgotten his initial intention. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Akira Kurosawa emphatically expressed his discontent, asserting that the energy block data related to Ji Zhao was undoubtedly flawed, as was the weapon data. Observing his fervent agitation, a mechanical female voice sighed and remarked, "If you insist on claiming that there are higher-ups in the academy facilitating Ji Zhao, then I suppose that person must be me." She introduced herself as R. Who? The head of the Mecha Academy, the chief of the White Tower Research Institute, the mastermind behind the 5 legendary mechas. R. Gu Jingtao and Gu Lingxing's pupils constricted in disbelief that such an esteemed figure would be associated with Ji Zhao. Even Kairan couldn't help but gaze at the central screen, where a boy, oblivious to the surrounding spectacle, was engrossed in devouring a wolf. However, this image quickly faded, as her accessed the mainframe's backend to retrieve and lock any information pertaining to this competition, specifically focusing on the pairing of Ji Zhao and Wei Shua. Everyone witnessed Ji Zhao crafting energy blocks using 2 types of energy stones, only to find that the mainframe was unable to read the energy block data, leading her to manually intervene. The energy blocks Ji Zhao created were unprecedented, lacking any recorded data in the mainframe. rendering it incapable of detection and the generation of corresponding virtual data. As her shifted the display to the modified energy block information, she felt a profound sense of fairness. Though I personally believe the quality of this energy block surpasses the perfect A grade, in the interest of fair competition, I have only assigned Wei Shuo the virtual data of an A-grade beginner energy block. The crowd gasped upon reviewing the virtual battleground combat data I had extracted. It was clear that the head had not only refrained from favoritism, but had also downgraded the energy block as classification. The fact that Wei Shuo could compete with such energy block data proved his earnest efforts. But what about the Red Fong spear and the mecha's speed and weaponry? How do these fit into the equation? Witnessing the student's self-deception, I proceeded to display footage of Zhao in the docking bay. The murmurs of doubt quickly dissipated, replaced by astonished silence in the presence of genius. Zhao had entered the docking bay, inspected the weapons, and inscribed energy patterns on them, all within a span of less than an hour. What's going on? Are seated from the guest room? That's a good question. I too wish to inquire how he managed this. I would love to assist him in cheating, but do you see me capable of such? Cough, cough, Director R. Please mind your language, Lin Peiji tactfully interjected, hoping this irate, eccentric scientist would recognize the gravity of the occasion. Just as everyone was astounded by Zhao's brilliance and R's unkempt demeanor, a series of gasps echoed throughout the venue. The medical team, guided by the judges, rushed toward Wei Shuo's mecha, laboriously carrying a stretcher to extract the unconscious Wei Shuo from the cockpit. Wei Shuo, are you all right? You must hold on. Chapter Devadisat, Yi Zhou. You've ignited yet again. The competition concluded with Zhao's nonchalance, Wei Shuo's fainting, and Jiang Yushuo and Akira Kurosawa succumbing to silence. Due to the shattering of Wei Shuo's spiritual entity, the Black Panther, by the mighty gorilla, a tumultuous state inevitably arose within his spiritual sea. It is advisable not to summon the spiritual entity for battle in the near term. Consequently, the school directly declared Wei Shuo the third-place winner of the competition. Although he did not reach the finals, he would still receive the rewards for both the top 6 and the third place. Some individuals expressed discontent on behalf of Ji Xiaoming, believing that, given his capabilities, he could have easily advanced to the finals. Among them were Lan Jiayu and Bei Ziflip. Unfortunately, while they passionately opposed, Zhao had already cradled the wolf cub and made his way back to the dormitory, blissfully unaware of the finals. Huh? What does the finals have to do with him? Meanwhile, as Zhao slept soundly with the wolf cub, the entire Central Military Academy forum erupted in a frenzy. The previous post titled, "Is Zhao mentally unstable?" was swiftly buried, followed by a resurgence of the thread where Zhao accused the Kylon team of dismissing him before the midterm exams. Gu Jingtao, in his capacity as the team's vice-captain, had remarked that Zhao was being overambitious, attempting to secure points despite his evident lack of skill, only to be met with a barrage of rebuttals. Ha ha ha, if this is what one calls lacking skill, then I beg to be that inadequate. Next time, I'll ask Zhao to join my team for points. We, the disabled, truly need a wheelchair. ISNT at just an S rank. Did we not witness how another S rank lost today? As Gu Jingtao read the heart-wrenching comments popping up on his holographic screen, he felt an urge to smash it in frustration. He never anticipated that his initial post criticizing Zhao would return as a karmic boomerang. Brother, this is not your fault. It is third brother who refuses to showcase his abilities to us. Since we are forming a team, we must consider everyone's interests. Gu Lingxing gently reassured Gu Jingtao, though his heart felt as cold as ice. For, not only Gu Jingtao, but he too had not foreseen that Zhao would still be bouncing around before them, and to such an elevated extent, especially with Kylon's attitude. He glanced at Kylon, who was deep in thought, occasionally reviewing videos on his holographic device. For the first time, Gu Lingxing felt a threat to his own status. Indeed, he had previously dismissed Zhao entirely. All his schemes to undermine Zhao were merely for amusement. Yet now, you are right, Xing. Someone like Zhao, coming from the fringes of society, will never understand the meaning of restraint. Gu Jingtao seethed. Beneath his bitterness lay an insecurity he was reluctant to acknowledge. However, Gu Lingxing suddenly smiled and changed the subject. By the way, yesterday, eldest brother sent me a gift containing numerous insect cores and potion materials. Just wait, tomorrow, I'll concoct some new potions for you and Kylon. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingtao's mood instantly brightened. You're the best, Xing Xing. Kylon also cast a gentle glance at Omega, warmth rarely seen in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work, Xing Xing. When Zhao awoke the next morning, he found the wolf cub anxiously pressing its paw against his forehead, seemingly checking if he had a fever again. Lu Yao, the young boy, still drowsy, leaned closer to the wolf cub, instinctively rubbing his cheek against the soft fur of the creature. Lu Yao, and in the next moment, Zhao heard the sound of his holographic device ringing. It was not a message, but a call. Awake? Hungry? The boy reclined on his pillow, conversing with Lu Yao on the other end, while his amber eyes stared vacantly at the wolf cub. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, observing this scene through the cub's eyes, felt his chest rise and fall, letting out a soft chuckle on the other end of the line. Hungry? Upon hearing the laughter, the Omega, with a stern expression, once again emphasized to the wolf cub. What could Lu Yao do in response? He could only suppress his laughter and gently say, Understood, wait a moment. He then witnessed the Omega poke the wolf cub with a finger, causing the creature to tumble over in a comical manner. Why did you give me earrings? Are you supporting me? What if I say I am not? Watching his spiritual entity roll over playfully like a soft puppy in front of the little Omega, Lu Yao truly wished to sever the visual link. However, when the boy leaned in to nuzzle the cub, even the delicate, fair collarbone became visible. He felt that perhaps maintaining the connection was not such a bad idea after all. Zhao, what is that? A betrothal gift? Lu Yao, it is a reward. The boy blinked his cat-like eyes, looking rather bewildered, clearly not comprehending the man's meaning. On the other end, Lu Yao squinted slightly, regretting that he was not by his side at that moment. It is the reward from me, as the sect leader and the entire sect, for your assistance in helping us through a crisis. Zhao's cat-like eyes widened slowly, and he sincerely remarked, the sect leader is magnanimous. Lu Yao could only shake his head in resignation, while the Omega, after ending the call, began to roll around on the bed out of boredom. 10 minutes later, his holographic device lit up once more. Sect leader Lu, come downstairs. Yi Jui? What for? Zhao, little black cat observing from a cage, JPG. Sect leader Lu, I'm taking you out to eat. Just as Zhao was about to reply with a meme of a little black cat carrying a bowl, another message popped up. Sect leader Lu, and then we'll take my little sir to see the betrothal gift I've prepared for him. Zhao, I was just joking. Meanwhile, within the Abyss Arena, the competition for the top spot in the first-year driving department had successfully concluded. The Bessie team faced a predictable defeat against the Lan Jiayu team, and both sides shook hands post-battle, with the victor remaining humble and the vanquished not disheartened. As the audience erupted in cheers, all the first-year department heads had been established. Awaiting these leaders would be a grand awarding ceremony, highly anticipated by all first-year students and indeed the majority of the school's populace. As the host ascended the stage, highlights of each leader's performance began to roll on a large screen. When the attendant presented a tray adorned with the gleaming metals under the sunlight, the host's impassioned voice resonated through the venue. Now, let's warmly welcome the esteemed leaders of the first-year mecha driving department. Yu, the chief of the mental healing department, Gu Lingxing, and the chief of the combat reconnaissance department, Jessica. The host's voice momentarily faltered as they playfully built suspense before adding, and let us not forget our distinguished chief of the mecha manufacturing department, Zhao, despite not reaching the finals, remains a rightful champion in everyone's hearts. As the grand screen was overtaken by dark purple lightning and the scene of a mecha shattering a colossal deity was replayed, the excitement in the arena reached a crescendo. In that moment, an empty seat was revealed, next to which stood Xiao Jun and others, anxiously attempting to connect with Zhao via video call. After a prolonged connection, the video finally linked successfully. Then, everyone present, including Xiao Jun, Shun Mo, and Leo, beheld the scene of the boy with cat-like eyes being gently grasped by a long, slender hand around his neck. The owner of that hand tenderly guided him, drawing him closer with each passing moment. Audience. Chapter 91. Just indulge him. Oh my goodness. Ah, is this something I can watch without paying? The camera is truly considerate. Move forward just a bit more. Amidst the echoing howls in the abyss arena, Zhao in the video paused momentarily, tilting his head to gaze at the screen, confusion evident in his cat-like eyes. Oh my, Zhao, you love-struck fool. Why aren't you at the abyss arena to receive your award? What on earth are you doing? Xiao Jun nearly threw his light brain in frustration, lamenting that he should never have initiated this video call. Yet, having started, would it not appear cowardly to simply disconnect? Keep it going. Wait, Zhao pondered, allowing the Alpha's long fingers to gently caress his neck. Haven T, I've been eliminated? Is there even a consolation prize for being eliminated? Goodness, a consolation prize? You are the chief of our first-year manufacturing department. Chief Ji. Xiao Jun was at a loss, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. However, Zhao quickly enlightened him, revealing that his capacity for confusion could extend even further. Huh? Oh, then please collect the award on my behalf. Thank you. Xiu Yun? Xiao Jun, wait, are you not coming? In the video, the youth blinked, leaning against the Alpha's shoulder as he followed the gentle pull. Clad in a finely tailored white shirt, with a sharply defined jawline. They could not see the Alpha's face from their angle, yet they could observe the subtle tremor of his Adam's apple, a testament to his laughter. Goodness, goodness, goodness. I feel that Chief G's Alpha possesses some enchantment. What is this about? On the podium, Gu Lingxing, standing behind the chief of the nursing department, chuckled while sharing gossip with another beta chief nearby. Hee, if I were Chief G, I would also choose to stay with my boyfriend instead of returning, haha. Upon hearing their remarks and the cacophony of cheers from the entire abyss arena, Gu Lingxing struggled to maintain his smile. It is worth noting that the chief of the healing department holds a position in the military academy only second to that of the driving department. And in terms of status and privileges, he even surpasses Yu, who stands beside him. To assert that he is the top student of the first year and the focal point of this commendation ceremony is no exaggeration. However, despite it being the most glorious moment since his enrollment in the military academy, the gaze of every individual in the hall was not directed at him. If it were due to other considerable matters, he might have accepted it, but it was precisely because of Zhao, this inconsequential figure, who was frolicking with an Alpha too timid to show his face. Over here, Gu Lingxing was trembling with rage, while in the video, Zhao exhibited not a hint of inner conflict. I want to go. I earned the top position through my work, not by being present. After saying this, he lowered his gaze and added, moreover, I am hungry. I'm gonna dine with my Alpha. We are already on our way. Xiu Yun, on the verge of exclaiming, you hopeless romantic, heard the faceless figure in the video, embracing the youthful Alpha, say, are you really not coming? No. All right. The other party offered no further words, fully respecting Zhao's decision. After Zhao firmly stated his refusal, the voice murmured, then I'll hang up. Before anyone could react, a furry wolf paw pressed against the screen. They could only witness the man tenderly patting Zhao's back, seemingly leaning down to draw closer to the obedient youth, when Xiao Jun's video abruptly turned to black. The crowd gasped. What happened? Open it. We want to see. There was an uproar in the entire arena, leading the host to repeatedly urge the students to calm down, yet they remained in a frenzy. Some even suggested that the host should call Zhao again, expressing their desire to continue watching the live stream. The host retorted, I am the host, not a relationship broadcaster. Ultimately, the commendation ceremony transformed into a spectacle for all, with not just the audience, but the awardees and even the teachers indulging in the drama. The forums erupted once more, with some sharing the entire recording captured at lightning speed and numerous high-definition screenshots brimming with intensity. As for those who had only recently fallen into the Zhao fandom, pondering whether to exert effort to explore a certain Alpha's affections, they were left utterly heartbroken. Of course, that was a matter for another day. Zhao himself was not the slightest bit concerned. At that moment, just after the video was cut off by a certain wolf cub, an Omega reached out to gently restrain the playful wolf pup, saying, Pajun, do you know what kind of call that was? You just answer indiscriminately. The wolf cub lay on the Omega's lap, wagging its tail incessantly, its emerald eyes filled with innocence and charm. Furthermore, it continuously nudged Ji Zhao's hand with its head, occasionally licking the palm of Ji Zhao's hand with its tongue. Ji Zhao thought to himself, what ill intentions could such a wolf cub possess? Oh well, it's just a trivial matter. While Ji Zhao treated the wolf cub with gentle care, the alpha's arm around his shoulder tightened, compelling him to meet his gaze. Soon, we shall undergo several brief jumps, which will undoubtedly impose a certain strain on our bodies. To ensure safety, I must once again reinforce your temporary markings. Ji Zhao gazed into the man's deep, starry eyes and quickly nodded, free of any psychological barriers. Very well. Observing the Omega obediently resting against his shoulder, quietly awaiting the arrival of the marking, Lu Yao, at the very moment he bit down on the Omega, exchanged a silent glance with the wolf cub nestled on the Omega's lap. There was no innocence here. The possessiveness towards the Omega was glaringly evident. But what of Ji Zhao? With which dog-like alpha had he run off? How infuriating! Where is my Ji Zhao? Later, in the student dormitory, a large Maine Coon, equipped with an old camera, was rolling around frantically in Ji Zhao's room. However, this time the meowing was not from the Maine Coon, but rather from a certain R on the other end of the camera. Tell me, where has my Ji Zhao gone? Who is that dog Alpha? What did he use to deceive my little Ji Zhao? Shrinking his neck under the dean's relentless questioning, Xiao Jun hesitated for an eternity before managing to utter 5 words. I don't know. Certain are shouted. Then what do you know? Xiao Jun's chubby neck retracted even further. I know nothing. Consequently, within half an hour, Diener insisted on taking Ji Zhao as her closed-door disciple. And the tale of her Maine Coon's inability to stop rolling around in Ji Zhao's dormitory spread throughout the entire school. Who is Diener? She is a luminary, and her disciples are often referred to as the princes of the entire Imperial scientific community. Unlike other luminaries, who possess a multitude of disciples to carry on their legacies, or has only students, with Ji Zhao being her sole apprentice. This implies that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ji Zhao will be the only disciple R will ever have. A unique gem. Should anything happen to him, would this master not intervene? Certainly, she must intervene, without delay. Chapter 92. You deserve the best. While her search throughout the school for Ji Zhao, the Omega, having been well fed and marked yet again, had just awakened on the starship following the completion of a jump. Awake? Lu Yao brought a cup of warm milk to the sleepy-eyed Omega. Hi, Ye Zhao nodded, intrigued. Have we arrived? Almost there, Lu Yao replied with a smile. His lips perfectly shaped and restrained. Typically calm and aloof, the corners of his mouth would gently lift whenever he beheld Ji Zhao. Would you like to take a look? Look at what? Ji Zhao drained the warm milk from his cup, only partially comprehending Lu Yao's words. Lu Yao mentioned showing him the betrothal gifts. But who would keep betrothal gifts in space? Hence, it could not possibly be about the betrothal gifts. What is he meant to see? While Ji Zhao's thoughts wandered, Lu Yao had already led him to the viewport, directing his gaze towards the vibrant nebula they were quietly approaching. Although referred to as a nebula, it merely resembled one. For according to Ji Zhao's understanding, it appeared to be a small galaxy. As he raised his gaze, Ji Zhao beheld 3 stars of varying hues swirling at the heart of the galaxy, engaged in an eternal dance dictated by gravitational allure. Their radiant light wove a luminous tapestry, enveloping 5 resplendent planets within an everlasting shroud of starlit mists. The sheer beauty of this spectacle rendered Ji Zhao's breath a touch lighter. This was the GCX-3SN5 galaxy, composed of 3 stars and 5 planets, also known by 2 other names, the Silver Wolf Galaxy and the Sea of Starry Mists. Luo Yao's voice resonated behind Ji Zhao, his towering alpha shadow completely engulfing the Omega, much like a wolf guarding its feline companion, leaving no room for escape. So, my dear young sir, do you fancy the gift I have prepared for you? Ji Zhao's cat-like eyes widened. He yearned to glance back at Luo Yao, yet the man restrained him between the porthole and his chest, compelling him to gaze outward at the silent galaxy. There's no rush to respond. Allow me to first show you your galaxy. The starship streaked through the clouds like a meteor, as Luo Yao guided Ji Zhao to sequentially land on the 5 habitable planets within the galaxy. In this moment, Ji Zhao found his thoughts elusive, as if the otherworldly scenes before him rendered contemplation a challenge. He beheld the ever-shifting clouds of deep azure, moonlit white, and amber hues, resembling a traditional landscape painting, with the planet's surface characterized by floating mountain ranges and mist-laden lakes. He witnessed the inversion of sea and sky on the second planet, where the heavens became the ocean and the earth mirrored it, as colossal cloud whales danced gracefully in the air. He observed frost-laden snowfields, fiery rivers of sand, and finally, the perpetual night of the aurora star, as Ji Zhao perused the planetary information on his holographic device. He discovered that these 5 planets were not mere habitable worlds for humanity, but rather, they were premier resource-rich planets. They primarily yielded a variety of psychic plants, psychic crystals, and a sparse quantity of exceedingly rare energy ores. This was not merely a galaxy, it was a veritable treasure trove. Moreover, and most importantly, Ji Zhao sensed a presence of spiritual energy on these 5 planets. Indeed, spiritual energy, although the density here paled in comparison to the cultivation realm. How many were there in that realm? How many was he? Unreservedly. He felt the loosening of the bottleneck in his psychic prowess the instant he set foot on the main planet. That warm, enveloping sensation throughout his entire psychic ocean was unmistakable. Why do you intend to gift it to me? On a floating mountain, the youth gazed through the mist toward the alpha beside him, his feline eyes betraying unmasked bewilderment. Why not offer it to you? Luo Yao retorted. At that moment, he maintained a gentlemanly distance from Ji Zhao, akin to an elder or a friend. It is too precious, Ji Zhao replied, pursing his lips. Luo Yao had saved him, acted as his benefactor, and assisted him in navigating various troubles, and now he was to bestow upon him such a valuable galaxy. Do you believe you are unworthy? Luo Yao inquired. Ji Zhao met the alpha's gaze and soon shook his head, declaring, of course, I am worthy. Luo Yao smiled gently and inquired softly, then am I not your master, Lu? Ji Zhao, perplexed, contemplated, and prepared to respond. Yet, Luo Yao preempted his incantation. I am not only your master, but also the companion you have openly acknowledged. Given this, what is wrong with me preparing a blessed realm for my little disciple? Is it against the law? Ji Zhao pondered for several seconds, unable to find a breakthrough, and could only say, I only require 1 blessed realm, yet you have granted me 5. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. Is it illegal to provide 5? Ji Zhao responded with uncertainty. It seems it is not illegal. Observing the Omega's bewildered expression, Lu Yao did not even inquire whether he liked it, but directly initiated the transfer procedure for the galaxy's authority. Ji Zhao hesitated, feeling a pang of conscience. His eyes filled with affection. Fortunately, he was a moral and principled Omega. Had it been another unscrupulous Omega, what would have become of this foolish Alpha's lack of intelligence? Contemplating this, the Omega, determined to prevent such a splendid realm from falling into the hands of a nefarious counterpart, reluctantly signed the transfer documents. A remarkable Omega deserves a remarkable galaxy, leading a splendid life alongside a foolish Alpha. No doubt about it. At the moment GCX-3SN5 was transferred into Ji Zhao's name, he renamed the galaxy to Lingyuan Galaxy. The 3 stars were renamed Shiha, Wangshu, and Zikan. The main planet, Yunxia Realm, received his special attention as he personally designed several pavilions, towers, and celestial ladders for Lu Yao to facilitate simple construction later. Furthermore, he had numerous new ideas regarding the various spiritual plants growing on the planets. Do you want to help me carry the basket? Then you'll need to grow a bit larger, Ji Zhao remarked, stroking the soft fur of the wolf cub, allowing his healing spiritual energy to seep through his palm as he encouraged the cub. Upon hearing this, the wolf cub indeed grew slightly larger, just enough to carry the basket and run. Ji Zhao proceeded forward with the wolf cub, while the foolish Alpha followed closely behind. As the sun set, painting the mountains and waters in picturesque hues, both Ji Zhao and Lu Yao appeared as figures drawn from a painting. Meanwhile, as the two explored Yunxia Realm, The star network erupted in fervor. The reason was the renowned GCX-3SN5 galaxy, which had suddenly been renamed Linyuan Galaxy, along with the complete renaming of 3 stars and 5 planets. It was well known that GCX-3SN5, also known as the Silver Wolf Galaxy, was the private property of Lu Yao Mu Helan, and it was a top-tier resource galaxy, often referred to as the Sea of Spiritual Mist. No Omega would wish to be without this galaxy, as it was almost entirely composed of spiritual plants and high-grade spiritual crystals that nourished Omegans. Consequently, the Imperial netizens generally accepted that GCX-3SN5 was Lu Yao's dowry, a gift for his Omega. Just 5 minutes prior, the Imperial mainframe had issued a transfer and renaming notification for GCX-3SN5, indicating that Lu Yao was no longer the owner of the galaxy. So to whom had he given GCX-3SN5? Countless netizens began to inquire beneath Lu Yao's profile, with some even speculating whether Lu Yao had reached a healing agreement with certain Omegans by gifting them a galaxy. They wondered if, after marrying a beta, he might still have other Omega lovers. There is no other reason. To bestow the GCX-3SN 5-star system upon a beta would indeed be an act of sheer extravagance. Helen even publicly declared that the Rockefeller family is willing to purchase GCX-3SN5 from the recipient with more of their premier resources. Then, half an hour later, the abstract star blog by Lu Yao arrived. Lu Yao. Little black cat hugging the star system, JPG Lu Yao. Little black cat fiercely striking a bad Omega JPG Helen. Chapter 93. Do you live by the sea? Why are you so meddlesome? Bad Omega. Who? Him? Inside the Rockefeller ancestral residence. Helen gazed at the image of the little black cat assaulting the stick figure, whose face bore the expression of a bad Omega, a visage that was turning increasingly green with anger. He merely wished to acquire the GCX-3SN 5-star system. What did Lu Yao mean by sending such an image? Was he publicly severing ties with him? Had he completely disregarded the dignity of a prestigious family? What on earth was Lu Yao thinking? Such a vital resource star could be given away so nonchalantly. Our family had hinted at its importance to him time and again. Olayan Rockefeller, Helen's alpha father, frowned. Let us not even mention the other matters. The Omega resources within the GCX-3SN 5-star system exist solely for the cultivation of top-tier Omegas. It is worth noting that the previous owner of GCX-3SN5 was none other than the late Empress Lu Huayu, the Empire's first S-Class Omega. Therefore, the Rockefeller family believed that GCX-3SN5 should rightfully belong to Helen. Yet, despite being engaged to Helen for many years, Lu Yao had not even once brought her to that place, let alone suggested a gift. Now, inexplicably, GCX-3SN5 was given to another, which naturally left Helen and the Rockefeller family feeling unsettled. However, their discontent was only just beginning, as numerous netizens discussed General Mahulin's penchant for sharing memes. This star blog was unexpectedly responded to by several high-ranking officers from the 2nd and 3rd Legions. Cheng Yui, boss, promise me. If you get kidnapped by the little sir again, just blink. I want to be able to see you blink anyway. Cheng Yui, enjoying the drama JPG. Seeing this, a multitude of netizens began to comment beneath this reply. Sounds good. Love to hear it, begging for more from the only living person in the 2nd Legion. Oh, I've discovered something. So the little black cat meme was sent by the sister-in-law. Last time in the live broadcast, it was also the sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. Has the general completely lost control over the light brain? This is hilarious. 5 minutes later, Lu Yao responded. Lu Yao, little black cat, tapping its head, JPG surprisingly. This time, Cheng Yui did not reply, and Lori Rick jumped in. Lori Rick, what is wrong with the little sir kidnapping our boss? Did our boss say he was unwilling? He is perfectly fine with it. Lori Rick, Mammoth raising its trunk in agreement JPG. Following Lori Rick, Lin Hung, Zhia, and Zhao appeared much more composed. Most of the comments were filled with blessings and congratulations, leading to rampant rumors about the dwindling numbers of the 2nd and 3rd Legions. After spending a day in his home galaxy, Zhao had just bid farewell to Lu Yao when he came across a new post that was rapidly climbing the trending charts. Zhao Zikate stated, As an Omega and an expert in the fields of Omega development, nurturing, and promotion, I, along with my fellow researchers, firmly believe that GCX-3SN5 holds immense significance for the Omega community. The resources and environment within this galaxy are profoundly nourishing for Omegans, particularly for the elite class. Thus, as specialists in this domain, we hope that the esteemed Beta gentleman who possesses this galaxy will consider selling it to those Omegans who are in greater need. We also believe that the benevolent Omegans would be willing to offer you a substantial reward, at the very least, a top-tier resource star more suited for Betas. Upon the release of this post, it ignited a whirlwind of excitement across the internet at an unimaginable pace. As Zhao herself is a renowned authority in the field of Omegans and serves as the vice president of the Omega Protection Association, her words naturally carried considerable weight. Consequently, it did not take long for individuals to respond in the comments. It makes sense. Resource stars capable of nurturing Omegans are scarce, and even fewer can sustain top-tier Omegans. If the Beta does not require it, such resources should not be squandered. Omegans truly have it difficult, and as she mentioned, they are willing to exchange it for a top-tier resource star more suitable for Betas. With this comment serving as a catalyst, numerous Omegans from prominent families soon began posting their willingness to finance the purchase of the galaxy. To express their sincerity, they showcased the resource stars they were willing to trade, most of which were well-known energy mines, while others, though lesser known, offered quantity as compensation. Among the most significant and vociferous were the Helen and Rockefeller families, who presented a resource galaxy nearly equivalent to GCX-3SN5, abundant with high-grade energy mines, boasting even more planets than GCX-3SN5. Next in line was the Gu family. It is widely recognized that Gu Lingxing, the young master of the Gu family, possesses extraordinary talent and is poised to become the next top-tier Omega to reach S rank. Instead of a resource star, the Gu family offered several famous star ports from various star regions, generating substantial daily revenue, making them highly practical for Betas. In no time, without Zhao needing to voice his opinion, various influential figures had already begun selecting options on his behalf. Some supported Helen, arguing that such a star system suited for Omegans should rightly be in the hands of the Empire's foremost Omega. Others rallied behind Gu Lingxing, believing that the Empire also required a new spark and the emergence of another S-rank Omega was equally essential. There are other prominent supporters of Omega who believe that as long as it is sold to Omega, it is acceptable. After all, keeping it in the hands of Beta is merely a waste. Zhao, what are your thoughts on this? Aside from Gu Lingxing's green tea, to whom do you think this GCX-3SN5 rightfully belongs? Xiao Jun, eagerly engaging in gossip with Zhao, was genuinely curious. Then he heard Zhao say, "It belongs to me." Xiao Jun was taken aback, thinking to himself that Zhao must be out of his mind. However, Zhao had already embraced the wolf cub and immersed himself in his virtual world, rendering any further comments pointless. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, having just boarded the hover car and departed from the Central Military Academy, soon found himself confronted with the login interface of his star blog. Accompanied by the pitiful whimper of the wolf cub, rubbing his temples, the man could only control the wolf cub's paw to input the password, relinquishing full authority of his star blog. Thus, before the onlookers had finished savoring the initial gossip, another scoop was thrust into their mouths. Lu Yao declared, "Helen Rockefeller, leave." Lu Yao added, "Gu Corporation, you too depart." Helen, the Gu family, the netizens. Yet the drama did not cease there. Lu Yao promptly praised Zhao Carter and her research team, commanding, "All of you, get lost together." Zhao Carter. She swiftly posted on her star blog, "Do I not have the right to express my own opinion?" Lu Yao responded, "No, you do not." During this time, some individuals stood up to admonish Lu Yao, questioning his audacity to speak in such a manner. Lu Yao retorted, "Because the light brain is in my hands." Lu Yao, little black cat battling monsters JPG. In an instant, the comment section exploded with laughter and exclamations from netizens who found the situation hilarious. Cheng Yui was unceremoniously dethroned from his position as the sole survivor of the 2nd and 3rd Legions, now overshadowed by their young master. At this point, no one cared about resource star systems, Everyone was engrossed in the spectacle on StarNet. Only the satisfied Zhao, holding the wolf cub, fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of his Lingyuan star system. It was not until the following morning that Liu Yao, having regained control of his account, posted a message of his own. I am still alive, so please refrain from bullying my young master too much. Liu Yao, Great Silver Wolf, is watching you, JPG Helen. The Goof family. Zhao Carter. Wait, let us be rational here. Which of your eyes saw us bullying him? Chapter 94. Zhao. I am still too civilized. Look, it's Zhao. He is indeed accompanied by his alpha's spiritual entity. Ah, how sweet. If I had an alpha, I would want to cuddle with their fluffy spiritual entity every day. However, have you all heard? Dr. R intends to take him as his closed-door disciple. With such a promising boyfriend, doesn't T his alpha need to keep a close watch? Morning sunlight bathed a group of F-class betas, fresh from their morning run and visibly exhausted. Among them, Zhao, the school's prominent figure, naturally became the center of attention for passing students. In mere moments, several individuals approached him seeking contact information, most of whom were alphas. In fact, within the seldom visited star communication of Zhao, countless friend requests lay unattended. Zhao, may I ask? I am not Zhao, he interjected. An alpha wishing to add you as a friend? No, I'm not blind, thank you. As Zhao stood there, the alpha appeared to be a loss. Swiftly, Xiao Jun stepped in to diffuse the awkwardness, saying, apologies, my friend. He seems a bit out of sorts. Surely, you've seen his posts on the forum? The alpha, unconvinced, retorted, I don't believe it. Regardless of the alpha's skepticism, Zhao, cradling a wolf cub, continued forward, unwilling to exchange any contact information. Behind him, Xiao Jun and the others instinctively began to shield him from the encroaching crowd. After all, it was far more dignified to assert that Zhao lacked a neural interface, had no star communication, no contact number, and, indeed, was not even Zhao than to allow anyone to approach. Upon the arrival of Class F in the Grand Lecture Hall, a certain Maine Coon had already claimed Zhao's seat. Indeed, it was the very spot Zhao had occupied previously, although Zhao had no intention of sitting there. The other students refrained from seating themselves in front of the feline, leaving him with no choice but to comply. As Zhao settled into his chair, the oversized Maine Coon began playfully swatting at his face. The wolf cub, irritated, bared its teeth at the cat, yet the Maine Coon remained unfazed. Just then, amid the commotion, a familiar mechanical voice urgently chimed in. Little Zhao, do you wish to hear some good news? No, I do not, Zhao replied curtly. You must listen, the voice insisted. Zhao fell silent, pondering why such insistence was necessary, as if to appear more courteous. Fortunately, the voice had improved through their previous encounters and declared with newfound confidence, I want to take you as my apprentice. Had any other students in the room heard this proclamation, they would likely have been moved to tears, eager to kneel and pay homage to the illustrious Dr. R. However, Zhao merely contemplated for 2 seconds before responding. An apprentice? Will you teach me how to close doors? Dr. R was momentarily taken aback. Although it seemed she might have little to offer Zhao in terms of instruction, she insisted, I can teach you how to open doors. Zhao raised an eyebrow in skepticism. The students around them murmured, Are you truly Dr. R? Or just a charlatan? I don't care. You must become my apprentice. After all these years, you are the only one I have set my sights on, she exclaimed, her voice rising dramatically. In tandem with her outburst, the large Maine Coon began to roll about on Zhao's desk, meowing incessantly. Observing Zhao's silence as he quietly petted the wolf cub, Dr. R quickly realized her approach was ineffective. She straightened up and, adopting a serious tone, inquired, What must I do for you to agree to become my apprentice? Zhao contemplated refusing once more, but given that it had already turned her down several times, it was evident that ordinary reasons would not suffice for her. Thus, Zhao remarked, I have already stated that I belong to a sect and shall not casually join another. Given your admirable talent, if you insist on being my master, perhaps you should consider joining our sect as well. The crowd reacted with astonishment, exclaiming, Really? Zhao, are you serious? Do you think I would ever agree to that? Among the assembly sat Kurosawa Akira, who scoffed at Ji Zhao's audacity. While Ji Zhao indeed possessed talent, or was a renowned figure of the empire, sought after by countless factions over the past 2 centuries, or had previously declared her commitment to the empire and its people, refusing to affiliate with any group. Ji Zhao's suggestion might provoke her ire. Then, from the camera, R responded, "What faction? Speak it, and I shall consider. Unless it is one of select few, I would be willing to affiliate for a nominal title." Kurosawa was taken aback, questioning, "What about your principles?" Ji Zhao echoed the same inquiry. To this, I replied, "One must be adaptable. Even a child knows this principle. How could I, an elder, be unaware?" Ji Zhao observed R's resolute demeanor, contemplating consulting their sect leader, when suddenly, a wolf cub howled. Almost simultaneously, Ji Zhao and R's neural interfaces chimed. Sect leader Lu's message read, "Agree, they are one of us." The image accompanying the message depicted a large silver wolf patting a small black cat. Meanwhile, R, unaware of the message, exclaimed, "You little rascal. No wonder you look so familiar. How dare you bully my uncle? I shall call your grandfather and report your mischief. Just wait." The once submissive Wamiao now stood tall, addressing the wolf cub with a series of meows. In summary, the onlookers, including Ji Zhao, were left bewildered by the nature of their agreement. Regardless, Ji Zhao became R's closed-door disciple, set to formally begin his tutelage the next day. Oh no, he was to learn the art of opening doors, not closing them. Amidst the congratulations surrounding him, Ji Zhao believed the day would conclude without further incident, until he spotted the ominous figure of Gu Jingtao at the classroom entrance. "Yi Zhou." Gu Jingtao called out. Ji Zhao feigned ignorance, clutching the wolf cub as he attempted to pass by. However, Gu Jingtao had no intention of letting him go. Reaching out to grasp the boy's slender shoulder firmly. With a cold demeanor, he declared, "Ji Zhao, my parents instructed me to ensure you return home from school today. The stars of this field practice are still unaware of this matter. I trust that with your cunning, this news brings you great joy." Chapter 95. Do you require a specific date to strike? The corridor was bustling with students after class, and Gu Jingtao had no intention of lowering his voice, prompting several onlookers to halt in their tracks. His thoughts were straightforward. Ji Zhao had been quite the sensation lately. He intended to publicly belittle Ji Zhao, demonstrating to all how the latter had descended from humble flattery to calculated manipulation, ultimately revealing his disgraceful demeanor in his desperate attempts to reclaim his family's favor. Such a person, even if he were his blood brother, would never earn his recognition. Consequently, in dealing with Ji Zhao, he believed there was no need to restrain the inherent strength of an alpha. However, to his astonishment, as he reached for Ji Zhao, his hand barely grazed the youth's garment before being effortlessly evaded. Once more, he raised his hand, and Gu Jingtao felt his authority being brazenly challenged by Ji Zhao. Yet, when faced with this second assault, the young man elegantly sidestepped like a fluttering butterfly. His feline eyes, when momentarily catching his gaze, shimmered with icy indifference. "What did you say? Speak louder. I cannot hear you." After failing a second time, Gu Jingtao bit down on the soft flesh of his cheek, increasingly convinced that Ji Zhao deserved a thorough reprimand. "I said Mom and Dad want you to come back with me." Before he could finish, Ji Zhao suddenly lunged forward, forming a fist that struck Gu Jingtao squarely on the right side of his face. Indeed, it was the very spot he had just bitten. Thus, as the fist collided with that sensitive area, the previously tender flesh was instantly punctured, and blood gushed forth from Gu Jingtao's mouth. Before he could utter a word, Ji Zhao, with a frosty demeanor, declared, "Oh, why are you shouting so loudly?" Gu Jingtao, onlookers, wait, weren't you the one who told us to make you louder? An alpha subordinate of Gu Jingtao felt an immediate surge of blood rush to his head, ready to retaliate against Ji Zhao. However, the wolf cub, which had somehow found its way to the ground, slowly turned, its emerald-slit pupils fixated on the speaking alpha, instilling a sense of caution that prevented him from advancing any further. It was I who told him to speak louder, and so what? Zhao remarked nonchalantly, just as he came to me to stir trouble after feasting to his hard-ass content. What is wrong with me, finding a reason to give him a beating? Subordinate. In that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Gu Jingtao finally used the tissue handed to him by his subordinate to wipe the blood from his lips, casting another hostile glance at Ji Zhao. Ji Zhao, did you hit me? Indeed. Ji Zhao nodded, his feline eyes clearly conveying the absurdity of the question. I hit you, and I did so because you deserved it. To Gu Jingtao, it was astonishing that Ji Zhao had the audacity to affirm this. Was he truly defying him? Very well. What my parents failed to teach you over the years, I shall take it upon myself to instruct you. Without further ado, Gu Jingtao lunged at Ji Zhao, this time with the intent of not merely restraining him, but of teaching this insolent lad a lesson. An S-class alpha, and Ji Zhao, a mere beta, dare to provoke him? Was he out his mind? The wolf cub turned back, its emerald-slit pupils locking onto Gu Jingtao. In that instant, Gu Jingtao felt his spiritual entity, the crocodile within his mental sea, tremble. This sensation was far more pronounced than during their encounter at the Abyss Arena, and it filled him with trepidation. However, this oppressive feeling lasted but a fleeting moment, for Ji Zhao spoke up. I'll take care of this myself. The wolf cub said nothing, merely casting a warning glance at Gu Jingtao before shifting his gaze to the group of alpha subordinates. The message was unmistakable. Should you dare to take a step closer, I shall ensure you regret it. The subordinates, though they held their heads high, were inwardly crumbling, their spirits quaking in fear. Damn it, it's him again. This Gu Jingtao truly has no regard for his own reputation. Beside him, Xiao Jun gritted his teeth, while someone from Class F had already rushed to seek assistance from their instructor, Anna. It is well understood that conflicts between alphas and betas are not mere trivial disputes. Such matters necessitate intervention from the faculty. After all, incidents where an enraged alpha has fatally harmed a beta have occurred in the Empire before. ISNT, your wild alpha, supposed to assist you? What is this? You can't possibly think you stand a chance against me? Recalling the last time he had dealt with this chubby fellow, when Ji Zhao was still somewhere, struggling for survival. He had assumed that such a warning would intimidate Ji Zhao into retreat. After all, fighting within school grounds would breach regulations, and he was not keen on being labeled a bully for targeting a beta. Yet, he heard Ji Zhao's calm voice. Are you really that strong? The youth's tone was so serene, it bordered on disdain. For an inherently aggressive alpha, this was a blatant affront to his dignity. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Jingtao lunged at Ji Zhao, his speed surpassing that of the latter, his punches sharper and stronger. He was an S-class alpha, a natural elite, while Ji Zhao, as a beta, seemed but an insignificant insect before him. You will regret your words, Ji Zhao. Ji Zhao remained silent, only lifting his hand to grasp Gu Jingtao's wrist just as the punch was about to strike his face. Attempting to intercept my fist? Dream on. With a flick of his fingers against the side of Gu Jingtao's wrist, Ji Zhao considered that perhaps he could utilize this reckless alpha for an experiment. What are you doing, Ji Zhao? Playing with a kitten? Gu Jingtao paid no heed to Ji Zhao's maneuver, his fist poised to land a blow. Relying solely on brute force would not suffice. Ji Zhao nimbly retreated, his cheek brushing past Gu Jingtao's punch. A sharp sting, fiery and acute, indicated that Gu Jingtao had indeed held nothing back. The wolf cub, which had been standing, immediately lowered its stance, clearly adopting a position of attack. Should it perceive that Gu Jingtao might truly injure Ji Zhao, it would not hesitate to leap forth and tear him apart. Yet Ji Zhao, unfazed, calmly addressed Gu Jingtao again. Gu Jingtao was taken aback. Again? You're treating me as a sparring partner? He could see now that Ji Zhao had a unique agility, having navigated the Zelos star with finesse. However, no amount of skill could stand against absolute power. He was determined to shatter Ji Zhao's pretentiousness and pride with his fists. Gu Jingtao struck again, this time with greater swiftness, sharper force, and enhanced strength. Those who had been anxiously observing this scene, including Xiao Jun, could scarcely discern Gu Jingtao's movements, only hearing the sonic boom created by the rushing fists. At that moment, whilst the alpha's reactions were set aside, the betas were nearly all perspiring for Ji Zhao. They understood all too well that if the alpha stood before them, They could very well find themselves on the brink of death. Stop! Anna, hastily arriving under Leo's guidance, shouted. Yet, even her commanding voice could not halt Gu Jingtao's relentless assault. However, Zhao did not retreat. Despite being significantly smaller than the Alpha, the youth raised his hand once more, grasping the Alpha's wrist just as he had before. Mere physical prowess would not suffice. What if he infused it with mental energy? With his fingertips imbued with concentrated mental force, Zhao struck fiercely at the wrist near Gu Jingtao's thumb. This blow disrupted the flow of energy within, causing internal injuries. At the moment Zhao impacted Gu Jingtao's Taiyuan acupoint with his mental force, the Alpha's once tightly clenched fist trembled, and the overwhelming strength dissipated in an instant. More alarmingly, Gu Jingtao's right hand began to shake uncontrollably, as if he could no longer summon his strength. What now? Can you still muster any power? Zhao inquired, releasing Gu Jingtao's hand, adopting the demeanor of a concerned physician examining a patient. Gu Jingtao remained silent. Yet, Zhao had already gleaned the answer from the astonishment in his eyes. You can't, can you? Well then, it's my turn to strike. The youth formed a fist, poised to deliver a blow to Gu Jingtao's face, but as Gu Jingtao retaliated with his left hand, Zhao deftly sidestepped and targeted the area between the Dazui and Jianfeng acupoints, the highest point of the shoulder, known as the Jianjing acupoint. With insufficient finger strength, the Omega utilized his elbow, channeling mental energy to deliver a devastating blow. Upon impact, Gu Jingtao's lower body became numb. In that instant, the youth's cold voice echoed like a death knell. As Gu Jingtao's body slumped, his right side instantly lost sensation. Yet this was not the end. Zhao swiftly returned to face him and landed a powerful punch directly at his sternum. The strike surged towards his heart, shaking his lungs and potentially inducing ventricular fibrillation. Gu Jingtao's eyes widened in shock as a wave of energy crashed within his chest, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. Brother Gu, seeing him sway precariously, his underlings gasped in alarm. Seems your alpha physique is still somewhat formidable, Zhao mused, tilting his head thoughtfully. Allow me to add this blow to your Jiwei acupoint. This time, the Omega did not form a fist, but instead lifted his foot. Anna, having finally reached the scene, intended to intervene, but was astonished to find that her own student held the upper hand. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against stepping in, instead calling out, "Stop fighting. Please stop." As Gu Jingtao was struck in the chest and abdomen by a kick from Zhao, the entire alpha collapsed, and the gazes of his subordinates towards Anna shifted dramatically. Is it customary for teachers to intervene in such a manner? They wished to assist. Yet the wolf cub stood before them, instinctively causing their spiritual entities to retreat at the slightest movement. However, their sense of helplessness paled in comparison to Gu Jingtao's plight. For when Zhao struck his sternum and then his tailbone, it seemed as though his body no longer belonged to him. He could not rise, could not breathe, nor utter a word. He was not on the brink of death. Yet the terror of being unable to control his own body inflicted a psychological blow far more severe than any physical injury. In a sudden surge of fury, his spiritual entity, an alligator, manifested, seemingly intent on attacking Zhao. But before Zhao could even cast a glance at the alligator, the ever-watchful wolf cub pounced, using its small stature and considerable strength to pin the alligator's head to the ground, rendering it unable to move. The onlookers expected Zhao to deliver some harsh words to Gu Jingtao, as it was indeed astonishing for a beta to defeat an S-class alpha. Instead, they witnessed Zhao scoop up the wolf cub and promptly flee. The crowd was bewildered. Zhao, why are you running away? Xiao Jun and others hastily pursued, thinking you should at least give that arrogant fool a few more hits. Upon hearing this, Zhao looked at him as if he were foolish and replied, "Engaging in a brawl on campus violates school regulations. Should I wait for the mainframe to dispatch patrol robots to apprehend me?" No sooner had Zhao spoken than a line of robots, their red lights flashing, approached in formation, their dart gun barrels aimed directly at him. They certainly arrive swiftly, Zhao remarked. Meanwhile, on a leisurely afternoon enjoying tea with her best friend, Xia Shui, contemplating how to comfort her mistakenly swapped son. She suddenly received a call from the school. What did you say? Jingtao was sent to the infirmary by a beta? No, an S-class alpha was defeated by a beta? Is this correct? As Xia Shuyi grappled with the absurdity of the situation, Anna was in the school office, admonishing Ji Zhao with a facade of concern. Yi Zhou, how could you be so rough with an alpha? Thankfully, nothing serious occurred. Otherwise, you would surely face consequences. Ji Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, while the wolf cub perched, diminutive yet proud, on his shoulder. The sight of this one human and one wolf in their defiant stance elicited amusement from the teachers handling the situation. Why, you may ask? Because Ji Zhao, the beta, stood tall, while Gu Jingtao, the S-class alpha, was seated. And if one were to inquire why he was seated, it was simply because he could not maintain his balance. No injuries, just instability. Even the battlefield medical instructors contemplated keeping him as a research specimen. Yet, this particular beta remained remarkably composed, assuring, "Rest easy, Teacher Anna. There will be no issues. I calculated my strength accurately." The teachers responded, "That is still unacceptable." Anna was nearly brought to laughter by Ji Zhao's remark. Fortunately, before she could continue to reprimand Ji Zhao with a stern expression, an omega clad in a soft pink gown, with ink-black hair, styled elegantly, and possessing a pair of amber gold eyes reminiscent of Ji Zhao's, entered the room. Her ethereal beauty caught the attention of many within the office. "You must be Ji Zhao's mother," the head of the political education department stated, having deduced her identity upon seeing the omega. Taken aback, Xia Shuyi was about to inquire about the connection to Ji Zhao when a familiar yet unfamiliar voice interjected. "She is Gu Jingtao's mother. She has no relation to me." Xia Shuyi's head snapped up to see the source of the voice, a slender youth standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His posture as straight as a bamboo shoot. Despite a visible bruise marring his delicate, pale face, his demeanor remained unfazed. She recognized Ji Zhao almost instantaneously. Yet, Ji Zhao dismissed her with indifference, even audaciously claiming, "I am not Ji Zhao." Xia Shuyi, perplexed, was about to assert that she knew he was Ji Zhao when he continued, "No, truly, I am Lu Zhao. I just changed my name a couple of days ago, and it's still quite fresh." In Chapter 97, it was suggested that she should take him to their hospital for a checkup. Xia Shuyi parted her lips, seemingly intent on saying more to Ji Zhao. However, Anna, having experienced the Zelo Star incident, was acutely aware of the relationship between the Gu family and Ji Zhao, as well as Ji Zhao's sentiments toward them. Thus, she promptly approached Xia Shuyi with a smile, saying, "Madam Gu, perhaps you should first check on Gu Jingtao's condition." Casting a glance at Ji Zhao, she added, though Ji Zhao's actions towards the Alpha Senior were indeed inappropriate, this child stated that he was holding back. Xia Shuyi was momentarily stunned, her thoughts in disarray. Who had attacked Jingtao? Yi Zhou? How could a beta possibly do such a thing? Yet, when she turned around, she found Gu Jingtao seated on the sofa, a large bruise marring his face and dried blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be trying to clench his hands tightly, but his right hand trembled uncontrollably. "Jingtao, what happened?" At this moment, Xia Shuyi disregarded whether Ji Zhao was truly Lu Zhao and grasped Gu Jingtao's trembling right hand, asking, "Where are you hurt? What did the nurse say?" "Never mind. I will call Dr. Zhang and have them send a vehicle from our hospital immediately." However, before Xia Shuyi could finish her sentence, Gu Jingtao withdrew his hand abruptly. "No need." The robust alpha gritted his teeth, nearly forcing the words through clenched jaws. It was Ji Zhao who spoke up unexpectedly, saying, "Perhaps it will be best to take him in for a checkup." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingtao, still feeling unwell, was drenched in cold sweat. Then Ji Zhao remarked, "I believe he has some issues with his brain and ears. His mind seems muddled, his hearing impaired, and his vision might also be flawed. Since it's your hospital, why not conduct a thorough examination?" Gu Jingtao, no longer sweating coldly, but rather fuming with anger, retorted, "Ji Zhao, what do you mean by that? Do not presume that your fortuitous victory over me renders you exceptional." Ji Zhao remarked, her confusion evident. "Oh, I suppose it is nothing remarkable considering your lackluster skills. Defeating you feels rather insignificant." Gu Jingtao's expression darkened. He attempted to rise, but his legs remained weak, leaving him no choice but to glare at Zhao from the confines of the sofa, his breath growing increasingly labored. Jingtao, are you all right? Xia Shi quickly rushed to assist her beloved son, while the chief instructor of the administrative office, who had been observing the commotion, cleared his throat and interjected. Student Zhao, I implore you to refrain from further provoking student Gu Jingtao. His guardians have already arrived. Where are yours? Zhao pondered for a moment before placing the wolf cub onto the desk and thoughtfully adjusting its position so that it faced Xia Shi directly. The wolf cub immediately puffed out its chest and barked, "Ah!" Xia Shi exclaimed, "Chief Instructor." The chief instructor, bewildered, exclaimed, "How can a guardian be accompanied by a spiritual entity when summoned for a parental meeting?" Instinctively, he pounded the table and admonished, Zhao, please take the matter of your altercation with Alpha student. Alpha senior. Seriously. Zhao glanced between the chief instructor and Gu Jingtao. She was about to express her belief that confronting him was unnecessary, and that a mere sidelong glance would suffice, when a familiar meow resonated from outside, accompanied by a recognizable mechanical voice. Who dares to harm our dear Zhao? Which blind alpha would dare to bully a beta? Such actions are a blatant violation of school rules. Wawa, donning an antiquated camera, trotted into the office, leaping onto the desk and directing the camera at Zhao's face. Look at this. A bruise on the face. Had it been slightly off, it could have injured the head. This matter must be dealt with severely. Still engrossed in the camera's lens, continued broadcasting until Anna awkwardly approached Wawa and whispered, Director, it was not the alpha who struck Zhao. Rather, Zhao struck the alpha. Or paused mid-sentence, rendered speechless as the crowd echoed in disbelief. That is unacceptable. How can an alpha engage in combat with a beta? This is outright bullying. Anna covered her face, then timidly added, Director, it was Zhao who initiated the altercation. I retorted, is she playing around here? After a moment of contemplation, I resigned, stating, I'm tired of fabricating stories. I firmly believe our dear Zhao is innocent. Meow. Wawa chimed in agreement. Only the chief instructor glanced between the wolf cub and Wawa, about to inquire who Zhao's true guardian was, when a voice interrupted, I apologize for my tardiness. I am here on behalf of Zhao's guardian to retrieve him. A woman with cascading waves of hair, Zhao, knocked on the door, appearing radiant as she stood at the threshold. The chief instructor exclaimed, Who, then, is your actual guardian? After a series of misunderstandings, Xia Shi found herself seated across from a wolf cub, a Maine Coon cat, and a therapist, Zhao, with whom she had previously crossed paths. The head teacher swiftly provided a succinct account of the situation to both parties, sternly admonishing Zhao and Gu Jingtao, emphasizing that brawls within the school premises are utterly intolerable. Consequently, Zhao and Gu Jingtao found themselves tasked with composing a 5,000-word self-reflection. As for the notion of Zhao, the assailant, offering an apology to Gu Jingtao, the head teacher hesitated to broach the subject, and it was apparent that Gu Jingtao was equally reluctant to accept such an apology. Ultimately, Gu Jingtao was escorted away by two underlings, devoid of the inclination to converse further with Xia Shi, and left in a rather dejected manner. Just as Xia Shi contemplated informing Gu Xuechen about this incident, several messages popped up in her mind. Her husband conveyed. The elder brother has stated that regardless of past circumstances, now that Zhao has become a student of R, his future is boundless. He continued, therefore, he must return to our Gu family, but we must not neglect Ling Xing's side either. He concluded, in short, you and Jingtao must devise a strategy regarding this matter. Xia Shi pressed her lips together, promptly swallowing her concern about Jingtao being struck by Zhao. In her perspective, it was inconceivable for Jingtao to be bested by Zhao. After all, the disparity between an alpha and a beta in terms of strength, mental prowess, spiritual essence, and even basic physical constitution is insurmountable. Jingtao had been accommodating toward his younger brother Zhao, even if Jingtao had previously harbored some disdain for Zhao. Today, this altercation should have sufficed for him to vent his frustrations. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Shui adjusted her long dress and gracefully approached Ji Zhao, who was bidding farewell to Zhou. After all, Ji Zhao was her child, the one who had once been closest to her. She believed that with a few kind words, he would surely retract his metaphorical thorns. However, just as she approached Ji Zhao, intending to speak, a police hovercraft halted before her. "Good day, are you Miss Xia Shui?" The leading officer inquired, displaying his credentials as he continued. "We have just received a report from Ji Zhao's direct guardian, stating that you and your family have repeatedly harassed them with the intent of abducting their child, Ji Zhao. For the safety of young Ji Zhao, we kindly request that you accompany us to the police station for investigation." Xia Shui exclaimed, I am Ji Zhao's mother. We are family. How can we possibly abduct him?" She implored, glancing at Ji Zhao. "You tell them, am I not your mother?" Yet, she witnessed Ji Zhao, without a backward glance, clutching a wolf cub and walking away. Thus, in the end, Xia Shui found herself departing from the Central Military Academy in a police vehicle. She could hardly fathom that her inaugural visit to a police station in her life would be due to a report lodged by the guardian of her own flesh and blood. What an absurdity! It seems Ji Zhao has truly lost his senses. Does he believe that becoming a disciple of R has granted him newfound freedom? Or does he assume that linking himself with a rogue alpha exempt him from parental authority? Gu Xuechen, who personally went to retrieve Xia Shui, was seething with rage. Upon learning that Ji Zhao had struck Gu Jingtao, he unleashed a torrent of invective, denouncing Ji Zhao as a crude individual from a marginal planet. Yet, with the elder brother intervening, it was evident that this must have been the old patriarch's directive. He calmly instructed the butler, "Go investigate. Thoroughly look into that wild alpha." Yi Zhou. Wasn't he supposed to enlist the help of the 2nd Legion's healer, Zhou Ying? I want to see who from the 2nd Legion it is. If it's someone from the other major legions, Gu Xuechen would have to reconsider. But what are the 2nd and 3rd Legions? One commander's mental realm has shattered, rendering him unable to summon his spiritual entity, while another commander has perished on the battlefield, leaving the entire legion under the former's management. Yet, our esteemed General Mahulin seems to have no qualms about discarding his fiancée, the 1st healer Helen, only to marry a wild beta. What does this signify? It signifies he is courting death. Once he falls, the 2nd and 3rd Legions will be swiftly divided, and certain high-ranking officers within the legions may not even retain their positions, let alone a wild alpha who has set his sights on Ji Zhao. At that moment, he received a call from the company's secretary. "Mr. Gu, it's bad news. Several subsidiaries under our company have been reported for tax evasion, and the director of the Interstellar Tax Bureau is leading an immediate raid. The situation has been confirmed, and you are being pursued for 8 billion star coins in tax." While Gu Xuechen was vehemently cursing those who reported him, a video of Ji Zhao, the beta, assaulting an alpha had gone viral on the Interstellar network. What the heck? Isn't that the legendary beta who was previously just walking his pet? How did he evolve to the point of beating up an alpha in just a few days? Us betas are rising up, you know? Shoo. It seems this one is actually a young master from a powerful family. Friends, quickly flood the screen with protection to safeguard our formidable legendary beta. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxing, who was studying at the 1st hospital of the capital star under the guidance of his mentor, Sun Wenze, caught wind of this news online. He almost immediately called Gu Jingtao, but there was no answer. He then tried to reach Gu Xuechen and Xia Shui, with only Xia Shui picking up. "Mom, how could 3rd brother do this? Many people are mocking 2nd brother online now, and he didn't even answer my call. He must be heartbroken." On the other end of the line, Xia Shui bit her lip, suddenly at a loss for words, unable to recall the comforting phrases she once offered Gu Lingxing. She realized that her youngest son, who had always been lost to them, did not necessarily wish to return to the Gu family. When she was stopped by the Star Police and called out to Ji Zhao, declaring herself his mother, the boy had not even spared her a glance. So cold, so resolute. "Mom, are you listening to me?" Gu Lingxing's voice echoed through the phone, snapping Xia Shui back to reality. "Xingxing, Mommy is a bit tired today and wishes to rest. You should also get some rest." "All right, Mom." Gu Lingxing's voice was tinged with melancholy as he hung up. Yet his exquisite and beautiful face betrayed no sorrow, only a chilling disdain. An S-class alpha who cannot even best a beta Gu Jingtao, you truly are worthless. The following morning, as Ji Zhao and Xiao Jun entered the classroom, they quickly noticed a buzz of excitement that was much more pronounced than usual. The reason was simple. Their class had unexpectedly welcomed two transfer students, Lan Jiayu and Bei Zifilip, who are undoubtedly among the top 3 contenders in our department's elite competition. Hardly require further introduction. Anna smiled, while the members of Class F erupted in cheers. Clearly, they were warmly welcoming the arrival of Lan Jiayu and Bei Zifilip. After all, they were the first class to boast students ranked among the top 3 in their grade, a fact that would certainly garner respect from others. Only Xiao Jun, who fancied himself the chief eunuch by Ji Zhao's side, wore a scowl as he glanced at Lan Jiayu, who was squeezed to Ji Zhao's right, and then at Bei Zifilip, who was wedged to his left, muttering, "One's on the left, one S on the right, and here I am, the scheming wolf in the middle. What about me? Should I just lie on the table?" Hearing this, Leo scratched his head and replied, "How about under the table? The top might obstruct our Emperor Ji's view." Xiao Jun retorted, "What the hell?" Thankfully, both Lan Jiayu and Bei Zifilip were acquaintances. So Anna merely summarized Class F's morning exercises before transitioning to another significant topic. The 100th anniversary of our school? Wow. Does this mean we'll get to meet distinguished alumni from various years? I am such a fan of Colonel Zhuya from the 2nd Legion. His Highness the Crown Prince, General Mahulin, and General Hua Shutong are all graduates of our military academy, right? The classmates buzzed with excitement, their anticipation for the upcoming anniversary celebration reaching a fever pitch. Even Lan Jiayu, despite the warning glare from a certain wolf cub, nudged Ji Zhao with a shoulder and said, "Seriously, the anniversary is a splendid opportunity to forge connections with alumni from all the legions. Which legion do you aspire to serve in? Care to share?" Lan Jiayu was keen to befriend a genius like Ji Zhao. Yet, before Ji Zhao, who was currently penning a reflection, could respond, a jarring alarm blared through the classroom. "Warning, emergency summons. Student Ji Zhao from Class F of the 2287 Mecha Manufacturing Department. You have been temporarily summoned by the Imperial Military Commission's Joint Staff. Please proceed immediately to the 3rd launch pad outside the main building of the Academy. You have 180 seconds. Ji Zhao was about to protest that he could decline, but the system interjected, "Warning, if you do not arrive on time, the system will authorize management robots to forcibly detain you." Ji Zhao exclaimed, "Is this robot functioning properly?" Warning, negative resistance behavior detected from the summoned individual Ji Zhao. To prevent delaying the operation, the system has authorized management robots to enforce compulsory detention. Confused, Ji Zhao was left with a myriad of questions, while on the other side, the robots authorized by Murphy had already lined up. Thus, what Xiao Jun and the others ultimately witnessed was Ji Zhao clutching the wolf cub, being whisked away by the management robots, one on either side. It was not that Ji Zhao intended to flee. He didn't even move his feet when he was whisked away by the 2 robots. Even more absurdly, as he was despondently escorted to the 3rd launch pad outside the main building, he happened to make eye contact with Kalen Rockefeller, who was also waiting there. As the countdown of the central brain reached its final moment, a mere 180 seconds to 0, Ji Zhao beheld the space before him shatter like a flickering cube. In an instant, a sleek starship materialized before his eyes. As the hatch of the starship slowly opened, a management robot unceremoniously thrust him inside. Before he could regain his balance, the hatch swiftly closed in the very next moment of Kalen boarding the vessel. It may be hard for others to believe, but as someone who typically observed phenomena with his spiritual consciousness, Ji Zhao had already witnessed the starship vanish into the atmosphere, departing at an unprecedented speed from the Central Military Academy. The entire process consumed no more than 240 seconds. Ji Zhao pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? I wish to return." While he remained in a state of bewilderment, the regular courses of the Central Military Academy were abruptly suspended, with the focus shifting directly to the southwestern front of the empire. Simultaneously, the Imperial Military Commission, through Imperial News, the official Star Network blog, and all holographic screens across the empire, announced to its citizens, at 5:35:04 this morning, the Zerg swarm launched a surprise attack on the southwestern defense line. confirmed to be led by the Royal Zerg, the blood flower cockroach. The soldiers of the 4th Legion fought valiantly, and, as of 10 a.m. today, 569 had sacrificed their lives, while 497 were severely injured, including their commander, General Master, who was wounded. The Imperial Military Commission has urgently summoned the 1st Division of the 5th Legion, 5 doctors and their teams from the White Tower Research Institute, therapists including Helen Rockefeller, and the Vanguard Regiment of the 1st Division of the 2nd Legion for support. May you all return triumphant. At the moment this announcement was made, the Imperial Star Network erupted with chaos. The Bloodflower Cockroach. My goodness, it's it. The 3S Royal Zerg, the foremost general under that accursed Zerg Queen. These wretched creatures. How dare they? Just a few months ago, we had barely emerged from a bloody battle, and now they return? No, please no. It must be a lie of fabrication. Woe is me. My mother is a lieutenant in the 4th Legion. My father and I just received a call that she perished while defending the line. Amidst the countless comments filled with rage, sorrow, encouragement, and blessings, the live broadcast transitioned to several major military starports of the Empire. Hundreds of ships lined up, transforming into streams of light as they approached the distant jump gates. Warning: the starship is about to dock with the 5th Legion's flagship, the USAS. All personnel aboard are advised to prepare for docking. As the streams of light traversed through the jump gates, Zhao and the others, who had entered a dormant state, were abruptly awakened by the central brain. Clutching a wolf cub, Zhao gazed out the window to behold a colossal vessel quietly anchored in the vastness of deep space. It resembled a giant steel bear, its hull broad and iron gray, adorned with numerous gun barrels resembling a thicket of thorns, its angles rugged and imposing. It eschewed fluidity in favor of sheer mass and firepower, exuding an overwhelming, suffocating sense of pressure. In the presence of this behemoth, Zhao's starship appeared diminutive, so small that it was swiftly captured by the giant ship, soon becoming just one among countless vessels on its deck. Warning: all personnel aboard the ship must immediately follow the instructions of the light brain and report to their designated units. Under the urging of the military's central command, all personnel aboard the starship began to advance swiftly, with Zhao among them. Alas, I heard from my brothers in the 4th Legion that the blood roach was approaching with great ferocity, accompanied by 2 formidable 2S king insects. What is there to fear? I encountered the Zerg Queen just before the new year. At worst, I could charge at those creatures just like our old Legion commander. I heard that the main cannon of the Gaia goddess in the 4th Legion was damaged, and many high-level mechs were destroyed. All now awaiting the expertise of our White Tower specialists aboard the ship. The number of wounded at the front continues to rise, placing immense pressure on the medical system. Following the prompts from the optical brain, Zhao proceeded forward, observing how the surroundings shifted from soldiers clad in black and gold or blue and gold uniforms to research personnel in work attire and doctors in white coats. Their discussions transitioned from the frontline situation to matters of maintenance, medical care, and even logistics. As he listened, Zhao finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed he was caught in the crossfire of a city gate ablaze, an innocent fish ensnared in calamity. But wasn't he merely a first-year military academy student? Was he truly being thrust onto the battlefield? Even if the Imperial Army was stretched thin to the point of recruiting first-year students, surely it should encompass the entire cohort rather than singling him out? Was that just? While being urged by the Central Command to run, Zhao inwardly lamented. At last, he halted before the door of a conference room. Yet, before he could assess the situation within, the 30 individuals inside had collectively raised their heads. Their piercing gazes were unmistakably directed at him, standing at the threshold. Zhao? Finally, one blue-haired beta furrowed her brow and tentatively spoke up. However, a male beta quickly interjected, dismissing her. Let us not kid ourselves. The only apprentice of Doctor cannot possibly be a first-year student from the Central Military Academy. Young one, you must have taken a wrong turn. Upon hearing this, a palpable sigh of relief swept through the majority present, for the recent unexpected announcement of Doctor. Taking on an apprentice had been a topic of frequent discussion among their instructors. Those seated in the conference room were all prodigies in the field of Imperial mech manufacturing. It could be said that aside from those who hail from their respective mentors' families, none among them had not fantasized about becoming the sole disciple of Dr. R. Indeed, Dr. R had proclaimed over a century ago that she had neither the time nor the ability to instruct numerous apprentices. Thus, she would only accept one. Her knowledge, wealth, and connections would belong solely to that apprentice. Fast forward over a century, and the field of mech manufacturing has blossomed with genius, yet none have caught Dr. R's discerning eye. Until yesterday, when Dr. R made a resounding statement within the academic community, declaring that her long-awaited disciple had been found, Zhao. Overnight, the entire mech manufacturing sector was set ablaze with excitement. The individual who managed to become a disciple of Zhao instantaneously transformed into the benchmark for all the prodigies within the circle. Realizing that he had stumbled into a perilous den, Zhao promptly turned on his heel and descended the staircase, acknowledging the fortuitous misstep. However, in the next moment, an ear-piercing alarm resonated throughout the conference room. A warning echoed. Negative resistance behavior detected in the summoned individual, Zhao, to avoid delaying the impending operation. The central system has authorized management robots to detain him by force. Faced with the menacing, red-lit management robots, Zhao exclaimed, "So, it seems you are monitoring only me." Exhausted, he uttered, "Let all be destroyed." In Chapter 100, wishing you all a joyful winter solstice, one might wonder if he had been bitten by a dog, for his eyes gleamed red. Once again, the management robots forcibly seized Zhao, who found himself helplessly floating into the conference room. The two robots did not depart, but instead flanked him, their mechanical eyes fixed upon him, radiating red light. If the red glow in the robot's eyes was artificial and synthesized, the intensity of the red light in the gazes of the 30 other individuals in the room was all too genuine. Particularly those who had previously exhaled in relief now bore expressions fraught with complexity. "Are you truly Zhao?" inquired a blue-haired beta seated beside him. Although separated by a management robot, this did not hinder her from communicating with him. "No, I am Lu Zhao. The central system has misidentified me. So, my dear and kind-hearted friend, would you be so gracious as to explain this to the central system?" Zhao began. The blue-haired beta opened her mouth to respond, but upon noticing the management robot pivoting towards her, its ominous and cavernous barrel aimed at her, she slowly closed her mouth. At that moment, several soldiers knocked on the conference room door and entered with paper and pens in hand. "Now write," they instructed. The supplies were swiftly distributed, and everyone present, including Zhao, received theirs. It was evident that the others were familiar with this routine, as they began to sketch furiously, the only sound in the room being the scratching of pens against paper. Except for Zhao, who remained perplexed. Observing his hesitance, the beta beside him could no longer contain herself, and urged, "What are you dawdling for? Right?" Seemingly sensing Zhao's confusion, and considering that he was a first-year student likely experiencing this for the first time, she kindly added, "Are you wondering what to write? It is a tradition in our military to compose a last will before heading into battle." Zhao responded with bewilderment. "Huh?" The beta then noticed Zhao inscribing a plea upon the paper. "Master, save me." She thought to herself, this is supposed to be a last will. It should only reach your master after you have perished. She watched as Zhao presented his will before a particular wolf cub. A certain wolf cub, who had remained silent throughout the journey, upon witnessing the scene, promptly patted the Omega with his fluffy paw and then calmly smoothed down the fur on his own chest, indicating that everything would be taken care of by him. In any case, the soldier tasked with collecting farewell letters had seen all manner of such missives throughout his years of service, until he encountered this particular one pleading for rescue. The individual in distress seemed to feel that his message lacked clarity, and with fervor, he added below, "There's a rogue starship that has kidnapped me." The soldier, taken aback, thought, "What the hell? Who is this young master from which sect?" Just as the soldier collecting the letters departed, someone in the conference room tapped on the table and declared, "Now that everyone is present, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ganesa, and I am a disciple of the Empire's master mecha engineer, Teal Adrian." The young man speaking had a deep brown complexion and short, fine, curly hair. He He was not wearing glasses, yet sported a thick, short beard and spoke with an animated demeanor. As the leader of the White Tower's Mecha Maintenance Guidance Team, I will lead you to the Mecha Maintenance Department aboard the USS USAS to instruct and support the mecha maintenance efforts of the two legions. Upon Ganesa's words, many in the conference room erupted into applause, with some eagerly posing questions. Senior brother, in the past, we were divided into 4 small groups, each leading our own maintenance teams. What will happen this time? The beta who spoke smiled, quickly glancing in the direction of Zhao. It was evident that he was not inquiring about the division of groups, but rather asking where Zhao, this inexperienced novice, would be assigned. A first-year student. It was uncertain if he had even grasped the fundamentals of energy blocks and weapon systems, let alone the complexities of mecha, assembly, and repair. It was not that they looked down upon Zhao. After all, for him to be accepted as a disciple by R, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. Yet, talent is not scarce among them. Each one present had their own. However, practical experience, resilience under pressure, and the ability to adapt swiftly on the battlefield were not attributes easily acquired by a first-year student. To put it bluntly, for Zhao, merely not holding back a team would be a significant achievement. Upon hearing this, Ganesa cast a glance at Zhao before addressing his junior brother, Jorn Adrian. Jorn, do you believe everyone possesses the same extraordinary talent as you? Not everyone can stand alone on the front lines right from the start. Before Jorn could respond, the senior sister seated beside him interjected, "Our junior brother here is quite humble, isn't he? When he first arrived on the front lines last year, he was only a sophomore, and even then, many mecha warriors were eager to have him guide them in repairing their mechas." The female beta, who had just spoken kindly to Jorn, now turned to him with a hint of melancholy. As for some others, well, that remains to be seen. As soon as her words left her lips, a hushed murmur spread through the conference room. It seems the discord between Master Teal and Master R has finally extended to their respective disciples. The primary issue is that Master R has been reluctant to take on apprentices. Otherwise, the divide would have manifested long ago. It is indeed not entirely the fault of Master Teal. After all, our esteemed Master Stewart, the father of Imperial Mecha, had initially vowed to accept only one disciple. Yet in his later years, he made an exception for Master R. Despite the discussions being conducted in hushed tones, it was no different for Zhao than speaking directly to him. However, the blue-haired beta beside him furrowed her brow and, lowering her voice, remarked to Zhao, "As for home.Ji, didn't she wish to become Master R's disciple, only to be turned away? It's not your fault. Why does she have to speak so harshly?" The home.Ji she referred to was evidently the senior sister of Yolan, the beta who had just exchanged barbs with Zhao. She had assumed that with a management robot between them, Zhao might not hear. Hence, she had refrained from addressing him. To her surprise, the next moment, Zhao called out to home.Ji. "That home.Ji you mentioned? This lady beside me wants me to inquire. Didn't you wish to be my master's disciple, only to be refused by her? It's not my issue. Why do you speak so unpleasantly?" Home.Ji, the backstab blue-haired beta, Lan Shuang. Before home.Ji could react, Lan Shuang looked at Zhao in disbelief. "Wait, I was speaking on your behalf, and how could you betray me like this?" Zhao, resting his chin on one hand, replied, "Didn't you want to know? To repay you for teaching me how to write a will just now, I immediately asked on your behalf. You really don't need to thank me." Lan Shuang, "Thank you for what? And that was not something I taught you to write. Don't misrepresent." Lan Shuang felt an urge to strangle Zhao. But once Zhao took action, it was certain that she would not be the only one feeling discomfort. Zhao then addressed home.Ji again. "It seems she no longer wishes to ask, but I am curious. How about you both take a step back? She can cover her ears, and you can just tell me the answer." Home.Ji, the crowd, Chapter 101. You two truly deserve to be master and disciple. Meanwhile, in another grand conference room, everything occurring in Zhao's meeting room was being simultaneously displayed on a large screen. When Zhao suggested that home.Ji and Lan Shuang each take a step back, several mecha manufacturer masters, all over 50 years of age, could not help but chuckle. Particularly Master Lan Yu from the Lan family, who had not seen his argumentative granddaughter Lan Shuang face a setback in quite some time. It was not just Lan Shuang. Even the younger Lan Jiayu seemed equally humbled. No wonder he was chosen as your closed-door disciple. This young fellow is indeed exceptional. With a smile, Lan Yu glanced at R, his gaze laced with teasing. It is hard to believe, but the esteemed chief scientist of the towering White Tower and the Empire's leading mecha manufacturer master, R, was currently clad in a fluffy Maine Coon onesie, yawning in a manner indistinguishable from the nearby Wang Yao. One ought to consider whose disciple one is. At that moment, the slightly ashener picked up a thermos beside her, filled with ice-cold, happy fat house water. With that sip, she felt invigorated, ready to endure another 8 hours. Truly, merely possessing eloquence is insufficient. A mech manufacturer devoid of tangible prowess becomes a peril on the battlefield. Wylar found herself ensnared in the lingering echoes of Ice Quora. Her serious, steadfast senior, Tyrell Adrian, who seemed perpetually welded to his white coat, proposed, "Let us proceed in this manner. Shortly, I shall request Ganisa to integrate Zhao into their group, and subsequently dispatch Yorand and home.Ji to assist in guiding Zhao and your other students." Tyrell's assertion came with an air of inevitability. According to the customs of their White Tower during combat missions, it was customary for their disciples to lead their teams of researchers to support the mech maintenance facilities of various legions. This was not only due to the necessity of having a leader for a team, but also because many issues that ordinary researchers could not resolve were within the capabilities of the disciples. Previously, R had no disciples, thus her researchers were always temporarily overseen by the apprentices of other masters. Among them, Tyrell, known for his ambition, harbored lingering feelings regarding his master's choice of apprentices, which resulted in most of R's researchers being assigned to his disciples. R held no particular sentiments about this arrangement. They were all contributing to the front line. As long as the students proved their worth, they were all commendable individuals. Why are you silent, R? Master Tyrell is only looking out for the children. After all, Zhao is merely a first-year student, not yet ready to stand alone, remarked the other master of mech manufacturing, Martin. He had always maintained a good rapport with Tyrell, so it was customary for him to speak in favor of his colleague. Moreover, neither he nor Tyrell anticipated that it would decline this proposition. After all these years, R, burdened by guilt towards Tyrell, rarely uttered a refusal to this senior. Yet, before it could respond, the small conference room displayed on the screen erupted into chaos. Zhao, are you provoking me? home.Ji rose, her gaze, sharp and unyielding, fixed upon Zhao. Not only her, but the others from her faction also turned their attention towards him, seemingly intent on exerting pressure on Zhao, who stood alone against their 9. Under normal circumstances, one would choose silence or attempt to defuse the situation. However, Zhao was anything but ordinary. Thus, Blue Frost and the others heard him reply. Difficult to say, home.Ji responded, and, as the head of the guiding group, Ganisa did not wish for the matter to escalate. Rumors are often mere whispers. It would be prudent to listen less. Wouldn't you agree, Zhao? Zhao contemplated the offered olive branch, but chose to maintain his stance, declaring, "I shall not speak." Ganisa was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Blue Frost, witnessing the embarrassment faced by both home.Ji and Ganisa, struggled to suppress her laughter. Not only her, but the apprentices from other masters were also stifling their amusement, some to the point of discomfort. In light of such an embarrassing scene, home.Ji's faction could hardly contain their reactions. Among them, Yorand, Tyrell's grandson, quickly adopted a stern expression, his voice laced with evident displeasure. Zhao, my grandfather and your master are siblings in the craft. Thus, we all consider ourselves to be of the same school. Was it merely a few words of dispute that you had to make it so unseemly? Ganesha may not embody the lineage of Thayer, yet Yolund is different. He is the direct grandson of Thayer. Should he fall into enmity with Zhao, it would indeed signify a genuine schism between the factions. Yolund is clearly conveying to Zhao that he ought to temper his approach. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao, upon hearing this, could not even muster the pretense of civility. Let it be, he declared, I am not here to dismantle this family. To avoid being associated with you as comrades, I choose to withdraw from your sect. Yolande. The crowd. Just as they were about to question Ji Zhao's sanity for opting to leave our sect, a familiar, aged voice echoed through the conference room. Yi Zhou, do you presume that entering or exiting this sect is at your whim? The assembly fell silent, for they recognized that it was Thayer Adrian, ours esteemed senior. His outrage was palpable upon hearing Ji Zhao's words. Almost simultaneously, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the faces of home.Ji and Yolande, convinced that Ji Zhao's fate was sealed. Only Ji Zhao, who had been forcibly brought aboard the starship and was now unable to contact Liu Yao due to a signal blockade, was unfazed and replied, "What of it?" Thayer seemed poised to admonish Ji Zhao, yet R, who had remained silent until then, abruptly slammed her thermos onto the table. "You shall not withdraw." The assembly presumed her to be incensed, but the next moment they heard her declare, "I will withdraw." The crowd, "No, Dr. R, what are you saying? Please, regain your senses." Then they heard R, in a moment of clarity, exclaim, "As long as I withdraw from the sect, we shall no longer be of the same order. A master can be sought anew, but such a rare disciple, should he be lost, who will compensate me?" Yizhoi, astute. Thayer, the crowd, "Are you both unwell?" While the assembly was still in shock over Dr. R's intent to withdraw from the sect, the entire Uthis ship trembled slightly at that moment. And a notification from the mothership's mainframe resounded. "Warning, the Uthis is about to enter the southwestern war zone, anticipated to reach the front lines in 1 hour. All departments are to prepare for combat immediately. Repeat, the Uthis is about to